Amidst the illusions, the young man awoke to find himself lying on a grassy field with many people around, staring at Thanzhong like a strange creature. The system announced an achievement unlocked, a resurrection bringing memories from a previous life, a reward that preserves memories, with all stats increased by 5. So these things also became achievements. The people around started to panic. A portal suddenly appears. I've never seen anything like this before. Trangseon still didn't really care much about the people around him. He was just thinking that the brown-eyed girl speaking Korean was really back. This feeling was so wonderful. But as soon as the system announced that Zone 1 was open, Trangseon immediately jumped up and charged forward like crazy. Everyone was stunned by this dangerous action. They felt that this man looked familiar. Could he be the tyrant? Although he was full of energy, after running for a while, Trangseon already felt exhausted and out of breath. You think you need to check your body condition first and request to open the system window, but the system reports that it cannot open the window. You do not have permission to open this. Your access has been revoked. Part of the system is being updated using administrator privileges. Your status window is now open. Finally, the system panel opened, but it was strange. The sunset divine title of the gods. The title is broken. The affiliation is broken. The strength is broken. The agility is broken. The vitality is broken. The divine power is broken. The skills cannot be read. The privileges cannot be read. Everything is broken. What happened to what the King of Hell promised me? Just as I hesitated, the system notification appeared again, and the window was refreshed with the newly updated data. Li Trangseon's divine title is the Sunset of the Gods, not affiliated with the underworld, with 1 strength, 3 agility, 2 vitality, no magic power, soul collection skill level 1 Lu, and a level 1 execution sword Nu. As Trangseon closed the skill window, a system alert kept warning that the black mamba snake had been detected. As soon as Trangseon saw the snake, it opened its terrifying mouth and lunged at him as if to devour him. You need to become stronger as quickly as possible, and the best way is to kill monsters to gain experience points. Thinking of this, Trangseon immediately used a rusty beginner item, and with a single basic attack, the snake disappeared. The system immediately announced that you have defeated the black mamba snake with a single strike, a perfect attack. You received a skill upgrade reward from low-level gems, increasing level, strength by 2, agility by 2. The constellation of pleasure is interested in you. Trangseon quietly smiles and makes up his mind. Besides becoming stronger as quickly as possible, he must also become a recruit that they pay the most attention to. The Crimson Abyss, with humanity, is both a devastating disaster and, on the other hand, an opportunity opening right before their eyes. The gods and stars also use dungeons to select followers or priests to worship and spread their faith. The gods will also choose apostles, their most beloved and trusted individuals, to carry out their divine will. Many people who desire power from gods or stars have risked everything to enter dungeons, but many also have lost their lives there without catching the attention of any deity. For the proud gods and stars, ordinary beings are not even worth noticing, let alone catching their eye. Only a few humans are lucky and confident enough to meet the necessary conditions. Either that person can prove they possess extraordinary talent, like Trangseon did recently with his impressive displays that caught the attention of the gods. System notification. The Snow Beast. God is interested in you. Does Trangseon smirk and say, Snow Beast God? How is this different from winning the jackpot? Trangseon knows this god. Her real name is Pabina. She is a war goddess with thousands of different weapons and loves hunting. But the jackpot that Trangseon mentioned is actually Pabina's mother, the chaotic evil dragon Tiamat. Did Trangseon just get lucky from the start? It must be that my knife skills attracted her. As expected, the system now confirms my judgment. The pleasure god of pleasure feels curious about your hunting skills. Trangseon flicks the knife in his hand and softly smiles, saying, I'll show you what you want. In the following moments, Trangseon continued exploring the forest, noticing a strange blue aura. Trangseon analyzes, raising his chin and wondering if Plan C is the best option in that case. Just then, 2 black mamba snakes launch an ambush against Trangseon. As if he had anticipated, Trangseon clenched his dagger, quickly turned to adopt a fighting stance, and prepared to use the snake-in-the-grass tactic to hunt the snakes. The next moment, Chang X leapt high to dodge the bites of the 2 black mamba snakes. At the same time, the dagger in your hand swung, slicing a long line along the body of one snake, killing it instantly. System message. Low dagger skill activated, and you have successfully defeated the black mamba snake. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. The remaining black mam snake could not escape the same fate as its companions. System notification. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. You have leveled it a bit up. Then, due to the smell of fresh blood and the recent fighting, a few black mamba snakes rushed out from the forest. Just as expected, this matches what Trangxian wanted. Holding the scythe in his hand, he was like a god of death, harvesting the lives of the black mamba snakes. The number of black mamba snakes is increasing day by day, but Trangxian is not afraid. His face is cold and calm as he moves swiftly through the black mamba snakes, like dancing with death, leaving no survivor behind. In front of you, system notifications keep appearing. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You are almost eliminating the mamba snake pack, the owner of the forest edge area from the pack. Your senses have become sharper. Thanks to the fighting, you have become more focused. After a while, Trangxiu suddenly stopped because there were no more mamba snakes around him. He glanced around and saw the remaining black mamba snakes trembling in fear as they looked at him. The system message: the black mamba snakes now see you as their natural enemy. You have successfully instilled fear in the black mamba snake species. The Black Mamba Butcher title has been activated. Black Mamba Snake Butcher, a title awarded to hunters who have killed over 100 black mamba snakes. Title effect: +5 strength bonus, and causes fear in snake-type monsters. Trangxian also had no intention of letting the remaining black mamba snakes go. Their fear and hesitation only fueled his excitement as he grabbed his weapon and charged to hunt them down. Inside him, he was screaming wildly. That's right, that's exactly how it is. The killing continues endlessly. This itching and intoxicating feeling. Isn't this the smell of battle I had forgotten? Whether in Acadia or here, it still brings a terrifying feeling. On the other hand, it also brings me joy. However, everything was destroyed when I was captured by those damn gods. They imprisoned me for harming the world and ultimately sentenced me to death. In truth, they were afraid of an ordinary existence that could stand equal to them. At first I had no intention, but if that's what makes them afraid, then I'll do it. Since an ordinary body is still quite fragile, and after a long fight, Trangxian was a bit exhausted, and paused for a moment. System notification. The basic dagger skill has reached the highest level, unlocking a higher level skill. The intermediate dagger skill has been unlocked. The pleasure god was very surprised by your mastery of dagger skills. Your stamina has been depleted. You are in a state of exhaustion. Please find a safe area and rest. It's still too early to be surprised, Trangxian said with a gentle smile. He extends his arm forward, and streams of energy gather from the bodies of the black mamba snakes, converging into his hand. System notification. You have used soul coercion. The Hellfire Forge has been activated, and you have received the remaining soul of the black mamba snake. You have recovered 5% of your stamina. You are no longer in a state of exhaustion. The pleasure god feels surprised and is wondering what your skill is. Xian clenched his fist, feeling his stamina briefly recover, and smiled as he continued slaughtering the black mamba. Deep down, he thought to himself, of course she knew what I was doing. This is a unique skill I received from the ruler of hell. Maybe you're thinking it's just a certain attribute or skill I got when I first awakened. Even out of curiosity, she couldn't meet me directly to ask questions because she was still bound by the rules of the divine conduit. No one would be crazy enough to break the rules just to get information about the new recruits. After a while, Trangxian stopped, panting heavily. No matter what happens, I don't worry much thanks to the awesome system I received from this hell. If I don't remember it, my status window will pop up immediately. I quietly said. Trangxian casually stabbed the black mamba snake that was about to ambush me with a dagger. The battle has ended, and the system announces, you have defeated the last black mamba snake and earned a new achievement. Reward: 444 black mamba snakes hunted, +5 strength, low-level poison resistance. Trangxian happily opens the system window to check his personal information. Lai Trangxian Divine Title. The Sunset of the Gods cannot be used. Title: Black Mamba Snake Hunter. Level 6. Hell Link. Strength 14.2 +10. Agility 16.2 +10. Stamina 13.9 +10. Magic 0 +10. Cumulative stats: 35 skill and technique panels using intermediate level. Jiaogam level 3. Low-level poison resistance effect level 1. Decisive sword level 1. Special information: a certain god has become interested in you. You can increase your favor with this god by fulfilling their wishes. Looking at the personal stats, Trangxian gently smiled and said, my skills and stats have increased quite a lot. Wow, I even gained some magic points now. I can use skills freely. Moreover, I have also caught Papina's attention, which is good. Then, you fell into deep thought. After the black mamba snake, it'll probably be the red mamba snake. And finally, the blood snake. Luckily, I have a low-level poison resistance, so the hunt will be much easier. The blood serpent is a huge boss. It's the leader controlling the mamba horde. It seems odd to encounter it before reaching level 10. Trang Seon's goal is to defeat the blood mimic alone. This will definitely be a huge opportunity to make a name for herself among the gods. But more importantly, it's the venomous fang of the blood mimic. You need to acquire poison immunity as quickly as possible, because one of the reasons for the gods' defeat at sunset was their extremely poor resistance to poison and curses. Trang Seon, with an angry face, grits his teeth and silently vows to break Ga's curse again. I need that fang to be able to break the curse. At this moment, the blade of the weapon in Trang Seon's hand disintegrated into dust in his grip. The system notification says the rusted dagger's durability for the novice has reached its limit, and it has been destroyed. Looking at the dagger handle in his hand, Trang Seon sighs. It's already amazing that it lasted this long. Suddenly, a weapon stuck in the ground near Trang Seon's feet fell from the sky, startling him. As he regained his composure and looked again, he was amazed and exclaimed at the dragon scale pattern. If that's the case, then this must be a weapon from the cold beam. What are they thinking? System notification. The god of Lakthutit has sent a gift and wagered on you. If you fail and waste his time, he will kill you. Oh, I see. So the price for failure is my life? It's true that gods only see other creatures as trash, just for their entertainment. That's why I hate the divine and celestial beings. But maybe that's for the best. If I stay on the right path, I'll definitely gain a lot of benefits for the future. All right, what do you want me to do then? System notification. You have accepted the bet. The pleasure deity chuckled happily and was very pleased with your brave spirit. A new mission has been issued, and the hunter certification has been created. Sometime later, at the starting point, a large crowd gathered when suddenly someone shouted, "Everyone, please gather here." Everyone turned around suspiciously and asked what was going on. Someone else wants to take charge again, huh? A person in uniform then held up a badge and loudly introduced me as Lieutenant Park Hyun, a player from the Business Corps under the command of the National Military. This is an emergency situation, so please follow my instructions. Everyone around starts to murmur. That's great. At least there's a player here. Yeah, I think so too. I wonder if that person is okay. The one who ran straight into the forest right after the mission started. Hey, that guy, I hope nothing bad happens to him. Maybe he thought he would find something good inside there, I wonder. The young man in the blue jacket sitting quietly under the tree hasn't spoken. Hearing that, he just opened his mouth without saying anything. At least he owns much more wealth than everyone else. A curious person asks, how can you be so sure? The young man in the green jacket casually walks over and introduces himself as Tyren, the leader of STB. Someone nearby shouts out, "Oh, I remember, I've seen him before." Although his personal life isn't great, his good looks have earned him many endorsement offers. He's just another spoiled brat. Why would someone like him suddenly run into the forest? The young man in the green jacket grinned and said, I heard he became an alcoholic after retiring from competition, probably bored with life and wanting to end it. A young man in a red jacket approached from behind and whispered, "Hey, shut up, why do you keep rambling?" The young man in the green jacket replied unhappily, "I didn't do anything." At this moment, a system notification panel suddenly appeared in front of everyone here. All the black mamba snakes have been eliminated. Everyone was stunned, and a brown-haired girl asked, "Are we all in the safe zone? Why are the monsters being killed like this? But this is only the beginning." Every few minutes, a new notification appears. The white worm has been destroyed, all the green monsters have been eliminated, and the red mamba snake was swiftly taken down. Li Trang-son players are going into a frenzy. Bak Haeon frowned silently as he watched the system panel, while the young man in the green jacket, with a look of disbelief, clenched his teeth and spoke, "Hey, why is everything like this?" Time rewinds to where Trang Seon just received the quest from Lakthu Tiet. He is using soul coercion, restoring his stamina on one side and reviewing the system quest on the other. The hunter certification has been issued due to the stagnation in the development of the Pleasure God's divine table. So he wants more apostles and monks to improve the sect. However, all current talents are already supported by other deities. In that moment of desperation, he found you. Lakthu Tweet is considering you, a person with excellent hunting skills, who could become her apostle. However, things won't be easy. You need to prove your ability. Within 24 hours from now, you must hunt down the Blood Elder with the dagger given to you. So if I fail, I die. If I succeed, I become an apostle. And the evil dragon's fang is optional. So, that's how it is. No wonder she was interested in me from the start. I didn't expect her situation to be this bad. Thinking back, Tiamat and Ben Mata had a major conflict before. Could that be related to this incident? On one side is Benmadak, the strongest Aries among the 12 zodiac signs, and on the other side is Tiamat, the chaos evil dragon, mother of Lok Thutiet. Trangson quietly felt excited, thinking that although he wasn't entirely sure, he could profit from this. Then, Trangxiu looked at the new weapon in his hand, which wasn't just an ordinary weapon, was it? The system notes the fangs of the evil dragon. The chaos evil dragon used its fangs to create this dagger as a gift for its beloved daughter. This item has its own personality. Its classification as a sacred dagger with immeasurable damage and unclear effects. This weapon is just a temporary loan and can't use its innate properties because the player hasn't met the required conditions. This is exactly what I wanted, but adding an extra one would make it more fun. Thinking that, Trangseon grinned and said, "Do you want to place a side bet?" System notification. The pleasure goddess Snow is tilting his head, wondering what you mean. Trangseon speaks. 30 minutes. The system notifies that the pleasure deity is still unclear about what you mean. In 30 minutes, I will defeat the Blood Elder for you, so please reward me generously. Trangseon made a proposal and calmly waited for the result. Not long after, the system displayed a notification again. The pleasure deity chuckled at your request and has accepted your proposal. However, he warned that the death penalty for you would not be peaceful. Having set his goal, Trangxiu smiled, thanked him, and then grabbed his weapon to rush quickly toward the mission target. The first monster Trangseon encounters is a moonworm, which he defeats in just 3 moves. The system notifies that his strength has increased by 3. Next is the blue crow swarm. Although they are numerous, Sion's level has increased and his physical condition has improved. Furthermore, the weapon in your hand is much better than when facing the black mamba snakes, so the outcome against the green crows should be no different from the black mamba snakes. The system level-up notification, stamina increased by 2. Rumors about the bet between you and Lok Tweet are spreading across the heavenly realm. Some other gods are very interested in your combat experience. A few gods stroked their chins as they watched your martial talent. After defeating the green monsters, Trangseon's cold gaze glanced at the system notification board and smiled before turning back toward the blood snake. On the way, if he encounters monsters, Trangseon also uses his fastest speed to deal with them. Finally, he sees the blood snake, the target of the mission. He's not rushing to attack, just hiding behind a tree waiting. More spectators mean more benefits. The system notification. The snow pleasure god is annoyed with uninvited guests. The pleasure god Snow is warning the other gods that you belong to him first. Trangseon quietly smiles, wondering how many gods will be interested in this. I hope there's at least one decent name among them. Level up notification. You have reached level 10, completed the beginner training, and earned the young talent achievement for finishing the training. Seeing this, Trangseon's eyes lit up. Conditions to unlock the hidden class. Sure enough, the notification appeared afterward. The reward of 5 bonus points for all stats unlocks the hidden profession. Trangseon begins to secretly consider that in his previous life he chose to be a swordsman, but this time he won't pick any ordinary profession. Both the Dragon King and the Dark King are good, but they are very difficult to play. Besides, Berser might be the best choice. Bear has enormous damage, but his mind is always unstable. However, there are some tricks to control this. I'll choose Butter to complete the bet. The monster is even hard to kill at level 20. No more hesitation. Trangseon clicks on the hidden profession reward. This is your result. Please choose a profession. A swordsman or a spearman. Ba, the 17th hidden Long Chi Child Engineer. 18th hidden Night Wanderer. Master of Ancient Magic Concealment. After checking the entire list, Trangseon widened his eyes in shock and grimaced as he spoke. Bear isn't here. The system will notify you in 6 minutes. Trangseon frowns in confusion. I was sure there would be a profession for Bo, so why isn't it showing up? System notification. The pleasure deity is wondering how you will complete the bet. The other 3 gods are also eager to see which profession you will choose. Time was running out. Trangseon had no choice but to make a decision. He looked seriously at the list, briefly considered, then reached out towards the hidden profession of the ancient language master. You marvel at how writing in runes is so annoying, but in terms of destructive power, they surpass many bosses and even compensate for physical strength in unequal battles. Immediately after, the class change process begins. You have chosen the ancient language master as your main profession. Your profession has been changed to Ancient Language Master. Agility increased by 5. Magic increased by 5. The new intelligence stat has been added. The new willpower stat has been added. The low-level rune crafting profession skill has been unlocked. The low-level carving profession skill has been unlocked. The pleasure god is shocked by your choice. Another god is laughing out loud at your choice. The class change process is complete. Trangseon doesn't care about the attitude of the gods. He carefully checks his own skills. Create low-level runes. Generate runic characters. Successfully creating runic inscriptions will level up the skill and reduce creation time. Level 1. Classify the profession. Actively create runes. Carve low-level runes. Runes can be pre-created onto the desired subject, which can transform objects into animals depending on the skill level. Level 1. Classify profession. Actively trigger BF magical support effects. Trangseon quietly said, "Just as I thought, these two skills will appear. I still have 4 minutes left." Then, Trangseon used 30 accumulated points to boost wisdom and 25 points to increase willpower. At this moment, probably because of the class change process, the blood serpent noticed and charged towards the tree trunk where Trangseon was hiding. Trangseon quickly jumped aside to dodge. The system notification for low-level run creation has been activated. The success rate has increased thanks to your stats. All I see is Trangseon using the weapon in his hand to slash and tear his other arm, blood splattering out. I never expected the runes I was forced to learn from those old men to be used one day. Feeling a moment of nostalgia, he directly used his blood to write the strange characters on the body of the beast. When the last stroke was finished, the characters suddenly lit up. The low-level runic carving system has been activated. The explosive run has been diffused. The explosive rune has been triggered. The pleasure deity anticipated this situation and chuckled. The pleasure deity was curious how a novice like you knew about runes. You successfully created and carved each rune through focus and strong will. Your skill level has increased. You have received a reward. The rune explodes, causing 5 times the effect for 1 minute. The magic has been absorbed. You have fallen into a state of desire. Trangseon smiles as he looks at the glowing weapon in his hand. Then he shouted loudly at the blood snake to attack and fight. He estimated he had about 3 minutes left, which was more than enough. The sounds of Trangseon's fighting so far have also attracted the attention of those in the safe zone. They look toward the explosion and smoke, then shout, "It's him again." Bak Hyung muttered among the crowd that thousands of explosions like bombs and mines were coming from the forest. But this one was the biggest explosion compared to the previous ones. Everyone was whispering and speculating, "What the hell is that? What happened up there?" The system reports that the Sion faction players have started attacking the boss. The Blood Snake boss. Everyone was stunned when they saw the notification. The young man in the red jacket is even attacking the boss. Is it to that extent? The young man in the green jacket was also stunned and said something, but then he immediately got angry and shouted, "Damn it! That guy wants to kill us, that son of a bitch!" It's always the same when I meet him. He always wants to do things his way. The young man in the green jacket runs up to Bak Hyung and shouts, "What are you doing?" "We will all die if this keeps up. Be calm and stay put like I said. Stay where you are." But the young man in the blue jacket wanted to say something else, but Fion interrupted him. Even a moment of carelessness could mean everyone's death. The young man in the green jacket was unwilling, but could only helplessly curse, "Damn it!" Bak Hyung paid no further attention to him. His eyes gaze at the lights emerging from the thick smoke, secretly guessing that if he's right, those beams are the deadly effect of a skill. If so, he's even more than I imagined. We still have a chance. I wonder what's happening over there. The battle on the front lines has also reached its decisive moment, with one person and one serpent shouting as they charge at each other, unleashing their strongest attacks. A loud explosion immediately rang out, and everyone in the safe zone received a series of new notifications that left them stunned. You have completed the first Blood Demon boss hunt and finished the initial part of the dungeon exploration mission, totaling 5,000 points. First, Lai Changxian with 4,999 points. Second, Park Han with 1 point. Third, Unknown. The reward will be based on your performance. The fool stood there blankly, with only one thought in his mind. At this moment I thought of the emergence of a new emperor in the 10 Directions ranking. A while after the boss was defeated, everyone in the safe zone was still shaken by this shocking event. At that moment, a giant red snake head emerged from the forest, causing them to scream in fear. But strangely, the monster did not attack anyone. As its shape gradually appeared, they realized it was being dragged by someone. Beihyung looked at Trangxian with a bewildered expression. What is he trying to imply with his eyes? Trangxian looked around the safe zone and asked, "Are all of you players here?" Bak Hyung stepped forward and said yes. Trangxian nodded. "You only pointed to the blood boss. The boss has already been defeated. I hope everyone can help me clean up the remaining monsters." "You wish?" "No, it's more like a request." The faction whispered, their faces showing discomfort, and spoke up. "We'll take care of that. Just rest for now. Chang looked at everyone's expressions, and Park Hon, then sighed and shook his head. Let's just leave with Bloodsnake and move on. It seems he's a bit annoyed by my presence. In that case, I guess I'll look elsewhere. Hearing that, the people in the safe zone started to talk. Could he be Tyrant? You said the two of them are the same. I hope so, but he looks very different, doesn't he? Could that person be a demon in disguise? No. If that were the case, we would all be dead, right? Ha ha. Only the young man in the blue shirt stays silent. He clenches his teeth and glares intently at Trang Son's back. Trang Son leaves the safe zone, recalling what the people there had said. I hope so, but he looks very different. Could that person actually be a demon in disguise? Trang Son shook his head and laughed. A demon? I didn't expect others to think of me that way. System notification. You will have a 1-hour break before Phase 2 begins. Start the countdown. Trang Son walks to an open area and throws the corpse of the blood snake onto the ground. This spot should be fine now, Sion said, and moved to the other 4 corners, carving runes into the stone to form a barrier around himself and the blood dummy. System notification. Barrier runes have been inscribed. Your skill level has increased. The basic rune creation has reached the upgrade limit. A higher level skill has been unlocked. The basic rune creation has been unlocked. Sion Trang looked at the blood snake corpse on the ground, deciding to handle this gift first. The system notifies you of 2 rewards from ranking achievements and 3 rewards from hunter certification achievements. Trang Sion softly says, accept the reward. The system notifies. A random reward has been prepared. Please choose the type you are interested in. 1 skill, 2 effects. Equipment. 4. Achievement points. Skills and effects at these levels aren't impressive. I already have enough with the quick-use Black Dragon equipment, so I definitely will take this one. Sion silently said, decisively reaching out to select the achievement point. The system announces that you have selected the achievement point as a random reward. You have received 10,000 souls. You have received 5,000 MA. Current achievement points are 15,000. Sion smirked slightly and said, there's one thing that's always true in both the human and celestial worlds. Money. I need to gather as much as I can before the new shop opens. Next are the status points. Trang Zon smiled and then ordered the system window to open. Li Trangseon's divine title, Sunset of the Gods, cannot be used. Title, Mamba Snake Butcher, newly linked to Hell. Master of Ancient Language Profession level 15 with Strength. 36.5 plus 25 Agility. 32.7 plus. 20 Stamina. 29.9 plus 20. Magic 10 plus 20 Wisdom. 33 plus 20 Willpower. 28.2. 2 plus 20 Skill and Technique tables used by mid-level game level 5. Basic Rune Carving level 9. Low-level Rune Creation level 1. New Snake Eye level 1. New low-level Poison Resistance Effect table level 5. Soul Coercion Authority level 1. Decisive Sword level 1, with additional unique information to review the admiration and appreciation of many gods for your completed achievements. Total attribute points 50. John smiles happily, strokes his chin, and says that killing the blood snake was a good decision. System notification. As previously mentioned in the reward, the fang of the evil dragon now belongs to you. The pleasure. Snow God is very eager for you. Other gods are also interested in you after learning the results of the bet. Some stars have set their sights on you. Suddenly, a red notification panel appeared. The snow pleasure god was warning others that if they dared to touch you, it would be a challenge to the wrath of the evil dragon. Seeing that, Trang Seon covered her mouth and chuckled silently. Then, a notification about the betting reward appeared in front of Trang Seon. The pleasure god. Snow is wondering what prize you want from the bet. You are allowed to take 2 rewards. The dragon's treasure has been unlocked. Reward list. 1 Anatizen gold bar. 2 holy cups of heaven. The all-purpose stone. Trang Son focuses on the list and can't help but marvel at how many items there are. It really is the dragon's treasure. System notification. The god of pleasure said you can take anything you like. The god of pleasure confirmed that to encourage you, any of the fruits are fine. Many other gods are surprised by the reward from the god of pleasure. Some stars are being drawn to the treasure of the god of pleasure. This chapter still isn't satisfying enough for me. After taking Pabina's fruit, I'll become her slave. Thinking that way, Trang Seon decisively refused the list of rewards on the board. A red notification box immediately appeared. You closed the window without taking any items, but Trang Seon remained calm. He calmly smiles and continues to watch the notification, while the Snowjoy god frowns, wondering what you're planning. Some gods are wondering about your true purpose. The reward for not taking any items will be converted into achievement points. You received 1 million coins with a total achievement score of 2,150,000. As expected, Trongxion smiled and said, I knew it. So the system can store it automatically. Later rewards will be easier to use. That's how I get my rewards. The pleasure god Snow is very disappointed. The pleasure god Snow encourages you to become a loyal apostle of him. Trongxion didn't hesitate and refused, so I will save him. I want to accumulate more combat experience, and I am not interested in becoming a follower of anyone right now. Trongxion's eyes subtly glance at the achievement points earned from the bet. He smirks sinisterly, silently wondering, so betting with the gods means I get more points, huh? System notification. The pleasure. God Snow is furious because you dared to mock him. The pleasure deity is enraged and says you will regret this decision. Trongxion paid no attention, secretly despising them and seeing no reason to show respect to those gods. The system notification indicated that some gods were munching popcorn, enjoying this spectacle. Some gods are ambitious to make you their apostle, while others who previously paid little attention now find you intriguing. Looking at the thick array of notifications in front of him, Trongxion secretly thought that if he proved his unmatched talent, many entities would compete for him. Moreover, if the battle with Ben Mao were real, Tiamas's side would definitely need many talented people to join them. The pleasure deity's notification system shows that she is furious, glaring at you with eyes burning like fire. Trongxion turns away and ignores everything. Everything is going according to his plan. He decides to continue with the next act of this staged performance. Then let's start right away. I need to make the most of everything from this boss, from its flesh to its bones. Thinking it through, you grab your weapon and start busying yourself with the blood snake's corpse. Notification system. You have received blood from the blood snake. You have received 5 times the meat of the blood snake clone. You have received the eyes of the blood snake clone twice. Some gods are wondering what you will show them next. Rumors about the bet and the god's refusal are spreading rapidly across the heavenly realm. Many gods are curious about you and have been continuously connecting to the KR9721 dungeon channel. The current number of connections is the total number of gods interested in you, while at the same time, Trongxion is diligently collecting bloodsnake corpses in the safe zone, where the young man in red and the young man in green are sitting together in a corner. After a moment of silence, the young man in green couldn't help but frown and ask, Do you think I could do things like that too? The young man in red skeptically huffs, and the young man in blue explains how he became a player. The young man in the red jacket was startled and sat up, shouting at the young man in the green jacket, Are you crazy? Seeing his friend's reaction, the young man in the green jacket also got angry and shouted back, Even a junkie can do it. Then why can't I do it? The young man in the blue jacket lowered his head and smiled grimly. I'm not sure I can do it. I couldn't before, but here I feel like I might awaken the talent sleeping within this body. Look here, a message from the god. The young man in the red jacket looks over curiously. The system notification. The owl god crossing the sunset was intrigued by Jian in the game. The young man in the red jacket widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. The owl crossing the sunset. Could it be that you've completed the awakening test? Suddenly, a blinding beam of light appeared in the sky, attracting everyone in the safe zone. Everyone looked up and saw a beam of light piercing through the clouds and descending right into the safe zone. At the same time, a notification appeared in front of each person. A manager has appeared. For a moment, her light fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. After the dust settles, everyone looks again and sees a creature resembling a boy with long rabbit ears, dressed in a suit, carrying a gold watch on a shoulder strap, holding a cane in one hand, loudly introducing himself. Hello everyone, I am Herod, the manager of Channel Car. After the introduction, Herod held the large gold watch to his chest, tilted his head, and smiled in what he thought was a very friendly manner. Those in the safe zone, seeing this, were not only unimpressed but also suspicious, and voiced their doubts. Manager? Why did that guy suddenly show up here? Oh no. Tu Duong showing up and disturbing everyone's break time. I'm really sorry. You're probably wondering why I'm here, right? It's because some things have happened and I need everyone to understand what's going on. According to the policy of the management department regarding non-interference and maximum freedom, we always try our best not to interfere with your current work. But suddenly the pace of level transitions in this dungeon has unexpectedly accelerated. So the Supreme Manager was very annoyed. Everyone, I apologize, but it seems I have to increase the difficulty of the dungeon. Suddenly, screams of panic started ringing out around. Wait, what? Herod ignored the reactions of the crowd, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing the safe zone barrier to shatter and vanish before everyone's eyes. At the same time, everyone received a new notification. Based on the achievements so far, the difficulty of the dungeon will increase. The safe zone will be removed. The ferocity of the monsters will rise. damage and defense will be improved and panic will quickly spread. Some people keep a wary eye on the forest, while others lose their composure and shout in anger. "What the hell are you doing, hero?" Perrin's face showed a furious rage among the crowd. Herod's appearance and actions reminded him of a painful memory, the last purge he participated in, where he was the only survivor, covered in wounds everywhere. In front of him were blood and corpses, along with a large system panel mocking and taunting him. Truly disappointing. Returning to reality, Baekhyun took a deep breath and regained his composure. He glanced at the fearful, confused, and desperate faces of everyone in the safe zone, and somehow the image of Trong Shun appeared in his mind, along with a suspicion that made his spine chill that very moment. The gods and stars also summoned the dungeon manager to increase the difficulty, so they could find the outstanding individuals and turn them into apostles. Do I have to watch innocent people fall before my eyes again? Could the gods be testing his talent? Lai Chong Zone. System notification. Your rest time has been cancelled based on the dungeon difficulty. Monsters are now free to move around more actively. All monsters are in a state of hunger. Try to survive against these skilled predators. You can form a team now. A team can have up to 10 members, and depending on your contribution, you can receive different equipment. If you succeed in hunting monsters, there is a chance to obtain fire crystals. Each team must collect at least 99 spirit stones to complete Stage 2. Everyone hurriedly searches for anything that can be used as a weapon, and then begins to tremble and scream in fear. What is going on? I've never heard of a situation like this before. The system message: in 5 seconds, monsters will flood into this area. So you're the player Park Hyun, huh? Park Hyun turned around in surprise and asked, "You know me. Of course, you're the only survivor in the Dragon Cave. You're one of the players the management is paying the most attention to. So it's no wonder I didn't know you. Good luck surviving this time." After saying that, Herod smiled eerily and disappeared. As Herod vanished, the countdown also reset to 0. This means the second phase has officially begun. The forest immediately echoes with the screams of monsters. Bakhon quickly turned around and saw monsters rushing out of the forest towards the safe zone. Many people, like Natlan, didn't think much and immediately turned to run away. Damn it, where did they come from? Someone braver than me, standing still with a simple weapon trembling in their hand, says, "Attack!" At this moment, there was someone acting differently from everyone else. Jian Chongdi, who dared to charge alone, straight at the monsters. This was his chance. Di whispered to himself, his eyes flickering with red as he happily glanced at his system panel. The blessing of the owl god through the sunset is within you. Somewhere in the forest, after tormenting the blood snake's corpse for a while, Changzon finally retrieved what he wanted. The system notified, "You have obtained the venomous fang of the blood snake." Changzon holding the venomous fang of the blood snake, smiling and saying, "Poison immunity skill, come to me quickly." The system announces that Phase 2 has begun. Many gods are intrigued by your performance in this scene and are betting on your survival in the second phase. This notification surprised Trangxion a bit. He suppressed his smile, looked towards the safe zone, and said, "So you're starting the purge again? Did I really think I'd get a little more time? Could this be the consequence of winning the Pabina bet? Hoon, maybe that's why it drew the attention of the gods more than I expected." Trangseon quickly checks his status on the personal panel. My HP is 151 out of 448, MP 8 out of 250, SP 2 out of 30. This is so unfair. The biggest problem is definitely my stamina. I want to recover my stamina first, but it seems I won't make it in time. Trangseon frowns and whispers to himself. He no longer dares to hesitate and picks up his weapon before leaving this place. He hasn't run far when Trangseon encounters a massive red monster with flames billowing around its body. Stage 1 involves creatures with toxins, and now it's our turn to use toxic fire? Then the upcoming stages will include ice toxins, metal toxins, and biological toxins. So what I need to collect in this stage is fire energy accumulation. Quietly deciding, Trangseon changes direction toward the fire dragon. The fire lizard also detected Trangseon and immediately opened its mouth to spew fire at him. Trangseon quickly crouched to dodge, then slipped to the monster's belly, avoiding direct confrontation. Then, Trangxi used the sharp weapon and the evil dragon's fang to continuously circle the fire lizard's belly, unleashing piercing slashes. The fire dragon is completely on the defensive, only able to turn its head to breathe fire or whip its tail, but both are easily dodged by Trangseon. In the end, Trangseon jumps high to avoid a blast of fire, landing safely on its back, and delivers a deadly strike with the evil dragon's fang. After this battle ends, standing on the fire dragon's body, Trangzon briefly compares their stamina to the black mamba snake. But since the fire dragon is normal and follows 7, it's much harder to kill. Then Changxian used the weapon in his hand to cut open the belly of the fire lizard and took out a fist-sized red orb from inside. System notification: you have found the fire gem. Trangxian smiled. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the fire gem directly. The system notification: you have swallowed the fire gem. You have gained low-level fire resistance. You have collected 20,000 fire energy. Trangxian sat on the fire god's body and opened his mouth to breathe out a flame, secretly considering that he needed to find more fire gems. This would be the next requirement to achieve immunity to the 3-moon true fire. I can easily meet the conditions to obtain that flame thanks to these gods. Poison resistant. This is a special skill of the Scorpio constellation Antares, one of the 12 zodiac signs, and also Changxian's old enemy. This skill grants him the innate ability to resist all kinds of poisons and the power to create toxins and turn them into deadly venom. Chang'e of the past was too confident when fighting Antares. He accidentally fell under the Guie curse, a curse that weakens divine power, and ultimately Changzon was defeated by Antares. However, as we know, fate has led Trangxian to the underworld. Thanks to Thanat Changxian, he can now learn the secret techniques of fallen stars. Thanos told Trangxian at that moment that you can freely learn all their secret techniques here, which will both make you stronger and be very useful against the 12 zodiac signs. Killing two birds with one stone, isn't it? Some fallen stars are condemned to exile in hell. The 12 zodiac signs previously held grudges against many characters, including some fallen stars who also wanted to teach them a lesson. The 10 elder fallen stars decided to share all their knowledge with them, and you have also learned the fastest way to acquire immunity to poison. An elder who bears a deep grudge against Antares because his daughter was killed by him is the first to impart knowledge, so Changxian calls him Elder Not Nguyen. Back in the present, Trangxian has just swallowed the first fire jade, but one jade isn't enough to reach the heat of the true third fire, so he carries his weapon and heads to the fire lizard's lair to gather all the fire jades inside them. 3 days later, in another part of the forest, John Chongdae also just beheaded a fire spirit. The system notification: you have defeated the fire spirit. Player Jian is becoming more excited. John grins. Yes, this is exactly the feeling. With this team, I can easily kick that Xian guy's ass, so he opened the leaderboard to check. Dungeon rankings. Top is Xian with 7,500 points. Second place, John Chong with 565 points. Third place, Park Han with 150 points. John stared wide-eyed at the rankings. He clenched his teeth and wondered, how is this possible? He must be cheating. Immediately after, a notification appeared in front of him. The Sunset God King suggests you should also use shortcuts like your opponents do. What is it? Please show me. Please, grant me more strength. System notification. The God of Benefit said that he saw your determination, so he will step in to help you. Not far away, a few people are sitting on the ground, exhausted and gasping for air. They looked at John with longing eyes, as if this world was only for the talented. If we were as strong as them, North Han would also be among the crowd. He carries a large weapon on his shoulder, silently thinking that everyone must be exhausted after 3 days of continuous fighting against waves of monsters. On the contrary, their envy only grew stronger, which is understandable since ordinary people like them also wish to become powerful. And not just one, but most of them are the same. At this moment, John walks up to the crowd, stares at them, then grins and says, I just got a new skill. The gods have finally answered our prayers. They have shown us the way to become stronger players. After some time, in front of a cave, a 4-legged monster with long horns and a fiery mane ran over in panic, quickly rushing inside while secretly shouting that at this speed, everyone would be killed. If it is the mother, the queen of the mountain, then that damn thing is not human. That was the monster's last thought, because Trangxian caught up with it and led it to the other side of the world with its herd. When Trangxian took out the fire gem from the monster's body and swallowed it, a scream of a girl echoed deep inside the cave, catching his attention. Trangxian quickly ran inside and saw a little girl with a pink backpack being chased by a monster. Just as the monster was about to pounce on her, Trangxian managed to cut off its head and then turned back to ask if she was okay. The girl cried out in fear, "A monster!" Trangxian's face darkens as he reassures her. "I'm Trangxian, not some monster. Calm down." The girl stopped crying and looked at Trangxian without saying anything. Seeing this, he gently asked why she was walking alone. "Where are the others?" "They are all dead. Your friend's family was also rejected by someone named John." Short hair for Trangxian to see the symbol on her wrist. That bastard said he could share the power of the Holy Spirit through this. Sion rubbed his chin thoughtfully before confidently saying it was clearly a demon mark. This is a sign that you've sold your soul to the devil. The owl seal through the sunset isn't like this. If the bearer of the seal dies, their vitality and soul will be taken away. The vitality will be transferred to the Sini, and the soul will belong to the demon. Jion's name is in there, so he's probably become much stronger now. Trangshon carefully examines the seal, and upon closer inspection, it appears to be a high-grade authentic mark. If it's a demon race, they probably have to surpass the Demon King level. But even so, it's not enough to trouble you yet. Trangson was thinking as he turned to leave, and the short-haired girl, seeing that, immediately followed and begged him to help her. Please, help me. Trangson looks 3 parts annoyed and 7 parts like her. How should I deal with this little girl? Well, I already saved you from the fire bear earlier. You're really good at housework. You can do laundry, cooking, and cleaning. In return, please help me become stronger. Trangseon turned around. Her determined look made him feel a bit guilty. You just want to avenge your friend, right? Short-haired girl remained silent, her eyes full of anger, then suddenly did something that surprised Changseon. She took out a chocolate bar from her backpack, tears streaming down her face as she handed it to Trangseon as a sign of sincerity. Trangseon hesitated, but reluctantly agreed to let her follow. But first, he had to fix her seal. At the same time, the bastard on the other side, taking advantage of the cursed player's deaths, received their remaining life force, and this newfound power made him even more insane. Here! The young man in red hesitated before meeting Trong's cold gaze, but he said nothing out of fear, only staring intently at the demon mark on Trong's hand and then at his own. Clearly, that seal has restricted their actions. In the scene, someone else calls out to Trong, but he yells back. What? Can you move your foot faster? Did you find what I told you to? The young man, clutching his injured arm, replied submissively. Yes, I found it. The red-clad person grits their teeth in anger upon seeing this. He sees them no different from slaves. It's truly a prison. Ha! Is there a hidden area here? Everyone hurry up and get ready to fight the boss. Let lead and give the orders to everyone. Then she smirks eerily. Lai Trangshon, wait there. I will tear you apart soon, just like what you did to me. There are currently N players connected to the dungeon channel, with N gods watching over them through this channel. Many gods are closely observing the one clearing the dungeon the fastest. A series of notifications appeared in front of the girl tailing Trangseon, but she had no time to think. Right now, she was carrying out the noble task assigned by Trangseon to lure the rotten zombies in the middle. First, she activates the water surge skill to create small whirlwinds that pull in a few zombies, then relies on Trangseon's charm to attract the entire horde to chase after her. Seizing the opportunity, Trangseon sneaks up from behind, causing the zombies to immediately fall to the ground. You're very talented at distracting them, huh? I'll use my charm on you and then go lure as many monsters as I can for myself. Just run really fast and attract all of them. Unless I order you, don't stop or look back. The girl immediately followed Trangseon's instructions. After a while, Trangseon dealt with a group of zombies, then turned around and asked, Is that the last one? Short-haired girl quickly ran over and replied, Just as you asked, I've brought back all the monsters within a 300-meter radius for you. Trangseon then asked, And what about that plan? I have also thoroughly checked every corner and everything is completed as planned. Do you have any other requests? Now go as far away as possible. I'll only be a hindrance to the next hunt. Trangseon looked at her intently, his unwavering trust making him feel a bit uncomfortable, as if an additional burden suddenly weighed on his shoulders. Yes, sir, the girl replied, then quickly went to carry out the mission assigned by Trangseon. Trangseon looked around cautiously, and just as Trangseon was about to think of the plan, a cloud of poison smoke flew in from afar, heading straight for him. The system immediately issued a warning. The final boss, the super spider of the epidemic, has appeared. A giant spider rushes towards Trangseon at lightning speed, then extends its sharp leg to attack Trangseon. Thanks to her quick and light reaction, Trangseon easily dodged the attack. Tokngan turned her head at the sound and saw a giant spider rushing toward her. While the girl was confused, Trangseon used her weapon to cut off the pursuit of the giant spider chasing Tokngan. Tokngan took the opportunity to continue running to complete the mission Trangseon assigned. Facing the monster, one of Shannon's eyes suddenly changed color. The worldly serpent god appreciates you and has gifted you a prize. The Snake Eye skill will temporarily turn into Poison Snake Eye. Poison Snake Eye. Like a predator's weapon, you can now use this eye to assess the terrain and weaknesses of your prey. Level 1. Active classification. Enhanced senses. Targeted weakness. Trangseon looked at the system notes, vaguely guessing that the reward was great, but without any conditions, probably wanting to check if I was qualified. If that's what you want, then I'll go along. Trangson uses the venomous snake eye to analyze the super insect disease. When he sees the eye circle a point on the front leg of the super insect, Trangson decides to attack this spot first. But first, you need to detoxify the poison in your body. Trangson activates his low-level detoxification skill and fire energy to purge the toxins. Thanks to that, not only did he detoxify the poison, but he also upgraded his low-level poison resistance skill, using up all the stored energy from 66 fire crystals and gaining a fire attribute enhancement and +5 stamina. Now that the detoxification is complete, it's time to counterattack. Trangson quickly slashes at the front leg of the super spider as planned, while also beginning to consider the next move. The toxin he aims for is venom, and among all poisons, the super spider's gland secretions are the most valuable. Trangson uses the venomous snake eye to locate the gland, and after confirming it is on the upper back of the super spider, Trangsu leaps onto its back and strikes it fiercely. To everyone's surprise, the super spider's thick hide caused the weapon in Trangsion's hand to bounce off instead of piercing through, and this move caught the super spider's attention. It started spitting acid at Trangsion, but he reacted quickly and jumped aside to dodge. You even know how to spit acid. Truly worth the 3 days of grinding. After teasing the dog, just run. That's what I call action. Trangsion runs for his life, struggling with the boss while Trangday's group approaches his location. Seeing the decayed zombie corpse among the scattered bodies on the ground, the crowd panicked. Only Trangday was furious. As he deluded himself into thinking it wasn't caused by Trangsion, the system announced a new achievement was just recorded. Dungeon ranking. First place, Trangson with 29,550 points. Second place, Jion with 1,230 points. Third place, Haeon with 550 points. D, staring blankly at the rankings, his face twisted. The benevolent god warned that if he kept embarrassing him like this, the consequences would not be light. The benevolent god warns that this is your last chance. After hearing this, you become terrified, and unconsciously, your thumb is bitten until it bleeds. But that bastard, there's definitely something wrong. How could an ordinary person become so strong so quickly? Even if I have to hack or do anything, I must extract all the information from it to become stronger and earn the god's recognition again. At this moment, the system's global announcement reaches all players. Player Lai Trangson is fighting the super pandemic. Day immediately runs to find Trangson. He must kill Trangsion at all costs. Little does Trangsion know that someone is longing day and night, and after running desperately for a while, he succeeded in provoking the super virus into a fierce frenzy. At that moment, he suddenly stopped, and at the same time, the super virus fell into a deep pit. It turns out that what he asked the short-haired girl to do earlier was to set this trap, and his running was to lure it here. After falling into the hole, the super virus also triggered the explosion. Immediately, the system announced that the super virus spider was being burned. The world serpent god is laughing joyfully because the spider stepped on the traps you set earlier. Not stopping there, after the burning run, the piercing run is triggered, leaving the super spider no time to escape. The system immediately continued to notify that the world serpent god was laughing out loud again because the spider kept stepping on your traps, achieving the achievement of sneaky and malicious tactics. The wise reward is 5 points, and the trap setting skill is at a low level. Thanks to having prepared a rope beforehand, Trangsion didn't fall into the trap. He clings to the rope, looks down, and coldly says, "This is just the beginning." After being thoroughly trapped by Trangsion's trap, the super spider disease was badly wounded, but still managed to survive. It looked up at the sky and saw Trangsion clinging to the rope, gazing at it affectionately. "You're really a boss. Your health bar is quite thick." Because the rope that Trangson was hanging onto was accidentally cut by Run's piercing attack, Run was activated, and this time the super spider truly couldn't endure anymore. He used all his strength to jump out of the hole and flee for his life. "Are you trying to escape? The game isn't over yet. Little spider, huh?" Trangson smiled and then grabbed onto a broken rope, using it to chase after the super spider and continuing to attack with tremors. Just then, the crowd arrived. Seeing the super virus being beaten like a child by Trangson, they couldn't help but be terrified. If they fought him now, they would definitely die. I have to choose the right moment. Just a little longer, and he'll definitely run out of energy. D thought to himself. Then a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He turned to look at the players behind, and as long as he used them as bait to gradually drain Trangsion's stamina, he wouldn't be suspicious of innocent civilians. At that moment, killing him would be much easier. I need something that will guarantee his death. Maybe it's a victim. At this moment, he happened to see short hair running past. Che couldn't help but smile mischievously with joy. This is it. The factor I need. Back to Trangxion. After playing with the super spider for a while, he finally mercifully delivered a fatal blow, causing the spider to die and successfully obtaining its gland. Holding the infected super spider gland in his hand, Trangxion immediately absorbed it into his body as the system notification kept ringing. You have leveled up until level 20. You have completed Chapter 5 and the final chapter of the Dungeon Exploration quest chain. The final ranking will be announced. Absolute Dungeon Score ranking, 100,000 points. Rank 1, Lai Changseon, 97,450 points. Rank 2, Jian Chongze, 2,000 points. Third place, Bei Hyun, 550 points. The management office congratulates you on your excellent achievement. Your achievement points are accumulating. Some gods are interested in you. Some want to greet you. The Crimson Abyss is about to close. Some gods are saying they want to possess you. The World Serpent, God is threatening the gods who are eyeing you and claiming that he is the first to have his eyes on you. While Trangxion absorbs the new power in a hidden corner, the group waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing Trangxion sitting still, Trangde smirks cruelly. He thought you were too exhausted to stand up, so he ordered the others to attack Trangxion. But unexpectedly, when they charged, Trangxion suddenly smiled eerily and then slowly got up. Trangde's system immediately announced, and the mischievous god burst into laughter. He said that a great performance is about to begin. The Jian team has fallen into a trap. The group immediately fell into panic, but the most shocked was Die. He couldn't hold back and blurted out, "What the hell is this?" Seon Trang affectionately looked at him, emphasizing each word. "You're really surprised, aren't you? That means you're doomed. Boys are just sacrificial pawns after all." Without hesitation, he ordered to kill Lai Trangxion. "Move forward." His team members, though scared, still obeyed obediently. Trangxion, frowning, charged straight towards Truangdi. Those blocking the way were cut and wounded, but none of the injuries were fatal, just enough to stop them from blocking his path. The sudden mission to escape the trap has been initiated, and God X is very pleased with this unexpected task. The team in the trap froze for 5 seconds. Everyone around them was knocked out, leaving him no choice but to face Trangxion head-on. He swung his weapon to face Trangxion, but due to the huge difference in strength, his hand was immediately pushed back when it touched her weapon. Chongdi let out a cry of pain. Seeing this, Trangxion showed no mercy and continued to attack him. Luckily escaping, he ran towards his team and pushed them forward as human shields. This time, Trangxion was merciless, directly sending these people to meet the King of Hell. He is too strong for Trang to react in panic. He needs even more power. So he didn't hesitate to eliminate his own teammates, despite their desperate pleas. Park Han stood on the hilltop, witnessing everything. As he thought, Jian is just a toy of the gods, while the one who has interested them from the beginning is Lei Changxian. John now is no different from a fish caught in Lei Changxian's net. Just like he was teased by those gods before, Chong, after killing his teammate, thought he would receive the remaining life force of the victim according to the contract. But in the end, the system announced that the transfer had malfunctioned, leaving him no time to react. While Trong Dae was still trying to regain his composure, Trangxion charged forward like a god, striking him with a fierce blow. Trong Dae, although he guessed the direction of the weapon in Trangxion's hand, his defense failed because Trangxion used too much power this time, and Trangxion mercilessly cut off one of his arms. Trong Di, painfully clutching his severed arm, shouted, "My damn hand." The pain didn't stop there. At that moment, he saw black smoke rising from the corpse of his comrade and heading straight toward Trangxion. The system immediately notified that the victim's life force had been transferred to someone else for some reason. Trong was stunned. How could he do that? "John, I think I've heard that name before," Trangxion said while thinking, and after a while, seemingly without an answer, he casually uttered a word. "That attitude of yours really makes Trong Di angry. Do you really still not remember me?" Trangxion nonchalantly replied, "Yeah. How could me remember this statement? It really drove Trong Di crazy. Do you really not remember me? The person you kicked off the team for such a small mistake?" Oh, at this moment, the memory flashes in Trangxion's mind. Now me remembers. That crybaby whining about being kicked off the team. Is it you who makes me uncomfortable because you always want to selfishly cling to that position? As Trangxion approaches, "After all these years, you're still just a worthless failure, huh? Both your present and past are looked down upon by Trangxion. Damn it, don't talk about that person from the past. Now I have received the protection of the god." God X is staring intently at the person he once blessed, a worthless brat, unworthy of his grace. The world seems to be collapsing before my eyes as I receive those messages. No, this can't be happening. Don't do this. Am I just your pawn? You failed your sudden mission and even escaped the trap. Son looks at me and raises his weapon high. Dark, flood-like memories flood into my mind, driving me mad as I scream. That day, he stood in a corner watching his team receive the championship trophy, watching Son lift the cup high in his hand as everyone cheered. The punishment for you will be carried out. The death penalty. I shouldn't envy him. I shouldn't follow behind him. Then I won't be dragged into this gate.
Everything that happened, it's all his fault. That bastard Lai Son.
Those were the last thoughts Trangde had before being cut away by Son. Another one gone. Only the system remains. It still continues its task, informing everyone that Jian the player has died. According to the contract, the victim's vitality will be transferred to the host. This is a huge source of energy, so it will take some time to fully absorb it. Immediately, the energy flows into Seon. The surviving members of the team in the vehicle watch in awe. That person really owns a huge amount of energy. It's all flowing into Lee Seon. Someone might wonder why this energy is flowing into Seon's body. And the answer is because he slightly tampered with the short-haired person's seal. Going back to before he recruited the short-haired girl as his subordinate, Seon had used a bone knife to modify her seal so she would also become a host like the one in the symbol. If that enormous energy poured into her, she would be overwhelmed and die instantly. So, Seon carved in a transmission worm, so instead of transferring the energy to Tokyan, it would be sent to him. But the energy source is truly too large for Seon to swallow. At this moment, the system voice rings out. The world serpent god advises you to absorb this magic gradually, because this energy is very different from what you currently have. The world serpent god says that greed is not good. He warns that, if possible, you should discard some of that power. The world serpent god appreciates the idea of using lower-level runes to transfer the host. It's a very practical idea. How could Seon care about such advice when he's still struggling to contain that enormous energy, feeling as if he's just swallowed a 100-year-old jar of wine? No. This energy is even greater than that. The system continues to relay the message from the god to Seon, but this time it is not from the worldly serpent god, but from the dark god. God X says, "This is just a small test for you," and as he predicted, you completed it brilliantly. Just as Seon expected, he's only testing you. Who is he really? God X is wondering what reward he will give you to match this incredible display. He has decided that the surprise reward will be revealed in 5 seconds. Starting the countdown. At the same time, the system announces that dark energy streams surround the body and then lift those with the carved seal into the air. Does the system display the options to accept or refuse? Seon's face immediately turned serious. Does he understand what this choice really means? Bak Ha-sung, hiding behind a piece of rock, watched everything unfold and clenched his fists tightly. So they are going to repeat that again. If anyone fails to satisfy them like Lee Seon, just kill them all like throwing away useless meat. Looking at Seon's vacant eyes, it seems he has decided to attack his own kind. There's no reason for him not to accept the gift from the gods. He doesn't even bother to care. Ha-si-woong can only stand helplessly as Trang raises his hand, ready to make a choice. The result was beyond his expectations. Seon pressed the no button, and the countdown timer also stopped. The system sound keeps ringing, and God X is struggling with the surprise decision you made. God X tells you to just accept this huge source of energy as a gift from him, and that human life is the most abundant and useful resource for developing magic. Trang quickly made up an excuse. My mother told me not to accept gifts from anonymous strangers like that. Ha-si-yong stood to the side, listening, then gave a thumbs up and looked at Trang with admiration. Well done, my brother. The X. God tilts his head, wondering what you're talking about, then suddenly realizes his title has been hidden and sneers. The demon god who escaped from hell is looking at you with a sly smile as he prepares to reveal his identity. Hearing about the demon escaping from hell, Trang-son's face couldn't hide his shock. It's Mepistophet. Your reaction makes me Epistopheles suspicious. The system relays his thoughts. The demon god who escaped from hell seems to think you know him. Damn it, I'm in trouble. Trang-seon silently thought to himself and quickly replied, No, I was just surprised by your demon title. Maisto is a name not too unfamiliar to Changshon. Among the great demons, Mepistophet holds the top position and is ranked even higher than the Light Ray. I heard that beings like him rarely appear in the world because he prefers solitude. Then why would someone like him appear here? Chanyeon's response to his earlier attitude completely convinced Mepistophet. The system continues to relay the message. The demon god who escaped from hell has also considered this reason and assures you that you don't need to worry about it. The demon god who escaped from hell wants to ask you what you truly desire, But at this moment, a message from another god cuts in. The pleasure deity is warning the escaped demon god not to mess with his subordinate. Sion is so happy she looks like she's won the lottery. It's Pabina. I thought after that incident she would ignore me forever. I never expected her to face the demon herself, even earning some respect from her mother. Thank you very much. Consider this my debt to you this time. The red prison is about to close. All players, please be careful with strong shaking and tremors. The 10-second countdown begins now. Hey, wait a minute. A familiar voice caught Chang Sion's attention, just as the short-haired girl ran over from afar, still trembling with the alluring aura Chang Sion left behind. The girl hurriedly said, "Please at least give me your contact information." Chang Sion throws the knife in her hand and advises her to follow the instructions on the blade, saying that the people there will have the ability to help her break the seal. Right now, his power isn't enough, so if fate allows, see you again. Be careful, okay? Chang Sion finished speaking just as the countdown ended, and just as the short-haired girl wanted to say more, Chang Sion had already disappeared. The red dungeon has completely collapsed. You've all worked hard. That was also when Shorthair lost consciousness. When she woke up, the dungeon had disappeared. She and the survivors have been reunited with their families and loved ones. Many people are talking excitedly around them. Is it true that the dungeon was cleaned up by just one person? Contact HQ immediately. It was the hottest news of the day. Tokengan still feels unreal. It wasn't until she was held tightly in her parents' arms that she truly believed she was alive. Wait, where did he go? Short-haired Jiwook looked around nervously searching for Trangshon, but Trangseon seemed to vanish without a trace. She felt a bit disappointed as she held the knife Trangshon had given her, hoping for the day they would meet again. That night, Trangshon sat on the bridge, gazing at the moon for a while. Then the system notification sounded. The serpent god of the mortal world said he preferred a lively life, but, oh well, watching the night peacefully like this is also fine. The demon god escaped from hell and is still waiting for your answer. Trangzon pretended not to hear. Remembering that person, he whispered to himself, "Old man, although I took a different approach than I originally planned, I have finally returned." The next day, from early morning, the system kept sending notifications to Trangzon. The pleasure god Tuyet is showing hostility towards the gods who want to possess you. The worldly serpent god licked his lips and grinned with pleasure, while the demon god who escaped from hell waited for your reply, ignoring everyone else. The pleasure deity suddenly went berserk and said that the others should listen to him. The demon god who escaped from hell is waiting for your response. Seeing the gods fighting over her, Trangxian felt a bit proud. She thought that just 2 out of the 3 would be enough for her, but thanks to her skills, she unexpectedly managed to attract even the demon lord. In fact, since the gates and dungeons began to open on Earth, this is probably the first time someone has attracted the attention of so many gods at once. At this moment, a new mission notification system was activated, initiating a chain of tasks to choose a guardian deity. Choosing a guardian deity for all players, they can select one god and receive blessings and protection throughout their adventures. Think carefully and choose a suitable guardian, because it will affect your entire journey and future life. The pleasure deity says that he is the wisest choice, because someone like you, who is talented with weapons and loves hunting, will gain many benefits from his knowledge and protection. This god will grant you the title of Prime Origin. The worldly serpent god says he loves humans with cunning hearts and destructive power like yours. This god will grant you the title of Wise Forecaster. The demon god who escaped from hell says nothing and waits for your response. This god will grant you the Ultimate Observer title. Trangseon begins to calculate. If ranking the gods, it would be Pabina. Next are Jaemun and Mephistophels, the top contenders. I don't care about the others. They don't promise much more than these 3 names. After 4 minutes, another promising name appears in Trangseon's mind. As if telepathically connected, the system immediately conveyed the message from the promising candidate. The owl goddess, through the sunset, has placed great hope in you. Minova, the goddess with the title that Mephistophet temporarily assigned. I never expected a justice-loving goddess like her to be interested in you. Maybe you caught Minova's eye when she spared all those cursed by the spell, and thanks to that, your sin meter is gradually returning to a more balanced level. The balance of good and evil is 40% good and 60% evil. The pleasure deity is waiting for your answer. The demon god escaping from hell is waiting for your answer. The worldly serpent god is waiting for your answer. The owl god passing through the sunset is waiting for your answer. 9 gods are interested in your final choice. If you choose not to select any patronage, you may fall behind other players of the same level due to a lack of blessings and support. Therefore, we recommend you to choose a patron early. Trang-son simply let time pass because his decision was still not to choose anyone. The waiting time was over, and you have gained the status of an atheist, achieving the human achievement of rejecting the divine. The gods are angry and intrigued by your insatiable greed. Your reputation has risen. You have received 100,000 demons. Trang-son remained silent, looking up at the skyscraper in front of him, his eyes becoming serious. In this case, cleaning up your dungeon will become more difficult. The WPCF, the Council for Free Players Around the World, short for WPCF. The name of this organization is actually an international agency under the United Nations Security Council today. It was created decades ago to manage portals and dungeons to prevent their influence from affecting Earth's environment. Gradually, the organization gained enormous power in both status and international influence. Of course, this only applied to the bigwigs running the association.
What the hell is this at the WPCF headquarters office? Agent Doanba shouting loudly.
So what do you think? These 3-bit 9-point journalists are doing what they do best, stabbing us in the back.
The young employee with dark circles under his eyes stared intently at the computer screen and then showed her the
latest news articles. The super disaster prison pushed humanity to the brink as Deep Fang's story was nearing its end.
An association staff member spoke with all due respect. This is just a necessary outcome of our prior preparations. It's not a big deal at all. Is it okay to let the dungeon explode like this? From an expert's perspective, the association's display of power only increases public concern in the current situation.
He was so angry he was pounding the table. How dare those bastards think that in the past 5 days, some people had to bend over backwards working to ensure their safety, evacuating civilians, directing the army, creating defensive lines, and even preparing myself to be fired for threatening the management board to get permission for aid from a neighboring country. So, in the end, what do I get out of this? The young man showed indifference to her words and tilted his chin toward the screen. Look at this article. The headline that catches Y's eye is "Who is the mysterious factor?" I.E. feels a headache coming on as she takes out a cigarette and asks, "Who do you think leaked this information?" The young man didn't answer, but frowned instead. "Don't smoke in the room." As expected, hearing that, YEU became even more angry. She raises her hand to threaten and then falls silent. "Or do you want a punch instead of a meal?" The young man, in order to protect his teeth, had to go along with it, and replied, "Yes, yes. Be quiet now." Y starts to blame. "I told you to keep this information from getting out." But the young man sighed and replied, "You know, talking is always easier than doing." Luckily, the journalists only see this as a rumor. They seem unaware of that powerful person because how could a newcomer succeed in breaking through a 2-star dungeon on their own and then vanish without a trace? Yoon puffed on his cigarette, deep in thought, pondering whether it could be some kind of demonic entity. We have to contact that person before the other guilds do, but no matter what we try, it's frustrating that we still can't find them. Even the security supervisor couldn't do it. At this moment, the universe sends a signal to Yoon. A Hong Hawk runs in to report. "We found him." He was so anxious he dropped his cigarette and quickly asked where he was. "Give me the exact address." "He is currently at home." Yes, he is now at Tujia." "I'm back." Trang-son casually walks into the house as if nothing happened. Then he walks straight into the kitchen. Corgi happily wags its tail and barks loudly to greet him, then follows him inside. "Your mother is busy cooking, and seeing you, she kindly asks, 'Have you eaten yet?'" "Not yet." "This smell is braised kimchi. You haven't smelled the smell of kimchi stew in 1,000 years. This aroma is gradually taking over your senses." Woof woof, the barking and pawing to be picked up bring Trang-seon's consciousness back. He happily picked it up, smiling affectionately. "All right, it's been a while since I saw Kai Kai. Don't lick me anymore. The food is almost ready. Go take a bath now. I will set the table." The simple words moved Trang-seon deeply. "After thousands of years, you finally came home." Trang-seon gently cuddled Kiki and softly replied, "Yes." "At the dining table that besides you and your mother, there are 3 others. Your 3 brothers and sister. The feast is lavish, but no one dares to touch the food." "Tot." "I'm full. Me too." Trang-seon's brother and sister politely said goodbye before leaving. Your mother saw them off to the door, her face sad as she said, "You're both coming home late again tonight?" "I have a surgery scheduled until tonight. I'm also busy with a performance, so I'd like to ask for permission to be late." "That's right." The joy of returning to Earth made Trang-seon forget the reason she didn't want to come back to this house. The maternal family is a huge business empire. Your father inherited and manages a large hospital, while the paternal family consists of renowned scholars working in law and diplomacy. The eldest brother followed their father into medicine school, while the sister pursued music and won many art awards. As for me, I was just a nobody, spending all my time playing video games, no different from a useless piece in this house. They didn't even bother to say hello after you returned to this house. Trungson couldn't hide his disappointment, even though he tried to recall the happy memories of his family. In the end, it was all for nothing. Well, I guess food is the way to soothe the soul. Trungseon takes a bite of kimchi, unable to hide his admiration. Does the kimchi stew always taste this good? Just as Trungseon was starting to feel a bit better, your dad slammed his chopsticks on the table and shouted, "So you have nothing to say?" Trungseon remained silent. His mother, seeing this, immediately stepped in to defend him. "Leave this to me," your father said seriously to Trungse's mother, then turned to you and asked, "Do you not know that your mother collapsed when the Jamsu gate appeared? She asked everyone because she was worried you might be trapped there. Your brother called all the hospitals in Seoul to check if you were in any emergency ward. Your sister and your mother also searched everywhere to find you, and your second sister finally missed her international tour to take care of you. So now, after a few days, you drag your corpse back here to eat rice without saying a word. Are you still human? You're even worse than an animal. If you keep acting like this, get out of my sight. Stop leeching off this family anymore." Seeing the tense atmosphere between father and son, Trungseon's mother tried to mediate. "Brother, Stop it. The child already knows her mistake. Trungseon, please say something. Your father is very worried about you. I have to go to work now," your father said fiercely and then turned away, grabbing his suitcase and leaving the house. But Trungseon, perceptive, saw the corner of his eye and noticed tears welling up. The door slammed shut, and now only mother and Trungseon were left in the large house. She sighed and then comforted her son, saying, "You know your father always reacts like that when he's angry, so don't pay too much attention to what he said earlier." "Yes, Mom," Trungseon replied, instinctively glancing at his mother. Mrs. Soduha felt a little sad inside. Since when did my mother develop so many wrinkles? I completely forgot that I was waiting until my family started to care about me. Yet I never once initiated a conversation with them. Go rest now, I'm sorry. Mrs. Duha couldn't hide her surprise. "What are you talking about?" "I'm sorry, Mom. I will be more careful next time." Then Trungseon quietly returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, Trungseon was greeted by a room that looked no different from a battlefield, with bottles, papers, snack wrappers, and half-eaten instant noodles scattered all over the floor. He quietly tidied up while thinking to himself, was I really that messy before? This place is so messy. Goga, Trungseon looked back and saw Kiki sitting beside him, wagging her tail, with big round eyes looking at him affectionately. Trungseon chuckled, lifting Kiki and petting her as he muttered, "I think I should start by cleaning the corners covered in cobwebs first." While Trungseon was enjoying life, Yu and his partner sped down the highway in their new supercar. The main destination is Trungseon's house. Wow, is this really the new model? There aren't even 100 of these in the country. How did you manage to get one? No, how could you afford to buy it with such a meager salary? My male colleague couldn't hide his curiosity. It's just a side job, of course. Why just replied while driving. That's illegal. He doesn't care about your mind now, only wants to see that guy's face badly. Trungseon knew that some strange guests might visit. After tidying up, he lay down on the bed to relax. After a few seconds, the system records a note. The pleasure god is wondering what you will do next. He is saying that your hunting skills will be quite helpful for what you're doing. The serpent god of the world says that rest is also very important for yourself. Trungseon started to feel annoyed. These gods really like to meddle in other people's affairs. Suddenly, Trungseon remembered what had just happened. Despite being busy with 1,000 things, he and his sister still came home when they heard you had returned. Your father, the man you always thought was strong, crying for you, and the image of your aging mother. Thinking of these things, Trungseon silently vowed to himself that he would show them how much he had changed. You have to show them that you're no longer a drunkard but someone responsible for yourself. Maybe that will gradually make them open their hearts to you, but at the start, it might be much harder than you think. First, you must complete the mission Thanos assigned. Now it's time to move on to the second phase of the plan. He was right about the one manipulating the void being here. Trungseon recalled his conversation with Thanet. So I need to grab the neck of the first guy here. Of course, the mastermind ruling over where you live. And he is a name that you know very well, the Mad Tiger of Madness. Mentioning this name, Trungseon's face instantly turned fierce, and his menacing gaze made Ki beside him sweat profusely. The Mad Tiger is one of the culprits who harmed you during the Divine Judgment trial. To this day, you still vividly remember his cunning smile. As a cunning guy, it will be very difficult to get his head. He is as fierce as a wild tiger, and thanks to his subordinates, he can sense everything very quickly. Trungseon carefully looked at the recruitment post of a White Tiger Guild. This guild will be recruiting new members next month.
When it comes to guilds, since the gates opened, countless gods and stars have revealed themselves to humanity, leading to an increase in blessed individuals and their followers. Those groups are called guilds. The one who manipulates the void is the patron deity of the White Tiger Guild. He is very particular about naming and choosing an image of the White Tiger to represent his silly gang. Trangzon read the information about the White Tiger Guild. Is it a top guild in the whole country? That's intense. However, being in the recruitment process means they still don't have enough personnel to start a battle. Thinking about what the Void Manipulator did to him, Trangseon silently vowed to slowly cut his tendons from bottom to top so he wouldn't notice in time. To do that, you needed to prepare everything within a month at any cost. The next day, Trangseon used the excuse of taking a walk around the lake near the park to leave the house, then took a taxi to a remote hill. It's simply because you need to find a place where your mind won't be distracted so you can do that thing. Neither people nor animals should disturb you. But first, you need to take care of the important matter of escaping from Chow Chow. Maybe it's because you ate too much kimchi stew last night, but you'll have to endure it. After 1,000 years, you finally get to eat this again. How can you resist, only worried that your stomach will suffer the consequences now? Trangseon considers using the same method he did in the dungeon, using his power to heal himself, but then remembers the words of the ancients. Taking a dump is one of the 4 pleasures, so I decided to handle it like an ordinary person. Maybe my body will be quite surprised. After more than 1,000 years, finally sitting on a modern toilet and shouting your name inside, Trangseon finally steps out feeling refreshed. Now let's continue the journey. After conducting the survey, Trangseon has found a suitable location. He hides himself among the trees to form a barrier around him, then begins to take off his clothes, only keeping his underwear on, and neatly folds the clothes to the side. After all, he must take good care of his clothes. You don't want to parade around the streets, okay? Once done, Trangseon ordered the system to open the item bag. Immediately, all the items in the bag appeared before Trangseon's eyes. A spear made from a burning goat's rib 13, a small shield crafted from the skull of the fire god 21, a venomous fang from the blood serpent 1, a blazing claw from the fire lake 9, a hawk's beak 1, and the shell of a cave scorpion with 2 glands from the super plague 1. This is what you really need. Quickly take the gland of the super plague and then burn it with the flame inside your body. The first elder once told you that nothing makes a better fuel than poison. The pure fire within you separates the flames. The fire refines impurities and burns away weakness because it is one of the special cleansing arts. Even if your body is completely burned away, any foreign object entering your body will ignite instantly. And the stronger the foreign object, the more violently the fire will burn. And finally, that cleansing fire will become the Bat-K fire. When the Bat-K fire is ignited, all the waste in your body and the negative thoughts accumulated within will be completely purified by the flames. That is the best method of purifying and strengthening the body that I know of. Currently, because I have all the necessary materials, Trangseon has decided to start the purification from the heart first. Since that moment, the system kept notifying you that the venom of the blood snake was gradually invading your heart and rapidly destroying your entire body. Activate secondary toxin resistance. Resistance effect is insufficient. Warning. Player, quickly withdraw the blood snake's venom fang and detoxify. You have fully absorbed the fangs of the blood fake. You have discovered a hidden skill. You now possess the venomous gland of a snake, allowing your body to produce the blood fake's venom on its own. You receive 50,000 MA. You are seriously poisoned. The blazing claws of the fire tiger are penetrating your liver. The snow pleasure god is panicking over what you are doing. He is searching for an item to help you. The god of chaos is amazed that you have discovered the hidden skill. He thinks you're hiding a secret move and continues to wait for your action. The demon god escaping from hell is still waiting for your response. The owl god piercing through the night is cheering for you. The scorpion cave's exterior is invading your spleen. You are standing on the brink of death as toxins from the super pandemic gland invade your lungs. You have discovered an additional hidden skill. Your 5 internal organs are filled with toxins from deadly creatures. The toxins from 5 deadly creatures are fighting each other. Your poisoning symptoms have become very severe. The intermediate poison resistance is no longer active. The intermediate poison resistance has been rejected. Trangseon endures the excruciating pain in his heart and lungs, encouraging himself to go a little further. Warning, begin the detox process now. If you insist on being stubborn, your chances of survival will be 0. Trangseon stubbornly continues to accept the toxin. It's not time for you to stop yet. Warning, begin the detox process immediately. If you continue to be poisoned, it will cause unhealable wounds. Warning, all your senses are beginning to numb. It is at this moment
Just as Sion predicted, the system immediately delivers good news. Mana has been transformed into fuel for the dormant fire spirit within your body. The fire spirit has appeared, and the flames are burning fiercely. You have discovered a hidden skill. Many abilities have been added to the flame within your body. Congratulations. You have ignited the flame of the forgotten legend. The true fire of the third sister has been activated. You are gradually recovering. You are gradually being reborn. All toxins in your body have been purged. All negative emotions have been cleansed. Your tendons and bones have been unlocked. Your meridians have been opened. Your bloodline has been unlocked. Your mana na is gradually recovering. You have established a mana na channel within your body. You are now attuned to the fire element. You have established a connection with toxins, achieved the feat of the phoenix born from ashes. All stats increased by 15, with a cleansing status. Skills include Bok Dok Bat Sam and Dok Huyet. Trangson laughs loudly, finally achieving Bok Dok Bat Sam. He eagerly opens his profile to check. In addition to the significant increase in all the old stats, new skills such as Blood Poison and 2 effects, 100 Poison Unfeeling Level 1 and 3 Fire Level 1 have been added, along with separate information that your physical body has developed considerably thanks to the new traits received. The cumulative score is 75. Trangson smiles with satisfaction. His strength has increased. Now it's time for him to upgrade his weapon. At the same time, Wise Group arrived at the apartment building believed to be Li Trangxion's residence. I knocked on the door, and immediately Trangxion's mother called out, "Come in!" Yi and his associates entered, and sitting with Trangxion's mother was a man. As soon as he saw Yu, he burst into a loud laugh and sarcastically spoke. "The guild really is slow, but you got here faster than I expected. It's been a while since we last saw your agent, hasn't it? That's why our people always hate you bureaucrats." Dad immediately recognized who the opponent was. He is the captain of the 2nd Assault Team of the White Tiger Guild. Behind him stands the HR director of the 5-Star Sword Guild, Black Sword Oh Young. E pursed her lips and thought to herself, "Damn it. I was too careless." While our family was welcoming the guests, Trangseon was at the Jungshu apartment alley. Trangseon bought a large hot bag and then devoured a skewer, unable to help but praise it. Nothing beats food for restoring mana and body. Hot sweet potato is truly number one. Only now does Trangseon start to think about her own matters. It's no coincidence that you're here. I once heard that the trait of the god Sunset is that they manipulate all weapons. So Thanos once asked you if that was the case. I guess you would need many different kinds of weapons to use comfortably. Do you want to own a blacksmith who can satisfy yourself? Trangseon asks seriously. Is it really possible for someone to do that? Good steel, yes, that's you, your young friend. If you want to buy something, go over there. That shop has been closed for more than 5 years, a passerby said. Trangseon remained silent, only focusing on the old, dilapidated shop where the sign was about to fall at any moment. He moved closer to observe the shop more carefully. The shop has been closed for 5 years, but from inside there is a smell of divine fire, meaning a forge has been recently used. The pleasure god Teat said he could send out the aroma from good steel. The words of the pleasure deity only convinced Trangseon that the forge inside was still burning brightly, so he boldly tore open the rolling door and stepped inside. There are many types of weapons on display here, and the pleasure deity is even more excited than Trangseon. Therefore, the system sound kept ringing out, and the pleasure god was intrigued by the smell of the steel forged here. The pleasure god is very excited and says that nowhere on earth can compare to this paradise. The pleasure god is whistling while inspecting this high-quality weapon hoard. The pleasure god was shouting in joy. Trangseon circled around, then stopped when he saw a heavily corroded, rusty sword. The pleasure. God wondered why you ignored all the other weapons and focused on that strange thing over there. The lust. God told you to throw that away and choose other weapons instead. Trangseon continued to ignore Lust God's words, focusing intently until a detail on the sword caught his attention. Just then, a voice asked who you are. Trangseon immediately turned around and saw a man leading a dog coming out from the room. He wears large sunglasses that cover half of his face and is gripping the leash tightly. A blind man, Trangseon silently thought. At the same time, at Trangseon's house, Mrs. Duha was warmly hosting the guests visiting her son. She just brought out a fruit platter and said, "Everyone, please enjoy some fruit," which made all 4 guests marvel at her elegance. Even her picky Aunt Yu had to admit internally that she truly was a starlet. While Yun was stunned, Zhang W started mocking her. Even if she paid attention to them, the value of new recruits nowadays isn't worth the association's effort. Any guild would personally send both the captain and vice captain just to recruit this guy. That's quite sincere. A talented rookie deserves to be greeted like this properly. YE politely replied, feeling strangely amused inside.
They're not the type to show up just to recruit a new soldier like this. And on the same day, no less. Representing the White Tiger Guild, one of the most formidable combat teams in South Korea, is the raid team leader, Sejong-gun. He always wears a fake mustache because he believes that strong men always have a beard. The Five Stars Sword Guild started as a branch of the powerful Five Stars group and quickly rose to become one of the top guilds in the country. This is their HR director, Oh Yong-gun. He is also the uncle of one of the survivors this time, Oh Hee-bin. Could it be that he's a promising rookie, or even more than that? Surely Lai Trang-seon is hiding a secret, but he's the only one. If he chooses to join an organization, then the other two organizations will definitely have to leave empty-handed. She begins to question Jong-gun. I heard you're very busy with work, so are you here as an individual? His dirty mouth keeps working. I think if I hadn't come here myself, someone would have surely disrespected this family. So why does your little brat keep getting in the way of our business, huh? Not afraid, and they respond back. You guys are the ones blocking others' way. It was you who stole our information, wasn't it? And over there they are abusing government power, right? Now they're interfering in government affairs, aren't they? Seeing both sides arguing and no one willing to give in, Mrs. Duha interrupted. So, you're here to recruit Trang-seon from my family? Yes, that's correct. Ian Jong-gun answered in unison. Then all three of Yoon Jong-gun, Young-gun, and Pia started passionately explaining about their association and guild to her. Trang-seon's mother remained silent, then softly said, I understand, but the decision is up to our youngest child, so I won't say anything more. I just want to ask everyone here. One thing, everyone says that my son Trang-seon has been in the super prison for days. Can you tell me more details about everything he has accomplished? After Trang-seon explained his purpose to the blind young man Yu, he simply asked coldly, So you want to forge weapons? Trang-seon nodded. That's right. Yu Yi-di laughed. You're really the kind of person who likes to joke. With how I look right now, there's nothing more to say, huh? The Pleasure God system immediately transmitted the message, and the Pleasure God nodded in agreement with what the blind man said. The Pleasure Deity also couldn't believe that the weapons here were forged by the Blind One. The worldly serpent god erupted in anger, telling the goddess to sit still and just listen. If you're here just to laugh at me, then that's enough. Loan has been closed for a long time. Let's go, Winston Ui said, then led the aggressive dog away. But at that moment, Trang-seon's words made him stop in his tracks. Even so, the forge's fire still burns brightly, and the calluses on his hands have just been replaced. What do you know? I shouted angrily. It seems you're in trouble, but at least don't starve your friend. Your eyes look like this. Ui immediately fell silent because what you said was the truth. Knowing he had been caught, Trang-seon started to coax. Every time I complete a part of the agreement, I will transfer you 10 million watts. When everything is settled, I will give an extra 50 million watts depending on the quality of the goods. And if the goods are better than I expected, the bonus will be much higher. Check your account. I suspiciously took out my phone to check. As expected, Trang-seon transferred 10 million WW to him. That's a deposit, not an advance payment. If it's not enough, just let me know. Trang-seon generously speaks up. Add more, Eli whispered. Huh? Trang-seon asks again. Another 5 million more. I need to pay the overdue rent. Rick Kidding's-on and I, money is no big deal. A few seconds later, an additional 5 million WW appeared in Easy's account. So what you want me to do is call you boss? Trang-seon interrupted with a yes. Trang-seon sat comfortably in the chair like a king, calmly explaining. I am the worker, and you are the employer hiring labor. I pay you a salary, so you should call me boss or young master, right? That makes sense. So Y also did not object to Trang-seon's request. The money has already been received. The two sides began to exchange work details. The items the young master requested included a 5-meter whip, a detachable spear, 5 large battle axes, 5 small handheld axes, 4 different types of swords, and a shield. All of that Easy seriously confirms the order. No, I also want a bow and arrow set, and in the near future I want to order another set of armor. As soon as Trang-seon finished speaking, Easy's phone notified him of an additional 100 million WW in his account. The sender was none other than Trang-seon. I can't do this. This is the cost of the materials. If you're missing anything, just contact me and don't say you can't do it. The penalty for breaking the contract will be 3 times higher. Damn it, this idiot. Why did I get involved in this mess? He couldn't help but mutter a few words. Trang-seon started to feel a bit annoyed. I've heard those words so many times already, I'm starting to get tired of it. Why would you believe in me? We've only just met for the first time. Well, I guess that's true. This is our first encounter. You're also blind to a crucial flaw with the blacksmiths, but there's no reason for the staff to refuse the boss's request, right? You make the items I pay for. With things progressing like this, Easy had no choice but to compromise. All right, I'll do it, but I can't finish everything in such a short time. It's been a while since I last worked with steel, so at least let me have some time to get my feel back. And the items you requested are quite difficult to make, so it will take a lot of time to craft such complex equipment. The bigger problem is that I need a special hammer to forge the iron, but I don't have it right now. Did someone steal your hammer?
Hearing that, Y's whole body trembled, and he gritted his teeth as he said each word. Yes, he is my father's illegitimate disciple.
After his death, many guilds tempted him, so he stole the hammer and ran away.
Another traitor who betrays his master. So where is the guild that hired him?
Ding Tianyai replies, Ding Tian! Trangxian was a bit curious and asked, and Y was a little surprised by this reaction.
You've never heard of it before? That's the name of one of the strongest guilds. Trangxian slowly stands up and then confidently says, I will get it back for you.
Where exactly are they?
Y shouted in alarm. What are you saying? It will be very dangerous for you to go there. You know what? It's fine. All I need to do is deal with them cleanly and leave no trace behind. Hearing Trangxian's response, Y remained silent, but his mind kept screaming. Yes, that's it. That's why I keep being drawn to him. I can't be sure of the reason, but I truly believe this person can do it. My master definitely can. Thinking that, Y immediately provided the address to Trangxian. There is a tomb located on the side of Bacon Mountain in Dungnang District Zone. Upon receiving the answer that very night, Trangxian acted immediately. He observed the situation from afar. He remembered what Y said. There's only one reason for the Heavenly Summit to hire an old disciple. No, that bastard Jain Duan won. They're trying to open the tomb. That is the secret that the Celestial Summit is hiding. They want to monopolize all the benefits and resources after completing that tomb. Jinuan is exploring it on his own to open the final gate to the tomb, which is currently sealed with a lock. I heard it's a hidden clue and also very hard to find the key. That's why they keep provoking that bastard. An ancient tomb? Maybe there are some valuable artifacts hidden inside as well, Trangxian thought to himself, then suddenly remembered his promise to his mother about dinner. It's currently 8:40, right? He immediately took out his phone to text his mother. I'm going out to dinner with my friends, Mom. May I be home late? After sending the message, he casually looked up some information about the summit of the Celestial Alliance. Drug trafficking, prostitution, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassination, all kinds of things. Trangxian feels a bit upset. These guys are never good at all. Cleaning them all up is no different from taking out the trash for this society. The owl god, passing through the sunset, smells the scent of justice on you. A gift has been sent to you. You have received the willpower. Determined will, ranking, blessing, protection, effects, mental damage resistance, willpower enhancement. It seems she misunderstood something again, but if it's given, I think it would be more useful with items like the old sword or divine weapon. Trangxian doesn't seem very interested in this new skill, but she still politely presses the thank you button. The Lakthu Teach god feels excited about the upcoming battle. The serpent god of the mortal world is placing high hopes on your performance this time. Rest time is over. Now it's time for you to get to work. The first thing you need to do now is hide your identity, so you chose to wear a laughing mask. This is a defensive gear with an index of 50 to 70, with an anonymity effect and improved vision. Additionally, Trangxian equipped himself with a dagger made from black eagle feathers. He definitely couldn't let them leave peacefully. Thinking it through, Trangxian fires ice-tipped darts at the guards, freezing them instantly. Then he jumps and slashes, causing a few of them to explode instantly. Seeing that such death is too gentle for the crimes they committed, Trangxian decides to use a more special method to deal with the remaining ones. You cut your hand and then smear your blood onto the frozen enemies. You have activated the blood poison skill. You have infused the blood toxin into the ice poison. The blood toxin is gradually spreading across the ice block. The ice toxin effect of the dagger, made from black hawk feathers, is activated by your blood venom. The poison gradually corrodes the bodies of the guards, making them feel excruciating pain. Many enemies couldn't stand it and tried to run, but they were controlled by the ice poison, so they could only helplessly suffer as the poison tormented them. Poison blood is a skill that Trangxian acquired when training in the 100 Poisons unfeeling technique. He didn't expect to have to use it so soon. It's not just poison ice. I also mixed in blood toxin. Take your time to enjoy it. Don't even think about purifying it. Just stay there and enjoy your death in pain. Then, Trangxian turned and walked deeper into the tomb, and the system immediately relayed the message from the gods. The god of pleasure laughs joyfully at your cruelty. The serpent god of the mortal world is surprised by your tactics and is also intrigued by what comes next. As soon as you stepped into the tomb, the system announced that you had entered the Besla crypt. The smiling mask's effect is enhancing your vision. The pitch-black darkness suddenly brightens before Changson.
So that's why you brought this. He said they set up a forge right outside the boss room to make the key as quickly as possible. Then I should take some of the artifacts from the boss room. The system immediately notifies based on Trangseon's decision.
Start exploring the dungeon. The theme is tomb raiding. Destroy the guards protecting Besla's tomb. Explore the treasure within and escape from here. Escape with the treasure placed at the resting place of this tomb's owner. Each area of the tomb has different mechanisms to protect it from cunning thieves, so you should be careful.
The pleasure deity is very excited about what you're about to do next.
As Trangseon was about to move forward, he suddenly froze and suspiciously looked behind him. Show yourself. In response, there was silence. The pleasure deity said that no one was there. He asked why you did that. Trangseon didn't care about the deity's question and continued speaking to him. Aren't you planning to face me? Then I won't hold back. I'll transfer my document rights to another manager. Oh my God. Herod poked his head out, his sinister face glaring at Trangseon. He's more irritable than any player I've ever met.
Even if you don't care about this, just keep going.
As soon as you step outside, it changes its attitude, looking shy as it speaks to Trangseon.
Nice to meet you. I am the manager of Herod's dungeon. The pleasure god suddenly became angry and asked where Herod came from.
As the system manager, Herod could read Trangseon's entire system. He immediately looked displeased and said, "That's a bit too much. The others already knew I was here before too." The pleasure deity became furious and dismissed Herod's words as meaningless. Herod smiled and replied, "Sir, I would never dare to lie." The pleasure deity widened her eyes in surprise, looking at the other gods. The serpent god of this world shook his head repeatedly, indicating that she truly is a foolish deity. The demon god, having escaped from hell, stared intently at Herod. The owl deity passing through the sunset bitterly smiled as he looked towards Lok Thutie. The snowjoy deity gawked, saying that this could not possibly happen. Lord Lok Thutie praised manager Herod, who skillfully evaded the gaze of a deity. Herod modestly replied, "I haven't reached that level yet. Stop with the nonsense and follow me so you can write the report, right?" Trangseon's question made Herod startle. "You even know about the report? The beginner phase is over now." Herod was even more surprised by Trangseon's attitude, as if it was obvious. The report was a draft about a new recruit that many gods were paying attention to. This draft was written by the management department. How would someone like him know about this? Bam! A computer screen suddenly appears, and Harold's outfit changes to comfortable sportswear. He begins taking notes, seeming to know more than the other novices. No, maybe even more than that. I should include these details in the report too. Thinking of that, it looked up at Trangseon, then its small head started to calculate. Li Trangseon is currently a rising star, receiving much praise from the heavenly realm. Many gods are waiting to read his draft, and not only the gods, even the management office is the same. I planned to secretly watch him, but I got caught. Moreover, Li Trangseon also knows about the reports. I've written half of the report already. What should I do if he hands over the document rights to another manager? It won't be easy for others to overlook this. Hitch. As if reading his thoughts, Trangseon said, "You can keep the copyright of the document." "Really? Thank you so much. Instead, I need to ask you for a favor. What is it?"
"I can do anything within my power. I will let you know later."
Herod was a bit cautious. He had a pretty bad feeling about this.
Trangseon reassured him, "I can't make things difficult for you. I'll tell you after we leave this dungeon."
Hearing that, Hero had to compromise. "Seems like I have no other choice, right?" "Fine then."
However, as I said, I can't agree to demands that exceed my authority. I finally tricked it.
At this moment, Sion smiles triumphantly. "You don't need to worry too much. We will form a contract." Wow! Immediately, a small lightning bolt appeared between the two of them, followed by a system notification sound. Player Li Trangseon and the dungeon manager Herod just made a mana oath. Herod breaks out in a sweat after hearing it. He even knows about the mana oath. What kind of novice is he? The big boss is always there. Herod keeps sharpening his thoughts without paying attention to his surroundings. It wasn't until Trangseon had gone a certain distance that it realized, then immediately chased after him. The worldly serpent god felt pleased to have found a human more cunning than himself. Trangseon paid no attention to those empty words and continued walking forward. After a while, he saw a forge glowing with fire. It seems like this is the place to forge the keys. At the same time, Lai Jia-sang, the leader of the Peak Heaven Society, was angrily scolding his subordinates. "Looking at the failures you've produced, I'm starting to wonder if I hired the wrong person. If this keeps up, we won't meet the deadline. By then, neither your heads nor mine will still be on our necks. Bring Jin Duan here for me." Just a few minutes later, Jin Duan, the disciple who stole the axe belonging to Yu's late father, was dragged in front of the master. Please, spare my life. Jin Daewon is scared. I hear this time you failed again. Captain Gasang, please spare my life. I beg you, if you give me a little more blood, I can do it. Daewon. O'Neill didn't finish his sentence before being kicked in the face. What more do you want? I'll give you people if you need them, strength if you want power, even sacrifices. I've brought you a torch. And yet all you bring me is failure. Do you think I have any reason left to keep your worthless life? You know, I can easily lose my patience too. Daewon bowed his head and mumbled, the torch you brought wasn't taken from the god's forge, it's just low quality, so is it my fault then? Daewon hurriedly tries to explain, I didn't mean it that way. This time, I just need more blood. Please give me one more chance. Jia angrily turns away, cursing silently in his heart. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted this fool from the start. But once you're in, you have to see it through. Now that I don't trust him, there's no other choice left. More blood, right? Yes, I've unlocked 2/3 of the mechanism, but then I ran out of fuel and blood. So I beg you to give me more blood. Fine, I will trust you one last time. But if you fail again, neither you nor your family will be safe. Understand? Thanks for finishing up with Daewon. Now go and check if the goods have arrived. I need to inspect them myself. At this moment, his system announced that the data had been updated. The ranking system has been updated. Dungeon rankings. First place, Dong Yugu Jin with 150,000 points. Second place, Gung with 145,495 points. Third place, Lai Ji with 109,500 points. 57th place, Lai Trangson. What the hell is that? Suddenly there's an unfamiliar name that confuses him a bit. Back to Trangson's group. While Trangseon diligently explores the dungeon, Herod is busy writing reports. Chora Li Trangseon has a very unique fighting style. Many gods and celestial beings have shown interest and often watch his battles. These refined combat techniques are clearly demonstrated in this dungeon exploration. As the hero writes this, another challenge in the dungeon has been conquered by Trangson, so it grabbed its pants and ran after him to continue the report. He cleared 2/3 of the dungeon in less than 30 minutes. Not only can he cut through the thorn ball with a simple sword, but he can also disarm all traps just by passing over them once. He can remember every trap placement and how to trigger them. As far as I remember, no one has been able to clear dungeon KR921 for over 4 years. This is probably the first person to do so. Based on my years of experience as a manager, Lai Trangseon is a genius in both physical ability, technique, and intuition. From what I infer, the battle between the gods and the stars to claim him will only grow more intense in the near future. Perhaps even the 12 zodiac signs and the legendary 28 mansions will pay attention to this newcomer. The appearance of player Lai Trangseon made me remember someone from the past. Perhaps some gods will feel uncomfortable when this name is mentioned during the twilight of the gods. You have mocked countless gods and stars in the heavens. You once shone like a star, and then faded away because of your own arrogance. Trangseon continues to pass through the trap with a gentle glide of the guiding blade. Unlike before, when passing through the trap, Trangseon immediately smelled a strong scent of blood spreading in the air. Even the gods could sense it. The pleasure deity says the air here is full of foul smell. The owl god crossing the sunset warns that he has detected evil aura. Sure enough, after walking a bit further, Trangseon saw a room filled with stacked corpses and fresh blood splattered all over the floor. For a justice thief like the owl deity crossing the sunset, this was unacceptable. The owl god of twilight immediately relayed her message, furious at the horrifying scene before her. The owl god crossing the sunset demands you to execute justice immediately here and now. I hear they are making a key to open the boss room door. Are they planning to sacrifice someone to open it? While Trangseon was still pondering, a loud shout came from the corridor ahead. Hurry up, you guys are too slow. 2 members of the Heavenly Peak Society are leading a group of bound people to the old master's location as he instructed. The team leader will lose his temper. Low. Should we kill 1 or 2 of them? That way they'll move faster. Hearing them talk, a few people were crying and begging for mercy. The guy with the face tattoo quickly blocks him. Forget it, we don't have any more stock for you to break. Killing one might mean you have to pay with your own life too. His words are so unlucky for you. The annoyed blue-shirted man replied, but as he finished speaking, all of his accomplices were already taken down by Trangseon with poison darts to meet the King of Hell. The man in blue immediately drew his weapon, but before he could do anything, Trangseon swiftly stabbed him in the chest. He cried out in pain and then, in shock, asked, "Who are you? How dare you attack the Peak of Heaven's territory?" At this point, he suddenly fell silent. Because he saw Trangseon's eyes that no longer had a shred of humanity, he began to feel terrified. Tears welling up as he softly said, Hey, buddy, Trang Seon coldly said, you don't want to die, right? Tell me everything you know about them. How many of you are there?
What are their powers, and what plans do they have?
Tell me everything you know. Receiving the answer, Trang Xiu immediately drew his sword and released him. The blue-shirted man forced himself to endure the pain and earnestly revealed everything he knew. There are 30 people here, and among them El Shang is the one I need to be especially careful with. That's what Trang Zon deduced from his story. I've told you everything, so the blue shirt tremblingly said, with hopeful eyes looking at Trang Zon, but what he got in return was your cold reply. Huh, what do you think?
I was only asking if you wanted to live. I never said I'd spare you. The blue shirt immediately ran away in fear, but of course, the outcome was still death at Trang Zon's hands. Leveling up. The god of chaos in the world enjoys your wordplay. The demon god escaped from hell and nodded upon sensing the aura. But death is not the end. Trang Seon activates the soul coercion ability to absorb his and his allies' souls. The souls of defeated enemies are captured and burned by the flames of hell based on their karma. At the same time, this also helps Trang Seon recover and strengthen his body. Once done, he continues to explore the dungeon. The captured people, seeing the dark aura emanating from Trang Seon, were too afraid to even breathe heavily. Only after he left did they dare to speak. Is that a demon? So the boss wants us to find that Lai Trang Seon guy? I think I've heard that name before. Oh, that guy is a programmer. See, I told you I've heard that name before. I think it's just someone with the same name. Ha ha. The three from the Heavenly Society were chatting without knowing. Trang Seon was right behind them, and in just a few moments, they disappeared. The strange noise caught Jia Sang's attention, and he suddenly felt uneasy. Why hasn't anyone returned yet? At this moment, the system kept announcing rank changes, with Trang Seon continuously climbing from 57th to 11th, then 6th, and finally jumping to 2nd place. What the hell are they doing? Could he have taken them all out already? While the old man is panicking, a figure appears. It's the deputy captain. Save the child, the deputy captain spoke. Then Lee staggered forward like a zombie towards the gasoline. Hey, go back to your place quickly. The deputy captain continues to crawl closer to the thicket. When he was a step away from him, he suddenly said, Demon, an evil spirit has arrived here. Jia Sang looked at the face and the meaningless words of the deputy captain and felt something was off. But it was already too late. The deputy captain suddenly exploded, leaving him no time to react. You have been affected by the burn effect. You have been poisoned with necrotizing toxin. You have been poisoned with corrosive toxin. Warning, your energy is rapidly decreasing. Please detoxify immediately. You are standing on the brink of death. Gazhang endures the pain and pulls out a vial of medicine. At this moment, a loud explosion echoes from afar, and Trang Shon rushes to the old man with a knife, with the system displaying accordingly. Death itself is approaching you closely. Just when you think Trang Seon's knife will hit, it doesn't. Old Jia Sang quickly blocks the attack with his sword and then fiercely counterattacks. Although he has lost all sight due to the blood toxin, he can still follow his movements thanks to his senses. He's also a formidable opponent. While dodging Ji Shang's attack, Trang Shon secretly assessed his strength. Despite his efforts, Jia Sang couldn't hold on after just a few minutes due to the effects of the poison. He uses one hand to plant his sword on the ground to keep from falling, while the other holds his pounding head. Warning, your stamina is depleting too quickly. You need to detox yourself. Next, Jia Sang's system keeps flashing red. He kept muttering, need an antidote or a cure. His strength level seems to be quite different from ours. Could it be that he has something to enhance his abilities? Even more strange is that he openly sacrifices human lives in a country with such high safety standards. There must be some hidden agenda behind it. I came here just because of Yu's request. But now there's a hidden secret that makes this trip more interesting, Trang Seon thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered the people who almost got sacrificed earlier. They probably already escaped from the central room by now. A long time has passed, and the sacrifice seems to have been resolved peacefully. Before leaving, Trang Seon told them to run that way, through the 2 doors on the left to reach the corridor on the side, where the 3rd door would open automatically. Close the door and hide there. No matter what sounds you hear, do not open the door. If you do that, everyone will survive. Since you've explained it so carefully, they must have already escaped inside. Thanks to Trang Seon, they reached the safe hideout. With no more worries, Trang Seon turned back to focus on the battle. You put 30 points into strength and 30 points into agility, then toss a potion to the old man Jia Sang. Is this the potion you were looking for? Take it! Jia Sang, like someone about to die, grabbed the stick and immediately picked up the medicine bottle to open it. But inside the bottle was empty.
Taking advantage of the old man's distraction, Trangshon slipped behind and sneered.
Go, you fool, do you really believe my words?
No need to say more. Jiasang, furious, swung his sword to strike Trangshon but missed, then counterattacked. Trangshon kept attacking relentlessly, forcing the opponent to retreat continuously. The Lokthu Tet god was very excited by this one-sided battle. The serpent god of the mortal world is enjoying the battle and believes your strategy is truly excellent.
The intermediate sword technique has reached its limit and needs to be upgraded to advanced level.
The advanced sword technique has been unlocked. This cat-and-mouse game is enough. Trangshon unleashes a move that shatters Jia Shang's weapon, then delivers a fatal blow to defeat him. As he gasps his last, the old man struggles to ask Trangseon each word. Why do you want to kill me?
That's strange. Someone like you who treats human life as grass should also be cautious in case one day you encounter someone with the same mindset.
Receiving the answer was also the moment the old man passed away. Trangseon continued to activate the forced soul extraction, and his system immediately notified him. The flames of hell have been ignited, and you have successfully collected the soul of the person who betrayed you, turning it into fuel. Your vitality has been restored by 6%. The owl god crossing the sunset admires your forgiving heart. Trangseon sighs silently. Tolerance, things are getting more and more humorous, aren't they? The owl god crossing the sunset has granted you a blessing. The blessing of calm mind manipulation. Calm mind manipulation. Even in chaotic situations, those with this gift can maintain their spirit and wisdom. A blessing of grace, damage resistance effect, and mental stability. Trangseon felt a bit confused. I can understand strong will, but this mental stabilization manipulation, do they think I'm a monk? Suddenly, I find it amusing. Someone as cruel and ruthless as me, a being called the evil god, receiving this blessing. People say that Minerva is a wise war goddess, but in reality she is more of a pleasure-seeking deity than I thought. The pleasure deity feels uncomfortable with the 2 blessings that the owl god just granted you at sunset. The pleasure god rummaged through his treasure chest looking for a few blessings to bestow on you. Trangseon felt a bit annoyed. He just seems like the target these 2 women are after. He doesn't pay any attention to them. You continue your journey to conquer the dungeon. The dungeon ranking has been updated. First place, Lai Trangseon updated. Second place, Dong Yugen with 150,000 points. In front of Seon is a giant door. The system immediately announces, you have reached the boss room, which is currently locked. The key is somewhere nearby. Find it to activate the unlocking mechanism. In front of Seon is a giant door. He approaches to examine it, then pulls out a spear made from a fiery goat's rib and throws it straight at Jin Duan hiding behind the stone statue, causing him to instantly vanish. Where do you think you're running off to? Trangseon coldly said as he slowly approached and took the hammer from his hand. The system immediately analyzed the information and couldn't recognize the hammer, which seems to be made from a meteorite. It has been used for a long time with unclear effect classification. You cannot use this equipment because you are not its owner. Fairy stone? Trangseon muttered, then stopped caring about the hammer. Because right now, your most important task is to open the gate that no one has been able to open for years, and it's right in front of you. I could easily make a key for this room, but why bother wasting time going back when there's a perfect pawn right here? Thinking that, Trangseon immediately called Hero over, making it curious. Why are you calling me at this hour? Remember my promise to you? Open this door for me. Hurry up! Herod immediately refused. Maybe because you're new, you don't know this, but interfering with the prison is against the rules for managers. Stop bragging. You can bend the rules depending on the situation. Herod remained silent and said, well, what can I do if it's true? But if you don't want to, then forget it. I think I should probably revoke the document rights too. Yes, I'll do it right away. The hero replied politely, then quickly proceeded to open the dungeon door. What? Losing the document rights is really serious. The pleasure deity said that seeing that person's helpless face made him very satisfied. The worldly serpent god greatly admired your skill. I'm sure I'll get punished for this. I hope it's just a light salary deduction. Herod muttered to himself before opening the prison door for Trangseon. The sealed stone door had been opened by the authority of the manager. The door just creaked open, and Herod's eyes shifted from curiosity to excitement. It quickly alerted Trangseon. I've opened it for you. Hurry and go in. Trangseon looked at the sinister face. Part of him knew there was a flaw inside, but he believed he could overcome it, so he silently stepped through. As expected, once he entered and faced the boss, his system kept issuing warnings. You have been affected by the curse. The dungeon master wants to take over your body. Hold out and break the golden coffin above. If you can't resist the curse, your body may be taken away.
So be careful as you begin to fall into a trance and start the brainwashing process. Alongside the system's warning, the boss's voice roared in anger. Obey me. Worship me. Why do you dare to disturb the king's sleep? Bow down, you lowly creature. Hearing the boss's scream from outside, Harold laughed happily, surprised at how easy it was. The boss fight was extremely simple. Just protect your mind from the control of the tomb owner, who is nothing but a soul. However, from what I saw earlier, the owner of this tomb is the lingering soul of the giant Besla. I wonder if an ordinary human can withstand the control of that entity. How dare a mortal like you mock me? Die, that worthless rookie. Hero Sion must be asleep, so I turn to leave when the system sound keeps ringing. The indomitable spirit has been activated. Your mind will be protected from external intrusion. The mind stabilization has been activated. Mental defenses have been enhanced. The dungeon mission has been completed, and the final ranking is being calculated. Rank 1. Sion Trang 175,550 points. Rewards will be distributed based on the final results. Rewards will be distributed based on the ranking. The red abyss is about to close. Countdown starting from 5 seconds. Herod finally realized he had forgotten one thing. His profession is that of an ancient language master. His plan to harm Trang Seon has failed. After escaping the dungeon, Trang Seon immediately went to Y and handed him the hammer. Y looked stunned, and only after a moment did he believe that the object in his hand was indeed the hammer left by his father. "Hey, this guy," he stammered, not knowing what to say. "Master," Trang Seon corrected his way of addressing him before continuing while munching on a bag of fish-shaped cakes. "I've brought back what you asked for. Can we get started now?" "Yes, young master. However, as I said, 1 month won't be enough. I need to regain the feeling of using a hammer. It's been a long time since I last swung one, not to mention cleaning and dusting the forge as well." Sion simply said 2 words. 1 week, huh? It's already taken me 2 weeks just to make a whip, so I'll give myself a month to get back the feeling of making a whip and a spear. I will pay triple for those requests. Trang Sion casually picks up the rusty sword you initially aimed at when you entered the shop and continues. At the same time, I will take this in place of your agreement. See you in a month. Is that okay? This item is still on the shelf, right? Then I will take it. Not allowed. My father said it's a family heirloom passed down through generations, so I can't sell it. As Easy finished speaking, his phone lit up with a new message from Lai Trang Son sending 1 million. The payment covers even the cost of restoring that hammer. That should be enough, right? You're just displaying this for decoration, so it doesn't really affect anything, right? Trang Son said, and then continued to carry his sword and leave. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, then muttered, "But if it's a deal with that bastard, then he would call his beloved dog by name." It happily wagged its tail and approached him, then led him to the still glowing forge. He grabbed the hammer, threw off his cloak to reveal his 6-pack abs and tanned skin, and cheerfully said, "Whatever, the past is the past, and I don't know what the future holds, but for now, I guess I should warm up." While E was struggling with the forge, Trang Sion leisurely took a walk, recalling his conversation with Thanatos about Ui. Ui is also in Seiyun. Try to find him. All I know is that the name disappeared after he created the divine weapon for the Maquette constellation. Was that god once a human? Even so, he's too good at pretending otherwise. So Yu is a title for a person, and that title has been passed down to his successor. Maquette doesn't know about this and thus ended the life of the past UI. He doesn't know that Yu's successor is still alive. The problem is that many of Yu's secret skills have been lost due to eye defects, plus the financial burden on his family has significantly decreased the value of the items. However, as the heir to the UAI title, the weapons forged by his hand are still considered top tier. Thanatos finally gave himself a useful piece of advice. He guessed that one day Yu's talent would blossom thanks to B. It wasn't because of himself, right? The weapon incident is considered resolved. Trang Son takes a taxi home. Now you have time to study the item you obtained from the dungeon. Peter's key. Why is this the final treasure in that tomb? And why is it in Besla's grave? Forget it. I need to get home early. It's so late, my mom must be worried. While Trang is peacefully resting, somewhere else, things are a tangled mess. So, what about the guy who completed the dungeon? Have you found it yet? Commander Go Seung of the assault team angrily asks his subordinates. One hesitantly replied. Still not yet? Seung's anger grew as he shouted, "Besides destroying and plundering, is there anything else you're good at? Quickly find it for me, whether it's alive or dead, you must get it. At all costs, bring Peter's key here. He may act confident outside, but inside he's terrified. If the true owner of Beacon Mountain, the White Tiger Guild, finds out about this, we're all doomed. Because that key can only be obtained through a life sacrifice, they secretly made a deal with us to collect it.
The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and Seung immediately ordered to prepare the car. "Everyone follow me to Beacon Mountain," he muttered irritably as he walked. "The dungeon is sealed, the key stolen, everything's going wrong. Hurry up, you animals."
If the White Tigers find out about this and can't handle it, his life will be over. Especially Sejong-gun. If that bastard finds out, his whole family will be involved.
That cannot happen. He must find the key at all costs. But unfortunately for Seon, the news from the tomb has reached Sejong-gun. As expected, he seems to have gone mad, losing control of his anger and unleashing his power right in front of Suntrang's mother. Ah-young and Young-gan both said, "Hey, what's wrong with Jong-gun?"
Hey, Captain S., what's going on here?
Jin-gan scolded.
Why did you dare to use the bloodthirsty berserker in the residential area?
Dong-gun remained silent, only quietly looking towards the crowd, with his beautiful brows furrowed and his usually gentle eyes now showing some seriousness. Dong-gun hesitated for a moment, then quickly made an excuse and asked to leave. "Are you okay?" Why, concerned, he asked about Mother Trangson.
After a moment of silence, she replied, "It's okay, I'm fine. I heard that those who awaken are very different from ordinary people like us."
"It seems that rumor is true. So is my son like that too? On the outside it's not friendly, if not cold, but I know it's a sharp child. I just want Trangson not to face dangers and get hurt. But I guess it won't listen to my plea. Please leave my house." "Why?" Young and Stay looked at each other, then understood, and each went their own way. While waiting for the elevator, Young-gan asked casually, after the squad leader suddenly lost his temper, things seemed to get pretty complicated. "I don't understand why he's flipping out again. What do you two think?" "Agent Father." "Agent Guardian." Suddenly, Young-gan remembers that his niece, the girl with short hair. Oh no, it should be called OBIN now. Before coming here, Hebben kept insisting that Young-gun bring the Zon outfit for the little girl. Since it's already late, Young-gun suggested to Y and SK that if they planned to stay here overnight, he would ask the staff to make coffee for both of them. Stee cheerfully replied, "Well, I'm not being polite either. A black stone with no path." As soon as he finished speaking, he was literally choked off. Then she politely declined and led her assistant away. Say looked a bit confused at Y, but upon seeing her expression, he immediately asked with concern, "What's with that serious look?" Just then, his phone rang, and a message was sent. Red alarm code, Bacon Mountain, Dungnong District, Seon. They accidentally discovered numerous victims being held captive as sacrifices. All the victims have been escorted to the police station, and a plan needs to be prepared for such situations. "What is this?" Stay exclaimed in surprise. "Hurry up or I'll leave you behind now." Y urged Stay to follow her quickly to complete the mission. When they left, Trong Sion just returned, but he didn't rush into the house, and instead stood outside the park studying his new sword. The pleasure deity was questioning why he chose that iron sword instead of an item from his treasure hoard. Trong Sion thought to himself, this item was forged in the Divine Forge, so it's definitely not an ordinary piece of equipment. If I'm right, this is the divine sword called Ngu Truong Kiem. With the claws of the evil dragon and the fish long sword, no player can oppose me. Trangson used the information system to check the sword and receive the result. Ngu Truong Kiem, one of the 9 swords forged by the master blacksmith Yu, known as the Divine Blacksmith. Classified as a short sword and a divine weapon, the combat power is immeasurable and the effects are unclear. You cannot use the divine weapon because you lack the ownership rights. You cannot see the detailed information of the divine weapon because you do not have the right of ownership. The 9 swords of Yu are all weapons with extremely powerful abilities. When the Tramlu sword appeared in Acadia, all the kingdoms here erupted into a bloody war to seize that treasure. According to Trangson, at least 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were completely destroyed. Why did yet a supreme divine sword like this end up as a pile of scrap in the forge? Its previous owner, the sword of the Longfish, was a killer, so surely over the 1,000 years this sword has been soaked in blood. People say this is a cursed sword that can cause terrifying, haunting pain to its victim before death. But the rumors stop there. Trangseon has no more information about it. Ui. The first is called the Divine Blacksmith because he doesn't like the smell of blood at all, but I don't know if it's because of Wuai the First or the successor of that title. But surely one of them wants to hide the identity of this sword and erase its existence, treating it like a discarded item in that forge. The pleasure god sneers and frowns at your choice to discard that debt. The owl god, piercing through the sunset, looks at you with a trusting gaze. Suddenly, Trangseon becomes alert and looks behind. Maybe collecting Yu's 9 swords when the opportunity arises is also a very good idea. "And what problem do you have with me over there?" Trangseon said, as he equipped a dagger made from fire tiger fangs and then shot straight at the mysterious person. This masked man managed to dodge it just in time. He sighed, saying, "Even if I disguise myself, you will suddenly attack like this." Trang Xian still didn't care much and charged forward, with a sharp gaze looking at the target as if swearing he wouldn't let him escape. Each of Trang Xian's sword strikes was very skillful, making him feel impressed. What kind of rookie is this to be so strong? It's still the sword technique group, but it's more ferocious and unpredictable. He couldn't find anything to criticize. It's almost a fighting sword technique designed solely for destruction. This guy is overwhelmed by Trang Zhon's power. He seems like a first-generation player who has gone through many hardships. I only provoked him to test his abilities, but at this point I guess I should be ashamed. I'll be lectured by my nephew, but I want to fight him with all I've got. No, to be precise, I need to fight him with everything I've got. It's the only way I can stand up to this rookie. While he's still unleashing his moves, the guy in black raises his hand in surrender. Trang Xian's face is tense. What do you think you're doing? He stands there with his hands clasped, sweating, silently thinking, I was out of my mind back then. What was I thinking? He apologized to Trang Xian before things got worse. I'm sorry for causing trouble with you out of the blue. I just wanted to test your strength. Trang Xian began to lower his sword. That guy kept saying, I did it just for fun. I thought that caused this huge misunderstanding. The holy position of the hunting season shouted to warn the reckless challenger. Trang Xian, with a cold face, asked for his identity. Who are you? The holy season of the hunt waited for the decisive confrontation. Are you just talking nonsense? You're still young, but so reckless. At this point, you can't afford to be careless, or you'll get beaten to a pulp like that by Trang Xian. He pulls out a business card and throws it to Trang Xian. It says, 5-star swordsman, HR Director Gu Zagun. Gu Zagun cheerfully smiled and said that he was here to discuss the main reason for his visit. Actually, the reason I came to see you was to recruit you into the gang. Trang Xian glanced over and thought to himself. The god they worship is the great god unknown, right? His real name is the Worry King. He is usually known as the god of wealth who protects possessions and storage. I immediately replied that I didn't really want to go there either. Then he asked him why he knew and came looking for him. Guang replied, You probably don't realize how famous you are. It's very likely that besides us, many other guilds across the country are also watching over you. Lai Trang Xian. Trang Xian's face darkened, realizing they bite much faster than he expected. Honestly, I also want to talk more with you, Trang Xian. But since today we have taken a bold and serious mistake, I ask for your forgiveness and to try again another time. Let's settle our anger first. The body of the hunting season argues about how you let an enemy who provoked you go like that. The body of the hunting season raises its horn, saying that someone worthy of becoming a disciple of the master should never lose. Guanggun finished speaking and then left, telling them to contact him freely through his business card if needed. The gods started to get noisy and excited, each with their own opinion. The serpent body wrapped around the world scolded her and Bao, saying if they liked fighting so much, they should find someone else to fight. The body of the hunting season was furious and suggested they have a proper fight. The serpent body wrapped around the world laughed carelessly and said you can come any time. The hunting season body freaked out and said she would make a snake stew. Trang Xian ignores the gods preparing to devour each other alive. He's trying to recall why Guanggun looks so familiar. Didn't I already meet him before coming to Acadia? Suddenly, the scarred young man's face twisted. Wait a minute. If someone like him came here, could they have already been to my house? Damn it, she must be really worried about me. Guanggun just left, but his arm keeps bleeding. His face is pale, and it seems like his wound is pretty deep after fighting with Trang Xian. You're finally here? You haven't eaten anything, have you? Wash your hands first and then sit down here. Looking at your face, it seems like you're having some trouble. Seeing that my mother was waiting, I also indicated that I'd something to tell her. The sunlight shone on a battle full of smoke. Oh, you're so young, yet your face is full of threats. Why? Who's that old man? If you don't want to die, get out of here. Ha ha ha. A child with a destructive nature. What nonsense are you talking about? If you're going to keep spouting nonsense, just get lost, the man sneered and declared. I can't hold back anymore. Fine, I'll feed you some tan first and then we'll talk later. The alarm clock rings, waking Trang Xian up. Her phone notifies her of a scheduled interview with the White Tiger Guild at 3 p.m. today. It has been a month since the Bak Ho Guild posted the recruitment ad, and Trang Xian still can't shake the dream from earlier and doesn't understand why she keeps having it. It seems the real battle is about to begin. This crowded area is the interview event of the White Tiger Guild. One by one, they are lifting weights to build endurance for the interview. This eccentric Chow teacher will be in charge of the magic capacity measuring device. Please place your hand on the magic capacity measuring device. Trang Xian gently places his hand on the machine, but it explodes and reports it cannot measure. She cannot measure. The alarm keeps ringing continuously.
The young man remains confused, not understanding what is happening, still receiving the measurement failure notification. They told each other to bring out a more advanced measuring device. Everyone started to focus on Trangxion. Among them, there is a white-haired person with bandages wrapped tightly around their face. The measurement device operator suggests trying again. Number 1031, Lai Trangxion. Please place your hand on the device for a retest. After hearing the name Lai Trangxion, some people felt that this name sounded familiar. Only then did they gasp in surprise and shout, "It's the tyrant uncle!" Trangxion closed his eyes in tense helplessness, convinced he had worn the hoodie knowing this would happen. The whispers and gossip grew louder by the minute. The tyrant Lai Trangxion. I heard he became a drunkard and was forced to retire after his team disbanded. I heard he's finally fallen from grace. Look at his pale face. He seems like a gamer, huh? What's the point of acting so arrogant? In the end, men look just like us anyway. The little girl in front of her found the two guys annoying, saying they looked like dried squid, while they just thought he had locked himself in his room and played games all day. Why are you here now? You haven't retired for long, right? What are you doing here? The final strength measurement result has finally appeared. Level 25. C++ grade. Surprising strength. Everyone was stunned, their mouths wide open in shock. What? It's level 25. Plus, that's the magic power level. The equipment manager was panicked and didn't know how to handle this case. Damn it, we can't take on this job. Inform the manager? No, inform the department head. Hurry up. At the 2 assault team's office, the blonde-haired man is listening to the news update. The scandal of the summit leader has finally been exposed, and the prosecutor working with the association has detained and begun searching for the leaders of the summit guild. 21 people have been sacrificed over the past 7 years. What has caused such a terrible tragedy? Chia Ayun of the Witch Society has announced legal action against the summit. The White Tiger has also begun a full-scale battle against the summit. The investigations conducted by White Tiger into the crimes of the summit have also been made public. And there are those who wish to express their gratitude to the fake smiling hero. However, there are still no clues about that mysterious hero. This blonde man is determined to find the one called the smiling hero who stole Peter's key. At this moment, the measurement device supervisor rushes in to report. Department head, the super rookie has appeared. He's still sitting cross-legged. Why are you so frantic? Both Chairman O and Director Kim are heading to Area C. The department head looked very surprised. Why is that Lai Trangxion? Do you remember him? That's the rookie you've been waiting for a month with the black sword and the iron sorcerer. At this moment, the blonde-haired guy is panicking. He is the guy from the Jam Supergate? I wanted to pull him to our side back then, but because of those top bastards' trouble, I didn't have the time, right? But what about him? The person in charge of the measuring equipment replied. It seems he's here to apply for our competition. Another shock that leaves him stunned and open-mouthed. What? What was the result? He is the top in every field, and his mana level is SSS plus 3 more plus signs. At this point, there's probably no more delaying. The department head stands up. Let's go. I have to meet him before others get involved. This is the C-League arena. The news about Trangxion has been causing a stir all over social media. There is even an article titled, The Return of the Tyrant Lai Trangxion. Recently, retired pro-gamer Lai Trangxion appeared at the Bok Ho Guild's recruitment event. As if he's laughing at the malicious rumors surrounding him, he made a spectacular appearance at the White Tiger Guild's recruitment event. As Trangxion steps forward, everyone looks at him with admiration. A rising star, the first to earn the SSS rank in Korea in over 15 years. That must be the tyrant, right? Yeah, it's definitely him 100%. Do you think there's anyone else like that in the world? Damn it, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and now he's also an SSS, ranked awakener. Alongside the admirers, there are still jealous and hateful people who despise the cruel Zon Kai and that damn lucky bastard. Why the hell did he have to register today? We're definitely going to be compared to him, just watch. Damn it. This is the 5th time I've participated. If I fail again, I'll be kicked out of the house. The god of the hunting season is very proud of himself to see you getting so much attention. Truly worthy of the one he chose. Trangxion watches the arena intently, while the tiger god, trapped in difficulties, observes you with surprise. Trangxion seems to have discovered something. He grits his teeth and concentrates with all his might. Here it is. The serpent god wrapped around the world suspects that they have some intention towards you. The supervisor announced that the test was about to begin, and it would involve hunting monsters. From red brains to 2-headed brains, we will summon any kind of monster you're willing to face. Trangxion asked nonchalantly, Are those all the monsters you have? Seeing your disappointment, the supervisor continued explaining, Currently, the strongest monster we have is the Z. But before he could finish,
Chang Xian told them to summon that very monster for him. Everyone in the audience seemed speechless, which was unprecedented. Their strongest monster appeared within the magic circle, with glowing red eyes targeting Chang Xian. The fierce tiger god, trapped in hardship, wants to assess your skills. Seeing the dangerous monster that everyone fears, it's worried that Chang Xian won't be able to hold on for long. The image of the tiger's face and the yellow light beginning to emanate mark the transfer of the tiger god's power. The fierce tiger god, trapped in hardship, looks at you with suspicion as you stand still and believes you will die. Chang Xian still stood there in silence, as scenes of a brutal confrontation between two figures appeared in his mind, the old man with half his face covered and a savage smile fueling his rage more than ever.
"You bastard, how dare you laugh in my face? Then I will give you what you want." "Now, who? Your anger has reached its peak and you're ready to face the monster." It roared, its breath like a tornado capable of blowing away everything around it. Chang Xian still stood tall, focusing all her concentration. "You put down your weapon and threw it into the air. This is a special type of weapon specially crafted and prepared by the blind blacksmith."
"Finally, it's here. You look tired. Who do you think is to blame?"
"Ha ha, I won't say much more. You can tell just by looking at the quality."
The hunting season. God widened his eyes in surprise. The serpent god encircling the world admitted that they had just seen a perfect item. The item Chang Xian is holding is the nameless dual spear, a long spear with an attack power ranging from 150 to 200. It has piercing effects, continuous damage, and a sweeping blessing. The masterpiece is an item that can be bound, and if gifted to others, its effects may disappear. The creator did not name the item. Name the item. After testing a few basic moves, Seon Trang feels very satisfied.
"You performed alchemy excellently. You understand the basic techniques of piercing, cutting, stabbing, and blocking."
The god of the hunting season opened his eyes wide, surprised by your incredible craftsmanship.
The god of the hunting season was amazed that the blind man could create an item of this level.
The rookie's craftsmanship skill has been acquired. Now this single-use weapon can cause serious injury to Thek. The viewers are speechless, screaming in pain, as no one understands what is happening and when Lai Chang Xian managed to do this. Captain Park Sang-ho of the White Tiger Guild's first reconnaissance team watched the match to the end and looked very satisfied. Captain Park was right. His agility really doesn't match that level. His accuracy is also incredibly impressive. He might be extremely successful even if all he uses is a simple bow. That kid, I must get him no matter what it takes. Chang Xian continues to unleash her power. Everyone is curious to see what it will be this time. Something that is not a spear. A sharp blade continues to pierce the decaying monster, blood splattering everywhere. But it didn't stop there. Chang Xian continued to perform a few more skills. A rope was pulled out and struck. Blood kept flowing. Just a single rope and a spear were enough for this spectacular display. Chang Xian jumped high, quickly stabbing it, and the monster collapsed. The wide-eyed gazes of amazement remained fixed in place. No way. What's with that pile of weapons? No one could believe that Seon, at level 25, has that kind of speed. All the effects are yellow, with no other effects present. They are all critical hits. They no longer see Seon as human. You stand tall after that battle, but your hands are already stained with blood. The blood poison skill has been activated. Paralytic poison has spread through DZ's body. It has been poisoned and is now paralyzed. DZ's blood keeps flowing. It was on the brink of death from blood loss. With a sharp gaze, Chang Xian continued to leap up and strike once more with the spear to finish it off completely. The system announces that you have defeated DJZ and your novice trading skill level has increased. The god of seasons deems it appropriate to go hunting for praise and says that your hunting skills are improving steadily and your stamina has increased by 5 thanks to the privilege. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by the intense battle, is expressing a fierce desire for the new fangs. The department head gritted his teeth and ordered, "That kid, I have to deal with him as I said. Bring him here." Just then, a yellow light flashed by, and he realized that the action just now was done by Chang Xian. He and Chang Xian jump to the center and face off. The blonde-haired, terrifying-faced man challenges them. "Oh wow, you managed to block this move? Even resisting the Great Tiger Forest skill and the aura of the Great Tiger? You're better than I thought." Chang Xian looked at him with a gaze that no longer held any contempt. "It's disgusting how the foul stench of a useless leader's rotten smell assaults my nose." He screams wildly, "I like you now. Become my subordinate. I promise to teach you to become better than you are now. I will show you what a real tiger truly is." Chang Xian is still trying to hold back and hesitating, unsure if he should attack the tea master. Maybe he will be more noticed by the puppet ruler, but isn't it necessary to take him out of the Blood Mountain range? Just as they were about to continue the fight, Park Sang-hwa stepped in to stop them. Aren't they going to stop there? The department head yells loudly to warn. Do you want to die? Captain Park. Park Sang-ho looks very angry. It seems this second captain is still as ignorant as ever. Why is he so rude to his seniors? The blonde-haired guy argued back. Huh? Are you calling me stupid for not knowing the rules at this point? I'm just taking back what's mine. What's wrong with you? Mr. Sang-ho warned that no matter what, you're still very proud of your bizarre deeds. Now, stay away from him. I think the recruitment process hasn't ended yet. The audience is starting to get restless. What's going on? Are the two team captains fighting each other? They're just doing that to recruit talented people? That's really impressive. Homodium Captain Kong Sung-gu of Team 3 stepped in seeing how tense things were. Ha ha. Normally, I wouldn't want to get involved between the two captains. But what should we do? We want him, too. Sorry, but I want to join this battle, too. Additionally, the four-man team Dino Philip Hwanen also appeared, and the team leaders just stood there, arguing loudly. Are you all upper-level bastards, just messing around? Do you really think all the captains are the same? Trang Seon watched the scene eagerly, hoping for a bloodbath among them. Each of their faces was tense, like stones fighting over the treasure. I'll take care of that guy. Hey. Are you saying something? That guy belongs to me. What does that bastard want? The more they act like that. Trang Seon only felt disappointed and grew to underestimate them further. For him, those who worship hopeless tyrants like their guardian stars and then willingly become their subordinates are targets he must eliminate. A cold war also erupts, and at that moment, a golden wind makes them freeze and spit blood. The old man approaching is the executive director of the White Tiger Guild, Si Hwan. Trang Seon realized that his main target was him, the one considered the second leader of the White Tiger Guild. The god of the hunting season widened his eyes in surprise, saying that this was a common reaction when facing great power, and at this moment, Trang Seon understood why he was called a high-level player. Si Hwan scolded, Why are you fools fighting each other just for one person? Sang-ho, you're the oldest among the team leaders, yet you're involved in this nonsense. This old man shows no sign of weakness at all. No matter what the hypothesis is, Trang Seon will still lose because he is too strong. The blonde-haired guy, loyal to Director Si Hwan, was secretly pleased, thinking to himself. The director has arrived. He must be on our side, so I'll finally get to see Team Leader Park's face scrunch up like a monkey. So, the yellow-haired man thought to himself that Lai Trang-seon definitely belongs to him. Si Hwan shouted loudly and glared at the team leaders, saying, I don't want to see any of you anymore. Get lost. If I choose one of them, it will cause internal conflict, so I will pick him for myself. Just proceed with this move. Who could have guessed? The team leaders were stunned to finally fall into this old fox's trap. Si Hwan takes Chung Shon to his private room and throws a shirt for him to change into. Your shirt is covered in blood. Change into this. The system notification says the mighty tiger god is overwhelmed and looks at you with greedy eyes. The hunting season, God shouted to chase him away with an annoyed look. Chang Seon's muscular body was so impressive that anyone who looked at it would be bent. Old man Si Hwan chuckled contentedly, thinking to himself, he's got a good physique. That flawless muscular body must have been built through countless battles. I've never seen talent like this before. What kind of life did he really live? Si Hwan starts a conversation with Trang Yun. I've heard about you. The Guardian Stars are very interested in you, so let me be direct. What do you want? Money? Since meeting him, Trang Seon hasn't smiled once. He responded bluntly. I already have enough money to live until the end of my life, and still have some left over. I'm not here for something like that. I want to go to the Future Strategy Department. I heard the executive director here is a direct advisor to the Future Strategy Department. Shouldn't I also deserve that right? Si Hwan, with a distorted face, said, What did you say? Ha ha. He laughed so loudly he almost screamed, and Trang Seon's head jerked up at his laughter. The old man changed his expression and asked Trang Seon, Do you not care if I lose my power? All right, that's what I call the White Tiger. The Future Strategic Department can be considered the backbone and the brain of the White Tiger Guild. If you want it, you have to prove yourself. What are you planning to do to prove yourself to everyone? What if I set a new record on the Blood Mountain range? I hear newcomers have to cross it as apprentices. If I set a new record there, would that be okay? Si Hwan asked again. Not just to be the top among his peers this year, but to be the top of the entire dungeon? Until Chang Seon confirmed once more, the old man sighed. No one could argue with such strength. Seeing his hesitation, Chang Seon guessed that he wanted something else. He continued to make a condition. I will also clean it up.
Juan, upon hearing this, looks very pleased. That's right, very good. Honestly, that place has become old. I'm planning to find a new training center. Trangseon suspects there is definitely something at Blood Mountain. Maybe he will find the director's weakness. I will personally lock the door carefully. Si Juan gave a dangerous glance. Maybe in the future, there will be many things I need to tell you honestly. Thank you for your words. I have another task now. Before heading to the mountain range, I want to use the White Tiger Guild's library. Juan was once again surprised by Trangseon's actions. He already felt quite pleased with this eagerness to learn, so there was no reason to refuse. The White Tiger Guild's library is the best place in the world. Feel free to use it as you wish. Now online are all the hot searches related to Trangseon, with search terms about the tyrant having been resurrected. The most popular search now is Li Trangseon the Tyrant, video of Area C of the White Tiger Guild showing Li Trangseon's revival. It seems now everyone looks at Zon with a completely different gaze. They talk and comment with admiration. Li Trangseon Level 1 has been searched for 4 consecutive days. Our tyrant has returned. Is it true that his message reached SSS level? I'm starting to get excited. My reputation has lived twice. Where are those bastards calling him a drunk during the live broadcast gone? All the copycats on YouTube have set their videos to private. Honestly, his review videos are really crazy. Truly. Those anti-fans still say it's all made up, right? It seems you still don't realize how tiny their intelligence is. Does anyone still believe the government's stories about the tyrant? You all know it's just a conspiracy by the authorities to cover up the incident at the super detention gate, right? Oh, wow. Does such a person really exist? The super society ranked 20th in the world has returned. SSS level is all just made up. If you have time to type like this, you might as well go home, get under the blanket, and sleep for Jeongjeo. But I'm worried about a few things. The fans of the tyrant have been quiet for a few days, but now they're starting to go crazy again. Can someone handle this? Oh my god, just hearing you say that makes me scared. Edora's consecutive strikes. The Bach Hostock has hit its peak for the past 3 days. Go straight to the top. Be careful, later you all might end up at the Han River together. Invest wisely. Bing's lover, I heard Lai Changseon was the one who cleared out the Jamseo gate. Has anyone verified this? The mysterious person involved recently has been surrounded by many rumors and has now been confirmed as Lai Changseon. This is an interview with the survivors of Jamseo Gate, at a time when everyone was praising and admiring Trangseon. The blonde-haired guy is crying and begging Si Juan to hand over Trangseon to him. Give her to me. Please, let me have him. You know he's a talented person too, right? He needs someone like me to guide him for a smoother life ahead. The old man sighed heavily after hearing that. What do you mean, smooth? Life is more like full of stones and thorn. We are at the guild. If you don't behave, I will take away your captaincy. The blonde-haired guy keeps crying short and long tears. Damn it. Why do you keep refusing like that? Trangseon replied. He applied for the future strategy department and revealed that if he doesn't meet expectations, he will resign. How can I recruit someone like that into the 2nd reconnaissance team? Just wait for now. Once the training session ends, Trangseon will become my subordinate. No, I will assign the task to him as I see fit. And who do you think I will appoint him to? The blonde-haired man looked surprised to learn there was still more to go. Oh, Si Juan told him to go and not bother him. Blonde guy flattered him. Big brother, do you know how much I love you? Anyway, it's been hard to see Lai Trangseon lately. Where is she? If you know, what would you do? I knew you'd do that, so I locked him in the place you hate most. A few days later, it is finally time for Trangseon to enter the Blood Mountain dungeon. Bai Hu's scheduled training begins now. The tyrant is ready to create a new legend. Just how true is the SSS plus quality? Standing before the cliff, Trangseon realizes that he will have to purify this entire massive mountain. After sighing, he sees a light shining from the highest peak. That area exploded, creating whirlwinds. Something flew out from the top of the mountain. Trangseon confirms this is it. Her target. The Blood Mountain range is filled with mutated creatures affected by a mysterious ancient power. Find its source and restore the ecosystem of these mountains to their original state. The entire mountain range is divided into 8 main sections, each inhabited by unique mutated creatures that can't be found in other dungeons. All contestants will be given equipment, system windows, and skill windows to track their missions. So this entire mountain range is a vast and completely crimson land. Trangseon felt really disgusting. He remembered that he had been to a place like this back when he was in Acadia. Sion felt someone watching him. He glanced toward the corner of the tree. Xiaofeng's skill is watching you from behind. It seems that the stalker has been following Xion from the library all the way to outdoor training. You start to suspect, what is the CEO planning to do? A few days ago at the Tiger Fortress Library, Trang Xion came here and was overwhelmed by its grandeur and impressiveness. Just as Thanos said, isn't the puppet ruler the bastard who caused chaos in the heavens? So it was him? So what is the common tendency of those he blesses? Trang Xion replied, they will have many enemies around them just like him. Thanos smiled and asked, is it all going to end there? They will proudly show everything they have stolen and kept in the same place, while enjoying his treasure like medals and achievements and sharing them with his guardian stars from all over the world. That place is called the Tiger Library. If you want, I can give you a list of useful things there. Trang Xion wants to choose for himself. Thanos asked again, even if that's something you would definitely enjoy, right? Trang Xion reluctantly said, then go ahead and tell me. The 12 zodiac signs and the archery skills of Sagittarius. Trang Xion appears extremely surprised. You think that the six-pack body of that bastard could make you feel light as a feather, right? No. The god of death's special power continues. Snow walking, energy boosting, piercing techniques, river crossing, bending the bow, grass brushing, and jumping. Trang Xion asked seriously if one of them was the puppet ruler, but the truth is, there was no battle between him and Sagittarius. So that means the centaur still doesn't know about this. Where did he get it from? Thanos looked thoughtful. Who could it be? It comes from the shattered constellation. This means that what Trang Xion needs to obtain now is the leap, which is indeed not easy at all. The leap is a divine power granted to the Sagittarius of the 12 zodiac signs. Long ago, when he became a constellation, its former owner was the ancient constellation Ex Machina, a divine power he secretly learned while observing the leap of dominance, and it became known after he quickly conquered a land, allowing him to display his divine authority and become the absolute ruler there. San is thinking that this is also the reason why the other zodiac signs oppose having the centaur's territory close to him. If he can acquire that power, then once he awakens his divine nature, no one will be able to stop Zan. However, if there is a problem, everything will change. The mighty tiger god, who is cunning and relentless, is watching your every move. While struggling to find a book, a man approached to remind you that the library's usage time is 1 week. The library is open 24 hours, and you are allowed to view all books except those on the restricted shelves for Level 1 and Level 2. Also, remember that you're not allowed to take the books outside here. This was just a favor from my girlfriend, but it's only a signature, so could you please bend it? As soon as Trang Xion appeared, he was still trembling from how handsome he was, let alone his girlfriend. But after hearing that, Trang Xion turned around and walked away with a cold expression. That guy knows he just got hit with an avocado smoothie and is furious. Trang Xion is actually just being cautious of everything unpredictable around him. The CEO and the puppet master must be careful to avoid being monitored by these two. Didn't Thanos say that the exhibition hall of the puppet master is a copy of the martial arts library of the one-horned tribe? Watching it is quite interesting, now that Trang Xion's iron heart skill and calmness skill have been activated. Trang Xion has been focused on reading books, ignoring everything else. Days have passed, and she still remains inside the library. Even the person watching over him is getting annoyed. It's been several days now, and I have no idea what he's doing. Is he just reading books like that? He doesn't even have any criteria for choosing them. Sometimes he reads about medicine, sometimes about swordsmanship, and also books on physical training. He also reads some books on simple breathing techniques and mythology about certain gods, constantly taking them out and putting them back. Earlier, Director O assigned him the task of closely observing all of Trang Xion's actions. If anything suspicious occurs, he must report it immediately. Now this stalker doesn't even know what to report to him anymore. He deduces that the reason Trang Xion has been buried in the library all this time is to create a good image in the eyes of the public. A talented person would never be lazy about studying, right? Is there a better image than that? The stalker now clenched his teeth, anxiously crying out in his native language, begging Trang Xion to go home so he could finally rest. Meanwhile, Trang Xion continued to focus even more intensely. You are in a state of intense focus, concentrating on reading. You can understand and remember most of the knowledge you need. You are in a state of immersion, with your knowledge gathering increasing. Your ability to infer meanings and understand difficult vocabulary has improved. You are in a frantic warning state. You have gathered too much knowledge. You are experiencing neural overload and will soon suffer from severe headaches. Warning: you have exceeded the limit of knowledge you can acquire. You should rest. Although the system kept sending SOS signals like that, Xion still remained unmoved. The achievement was reached, reading books frantically, with telekinetic effect increased by 10 and willpower increased 5-fold. The god of the season is tired from hunting due to the enormous amount of books you've read. The serpent god wrapping around the world is curious about the vast amount of information you've gathered. You have acquired a fragment of knowledge. Your understanding of the great tiger overwhelmed by hardship has increased. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, observes you with an amused look. Trangshon sneers inwardly, thinking, "He's truly foolish. My goal is not only to leap forward, but also to deduce the burdens contained within that bastard, the puppet ruler or his skill tree." Although the mighty tiger library was built by the White Tiger Guild to showcase the greatness of that puppet ruler, it is also a sacred place for exchanging techniques that the puppet ruler personally teaches guild members. I will find that information and piece all of it together to outline the shape of the puppet master. Then I will discover his weakness and the person behind him, and I will find a way to defeat the puppet ruler. Trangseon's current skill synthesis level has reached 39%. Finally, the young man finally stepped out of the library. That's how it is, now I have to go. It seems we've reached the limit of how to beat that guy using third-tier synthesis. So, I guess I'll have to fill the rest with achievements and unlock the first and second-tier bookcases. But it's not here. I've looked 3 times, but still haven't made a breakthrough. Is it the first and second level bookshelf I've been looking for? Trangzon only has 3 hours left to stay in the library. You decide to check one last time. If there are any ancient languages or vocabulary, then it's most likely from the 7th level. The Heart of Stone has reached its limit. Bin Tam has reactivated his focus, which was being distracted. Your willpower has been strengthened. The Divine Falcon tears through the sunset in celebration of your intellect. Trangson touches the book and a burst of energy radiates out. I finally found it. Although I don't know if this is a leap forward, it definitely contains some secret. This is a book of 100 dishes you can make with monster meat. If you flip the book backwards and read it in a special way, suddenly Trangson realizes this is not a leap forward. There are special words in this book, and here lies a deep-seated grudge. The words of a bitter resentment fill this book. Do you know how painful it is to be betrayed by someone you consider a brother? I know what that guy did to me. Shang Tsung suddenly remembered this name, Jim Chan Ho, the hero of the Heavenly Sword, one of the 9 sword heroes of the world and the president of the White Tiger Society, who founded this place along with the director and the puppet ruler of the Apostles. Some people talk about him as a friend and a brother. The Heavenly Sword hero has connections with someone, but publicly it's only known that he was a mercenary who gradually became famous in the gaming community. He created his own martial arts, and the puppet ruler who watched him had accepted him as his disciple. But according to this book, it seems that's not the case. The battered man, pierced by thousands of swords, tries to speak through the pain. My name is Han Yuzuru. I am Mo Seong's older brother. To be honest, I used to be his senior brother and the heir of the family. Although not widely known, I trained and honed my swordsmanship for many years. And then one day, my master brought a new disciple much younger than me. At my master's place, you had recently passed away. Then, due to old age, I raised that younger brother as my own real brother, and sometimes as a disciple, allowing him to wield a sword. But I should have known about his silent thoughts and the thoughts of the guardian star watching over our family. The great tiger was overwhelmed by hardship, and just his holy name revealed everything. The great tiger was overwhelmed by hardship. The puppet ruler is a cunning god who loves war, chaos, and fear. In his eyes, there's no way he would ever like a family like ours. A family decided to hide and fight for peace. Of course, he could choose another apostle. But the biggest issue is that I, Hanu of our family, am the one who follows his teachings best. Therefore, the puppet ruler couldn't choose any other apostle and could only grit his teeth. Trangseon realized that they had deliberately sealed away the puppet ruler's power. I've heard about this before. There was a time when he weakened for a moment, and I wondered why that battle fanatic hasn't shown his face for the past 100 years. It seems to be because of the accident involving the Heavenly Sword hero's family in the past. If the puppet ruler's church becomes too powerful, Han Yu appears to realize that too many lives have already been lost, so he decided to stop. And then the puppet ruler decided to choose M. Seong instead of Han Yu, now known as the hero of the Heavenly Sword. The observer of Seon's page was still very anxious seeing him just stand there, staring intently at the book, without doing anything else. He's reading the book backwards. I knew he was just playing around. It's really ridiculous. The rest of what's written in that book is as follows. It seems that Mon Seong's plan was set up a long time ago, since I could no longer wield my sword. He must have injected poison into me a long time ago. A very long time ago. In a dose I couldn't detect very slowly. But he didn't kill me as if he had some feelings for me. He destroyed my limbs, causing my magical organs to stop working, and imprisoned me in the underground cave belonging to our guild. Moonmon Shong, why is my guardian no longer protecting me? Since then, I have looked on in silence as my junior brother was awarded the title of Heavenly Sword Hero and established the headquarters right on the land where our guild once existed. He disobeyed his master's warning never to go outside this world. While I blankly watched my junior brother, you caused a disaster for 10 years. One day, I heard the voice of that thing. I was reading it, but I didn't understand anything. Trang-san wondered, flipping it over and over. What is that thing? Is there no information about this? It's hidden somewhere else. The system notifies you that you have discovered a hidden fragment. The legacy of an anonymous person has begun to sprout within you. As a small reward, the skill blending rate will be increased. Skill blending rate 51%. Trang-san looks surprised. What? The success rate of the method to defeat the puppet ruler has increased to 12%, even though I thought it wouldn't go up for a while and I just need to explore and decode the hidden fragment. A piece of the hidden fragment is still around here. Find all the pieces and put them together. Trang-san believes that the person who left this is truly extraordinary, because an ordinary person couldn't do something like this. A divine being must have intervened, and that is probably the person Handu mentioned. Now there are only 2 hours left in the library, and Trang-san's goal is to find the remaining book. Where do you think Trang-san immediately searches to find it? Because their testament is kept with a secret password, they probably want it to be discovered by someone else. They still have to create it in a way that the disciple of the Heavenly Sword Hero can't easily find it, so they need to balance those factors. And if that secret password has been deciphered, it will be very easy to find the others. They are probably all on the 7th shelf. Trang-san kept rummaging through the books, while the follower outside continued crying. Why did he care so much about his image? I have to get his signature no matter what. Hoo. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardships, is sure that you will become his loyal disciple. Trang-san seems to be unaware that he hasn't realized it yet. The serpent god watching over the world is observing you closely. Trang-san looks excited, finally having found it. So it's the same as me. When I was betrayed by my brotherhood and imprisoned here, it was already devoured by my own child long ago and became a wandering spirit haunting the land of death. That existence and I share a common enemy. Trang-san's face darkened, consumed by his own child. Is that child a puppet ruler? That is a top-secret history. The piece of information buried by the puppet ruler has found his weakness. Continue the lines of pain and lingering resentment, saying that the miserable tiger is just a monster, not a demon, the one whom my master and I have served devotedly all this time, the one who devoured his own family to become a god. You say you must witness that demon's head bow down before closing your eyes. That existence tried to pass on the method to destroy that full of suffering tiger to me, using it as a foundation. I was able to recover my strength and develop my body. Then I hid myself from everyone's sight and began to gather my strength again through training. I was able to focus on restoring my body as that existence had taught me. By the day my senior brothers returned from their travels around the world, I have made my decision, just as he hurt me in the past. Now I will follow that path and kill him, and I will wield my sword again to defeat that suffering tiger. But my first thought upon arriving here was whether I could really do it. Did I really destroy the Song sect that they raised and nurtured like their own child? I have to ask myself that question. So I leave my dream here as a secret code, hoping that one day my regret and it will be passed on to the new successor. The system notifies you have successfully discovered all the remaining pieces of the seal. The burning desire of the anonymous has taken root in your heart. Achieve the feat of inheriting the regret of the fierce tiger. Wisdom reward +5. Willpower +10. Black Mountain, God's Claw skill. Claws of the Black Mountain God. Nothing on this land is more terrifying than a beast revealing all its sharp claws. The active skill level, counterattack, fate shift, cannot be applied at this time. The continuous wide area blood loss effect replaces basic skills with stacking effects. The wide area blood loss effect is 1 level higher than continuous bleeding and can push opponents to the brink of death in a short time. You can continuously use multiple skills in a row without a break. The stacking effect amplifies the attacks of skills used consecutively. Replace the basic skill. You can freely hide one skill within another or blend them to amplify their power. The cries of despair shattering the mind of the Heavenly Sword, not even knowing the name of the bastard. Trang-san thought to himself that the Claw of the Black Mountain God was originally an opposing skill. The skills of the White Tiger clan are probably compatible because they share the same origin with the skills of the White Tiger clan. The power of an ancient god is no longer remembered, and surely there is no greater hatred than it. But it is a skill that consumes a lot of magic power. I can only control one claw with my current proficiency. As expected, I need to gather as many demon herbs as possible. I have to go to the training institute and protect that place.
Although it's a bit unfortunate, I will aim for a leap forward when the opportunity arises. Trangson heads to the Shichluison dungeon.
You must realize that with your current abilities, you can't catch run, so you need to eliminate that guy first whenever you get the chance.
The moment Trangxion appears again, everyone in the dungeon froze in shock. Wow, it's really Lai Changxion. I wonder what he'll do this time. I don't want to be compared to him. Trangxion glanced around and assessed how many useful people were here. Suka is no more than 3. One kid is a hardcore fan of Changxion.
Just a glance from you and I'd go crazy with excitement. Wow.
He just looked at me. Trangxion feels that useless guys are really a nuisance. There was a white-haired man with bandages around his face and a striking presence standing among the crowd. Trangxion managed to catch a glimpse of him and the badge he was wearing.
Bun, the new member of White Tiger, seems to have received the blessing of another god.
Trangxion begins to wonder about his true identity. The man with the shaved head standing and shouting is the one leading today's Bakho Guild training. Everyone please be quiet and pay attention here. The 26th new member training of the White Tiger will now begin. Immediately, information about Trangxion was updated. The White Tiger training session was already underway. The tyrant is ready to become a new legend. This young man with bangs covering half his face is devouring everything. Here is Jack. This man is Gangun. The man who once stalked the Zon page is now expressionless as he answers the call. Are you listening? Of course I am.
So, what is it? They want you to get the photocard sets that are already sold out, right? Because they are the main models for our company's car advertisement. Your uncle here will get a special signed version.
See? I told you I didn't hear you. I hate you. The uncle helplessly holds his head. I'm so sad, that damn gate at Jamsu. If it weren't for him, Guanggun would be a man who follows his niece's every word, watching her grow up so warmly. He was very frantic when he found out she was captured at the gate in Jamsiu. To form a rescue team, Rangun has been struggling lately but had no choice but to take a break from the dungeon, so he had no other option but to hope nothing bad would happen. Rangun kept praying to the unnamed giant guardian to protect his niece. Just as he was kneeling before the altar praying, someone ran in to say Hibin had returned safely. Rangun, tears and snot all over his face, still couldn't believe it. Now, sitting in front of his beloved niece, Rangun wants to show his gratitude to her. Can you tell him who she is? Hin stammered. Trangxion ran away as soon as the dungeon mission disappeared. I think it's because he was worried about being exposed to outsiders.
I think it would be better to let him decide when to reveal himself. Jianggun confidently declares and promises to his niece.
So your uncle will find Son and hire him for our factions team, and then he will thank him. Hin looks very happy, praising his uncle as the best. Seeing his niece so joyful, Rangun also feels embarrassed when recalling the past. But the thing is, I couldn't speak properly to him because of what I did when I first met him. Stalking and fighting probably made him angry. Rangun gave Changxion his business card, hoping to recruit Trangxion for a 5-star job, but he thought at least he would get a call. I didn't see anything coming. Rangun helplessly covers his face. It's definitely a mistake, damn it. It's hard to believe that Changxion went straight to the White Tiger HR office and hasn't even called the 5-star for months. Plus, he's an SSS level youth, which means Changxion is actually a genius on par with X or level L. Looking at his still injured hand after that fight, Gyun thought he should have realized it back then. That's why someone new like Changxion is so strong. Since the failed recruitment of Trangxion, Haiban has been calling every day to check on her, saying she hates her uncle and that Changxion joined that side because Rangun didn't chase after him. The royal party, my brother, his wife, and even my father's company president all see me as strange. I won't deny that I underestimated this, but I've been busy and there's not much I can do. I thought Lai Trangxion had been hiding herself all this time. I can't focus on that because of what happened with High Off. How can I recruit Trangxion? You have become a monster. This is the dark hell of the Red Mountain area. The admiration for Trangxion still hasn't ended. Hey, did you see what happened just now? Mr. Trangxion just looked at me. Oh my God, I can die now without regrets. As she spoke, the little girl started to pee while the boy beside her teased mockingly. Hey, you're drooling. Your brother probably loves seeing you like this. His words are just wind, and he is extremely helpless, secretly thinking he can't stop her. She is too passionate about doing the same thing as Li Trangxion. It's hard to believe that in the end, those of us with the most humiliating results made it through. But Kim Hyung-jun and our team captain didn't. The man in the blue shirt stands still, his face tense and pale, making everyone nervous and wondering what's wrong with him. What's wrong with you? No, it's nothing, but first I think they'll explain the training camp rules, so we should focus here. The head of the team begins to reiterate the most important part of the training camp rules previously mentioned. A large screen is projected. The training camp will last 100 days. During the first month, you will be scheduled to learn and practice the 3 basic skills of the white tiger. At the same time, numerous necessary practical training sessions will be scheduled. Over the remaining 70 days, the safe zone will be liberated, and you must survive based on the 3 basic skills learned and the practical experience gained. There are no rules on how to survive. You can choose to team up with others or fight alone. Points will be awarded for all achievements in the dungeon. The number of points you earn will increase or decrease depending on the level of the monsters you defeat.
Supervisors and guards will hide at various points within the dungeon to evaluate and score everyone over a 24-hour period. According to the rules, supervisors are not allowed to intervene unless an intern's life is in danger.
However, your points will be deducted if your score drops below 0 and you will fail. Those who fail will not qualify to join the guild. On the other hand, those who score high will be rewarded with a certain amount after the training period ends. The bottom 5 performers will qualify to receive a blessing from a guardian deity. In addition, the leader also said that besides the above conditions and everything that does not violate actions and autonomous judgments, all are allowed. Now, I will teach everyone 3 basic skills. On the wooden tray are 3 scrolls. The first scroll contains information about the tiger's aura. The basic Unlucky Tiger skill can be used as an attack by converting external magic power. Level 1 skill grants an overwhelming active effect. The second scroll is about the tiger's footsteps, with a fierce vitality hidden in every step. Level of skill, an active effect that greatly increases attack. The remaining scroll is about the tiger's claws. Just like a tiger tearing apart its prey, the attack power will be greatly increased.
Upgrade the skill to an active effect that increases attack power, the commander shouted loudly.
If everyone has received these scrolls, tear them apart to learn the skills. Start now. Everyone begins to follow, and all of them gain these 3 skills. Learning it for real made everyone very happy and excited. The smartass with his arms crossed continued, "Did everyone get it? From now on, I will be the supervisor to demonstrate for you. Please follow my movements, and remember." Amidst the silent crowd, Li Trangxian raised her hand to speak. "I've already learned them. I heard that even during training, if you show that you've mastered the skills perfectly, you can bypass the safety zone." The others looked shocked, unable to believe that Trangxian had already learned it. How is that possible? Some say that Li Trangxian already received the book before them. He got the book before us. No way, in front of so many people, they would dare to do such a reckless thing. So he must have mastered the stance, the movements, and everything else just by tearing the scroll. No matter how talented he is, that's impossible. Unwavering amidst the changing world, he quietly observes and watches. Trangxian's crazy fan keeps drooling and marveling, just as expected from his confidence. How can he be so full of determination? The guy in the blue shirt, full of hatred and envy, thought, "There's no need to be angry. That guy will definitely fail. No one knows that my father is a senior member of the White Tiger Society. He even told me that Trangxian would never learn the 3 basic skills." The supervisor asked Trangxian to demonstrate for him. The guy in the blue shirt keeps thinking, "You must think you're so talented that you can master the skills after seeing them just once, huh? You idiot. If it were that easy, everyone could master them, right?" Trangxian stood there sighing and began activating his skills. The tiger's stepping skill has been activated. The tiger's aura skill has been activated. The strange flames roared and burned fiercely, and the yellowish eyes blazed with fire. A series of surprised exclamations rang out. "No way! He's gone crazy!" He not only managed to spread it, but also shaped it into the form of a tiger. The young man in the green shirt was stunned, almost dislocating his jaw. "No way! How did that bastard do it?" Even that. The tiger's disaster skill has been activated. The fire tiger rises higher and higher, its roar echoing loudly as a powerful gust of wind engulfs the space. Trangxian, wielding his sword, looked cooler than ever, with every strike sparking flames. The supervisor almost got burned by the flames. Trangxian caused everything to explode. The earth cracked open, and then 2 monsters appeared. The scar-faced supervisor was sweating profusely, unable to believe his eyes. Trangxian casually said, "I can do it if I try." They still looked too shocked to return to normal. From shock, they shift to anger at Trangxian's appearance today, secretly cursing him as a damn bastard. "Are you hiding in the library like this?" As he asked Trangxian, he thought he couldn't believe that he truly was a genius, able to use the skills he just learned while he himself had spent 10 years, and he understood why the director was so interested in him. He asked Trangxian seriously, "So to be called a genius, you not only fool around but also train diligently in quiet areas to develop your talent, right? I thought the image of you I saw in the library was just an act. I sincerely apologize, and you are truly amazing. Thank you for inspiring me. Just when everything was peaceful, having someone come out and show appreciation like that made Trangshon feel a bit stunned. Trangson glanced at the others' reactions after he said that. Sure enough, everyone also changed their attitude completely. What? He's a genius but still so diligent. If that's the case, I might be able to surpass Tyrant. I wonder if the little kid is so captivated by Trangson that he's about to faint from how amazing he is just by looking at his appearance. I already knew he was a genius. This is exactly the kind of love that turns into obsession. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, is watching you with satisfaction because he understands your teachings. Trangson thought to herself that he must be eating ribs right now. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, promised to give you a higher position than expected if you keep showing this kind of attitude. The god of the hunting season looks displeased. Trangson smiles because he has achieved his goal. Your sister's puppet enemies keep giving you many things to encourage you, but Pas Siu Se is extremely dissatisfied. Everything has been shown and done. Do you think this is enough to show off my skills? The supervisor was still trembling uncontrollably and couldn't speak. Yes, you can pass now. You, Li Trangson. Trangson boldly marches straight into the dungeon. The jealous and petty fools just stand there, glaring in annoyance. As dusk falls, Trangseon has also managed to enter the deep forest. The creatures of the jungle crawl all over the ground. The great tiger constellation, overwhelmed by hardship, is very curious about the achievements you will accomplish in this prison. The great tiger constellation, overwhelmed by Yenon, is eagerly awaiting your dungeon cleanup performance. Trangseon noticed that the mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, seemed to be watching her conversation with the manager. The atmosphere grew heavier and the body became increasingly burdensome. It seems that the impact on the ecosystem caused by some mysterious source of magic is real. It seems that the atmosphere is such that ordinary players will find it hard to endure this. The system reports that the fire from the 8 trigrams furnace is cleansing the impurities. The iron heart has been activated. Calmness has been used. Trangson sheathed her sword, merging the 2 swords into one. The serpent god wrapping around the vast open world watches eagerly to see what you'll do next. Rustling sounds come from deep within the forest, and Trangson exclaims, "Here it is, the tiger mode has been activated." Trangson delivers the first strike. The sealing skill has been activated. The transmission protocol has been added. The firepower shoots straight at the monster. It surges up and emits incredibly painful sounds. This place is exactly as Trangseon predicted, with many rebellious monsters rushing in. This is precisely the lair of the one Chi demon. Trangson determines that what he needs to find must be here. He activates his dark power. First, he will try a few things. The Black Mountain Divine Claw skill has been activated. Trangson turns purple. This is the Dark Mountain Divine Claw. He continued to swing his sword, and Chimai's screams grew louder. The mighty tiger god was stunned by the power of your claws. Trangson felt relieved that the puppet ruler hadn't noticed yet, but, as he suspected, it took quite a bit of magic. Sion sighed and thought that he really needed to increase his magic capacity. Maybe he's in the demon's lair now. As he was walking, a monster charged at him regardless, and then Sean disappeared completely. The Snake Eye skill has been activated. The god of the season, Sano, was amazed when he saw your combat skills. The snake god of the world wants to use your exceptional actions granted by your privileges as research material. Soon after, Sion destroyed the one-legged demon tribe and received the demon's leg as a reward. Additionally, I received the great one-legged ghost club reward. The soul control skill has been activated. A creature inside the flower saw Trangseon and quickly ran away. He stared straight at it. I found it. Hold tightly to the tree trunk and pull it out. You have obtained the KHC Hua. KHC Hua is a flower that grows in the transitional zone between life and death in the western heaven flower forest. Sometimes it will scream for no reason and contain the poison of death, so you'll face serious trouble if you eat it hastily. Trangseon recalled the conversation with the masked people. You want to increase the flames of the 8 trigram furnace? You're truly a madman. Why do you ask me that? Trangseon replied. I heard that you know how to make me, not just to let it perform its reproductive function. This dirty old man is the second elder. After hearing Trangseon speak, he burst out laughing. Ha ha! I heard you're quite crazy, but I didn't think it was true. The Bat-K furnace flame belongs to the ethical celestial lord and represents reproduction and creation. Are you planning to turn it into a place of destruction and chaos? And also, are you sending the Blood Thunder Chi to chase after their shadows? So why aren't you planning to teach me then? The second elder replied, If that's the case, I will help you. There's no reason for me not to teach you my expertise. Trang Seon then asked him to teach him the method first. The method is simple. Increase the firepower. This is not the time to add oil, but to add fire. Of course, if you add weak flames, it will be swallowed up, leaving no trace. So you need to feed it fast and ruthless flames. Flames? Find a stubborn ghost, or a bloodhound monster, and you will be able to ignite the flames of hell. Now, Trang Seon realizes that what is flying from the top of that high mountain is actually the intentional Yulin. However, you need to obtain the 8-trigram fire furnace from simple things so that the flames can ignite using the growth of cruel flowers in a place like this. The nourishment source of the 1 chi dem. You have ingested the deadly flower, and the poison is spreading through your body. The 10 poison immunity effect has been activated, and your body is fighting the toxin. The 8-trigram fire furnace has ignited and begun purifying. Magic power has increased by 0.3. Activating the fire also increased Trang Seon's magic points. This is a good thing. A series of system notifications appeared. You have successfully destroyed the Not Chi Ma tribe. You have received the skull of the 1 Chi demon as a reward. You have received the heart of the 1 Chi plum as a reward. You have eaten the flower of laughter. You have successfully destroyed the Red Bell demon village. You have found the area of the battle flower. You have successfully eliminated a group of shadow assassins. The achievement grants 5 more strength points and 3 more agility points. How much longer does the god of the hunting season plan to stay? The feline eagle god tears through the sunset, watching your new adventure with delight. Trang Seon climbs to the highest peak and discovers a den. So, this is the Hu Wai Yu Lin nest. During your meeting with the second elder, you asked, "What kind of monster is the Hu I Yu Lin you mentioned?" He replied, "It's not really called a monster, but it has a shape, so it's hard to call it a ghost." Quite strange, isn't it? It seems like it is more like a creature that is not truly alive. In other words, it could also be called a ghostly land representing fire and death. What do you think the core of those Yu Lin is like? But there are also some similar things. Standing before the intentional Yu spirit, Sion thought that the right eye of that bastard contained tens of thousands of souls filled with hatred, all compressed into that eye. If I can use it, I might be able to change the nature of the 8-trigram fire furnace. It seems to have left the nest. Trang Seon decided to set some traps for its return. The supervisors still stood there, looking at the list and chatting. This year seems quite special. It's as if the new recruits, influenced by Seon's selection results, all passed the test within just 10 days. Finally, Gen's group, jealous of Seon, was allowed into the dungeon. Do you think Trang Seon is truly a pathetic person? Or is it just how he appears? How do you think that could happen? What if the White Tiger Guild gives him something? If that doesn't happen, don't you think it's possible for someone to master a skill that quickly? That's right. But what if the higher-ups of the White Tiger find out about this? The scar-faced guy confidently declares, On the surface, those White Tiger guys claim to be justice, and just an ordinary guild. In reality, those bastards are just like us at the top. Murderers. The term refers to people who kill others or are involved in homicide crimes. But in this case, they are a group that kills for fun or money. The White Tiger Gang must have done something special to get to where they are now. In that case, we just need to imitate them. And even if he doesn't have it, he's probably learned quite a bit from his life as a professional gamer. That bastard is so reckless, he must have gotten something out of him too. The young man, with 2 scars under his eyes, heard his teammate say that and intervened. But there's also a chance that something could go wrong, because after all, we touched him and finished speaking, only to be ambushed by the other 2 guys, and then we'd have to explain ourselves. I mean, that's also true if we provoke the right person and shouldn't mess with them. It could be dangerous. Join Bak Ho's real combat training and steal the illusion ball. Our summit may be cornered by the White Tiger, but that's when we start to turn the tide. They say we must push through no matter what happens. Are you worried that we can't handle a rookie? You bastard, do you think you're better than us? Do you want to die, or do you want to fight? Out of fear, the young man reluctantly accepted that he would do it. The other 2 warned him that if he kept talking like that, they would behead him for the first ghost to use as a target. If you know what's right, do it. After saying that, they just charged straight into the forest, leaving behind. This young man still hesitates and is afraid of death. Then he has no choice but to put on a mask and set out. The moon rising marks the completion of the traps. A loud explosion. The red fire demon has fallen into your trap. The self-destruct mechanism has been activated. The ancient self-penetration has been activated. The poison paralysis has been triggered. It has been poisoned by acid venom. You have defeated the Crimson Fire Demon. Twin snakes have fallen into your trap. Fire King has fallen into your trap. Tiger Swallowtail has fallen into your trap. Level up. Are all the things that fell into the trap just random stuff?
The main character Yu Lin still hasn't arrived intentionally. Only the fire-type monsters have gathered. A massacre is underway. The god of the hunting season chuckled and said the explosions looked beautiful. 10 days have already passed. It seems it hasn't returned to the nest since you went from level 29 to 32, which means Yu Lin intentionally really left. The following issue made Trang Seon hesitate whether to go downstream again this time, but for now she still had to finish what needed to be done. Suddenly, there was an explosion from the direction of the nest. It turned out to be Bun's appearance. His hand trembles. No way. What is that my wound is bleeding for? Trang Seon asks him why he is here. Could it be that he's following you? Not getting any response, Trang Seon also ignored him. It doesn't matter anyway because now that you've seen what I do, I have no choice but to kill you. Baegun and Trang Seon faced each other again, and Trang Seon liked to think that his gaze looked good. He's skillfully wielding a 3-meter spear like this. Is it 35 or 36? What level are his skills at? Bunun is using all his abilities to dodge and confront Trang Seon. After a while, he realized he was in danger. Trang Seon is too fast and precise. He aims carefully at his neck. This is dangerous. Trang Seon was quite surprised that Bun managed to avoid the previous attack. He continued gripping his sword and swung. A loud explosion and Bun's mask fell off. It seems that Trang Seon has stopped this confrontation. He doesn't understand why Trang Seon did that or why he's still alive. Trang Seon stands there gripping his spear, looking straight at him, and asks, "How can you use dark magic?" Bishgo stammered, "What's that name? How do you know about it?" Trang Seon hesitated, memories flooding back to a time when my life was only about killing and war. The people I could trust have left because of my madness. My good relationships and memories, the goddess of slaughter and destruction, the 1,000-year sleeping dragon, the blood and iron lion, or the wandering shadows of Sosis. Dark magic refers to all the skills and powers that create chaos. Sosis once said, "My strength is very special." Everyone usually has many things called power or divine strength. My friend, I only have one god with only one power. Trang Seon knows very well that Jushi is the only existence like that, and the secret art is only known by his friends. Now, he is curious about what connection the bastard standing before him has with the great tiger god, who was overwhelmed by the family curse, and whether he is questioning the skill Bun just used. Between Sis's secret arts and those of this ordinary person, they are definitely very different. So it was quite surprising that he recognized it. Bun lowered his head and asked Trang Seon again. "How do you know about it?" "I asked you arrogantly," Trang Seon retorted. "Didn't I ask you first?" Bun suddenly went berserk. "I will make you speak." Baeun disregards everything and rushes to face Trang Seon. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by suffering, watches the fight between the two and will become his follower. Bun is in a frenzy, shouting wildly to make Trang Seon say that the god of the hunting season is cheering for him and that she will not forgive if you lose to that stranger. Trang Seon knows exactly what he needs to do. The reason he still tries to be clever is because he needs to avoid killing him until he hears about the secret art. The two weapons clash repeatedly, sparks flying. Seeing Trang Seon's spear, he is a bit startled, especially by the power Trang Seon is using, with flames rising higher and higher. The danger skill of the great tiger has been activated. The tiger's claw skill has been unlocked, and the sharp energy of the great tiger has been triggered. With the combination of the great tiger formation and the tiger's aura, the great tiger's eyes of tranquility burn brightly, unleashing a powerful attack on Bun, causing him to tumble backward and crash into the wall. Bun coughs up blood as Trang Seon points his sword to restrain him. The god of the hunting season stands restless, saying this is an excellent fight. Bechko stammered as he got up and asked, "What are you?" The mighty tiger god was overwhelmed once again, remembering your face. Trang Seon Noi, you are a demon-born, which is why you possess supernatural powers. Demon-born usually refers to those born from a relationship with demons. Because they are not ordinary beings, they have disgusting appearances and supernatural powers, and they say they will live their entire lives cursed. Bun's eyes are teary and trembling. "How do you know?" Trang Seon replied coldly. "Does it matter?" Actually, after seeing the burn-like marks on him, you realized they weren't really burns, but signs that he is a demon-born. The mysterious art is not a skill Bun can train, but a talent he was born with. The rest of that god must have belonged to Sis. Sis's energy has also weakened significantly. Trang Seon really wants to know what happened and why he left his son in this mortal world. Trang Seon thought it couldn't be. I have to make him on my side. There's no guarantee that Bun also knows about his father. You seem to be trying to force Wen to abandon his demonic origins with his eyes, but giving up because it doesn't work. What do you know? I know a lot, at least more than you do. You can't confirm that because even I can tell you're a demon after just a few attacks.
All of Trangshon's knowledge leaves him speechless. You might think that the scar on your face was inherited from fire demons, but Yu Lin Hua's eyes cannot heal your scar. First, your parents are not fire demons. You probably think those scars look like burn marks, but if that were the case, he wouldn't have been able to use the secret technique image with the Darketh's element. Moreover, the ghost spirit is more closely related to the death elements than to the fire element. Its nature is very different from an ordinary demon. Are you planning to eat it? The serpent god wrapped around the world tilts its head at your knowledge. Trangseon continued to explain that if your goal is to become a true ghost or a monster god, then I will no longer stop you. Beachgoan suddenly fell silent, with tearful eyes as if about to cry. Just as I thought, you figured it out too. Did you think that just because you wanted to escape your curse? B.G.Un painfully bows his head and cries uncontrollably. So tell me what I should do now. Trangseon declared that he would heal him on the condition that he would make a deal with you. A deal? I suppose you've finished studying the behavior of the willing spirit, haven't you? Give me that knowledge. Besides, I want you to cooperate with me. Trangseon knew very well that Bun had probably investigated thoroughly, maybe even the parts he hadn't noticed yet. Bun looked up. How can I trust you? Trangseon has no choice but to play his trump card now. Then guess I should show you that I can heal him, right? Bun looked very surprised. Trangseon told him to give his hand. Bun hesitated, but still did as he was told. Trangseon said, even if you don't believe me, isn't it still the same? He took his eerie hand and began the treatment. The treatment process will be very hot, so you have to endure it. Flames start to rise and engulf Bun's entire body. The heat forced him to open his mouth to breathe. Trangseon told him not to open his mouth, or the airflow would disrupt the magic circulation. He clenched his teeth and kept emitting muffled groans of pain. The system notification indicated that the demon's condition had changed and the curse was being lifted. Bun can feel the essence of the demon fading away, the bad luck decreasing. Now it's enough, just a little more. If the ability to reach the core of the demon's heart activates, the flames will gradually disappear, and the healing spell seems to be complete. Big Gun's face has changed, no longer bearing scars like burns. Trangseon told him not to be stunned and to check his front. A completely healed face has appeared. Bun raises his hand to check, and indeed everything has been healed. The hunting season, God was surprised by this great change. The serpent god, wrapping around the world, thought that the properties of the 8 trigrams fire should be studied more. The great tiger god smiled happily as he saw the positive change in his disciple. With Trangseon's current ability, this is already the limit. Regular treatment will be needed, and even then, a full recovery will be very difficult. Right after that, there will be a request to propose to Bun. Help me catch Yuion. With it, I can increase the power of my flames and fully heal you. If you want to be sure, I can also use my magic of the same element. Bun smiled happily. This is already enough to convince him. He completely trusts Trangseon. Chang secretly feels glad. This guy is more useful than he thought. I'm really excited to see what he can do. Bun asked how he could help Trangseon. Trangseon begins to set conditions. The first is to address me with respectful titles. That's why Trangseon keeps nitpicking, because hearing your friend's son speak as if he's on equal footing feels strange. The snake god, coiled around the world, sighs and calls you an old fool. Bigo-un, with a scarred face, replied reluctantly, Fine, I can understand that. Both of them began to take action. To catch the Yulin, we first need to understand its habits. Behavior? That's right. People say that the behavior of Yulin is similar to that of crows, so we need to carefully check its nest. While walking, we discover a sunken spot. There are many gold, silver, jewels, and treasures here. These are all the possessions of those killed by the Yulin. The eyes of the god of the hunting season sparkle brightly. He says there are many tempting things here. The Yulin not only collects shiny objects, but also sorts between ordinary items and valuable ones. This can be said to be its war spoils. Although it often forgets things like this later on, if we can examine what's buried here, we might be able to guess its general direction of movement. Among the treasures there is a bow, and this is the White Lotus bow. It can pierce through the heart with its effect, allowing arrows shot from it to pass through anything. And the 5 linked shots enable the archer to fire 5 arrows in quick succession. This is precisely a bow made from the bones and feathers of the fastest, strongest, and largest prey of an anonymous hunter. It has the piercing effect on the heart and the 5 linked shots. Trangseon thinks he should also grab a few things from this pile to use and sell the rest since they are all good and valuable items. Suddenly, he sensed something emitting an aura. It was a familiar death aura,
a phantom sphere created by combining death flowers and world-destroying flowers in a certain ratio with another item. You can feel from it the hatred and endless fear of those it has affected. Endless fear, in other words, like falling into a bottomless abyss of despair or even being drowned in imprisonment. Trang Seon thinks she might have found something related to the white tiger. Bun then comes over and says he knows where Yu Lin went. It's easier than I thought. It seems like lately it's been focusing on finding food. I don't know what it's doing either. Trang Seon guesses that it's probably gone deeper into the mountains, a place full of spirits or monsters with abundant vitality for it to devour. From this information, Trang Seon realizes that Boon is not just useful but truly a precious treasure. Let's go. We don't have time to waste. The two of us rush straight toward the mountain range believed to be inhabited by Yu Lin. 4 days later, it reached the spine area. Remembering what the second elder said, it has an insatiable appetite and greed that are much greater than one could imagine. Finally arrived and immediately saw a level 4 Yu spirit causing a drought. The hunting god was very surprised and asked, "Why is a bird so huge?" The hunting season god licked his lips and said, "A firebird this big is worth hunting." Trang Seon activated his sharp eyes, scanned its body, then took out his bow and arrow, standing ready to shoot. The mighty tiger god, immersed in hardship, felt very proud of his two disciples, striving to immortalize his greatness, and decided to bestow a blessing. That is also why Trang Seon's eyes suddenly became sharper. The young man felt as if all his senses had been heightened to a new level. Perhaps the Lord of the Void's blessing mainly focused on enhancing and sharpening the senses. The god of the hunting season felt increasingly proud of himself and said that he was quite sure no one else could grant you such a great blessing. This seems to be a compensation for Trang Seon's previous lack of offensive skills. The hunting season god mocks the great tiger struggling in hardship, saying that this time your efforts will also be useless. Beast instinct, a gift granted by the mighty tiger god in hardship, enhances your 5 senses, giving you sharp eyes, keen ears, a sensitive nose, refined taste, and a 6th sense that warns you of danger, along with the ability to transform into a beast form. Right now, the beast instinct skill is making all of Trang Seon's senses focus on Yu Lin. He can better grasp its movements. Yu Lin falls into a frenzy and is overwhelmed by a storm. Trang Seon rushes in again, and the great tiger god, exhausted, feels proud as he watches Trang Seon use the gift he bestowed. Bunsen is shocked and can't believe what's happening. If this keeps up, we might end up killing Yu Lin for sure. Suddenly, the system announced that an uninvited intruder had appeared in the battle. 2 beams of light flashed through, and they landed. These 2 men claiming to be the top experts declare this area is protected, and only authorized personnel are allowed in, demanding the apprentices to turn back immediately. Trang Seon still ignores everything and attacks Yu Lin with a critical hit, followed by a series of more deadly strikes. The flames burn fiercely and blaze intensely. The light explosion skill and light net have been upgraded. Yu Lin continues to scream wildly as lightning constantly strikes down on it. The 2 troublemakers are still stubborn. I repeat, this is a protected area, so please leave. Bun shouted loudly in protest. We've been chasing that monster here for 4 days already. Please allow us to hunt it. The 2 guys became more stubborn after the request. I have warned you. No one except authorized personnel is allowed to enter here. Please leave. Now, if you ignore this warning, we will use force to make you go. Since we have warned you, we will not be responsible if anything happens. After saying that, both of them drew their large swords and slung them over their shoulders. This situation is truly a nightmare. The spirit child is attacking more and more, and it's deliberately trying to escape. Bun shouted anxiously, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. If it escapes now, we won't be able to catch it. Don't block us." Those 2 stubborn guys are still insisting, if you don't want to get shot, please step back. Trang Seon shows a helpless and scrutinizing expression. The follower continues to hide and watch closely, ready to report any movement. Trang Seon thought the CEO had promised there would be no obstacles, so that guy isn't protected after all. Getting past this place is where the white tiger is hiding. It seems the CEO is trying to hide something here with his power. It might be related into the illusion gem we took from JQY's cave, or someone accidentally involved in this secret who was killed by JQ, and now they are trying to recover or destroy the remaining evidence. It means there are other people involved who want Sanjiki. If we investigate further, we will probably find more evidence. Trang Seon decides to speak up. So if we don't enter the protected area, we can move freely, right? The 2 troublemakers replied, "That's right." "Then please leave," Trang Seon declared with a tense face. "Then you don't need to worry." Suddenly, Jay spun around and came back, catching the 2 of them off guard. It fell into a state of madness, struggling desperately as if the flames had burned and devoured it. Flames burst out from inside Trang Seon's body.
The fire of the 100 demons diagram has found a new source and is trying to absorb it quickly. Finally, I can finish off JQ. It lies there dead, reduced to a pile of bones. This bastard feels like it's way weaker than a hatchling. You call it a hatchling? That's right. If it suddenly leaves the nest, there must be a problem. And when it absorbs its fire, it has a very special effect. If it's still young, these things don't make any sense at all. If we use it well, it could help us a lot. Also, Joy is a mythical creature. Oh no, it's a new demon spirit. That's why people say it's very difficult to hunt it alone, so careful preparation is needed. Bun wondered if Chang Seon had any ideas, but it seemed he hadn't thought of anything yet. Trang Seon asked Bun back, and he replied, I prepared a few things beforehand, but even if I do my best, I'm not sure it will be effective. Trang Seon thought to himself, if a chick hatches, then try to find its source of nourishment. That way, it would be easier to predict its movements. I need to get to its destination first so the trap will work. It swallows the soul of its prey, so it will be very effective. Trang Seon begins absorbing energy, the soul taking power, gradually destroying the spirit, creating JQY. The hellfire is burning on the spirit. This fire will spread to other connected spirits. The flames have already engulfed Joy's body. Joy is burning. The hellfire is raging fiercely. Seon points at Joy's aura and says, It's not just hunting hunger. There are reasons why it's starving so badly, and it has no choice but to devour everything. The corpses are a feast to welcome it. That's why I will cover it with ice poison and paralysis poison. The Jiggy can't do anything against ice and paralysis. Everything is unfolding exactly as Trang Seon planned. JY still swallows the prey's soul and uses part of it as fuel for its deadly flame. You didn't tell Bun, but after killing the monster, you didn't extract its soul. That soul will enter the body and become part of its flesh and blood. And when it tries to escape, you will use the soul derivative to pull it down. Once the Blessings Bagua flame is ignited by the soul, it will quickly spread to other souls and eventually grow so large that it cannot be extinguished. Jiggy is a cluster of souls that cannot escape the flames of On's octagonal fire. The energy gained from burning J will stay with you alongside its flames. The 8 trigram fire of On is swallowing the infinite flames, gradually gaining destructive power along with its regenerative ability. The indicators are rising continuously. Warning, uncontrolled increase may be harmful. Please exercise your power. Warning, your fire absorption rate is increasing. The domain of the octagonal flame is changing and can no longer be controlled. Your magic circuit is increasing. Your magic circuit has exceeded the threshold and can be accepted. Chang Seon's drainage tube has reached its limit and cannot accept any more elements. His magic circuit cannot use all the magic in its current state, so Chang Seon's body begins to undergo regenerative changes. The Sun Eater achievement has been unlocked. Intelligence increased by 20. Willpower increased by 20. The integrated magic circuit for the soul-stealing power skill has increased. The soul has been extracted more quickly. Joy is trying to resist. The 2 frontliners panic, not knowing what to do next. Towards Trangson, he thought he had pulled out. The destroyed territories were added to the 8 trigram fire of grace. It will change the territory. The immortal fire is gradually spreading outward. The immortal fire is burning inside the fish's gut sword. The flames have awakened, blood has formed, and you have completed the hidden quest of the ancient relic. This is what Trongson is waiting for. You want that fire to burn even stronger. The only way to completely defeat a ghost spirit is to break the entire seal of the Fish River Sword. Its necessary condition is a massive apocalyptic fire, and it seems to be swallowing everything. There is one more thing to add, which is blood. Trang Shan cut his own hand to mix those drops of blood into the sword. These 2 will be the key to unlocking the seal of the Fish River Sword, which has been inactive for a millennium. The Fish River Sword was passed down by Uji's clan. It is normal for it to always be close to the forge and still bear their traces, as the fire resides within it. Moreover, before the Thangu Trang sword reached Uji's hands, it had passed through countless assassins and absorbed an unknown amount of blood, earning it the name Demon Sword or the Sword of Death. The blood inside it is not easy to wash away. The fire has awakened, and the blood has taken shape. You have successfully completed the Divine Creator's hidden demands. Trangson laughs maliciously. After absorbing my fire and blood, you will also belong to me. Trangson screams loudly. The proof of your new master, the sword, is engraved on its blade. A lightning strike shattered the surface, and the stone covering the sword exploded. A sword shrouded in dark black smoke spoke to Trangseon. You have freed me. Take me. Many ghostly spirits are emerging from the sword, trying to hypnotize Trangseon. The sword keeps begging Trangseon to look at it. You are surrounded by a swirling vortex as those spirits continue to taunt and tempt you. It's me. Pay attention to me. Trangson lifted his head in pain and told them to shut up. Then these spirits were all pushed out, leaving only the sword. Congratulations on becoming the new owner of the fish stream sword. You have successfully merged with your sword. Trangson immediately grabs it and practices basic strikes. The magic from the sword affected the Yulin with deadly strikes. After suffering a truly painful blow, it tried to run away. Trangson activates the fog, and the Black Mountain King Claw skill is triggered. He delivers a fatal blow to the Yu spirit along with its soul, shattering it into 4 pieces. You have gained the spirit crystal mark of the undead, merging terrifying and deadly energies, as well as the abilities of the undead demon beast. If you use this eye, it can observe changes in the human world and even the afterlife. Type of crystal energy storage effect, release of deadly energy, fire resistance. You have successfully unlocked the secret of the fish pond sword. Your understanding of the sword has skyrocketed. The advanced sword formation skill has leveled up. The advanced swordsmanship skill has reached the maximum level. Higher skills have been added. The ultimate sword technique has been created. The basic sword technique has been created. The first sword technique has reached the maximum level. An advanced skill has been added. The first short sword technique. The first long sword technique. The first wind sword technique. The first attack sword technique and other similar sword techniques have been merged. Congratulations on mastering the sword technique ensemble. After this, the gods were once again stunned. The hunting season. God looked at the Thanhu longsword in amazement. The hunting season god awkwardly admitted that he had no idea it was a holy sword and kept patting his mouth, cursing himself for accidentally mentioning to put aside that fire stick. The serpent god encircling the world simply nodded and said he was no longer surprised by your divine creation skills. The great demon god pursuing hell continued to watch your progress. He continues to wait for your answer. The falcon god tears apart the sunset, blessing your brave heart and the most suitable sword for you from the bottom of his heart. All the gods watching you are shocked by the appearance of Uji, the divine blacksmith's masterpiece. This swordfish is one of the 9 famous swords forged by Uji's first ancestor. It is called a holy sword because of its relatively short blade that can be used as a dagger, and when its true form is unleashed, it can also be wielded as a longsword. At this moment, it is possible that its malevolence will also be released. Additionally, the flames left by Uji's descendants and the blood left by previous owners of the sword grant its wielder a mysterious source of power. Its effect is to absorb all the blood spilled. Trangseon has currently met part of the required standards, so it can use its hidden abilities. However, it has not yet fully met all the standards it demands. So, to unlock the other hidden abilities, different items will be needed. Thus, the secret mission of Uji was created. The secret of Uji is that the first member of the Uji clan, known as a divine blacksmith, successfully created the 9 legendary swords. Each sword has its own unique traits and abilities throughout its life, and is now known as the legendary set of 9 swords. The sword you currently possess is one of the 9 legendary swords, with the attributes of fire and blood. The 9 legendary swords are independent but were created to complement each other's weaknesses and strengthen each other. Therefore, the more you use them, the more they enhance each other, revealing their hidden powers. Now you must discover and unlock the remaining 8 swords as well. Legendary swords, when encountered together, will lead you deeper into their mysterious land. Others may try to steal your sword, so you must proceed carefully. Trangseon's current mission is to possess all the legendary swords, including protecting the sword treasury, discovering and acquiring stronger legendary swords, and decoding all their hidden powers. The reward will be unlocking the first heirloom ability of the Yu-J family. Trangseon tested it and found his right hand was already stronger. Suddenly, Trangseon's sword reacted strongly. He was curious because it hadn't responded at all earlier. Why is it reacting like this now? Chang has nearly tripled the number 76 he had at level 30. It feels like a surge of energy is flowing through him. The 2 idiots stand there dumbfounded in front of Trangseon's achievement. Damn it! I can't believe this Yu Lin will be taken away from us like that. What should we do now? I don't know. I can't pretend nothing happened anymore. There's no other choice. We have to fight him. Defeating a Yu Lin seems to mean it was attacked while gathering its power to strike. It seems he's still carrying the illusion orb as well. Something like this happening right during this difficult trial. We really can't let that fall into someone else's hands. We have to kill them, and to be safe, search their entire hideout. The other brat still objects. What do you mean you can't see? Is it really that hard? He has absorbed all the fire from the Yu spirit. He didn't let any go, and absorbed it all into himself. How can we beat someone like that? The other guy is still so arrogant. No, on the contrary, this is the perfect opportunity to do it. Come on, those 2 must be exhausted after fighting Yu Lin. Even if he swallowed that world-destroying flame, it's clear he's already tired.
We should have defeated him and then asked him about the illusion of the pearl. If he doesn't answer, we'll throw him to the monsters. The executive director already thought this guy had a lot of potential. So disappointing. He got himself into a mess he really shouldn't have. Those two troublemakers are planning something like they're about to win. Trangson was too slow and didn't even get a chance to act before being taken out. Just as she was about to move, the three others showed up. I didn't expect to catch two big fish here. Or is it three? Trangson and Wu Lin's treasure, along with the Bok Ho gang's hounds. I wonder if today is anyone's birthday. I wonder how those two troublemakers got them to come here. What do you mean? How so? We're just out for a walk along the border between regions. It seems like they're intentionally encroaching. The scar-faced man who just spoke is the demon trident Jiang Xin-he. This bearded, wild-looking guy is the sword-wielder Pak Paripio, and the other one is the blood-eye Bukyung. They chose this dungeon to occupy instead of others owned by the White Tiger, which means they have learned about the rumors regarding White Tiger's research. Jiang Xin-he looked challenging, as if we still had a lot to discuss. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the spear into the sky and spun around rapidly. The idiot is calculating. Fighting them now is impossible. So one person will call for reinforcements while the others stall. Then the two sides clash in battle. Pipio, looking no different from a murderer, declares that the fun has only just begun while the other troublemaker is desperately calling for reinforcements. But Jiang Xin-he has already thrown the truncheon to block his path. Where do you think you're going? He turned around and almost got knocked out cold. Luckily, I managed to dodge quickly with my sword, but the force of the throw was so strong that the sword shattered into pieces. Jiang Xin-he swings the hammer again towards the headbutter. Oh, not quite. Why not try blocking this one? The headbutter doesn't seem able to resist anymore. And the hammer swung again, slicing off his head. Jiang Xin-he laughed out loud with joy, looking no different from a drug addict. Ha ha ha, you're too weak, too weak. Is that all you've got? The teammate keeps stabbing Pak Paripio and still can't believe it. Be careful, you bastard. What are you doing? Killing a guide like that all of a sudden? So what? Isn't it still there? Now the teammates are also starting to get on Mike's nerves. Pipio turns to scold him. Damn it, you just want to make me lose my temper, right? While they're arguing, Bakukyung quietly walks over to Seon. Bunnan stood ready in a defensive stance. What are you planning to do? Honestly, we didn't want it to come to this either, but what's going to happen has already happened. You have to die for us, only then can this end, Trang Seon replied with an expressionless face. I didn't mean it that way. Trang Seon's unwavering resolve drove Bakukyung crazy. Trang Seon points one finger to the sky, his torn sleeve still exuding an unmatched aura. You only need to say one thing. I think everything will end if you can dodge that. The others looked confused and worried. This guidance has summoned the monster boss Uling. In this case, I think they have already had a few children. I wonder how their kids will react when they find out their parent has been killed. Want to know? Sure enough, Uling is in a furious rage. It drops to the ground as rain of fire and lightning. A storm is ravaging and destroying the entire area. It flails wildly and frantically searches for someone to kill its partner. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Tri Lu Tin throws the spear ahead and destroys the scroll. Everyone gathers to fight the Yu Lin. The entire land exploded in a burst of chaos and shouting, "Please, dodge it! You idiot, what are you doing?" Trang Seon stands watching and tells Bun that for animals, the best approach is for the females to look after the young while the males go hunting. And of course, the offspring will also attack if their parent is in danger. Bun's eyes shine brightly as he looks at Trang Seon. So, who is he anyway? While the others were fighting chaotically with Yu Lin, Trang Seon planned to gather more. Kim Nya Win Bun was worried because Trang Seon's body was currently very injured, but he still appeared resilient. I'm much better now. My health has basically recovered, but it's still dangerous. Bun centrally tried to stop Trang Seon from overexerting himself, but Trang Seon told him not to worry. Trang Seon looked at the demon eye in his hand and said, "There is a way." Then he immediately swallowed the eye. As he ate, he wondered whether he really needed to eat it after absorbing the fire of the Yu spirit. But at that moment, the second elder said using the eye as material would be much better. To be safe, instead of just adding more elements, after swallowing the eye, you can continue to change its origin. Oh, and one more thing. If you swallow that eye, you might even become a ghostly spirit. Trang Seon's body begins to transform, with a surge of magic enveloping him. His face no longer retains its handsome appearance, replaced by darkened skin, like ink covering his facial features. At the same time, the system started to wildly send notifications. The destructive element and the spirit element have been added to the eternal Bagua fire. The properties of fire are changing.
All elements are merging to form a transformation. The destroyer element has been formed. The 8 trigrams fire has transformed into the eternal 8 trigrams fire. You have become a ghost, with strength doubled and agility increased fourfold. You have mastered the ghostly state. You have learned to use spirits and eternal flames. You have learned fire demon. You have learned the shadow demon. You have learned to befriend fire, and you can now use the level 1 eternal flame. I swear the system always wants to crash every time it announces for this guy. Now Trang has transformed into a ghostly figure, and the unfortunate forest is once again engulfed in a fire. Trang grew a pair of purple wings on his back and confidently soared like a bird in the sky. His face now looked like a newly awakened demon. Trang charges straight at the little spirit fox, surprising Jiang Xinhe and Parkio, as the system announces that the Dark Mountain Divine Claw skill has been activated. Thick purple lightning and blinding golden light clash amidst swirling dust and smoke. Trang appears with a menacing aura as if about to devour someone. Jiang Xin. He is now collapsed on the ground, the fierce fang of the evil dragon firmly embedded in his neck. Jiang Xin begs Trang to send him to hell because this dying process is exhausting. Trang also agrees to his request. A level 1 eternal flame is enough to turn a person to ash. Go strong and see you again. Meeting Trang in this life was just bad luck. Trang glanced at the female ghost he burned with fire and gained a Kim Nan Yu Lin. The system notifies you have absorbed the Kim Nan Yu Lin, your magic power has increased, and the destructive fire will be upgraded by 1 level, enhancing your soul and destructive fire power. The demon spirit will be strengthened, and the ultimate destructive fire will be elevated by 1 level. Using it with suspicion can give you greater control. Current magic power is 287. I think this time I gained 66 magic strength. Maybe because it's the second time, but I start to realize there are limits. The system keeps notifying me. Achievement unlocked. The hunter captured a pair of legendary birds. Magic power increased by 10. Willpower increased by 15. The container of the undead spirit. As a spirit, a fusion of fire and soul, you can use your abilities as you wish. You can cover the world with flames of death and dominate the sky. Because you have absorbed the 2 eye needles, you are a natural disaster, capable of creating forests and droughts wherever you step with the fire of your power. A title that causes destruction and fire-related natural disasters. You have obtained the container title of Uin. The abilities of the spirit will be enhanced. The dungeon ranking has been updated. Dungeon ranking 1 MU2, etc. 9, Li Trang sneered. Now it's probably chaos down there with not just 1, but 2 Yu Lin, considered the rulers of Black Red Mountain being defeated one after another, and you say you want to reincarnate, right? Trang looked at Bei Guqiang lying there dying, begging Trang Si for mercy. People say, dying in a fire is the most painful thing in the world. Guqiang was terrified. Trang laughed like a demon. If you want me to end you, tell me everything you know. So, you're saying that the White Tiger destroyed your rule in the Black Scarlet Mountain area or something to open it up. Is that correct? Guqiang confirms that what you just said is true as Trang focuses intently on his investigation. Trang frowned, realizing that the Bakho Society only started to develop about 13 or 14 years ago, right? Those 7 secret holy scrolls of Anon are the 7 scrolls. The White Tiger uncovered those sacred relics 20 years ago in an anonymous dungeon. What the White Tiger found were 3 of the 7 sacred scriptures. Still, they possess superpower levels and can achieve significant results. The leader of the White Tiger Holy Sword Sect Musung is one of the strongest swordmasters in the world, but his followers are not particularly outstanding. However, due to their rapid growth, they also gained an outstanding reputation and recently became a world-famous organization. So, what is all this about then? Trang was determined to squeeze all the information out of Guqiang. Guqiang doesn't know that much either. Trang told him to explain simply. Guqi wanted to haggle and plead with Trang, but he coldly said, I may or may not heed your request. Just tell me. The fire caused Guqiang, who was dying, to suffer even more, and he had to agree to all of Trangsion's demands. Each scroll of the 7 secret scriptures of Anon contained different contents. Each scroll teaches how to summon the power of a different ancient constellation. Ancient constellation? Sion is very focused on the forgotten stars that Guqiang mentioned. When the light was created at the beginning of the universe, there were not many constellations in the sky. They may have been as weak as the universe back then, but each constellation possessed immense holy power. Over time, perhaps they found their place according to the laws of the world. Their signs of existence have been recorded in the universe and the world. They are mentioned as forgotten stars. Can we borrow their power Does the puppet ruler always hide this secret? Trang Son was very concerned about this issue. Gu Kyung continued, looking as if he was about to run out of money. But among the 3 white tiger scrolls they obtained, they have deciphered them. The 2, which I hear are the most important scrolls, are still missing. Trang Son immediately thought of Peter's key. It seems that the Holy Scripture to be decoded is indeed it. So why did you come here? I don't think you came just to terrorize or seek revenge, but to find the illusion. Pearl, is that it? Did Trang Son notice something suspicious about the deep-seated resentment you could feel? What is obtained from the first Holy Scripture is a method to create an invincible warrior. Among the 7 Holy Scriptures, the first one describes a person who loses their soul after being taken by a star. A person who loses their soul loses their ego. But because that emptiness is filled by the stars, they become a powerful warrior. They are reborn as loyal holy knights who obey the stars' commands. The materials needed to create these warriors are wildflowers from the Sion flower bed, like crying flowers and laughing flowers. With those, you can produce illusion pearls. Seon thinks there must be a reason they built a training center in a place like this. The Shichsan area has a terrain similar to the Sion flower bed. In addition, it is perfect for testing newcomers and selecting those with the potential to become powerful warriors. If the people who disappeared here are simply victims of accidents for disobeying the trainers and leaving the safe zone, then that's all there is to it. And the observer and manager of all these projects must be Bak Ho's deputy commander, the executive director, but with Besla's tomb suddenly disappearing and Peter's key gone without a trace. Everything has taken a turn for the worse for them, Trang Seon sneered. Do you think you can uncover Bak Ho's true face with that illusion pearl? You still need other evidence to be admissible. Yes. Now that Trang Seon has most of the secrets, this guy probably doesn't know much anymore. So Trang Seon decided to end it for him, sending him to meet his ancestors with a single strike. Then he turned his gaze to the stubborn one over there and wondered, so what if we hit the jackpot? The location of the research center that creates illusion pearls and mass-produces powerful warriors. Trang Seon turned to point at that fool and said, I'm sure you know what I mean, right? You really don't fear the wrath of our guardian god? Do you truly think that God is on your side? The divine body of the great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, has lost interest in a failed disciple who cannot think things through. The surprised head poker stood frozen. Trang Seon looked up at the sunlight shining down, smiling, and said, Your guardian god wants a stronger and more resilient follower, not someone as pathetic as you. The system informs Trang Seon that the great tiger's divine body, overwhelmed by hardship, is laughing loudly as it observes you. Almost immediately, Trang Seon turned to strip Bun. He hugged his bare, muscular body, panicking and asking what Trang Seon was doing. Sitting cross-legged, Trang Seon coldly orders, So you're doing this right now? Yes, I will heal you right now. Bun widened her eyes and sat down with Trang Seon. Stabilizing a demon's excess energy takes quite some time and can be easy to get distracted from. Even if it only takes an hour or two in the real world, for you it will feel like dozens of hours, or even a month. Trang Seon explains that stabilizing that frantic energy will be exhausting, but it will eventually end, so don't give up. If you think about giving up in just a few seconds, you'll start to lose your mind and become either a monster or a ghost. Bun knows his place well. Trang Seon reminds him that if he even senses a hint that something is about to happen, he won't hesitate to deal with him. If a single malfunctioning emotion is allowed to run free, the disaster will surely be terrible. Big Gun also understands this well, and cheerfully tells Trang Seon not to worry. Trang Seon was stunned, only now realizing that even though Sheech was somewhat lacking in self-control, he still had a very strong desire. So let's begin. Trang Seon raises his arm engraved with strange symbols. The system reports that the fire of the ultimate apocalyptic flame is surrounding your body. The demon is engulfed in flames. Bun shows his pain with his entire face, but he still reminds himself not to lose himself and not to give up. He was being burned by a raging purple flame, but in his mind he was in a place where snow was falling. And for a moment, he didn't know where he was and saw someone who looked exactly like his past self. He thought that if he had to be here, he might as well end it quickly. Seeing the other person collapse face down in the snow, a man with a conical hat ran over to carry him away. Bechko Yu realizes he is in his own mind, in his subconscious world. He doesn't want to remember that moment. Bun's eyes show clear sadness as the scene shifts to when he was young, being despised by everyone and thrown into an orphanage with that monster. Where did you find that kind of monster? Bechko unrummaged through the trash to find food, fighting with a white cat. Then he covered himself with a cardboard box to sleep by the roadside before being chased away by a group of children. He couldn't help but think that if he wasn't saved, if he lost his life, he wouldn't have to endure those terrible memories anymore, right?
At that moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded. "So you're here." B looked at the shadow and said, "I've been looking for you." "It's too cold here. Come with me. You need to leave this place before winter gets even colder." Bishgo also found it pleasant to hear. He didn't want to be alone anymore, so he decided to go with that shadow of Vu Jao-un, holding his hand. At the critical moment, a reminder not to lose oneself awakened Gun. He remembered he couldn't give up, so he quickly withdrew his hand. The shadow looked confused and asked what was going on, but Go didn't answer and ran away quickly. He has found the truth of his life. This is not where I belong. Outside, Trang Seon was already holding the dragon's fang, ready to strike. The system announced that the divine form of the tiger eagle gently tore apart the sunset, with a light smile on your kind heart. Luong Tien, that dry little thing, just knows that Liu Un has overcome the dangerous moment. Demon spirits are truly very resilient, really admirable. He has started to lose himself in the chaos, but managed to get through it. Even if I could use Yulin's potion, I'm not sure I could win. Well, since his father is successful, it's obvious. So this guy must be recovering now. The system continues to report that the invisibility ancient language has been activated. The low-level ancient language has reached the highest level. A higher-level skill will be created. The stolen ancient language skill has been created. Everything within the designated area will vanish without a trace before outsider's eyes. Trang Seon realized it was time to visit the Illusion Pearl Research Center, but before that, Trang Seon had already activated his beastly senses to deal with this useless witness. A streak of blue light flashed by, making the leaves fly everywhere. The pursuer was using 200% of his ability to run and jump over obstacles, shortening his travel time. He was sure he had to tell the truth to Director O, while Trang Seon was still focused on those Bun people. But his speed couldn't compare to Trang Seon. Although he finally caught up, he suddenly appeared right above the guy's head. The pursuer looked up in panic. Trang Seon glared down in anger, and then suddenly, a blinding bolt of yellow lightning struck straight into the ground. The old man's man was knocked to the ground, grinding his teeth and glaring at Trang Seon. He sneered, and just as he was about to draw his sword, Trang Seon stabbed him near the heart. Trang Seon forced the tail to stick to a tree trunk, and seeing that the opponent wasn't suffering enough, he even laughed in his face. "Hello, we meet again. What are you planning to do?" "I was planning to finish you off right away, but I changed my mind. I don't want the director to suspect me." The tailing person was surprised by Trang Seon's cleverness, and even more surprised when she pulled out the illusion pearl to show off. "I have a very convenient plan, so there's no need to take a detour." Ignoring his protests, Trang Seon directly pressed the pearl into his mouth. The system displays a message. The player is finished. Yuzun has swallowed the illusionary pearl. His consciousness has been paralyzed, and his ego has come to a halt. He was hypnotized, but Yuzujun collapsed to the ground, and Trang Seon coldly ordered him to stand up. Yuzujun immediately stood up like a puppet. Trang Seon observed his expression, convinced that he had lost his soul and was in a soulless state. "That's impressive. Now sit down and roll over to die." Trang Seon gave a series of orders. Yuzujun followed them without missing a single one. He was about to self-destruct when Trang Seon ordered him to stop. "You look at your tailing friend in awe. They really made something like this, huh? They originally intended to use this for the lowest creatures, so how powerful must the others be?" Trang Seon immediately gives him a pivotal mission, telling the director there's nothing unusual about me, acting as if nothing happened. Got it? Understood. The gods witnessing this spectacular scene start to make noise. The serpent god wrapped around the world is giggling happily at your dark plan. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, is secretly watching you, intrigued by your goal. Trang Seon orders Yujun to quickly carry out the mission, and he also thanks Trang Seon. As he was about to leave, he was called back. "Do you have any additional requests? Can I learn the technique you're using?" Trang Seon thinks this looks more convenient than you thought. "If I have it, fighting Bun will be much easier," Yujun explained immediately. "It's called the Flying Tiger technique. You can use the wind from your lightness skill, theft, or disguise, and it's an upgraded version of the Tiger Claw, so you can also use it." "Dear Seonin, all right, teach me, but I don't have a skill book, so it will take quite a bit of time. I will find a way to learn on my own." Trang Seon is very serious. Yujuzin begins to demonstrate a skill for Seon to see, and immediately, he is able to perform it himself. Yuzuzin was startled. How is that possible? Trang Seon didn't pay much attention and kept asking him to do it again and again. The system reports, "You have learned a new skill using Hothon as the foundation. The Phi Ho Tui Fong skill has been created." The wind-riding tiger technique's foundation was overwhelmed by hardship, a skill based on the tiger's power. With your courage, you will be able to move as agile as a tiger riding the wind.
And when a tiger soars with the wind, it will follow it. Skill level of an active effect. Linking martial arts skills. Trang Seon asked Yuzun while demonstrating, "So this is how it is?" Yuzun was stunned. "How is it that I spent years learning, yet you can do it after just a few glimpses?" Yuzun bowed his head respectfully. "You truly are an incredible person." "Again, enough. Go home, yes." Yuzun disappeared right after saying that. "He's gone." Trang Seon also received a bunch of notifications. "You have learned light-footed movement, and your skill level has increased." Your skill level has increased. You have learned pickpocket and stealth. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by exhaustion, is laughing. Trang Seon gathers her strength and leaps high above the mountain peak, causing the hunting season goddess to scream. The hunting season deity says that your movements are perfect for hunting, so she's looking for something to gift you. Trang Seon uses the stealth wind leap skill to jump into the middle of the forest. If I remember correctly, each pair of spirits lays an egg every century, and it doesn't take too long for Trang Seon to find a spirit nest. A great nest with a glowing egg like this, and if she still can't find it, then she must have eye problems. The system displays information about the spirit eggs. Each century, a pair of spirits will lay an egg. It seems it will take more time for this type of egg to hatch. The demon incubation ability used as a skill supplement is used as a material to create items. This huge, powerful egg would take a month to finish eating. The spirits have 3 forms, but in reality they are a combination of souls. Therefore, they are spiritual creatures without physical form. Since their ancestors took the form of birds, they still follow that example. But in fact, they can change depending on their environment, and I can also adjust their condition to make them more beneficial and increase their intelligence beyond normal levels. The balance of power of this egg, being still in its infancy and in perfect health, makes it best suited to become a spirit bird. After carefully planning the best way to maximize its benefits, Trang Seon opened her mouth and swallowed the large egg whole. The gods began to stir again, and the mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by the challenge, was intrigued by how you would hatch the egg. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, advised that instead of taking the form of a fragile bird, it should take the form of a rare beast like a tiger. At this moment, the egg had completely entered Trang Seon's body. The hunting season god starts jumping and announcing continuously. The suitable hunting season god disagrees with the advice of the mighty tiger god. The suitable hunting season god advised that an eagle or a hunting dog would be most effective for hunting. The suitable hunting season god said that a young eagle or a hound would be the best choice. Thank you for your advice. I will consider it. Until now, Trang Seon only thought this was the most reasonable explanation. But how could the mighty tiger god possibly be defeated? The mighty tiger god chuckled loudly, saying those things would be swallowed in just one gulp. The hunting season god glared and asked if he was looking down on her friend. The mighty tiger god growled at her and asked if she only knew how to glare. The seasonal hunting god started rummaging for his arrow. These two really give me a headache, just a little bump, and their relationship as gods has already reached the worst level possible. Seon doesn't pay much attention to them. He just hopes that the egg will swallow the fire inside and grow. And now, his next destination is that research center. Thinking it. Doing it. Trang Seon sped off like a motor and disappeared. The research center is located behind the mountain range, and it seems to be quite unsettled inside. And what about the CEO? He just said to wait, and that it would be resolved soon. Damn it! The fat professor is so angry he's grinding his teeth and pounding the table. From the illusion Pearl used to create the Holy Warrior to the star equation, he developed alongside level 3 basic skills, a series of holy weapons and sacred objects, and the accompanying powers. The achievements he made in the White Tiger faction are now being monitored by higher-ups. Do they perhaps know he's secretly taken a few things? From the beginning, it was the director there who forced him to do it. No matter how many times he calls the old man, the answer is always to wait. Professor Mock couldn't help but go crazy. What does he think I've done for us? They say the supervision team will arrive today. If that's true, he's not against giving them a grand welcome and destroying all the damaging documents quickly. And soon there will be an official announcement for the 3rd rank directive. The Judo Project, the project personally requested and overseen by the director himself. That's enough to make everyone suspicious. For someone like him, the association is a dangerous place. He needs to level up to the White Tiger as soon as possible. That way, the 5-star sword should be safe. He sighed, feeling much more at ease. They are a large family business, so I should be able to live a wealthy life. This thought makes him smirk secretly. At least he needs to hold a few ace cards in his hand. But what about the matter with Bun? Anything is fine. I'm also curious about that Lai Trang Son guy. Who knows where those guys disappeared to? I wish I could find them and bring them to my side. He looked at the person inside the giant test tube and clicked his tongue. Well, this guy's not bad. He's not too bad.
The fat professor then remembered to ask the people he sent to find the illusion pearls if they had returned. Since the lab hadn't received any response, he urged them to hurry before they all got caught.
Meanwhile, Trangson is rushing forward at lightning speed, while the two gods are still arguing fiercely. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed, believed you were like him and smiled. The hunting season god told him to stop talking because your bravery resembled hers more. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, told him to stop raining, while the hunting season god said he should shut up because his stench is unbearable. They glared at each other. The battle between the gods shifted from words to a stare-down as Trangson arrived at the entrance of the research center. Trangson activates the thief skill, silencing all sounds. A swirling aura of dark energy surrounds him. Trangson immediately rushes into the research center, moving like a gust of wind, leaving the two guards blind and unable to see. A sharper one asks his teammate if he saw something pass by, but the other, being less perceptive, obviously didn't see anything. So that older brother quickly thought he must have seen things wrong. This fat guy is complaining again. I'm getting goosebumps, just forget it. What would you do if something really appeared? Working in this investigation department drives me crazy. While they comfort each other, Trangson is working very hard. Trap number 12 has been triggered. The beast's sensory skill has identified the direction where the trap was activated. The trap couldn't detect you. The snake skill has been activated and quickly bypassed the other traps nearby. The tiger roar skill is being used. Your skill level has increased. Trap 27 has been activated. You successfully bypassed the trap without being detected. The serpent god wrapping around the world cannot hide his admiration for your power. If it weren't for the system notification, what everyone saw would just be a lightning bolt passing through life. Seeing everyone rushing around in chaos, Trangson wondered what on earth was happening and enhanced his hearing using his animal senses to catch all the sounds around him. The people in the experiment center are panicking because of the red alert on the wall. Fate, why do you have to show up right when I'm this busy? Hurry up or we're all going to die. We can't go from test subjects to test objects. Bring that here and clear this away. Where the hell is that bastard who captured Yu Lin? I'm swamped here right now. Trangson frowns. Weren't they supposed to bring back the illusion pearls? Forget it. What hope is there with those people? They're hopeless. Yu Spirit's body has been found. Who dealt with that Yu Spirit? Is that even possible? How am I supposed to know if it's possible or not?
Damn it! I think there's a report that some members of the elite guild were spotted in the training area. What exactly is going on there?
We need to clean everything up before the investigation team arrives. At this point, Trangson has also found what he was looking for. The illusion pearl production facility. Trangson didn't hesitate at all and rushed straight into that room just before it closed. The system has already issued an alert before it fully materialized. The smell of poison is extremely strong here. Hokhua's poison is spreading throughout this room. Tianhua will make you convulse.
The guards are still busy moving supplies while the system keeps issuing warnings. The King of Tigers is staring directly at you.
The immunity effect against 10 types of poison has been activated and is resisting all toxic influences. The guard with the spear is pushing his teammate to transfer that over, and the door has been securely locked. Trangson is blocked outside. The door is locked. ID verification required. Please check ID or enter password to open the door. Damn it, how do I open this? Maybe we should just break it open. No, we can't act recklessly. Password? What's the password? Could it be Peter's key? Trangson saw the necklace he was wearing reacting, but he couldn't take it off because he was being stared at by the puppet master. Trangson bravely placed his hand on the control panel on the door, and then the unexpected happened. The ID owner has been confirmed. Even Trangson was completely stunned. The electromagnetic lock has been released and the door is opening. Oh my god, what kind of amazing key is this? In the end, what kind of power does it have to do this? Not only Seon, but even the gods are intrigued by this strange thing. The overwhelmed tiger god felt a bit embarrassed as the lock suddenly opened. The overwhelmed tiger god wondered if you had any talent for lockpicking. The snake god, coiling around the world, sighed as if the tiger god being overwhelmed was just an ignorant creature, and said that it was only natural because humans are beings made up of red-striped snakes. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, nodded and said it made sense. He then chuckled at your courage and talent. The suffering tiger god, sinking deeper, only wishes to have you more. Inside Trangsion's stomach, he's cursing that puppet ruler for eternity. You didn't think he would realize you used Peter's key, but then say what the hell is going on. Red-bellied snake. Trangson didn't want to hear that snake at all. At this moment, Trangson was completely inside the room that served as the base for creating the illusion pearls. What catches the eye are the people trapped inside giant test tubes, as the Tiger King rages in fury.
Trangson is thinking about the warrior who turned into a saintly demon as the serpent god wrapping around the world laughs loudly upon seeing the other god's fangs and claws exposed.
Trangson truly felt that what was before her eyes was utterly disgusting. The Mu-ung god tearing apart the sunset revealed her horror at the scene in front of her. The falcon god tears apart the sunset and looks at the great tiger god being overwhelmed by suffering, smiling and asking her what she's looking at him for. The feline eagle god, furious, said she was only acting for justice. At that moment, a hidden mission appeared. The hidden quest for the plea of the Mu-ung has been created. The plea of the Mu-ung is hidden. The cat eagle god of the sunset, tearing apart the dusk, is furious at the evil and darkness of the great tiger god being overwhelmed by hardship, and also feels pity for the people who have to die because of this. So the god of the sunset, tearing apart the dusk, is begging you to bring peace so they can rest in peace. Limit the messengers, time, and conditions for completion, and eliminate all divine weapons that destroy the illusion pearl production facility that created the divine weapons. The blessing reward from the sunset-shattering feline god for your result. Trang is so shocked. Is this really how big you're playing, little brother? So it all comes down to this in the end. Who would have thought she would go so far as to give me this task? Blessings for my result mean I can also gain power from her. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, is very curious about your answer. Trangson is considering accepting this, which means even the puppet ruler will turn against you and refuse this opportunity, and Maneva will do the same. What a damn tricky situation this is. The cat god nodded and tore through the sunset, glaring at you. Trangson grimaced and was about to press the deny button, but at the decisive moment, his clever mind came up with a few clever ideas. There is something I want to ask the mighty tiger god, who was overwhelmed by hardship. The overwhelmed tiger god has accepted. He said he's happy to answer any questions you have. I think he already knows why I'm here. The mighty tiger god who was overwhelmed by hardship said he knows and asked you to get straight to the point. Trangson is thinking about making both of them follow his will. Anyway, both of them need you. You have to squeeze out and exhaust everything to get stronger day by day. I'm thinking of stealing everything here. Even if it's something I can't have, I won't let anyone else get it. What do you think of my choice? Has the great tiger been overwhelmed by hardship? A villain reborn really is different. No one dares to claim the second evil. Trangseon is confident that he has gathered enough interest from the puppet ruler. Now, he is a top candidate for the disciple position. He won't give up on someone like me easily. The submerged tiger god smiled at your change in attitude towards your new plan. The overwhelmed great tiger god says he enjoys your personality. Daring to deceive you is no different from being a fool. The overwhelmed great tiger god promises he will not impose any restrictions on your ambitions. The hidden task of the tiger's plunder has been created. The tiger's plunder is hidden. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, is willing to invest heavily in the development of the next disciple candidate, or in other words, you. However, he warns you that you will be punished if you do not meet his expectations. Conditions, assigned tasks, time limits, leave blank, completion criteria, slaughter anything within your sight. Be careful not to reveal information about this mission. Punishments, divine punishments, rewards. You gain power based on what you have learned. Receiving blessings from the great tiger god, burdened by hardships depending on your achievements. Damn it, the ultimate song is amazing. These two gods are playing big, but only I benefit. So what kind of price do you think Miss Manova should pay to be worthy? The feline god happily tore apart the sunset and said that she wants you to choose to do so. Oh my god, is this sixth ant pretending to know everything? All right then, with such perfect timing, favorable conditions, and harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity, what reason do I have not to seize these two golden opportunities? System notification. You have accepted the hidden quest to fulfill the Meo-ung's plea. The hidden quests of Meo-ung's plea and the tiger's plundering have been combined. Your range of action has been expanded. Trangseon feels that wasting more time is just too much. Next, you activate the plundering skill, preparing to sweep through and make a big haul here. Just as you were about to get involved, the guards arrived and pointed their weapons at you. Without a word, Trangseon immediately activates the Chaos Destruction Fire. A fierce and terrifying purple flame erupts. Ulin's illusionary title has been activated. A pair of Ulin's wings grow behind Trangseon. What the hell is going on? Why is there U-Spirit fire here? How did they find out? Trangseon laughs dangerously. The system reports that a firestorm has engulfed this area. The two guards hadn't even finished yawning before heading straight to hell to ask the king of hell for a cup of tea. And then, the terrifying flames directly caused the research center to explode with a deafening boom. The entire village and town are in chaos, shouting in panic. It's on fire! Look, it's burning from the central facility! Hurry up! Suddenly, another explosion shakes everything.
The other guards look on in horror as the flames became unstoppable, but fortunately they quickly devised a rescue plan. Stay back, use ice magic from afar. Though they had good intentions, their strength was insufficient. The ice shield they cast lasted less than 3 seconds before being melted into steam by the fire, leaving only the screams of those caught in the blast.
The fat Windmaster has no idea why he's outside the research center, watching the second house burn down bit by bit. His mouth, this is even worse than being monitored at work. What is going on? He panicked.
What is the security team doing? Are they destroying that document place?
Another huge explosion with devastating force completely shattered the laboratory bricks and caused the fat old man to fall to the ground under the tremendous pressure.
Are you okay, Director?
Even the close assistant was very surprised by this situation. The chubby director clenched his teeth and asked, "How many of us are left?" Ward An Khan was still confused, and he shouted quickly. At this point, the research center had almost turned to dust. Someone inside is still alive, but a warning message suddenly appears. You have been poisoned by fire toxin. The guards were knocked out cold, stiff, and unresponsive. The alarm sounded, and the fire poison spread throughout the surrounding area. You should evacuate the area as quickly as possible. At this moment, someone is being engulfed in purple flames and crying out for help. The deadly bullets carrying hellfire rained down like a storm, leaving no one able to escape. At that moment, the fat wind mage charged straight at Trangson. Trangson used the dragon's fang to block the old man's sword and even praised him for his skills. Who are you? Did the elites send you here? How can you use eternal spiritual fire like this? Trangson reveals his handsome face, and the fat professor screams in panic. Li Trangson, what is that? Li Trangson, the fat instructor, was very surprised to see this young man here at this time. What the hell is going on here? He should be far away from this place. So I have to work with someone like him? Suddenly I feel strangely happy. Then I will be able to create a guild as powerful as the White Tiger clan within a year. Seeing Trangxian look arrogant, he brandished his sword to intimidate. Where do you think you're going? Trangxian was stunned by this blow. The system informs you that the Ho Tui Fang skill has been forcibly disabled, and the plundering skill also failed. Trangxian dodged the attack from the old instructor, causing the wall behind him to suffer a tragic end. Why are you deliberately ignoring me and causing trouble? Don't you want to live anymore, father? The old chief rushes forward to cut down Sun, who frowns. This guy is also quite something. One of his eyes has a white sclera and a black pupil, which is truly bizarre. This proves that he is a saintly warrior. Both sides clash with sparks flying. Not only the soldiers enlisted, but also the managers becoming saints. If that's the case, can the other leaders at White Tiger do the same? But honestly, this is also a good thing. Trangson sees this as a divine opportunity to find out what exactly a saint soldier is. The system suddenly announces that your integrated magic circuit is spinning violently. The eternal fire spirit becomes more intense. You have added 30 points to strength, increasing it from 111 to 141, strength 141 plus 55. You have added 30 bonus points to agility, 101 up to 131 agility, 131, and finished. Trang pushes back against the captain's father. You spirit eternal fire forced him to retreat quite a distance. The chief also thought this rookie seemed a bit off. It's strange that such a powerful-looking rookie is actually new, but he's not someone to underestimate either. Your opponent's sword has devoured Yu Lin's energy. He laughs loudly. God is on my side. The system reports that Ho's death is becoming more severe. Be careful. Trangxian looked serious as the chubby man happily swung his sword fiercely, each strike incredibly powerful. This terrifying demonic energy was like a tiger chasing its prey. This is the king, the natural disaster of the tiger, so Trangxian chose to escape quickly. The 36 strategies for escape are the best, nothing special about them. Seeing that, the guards who were beaten earlier took the opportunity to follow and take advantage of the situation. You bastard, I will kill you. We're here to help you, Director. These guys are all holy soldiers now. Trangson swung his sword. This time he would choose blood poison and create a perpetual firewall. A surge of purple flames roared up, and the holy guards easily pierced through the firewall. The wall was quickly shattered, and Zhang Xun faced being overwhelmed. This is bad news. Quickly use Blink to split up the team and take them down one by one. Maybe there's a chance. Even in this fiery chaos, the system refuses to give in a little. You're in the middle of the battle. The indomitable will has been activated, and the power of the wavering spirit has been strengthened. Calmness is now in effect. Now you can observe the situation objectively. Don't think this battle will be easy. It's going to take some effort. Trangson calmly watched the group holding swords to his face as the leader shouted loudly, "Got you now, little rat." Trangson frowned, quite bold. Only the chubby chief recognizes that they haven't been able to corner Trangson yet. He realized this bastard deliberately brought him here to avoid facing multiple enemies at once. He shouted, "Damn it, you fools!" A series of sharp sword strikes cut repeatedly into the leader's body, blood splattering onto the head of the department. Trangson, with an expressionless face, easily dispatches this entire army of fools. The 100% pink heart power system narration has been activated. The god of the hunting season has allowed you to use a portion of his power. Those guys who were shouting loudly earlier are now headless and defeated. Taking advantage of Trangson being busy dealing with the crowd, the head of the department rushes over to grab him by the collar with a satisfied smile. "I finally caught you." "Lai Trangson. Both my level and my overall condition far surpass yours, so give up." He seems confident but is underestimating the opponent in front of him. Does he think he can do whatever he wants after catching me? "You mean the blue energy swirling around Trangson's arm?" Notification system. Your sword has appeared. From Trangson's palm, the sword tip slowly protrudes. The fangs of the evil dragon also react fiercely. The resonance of the twin swords is happening, and the arrogance of the evil dragon has awakened. If the divine relic Uji became famous for creating a few masterpieces, then the demon relic Toti has created countless masterpieces to cement his status forever. Even among gods and stars, they are known as two opposites. It's very hard to tell who is better between them, because both of them specialize in different things. Even their origins and the places they live are different. Many of those things prevent them from facing each other. But right now, the opportunity to see who is better has arrived. The Blood Moon sword, stained with the blood of tens of thousands of lives, is shining brightly, while the dragon's fang teeth have also begun to show their true power. The system says, "You have met the necessary conditions." The vampire fangs of the evil dragon are shining, the gate has been opened, and the dragon's fangs are beginning to show their true power. The fat supervisor's two swords burst like bubbles. He saw the sword lengthen, and the dragon's fangs had grown into vampire fangs. The sword unleashes a thunderous purple lightning bolt. The dragon's fangs take several moments to complete their evolution. The system displays its information, including the type of sword and holy weapon fields. The attack power is incalculable. The effect cannot be stopped bleeding. The greed of the demon. Other effects cannot be determined. Because you have met the necessary conditions, you can use the hidden abilities of the sword. Since you do not meet all the requirements, you cannot access the other functions. Trangson with both hands unleashes two deadly swords shooting out purple lightning, extremely terrifying. The two swords are resonating. Trangson lets them bond with each other. The Master Swordsman skill is being activated. Trangson exhales sharply, narrowing his eyes to identify the unlucky target. The two swords continuously discharge lightning, truly a fiery hot weapon. Master Swordsman, a skill that only a true master of swordsmanship who has unified their swords can use. It allows you to wield any sword in the world you desire. Those who want to walk the path of swordsmanship must pass through the final forest at the end of that road. Skill level 1, active effect type. Owning 10,000 swords that can be used to see 10,000 swords, you have achieved the fame of legendary swords, a 5-point intelligence bonus, and your master swordsman skill levels up. The gods are once again in chaos. The hunting season. God looks at you in surprise as you unlock his sacred relic. The serpent god wrapped around the open world stares in amazement at you. Your actions were beyond his expectations. The feline god eagle tears apart the sunset and demands you use the demon construct weapon for fairness. The abyss hunter god is intrigued by your two swords. The mighty tiger god, overwhelmed by hardships, praises you for gaining that sharp fang. The fat guy stood watching Trangson transform and freeze in place, sensing that his instincts from his guardian spirit warned him to stay away, or he would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Trangson fiercely wielded his sword against the opponent and seized the moment to strike back before the fat man could react. The fat man uses all his expressions to block the attack, while the old man is engulfed by fierce flames and suffers a firestorm. The sword in your hand flashes, and Trangson can feel it crying. It says, "That's still not enough," and the evil dragon's fangs react fiercely. It says, "Watch and see what it can do." Trangson found it interesting, so he swung his sword in a slash. The fierce flames shot straight at the fat man's body, determined to cut through flesh and fat separately. The fat man's sword was shattered into pieces. He still believed that if he wanted to live, he had to run away immediately. The system displayed a message, and the sword of the swordmaster showed its shining blade. Jiang's fang of the evil dragon is bared in threat. Trang Son stands between two victorious swords, helpless. The two kids are bleeding excessively.
The fat old man, taking advantage of Trang Sion being preoccupied with them, hurriedly rushed away.
Trang Son would never let go of someone trying to turn him into a saint soldier. Taking advantage of the two kids fighting fiercely, Trang Son decided to let them show off at the same time. The Black Mountain Divine Claw skill has been activated. Trang Son finished his slash, but the fat man had already reached the door and still got hit by that atomic bomb. The purple flames burn as if pulled straight from hell. The fat man was burned beyond recognition. But as long as he's alive, there's still hope. Despair is spreading. Disappointment is growing. He says he doesn't want to die here, but we'll have to see if he can survive this ordeal first. The room is filled with negativity, the destructive fire absorbing everything and burning even more fiercely. Trang Son then sees something that looks like his regret. So where do you think he's crawling to with that body? Come to think of it, besides a demon, no one has ever pushed you to this extent.
For now, I won't finish him off yet. Just follow him and see if there's any hot news first.
The fat supervisor keeps crawling. What now? I just had to blink and I missed the hot news because the system already announced that the player had died. He collapsed right in front of the gates of heaven, just a little more to go before passing through. Trang Son retracted the dragon fang sword of the evil dragon, which was also sealed once again. Trang Son looked disappointed. He only needed to raise his hand to open the door. I can't believe it.
Yet he was poor right at the door. The system keeps reporting.
The door is securely locked. Please enter the fingerprint and password to unlock it. Trang Sion raised her hand again, still confused about whether she could open it, but the result was the same as before. The owner's ID has been verified. Trang Sion guesses that Peter's key is mainly used to operate and lock machines and doors. The system reports that the tiger's divine body is trapped in the corridor, staring at you as if to ask how you managed to find your way here. The door opens to reveal a majestic machine inside, with a person lying on it, connected by various wires all over their body. Her smooth skin is covered with countless needles. Sion quickly jumps over there, looking at the girl lying on the machine and wondering what her name is. Suddenly, he remembered a familiar face, the little Fan Kuang he met outside. Could it be Seo's blessing? Maybe so. Has she been turned into a saint warrior? The system keeps reminding you that an anomaly has been detected. Tiger's disaster is raising its alert. This girl isn't a saint soldier, but something more intense, more fundamental. A being that encompasses monsters, demons, spirits, and ghosts all at once. So that's it. The so-called saintly healer that the CEO tried to hide seems to be just a stepping stone to complete this. Judd, right? The leader of the elves is named Judo, right? The system reports that you're observing her condition more carefully using your beast's sensory skills.
The tiger's blessing is active, and it's only 41% complete so far. Only 41% after so long.
Is that all you're at? That stat is too low. She can't be considered a saint or a divine hero. However, her physical body is quite resilient, so comparing her to an ordinary person is a bit exaggerated. Even her muscle fibers are much more resilient. And in the current situation, most players would still be devoured by her. Fortunately, the hypnosis and mind control haven't started yet. The holy tiger body is caught in the trap watching you. Now, curious about what you will do next. The holy body of the owl, pierced through the dark night, asks you to heal the unfortunate girl in front of you. Trang Sion didn't hesitate, decisively swung his hand, removing the glass tube, forcing the transformation to halt. The tangled cords around her body were immediately ripped off completely. The tiger's disaster has begun to rage because its supply has been cut off. The divine tiger body was caught in the trap and was very surprised by your decision. The owl's sacred body nodded firmly, clearly trusting you, and ordered you to hurry, take her to a safe place, and give her first aid. Trang Sion opened her mouth in shock as the destructive fire-breathing compass began to unleash destruction. You have removed the toxic elements. You have removed the foreign objects. The mighty tiger's disaster resisted the destructive fire. It tried to resist, but its resistance was crushed. It tried to challenge you, but its challenge tactics have been destroyed. She was quickly treated and recovered. The wounds are healing gradually. All external stimuli have been cut off. The first fire element and the tiger's disaster are clashing fiercely, with two streams of purple and blue energy colliding intensely. No one is willing to give in to the other. I have to eliminate the tiger's calamity and destroy all harmful factors of the soul transfer, possessed to leave only the beneficial elements. However, just like B-Gun, no matter what happens, Sinan Cell's life must be protected. All he can do now is wait. The tiger's holy body, caught in the trap, wonders where your desire to seize everything has gone, while Chang scowls in pride. The tiger's holy form mocks you for choosing to save the child instead of exploiting him. Then he was greatly mistaken. Sion Trong smirked cunningly. I never said I wouldn't take advantage.
The holy beast of this tiger got caught.
John Chuan tilted his head, not understanding what you meant by that. Trangseon unleashes a surge of storm-like demonic energy. The soul-taking power is activated, and all the life forces you've collected in the past 24 hours will be absorbed. Everyone who died at Trangseon's hands turned into a stream of life energy for him to consume, and you have absorbed all of that life energy. Your power has increased by 0.01. Your agility has increased by 0.02. When mixed with the alloy, the tiger's disaster escaped your absorption attempt. This effort was replaced by the power within your authority, forcing fusion. You have succeeded. You have purified the tiger's catastrophe after merging and successfully used it as material for annihilation fire. Your magic power has increased by 0.02. Magic capacity is 325 C60. The tiger's holy body caught in the trap is laughing uncontrollably. Trangseon thinks the puppet ruler is truly a bastard. Is he really laughing like a madman over these things? Has this guy truly gone crazy? Now that I think about it, I remember mentioning how the White Tiger Investigation Department swept through this place. If they really did investigate, then the investigation room must be under the control of someone opposed to Director O. Kagan-hee. Because Director Kagan sensed something was wrong and decided to sweep this place. I wonder if that cunning executive is really just sitting still. I suggest that my prison be supported by only a superficial mana document. So what if the executive director is planning to eliminate the political rebels or something else here? And if that's the reason why that bastard, the puppet master, is laughing like crazy when facing this situation? Thinking about Trangseon T now would be a mistake. This is not the time to lose focus. You have been equipped with the Peaceful Aura title, holding the energy where purple and blue clash intensely. The windless flight skill has been activated, and all your strength is being used to leave this place. A purple light shoots up into the sky. Outside. The security team is watching the experimental center about to blow up in a cloud of fireworks, but no one is leaving. Weren't they saying the investigation room had already entered the dungeon? The manager has to escape quickly, right? Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and before they could realize what was happening, rocks and dirt burst apart. The blinding golden light made it impossible for them to tell what was happening, while Trangseon had already gracefully flown away. The entire research center was turned into a wasteland in an instant. And from a perfect vantage point to see the whole scene, the third member of the White Tiger Claw Kagan Yihai grimaced and muttered, "This is chaos."
Did you find out anything from the flashes behind your uncle?
Yes, it seems there were a few explosions in the basement. Explosion? That's right. We detected traces of the breath of evil spirits, disasters, fire demons, lightning rings, and many similar phenomena that seem to be staged. The source of this fire mountain is probably Jiggy's ancient fire, always about joy. He doesn't usually make a fuss, yet there are so many spiritual threads left. Maybe they were waiting for me to enter the research institute before blowing this place up. Why did the explosion happen earlier than expected? Is it due to negligence or some other accident? Both are possible, but can an experienced old fox like the director be so careless? So maybe some unexpected factor appeared that he couldn't handle in time. What could it be? Keep investigating, maybe you'll find something new. The soldiers wouldn't dare to disobey Yoi. Before leaving, the uncle remembered the useless information the mice had spread. He just mentioned it, and Lu Tiu's group was startled, then bowed in unison. "We will handle it right away." Yoi happily flips her coat and walks away. A system notification appears behind the uncle. "Do you want to log out?" That's a good suggestion, but no. You've already turned your bike around. Growing tiger and lion in the midst of chaos is quite amusing with this mess. Uncle Yi feels there is no other way left. He has to handle the director himself. Because this is the voice of a deity. Trangseon almost went straight to the heavenly palace. Bun just woke up. And the first thing he saw was Trangseon's smile and the girl sleeping peacefully in his arms. Did Bell just wake up from his dazed state and speak without thinking? Is she your wife? He immediately slammed a mirror right on his forehead, somehow pulling one out of nowhere to throw it. Luckily, no one was killed. Except for that, he would become a symbol of bad luck, just as he was about to start a new life, when his benefactor sent him straight to reincarnation. Trangseon glared at him and said that his nonsense seemed to be okay now. "Take a look at your face in the mirror." Baegun quickly grabbed the mirror to check it out after hearing that. Seeing Gon's flawless, smooth, and radiant face, she was so stunned that she froze in place. Trangseon also didn't hesitate to give him a compliment. "Well done." Go-won was moved to tears, but just then she slowly woke up as well. "Are you grateful that Seo has woken up?" Seo's gratitude disappeared for half a second before she gently fell to the ground, leaving the two men staring in confusion as if it were just a dream. Even after coming here, I still feel hopeless, don't I? Trangson and Gun look at each other. This girl is beyond help. Did you save me? I really was locked up? It must be that I didn't talk nonsense or say silly things in my sleep, right? Is it true? Being so dazed right now, it's lucky that you don't remember anything at all. So Trangxian said it wasn't real. Damn it, I've never had a conversation this senseless in my life. But anyway, it's just because she needs to stabilize her mind a bit. Seo sighed deeply. I'm so glad to hear that. Trangson immediately stood up and said, It looks like she's recovered. You should leave here quickly. It's not guaranteed to be safe here. Yun Seo grimaced and turned to ask him, What is your blood type? Trangson replied, B. Date of birth? The 30th. Favorite food? Kimchi stew. What is she asking for? Wait a minute. Something feels strange. I still remember that day 2 years ago on the 23rd of next month. After France's 3-2 victory over San Francisco, you even said the first dish you wanted to eat after returning home was kimbap. Are you seriously asking me if it's right to look so serious? There's no doubt about it. And the defendant was still grimacing, unable to remember the story this girl just told. But right after, she delivered a deadly blow. How can Li Trangxian be so kind? You're just a bastard. Who are you? You're a fake, aren't you? Wow, that's impressive you could come up with that. If I had known, I wouldn't bother saving her. Would that be too much of a hassle? Seeing Trangxian's utterly disgusted expression, Seo seemed to have found her true self. Looks like it really is you. Since when did you switch your taste to kimchi stew? Are you so eager to ask Seo why he doesn't suspect anymore? She casually replied that it's because of his attitude. Li Trangxian listened with a darkened face. Truly, there is nothing in this world that doesn't have its nemesis. And you just returned from the underworld bringing back your own enemy. Seo, still clueless, casually explaining. You can tell he's annoyed and regretting why he didn't just leave me there. I have to admit, she hit the nail on the head and Sean only managed a grimace. And she even confidently insisted that this is what true Li Trangxian should be. She cheerfully sped ahead of the two men and asked where to now. This way? Li Trangxian looked at the girl with a warm smile. The system jumps in to report a series of updates. You have completed the hidden quest. You have obtained the items you selected. You received an illusionary orb X32. You received the wisdom potion. The Leo constellation tearing apart the sunset will reward you. The tiger star, amidst chaos, will reward you. The eagle star tearing through the sunset highly praises your achievement and is pondering over a reward. The tiger constellation amid the chaos praises you and is considering what kind of teeth to equip you with. The Sagittarius constellation, during the hunting season, boasts that they still haven't found a gift as good as her. They talk so much that Sion has to shout out because it's too annoying. Just give it to her and stop talking so much. While Seyoon is content staying with the idol, her teammates are frantically searching for the lost child, and the one they haven't found has already been surrounded by another guild for daring to enter their hunting zone. If you dare to go further, we will attack. Please let me pass. Please. Im Duon, representing the gang, straightforwardly says, Sorry, it's not that we don't understand your situation, but it's very dangerous to come here. He smiled a dangerous smile and said, We will find your brothers and sisters too, so please go back. Duhan tried to hide his displeasure as he saw a random young man bothering him after work, and when he remembered the name Li Trangxian, he grimaced. Earlier, when he was leaning against the wall, he saw him on the list, even though he was also number 121. The more time passed, the harder it became to catch up. He wanted to close the distance as quickly as possible, but someone like this little brother was only a hindrance. The little brother begged desperately, just a little more, please, please. Imdu, turn away, I'm sorry. He thought to himself that the little brother was just being annoying, not understanding the rules of the game among players, acting like moths rushing into the fire, no different from stupid pigs. He was still thinking that the little brother had reckless courage to charge forward regardless of everything. Duhan clicked his tongue, grimacing, and recklessly charged into someone else's hunting area, which was against the rules. The system's notification said the tiger's aura was enough. Imdu Han, with a distorted face, drew his sword and chased after his younger brother in a frenzy. His younger brother hesitated in Nesbook, but Imdu Han was already furious beyond measure. You're blocking the way! He swung his sword and cut the younger brother. At this moment, Seo suddenly descends from the sky and shouts, Stay away from my brother! That damn bastard with the face like ink bites now. She confidently lands on the ground in a crab stance, with such force that everything falls silent. Du Hin easily stepped back as if it were nothing. The younger brother, stunned, called out,
Who gave you the right to lay a hand on my brother, you bastard?
Wow, my sister's mouth is so rude, I couldn't stop her. What did you say? Du and his teammates look grim, their faces darkening. They turn away. So Seo still had the nerve to lift a hand against my younger brother earlier. Seo smirks with a mocking smile.
I said you look like a half-eaten squid.
What's the problem?
Oh, I think I've figured it out. You look like a dried-out jellyfish, not at all like one.
Wait a minute. Then you're insulting the jellyfish too much. There's nothing more outrageous, only more outrageous than this. Duhan was body slammed so hard he twisted his whole body, sweating profusely, grinding his teeth as he said, "It's an insult to our team." Sin Seon Seo tie up her hair and seriously said, "So what if you were the one who touched my sister first?" Threatening to show off your strength, should I say that? The 3 Duhan team members rush into the hall wielding swords. "I'll make you shut that mouth of yours." "Please, Seo, don't be so reckless. Fighting a girl and bringing the whole gang here is no different from causing trouble. It's okay. Now I can handle everything." As the tiger's aura blazes fiercely, a dazzling golden light radiates outwards. Goon and Trangseon stand not far away. Goon thought they should help, but Trangseon said, "Just watch." Shino's tiger essence has surpassed Judo's fury and is now close to unleashing a catastrophe of its own. Right now it may seem unfamiliar to her, but soon it will become as familiar as the back of her hand, because from almost the very beginning, it has belonged to her. Trangseon smirked confidently.
If I keep watching her, I might find out what Judo is and whether it has any side effects.
While Trangseon was plotting, a strange object appeared here. The Duhan Guild fought bravely, sometimes breaking their swords in surprise. A demon-faced shield has turned their weapons into this, and it's called the Shield Tower. Un Seo Thue Seung shouted loudly, charging forward, determined to crush them like pulp. "You are supported by Ho Thuan. Your strength is increased, and your speed continues to rise." The tower shield moves straight and smoothly like skating, smashing the face of anyone who dares to be rude. The shield bash skill has erupted. Duhan's 2 brothers were knocked back before they could react, and one of them seized the opportunity to circle around behind her, attempting a sneak attack. That bastard really doesn't know how to shut his mouth, huh? If he provokes and Seo doesn't respond, he's to blame for all these years of admiration for such a treacherous person like Trangseon. The tiger's disaster has erupted. L swung once, and that red-shirted guy was immediately knocked back, his jaw dislocated. A metal rod stands upright in front of everyone as if to guard the area. It is the handle of a battle axe. Thanks to one hand holding the shield and the other wielding an axe, aside from the slightly sauna-like outfit, she looks almost like a female general ready to behead those loudmouth guys with grape-sized powers. Huan froze, a look of utter confusion in his eyes. Seo, with a mischievous smile, said, "I have a pretty bad memory, so why don't you tell me again?" "That old fool is really useless, yeah. If you say that, no one will dare to speak up anymore. Taking a hit or a shield wouldn't be a good idea." The divine tiger lion tearing apart the sunset shows support for players with a righteous spirit asking for blessings. At this point, only God can stop Shin on Seo, but Huan still refuses to accept the truth that he was beaten to a pulp by a girl of much lower rank than him. Looking at the battlefield roaring as if a whole army had passed through, Liu Unun realized he didn't need to interfere for Mak Kong. Trangseon smiled contentedly. This power was exactly like the one she felt when she just woke up. Even when suddenly faced with a strange power, she remained completely calm, which is why Shinon Seo's greatest strength has her cool head and resilience. The most important thing is that she has a superpower and keen senses that can tame the Dyodo fire. Is her talent gradually blossoming, or should I say her potential is being awakened? She is gradually improving herself, even though she hasn't used half of Dyodo's power yet. If she can fully harness her power, it would be even more impressive. Wait, it seems like Director O is the only one who owns this sword. I don't know what his plan is, but it definitely isn't simple. Trangseon thinks it's time to carefully examine the items found at the shrine. At this moment, O punched him on right between the eyebrows, knocking him completely out of the fight. Her younger brother looked at his brave sister with a blank expression. What exactly did you get involved in? It's a long story. At this moment, Trangseon and Gun arrive, making the younger brother even more stunned. That is Lee Trangseon. So why do you look so grim when you meet their brother? Come on, Seo is all smiles. He already saved me. That bastard Lee Trangseon saved you? Why are you talking about him like that, and yet you still judge Gun?
who doesn't look like a trainer and has no idea why he's here.
What are you planning to do? Me? Once in the dungeon, what else is there to do? Li Trangshon looked at them with a knowing gaze. The two men were stunned. Only Unxiu looked at him with admiration. Your friend. Anxiu looks grim. Do you know that Black Red Lotus Mountain isn't just mysterious, but each area also has different obstacles, so Bai Hu gave up exploring it and only uses it as a training ground. Moreover, we only have 100 days here. The gods are also in chaos. The fierce tiger is wondering if that's really true. You'll handle the new season in no time. The serpent wrapping around the earth sighs, dismissing those naive people, not knowing how cunning you truly are. Liu Unun asked how long it would take to deal with it, but Trang Xian didn't understand what he meant. Exploring the dungeon will take a lot of effort, so we need time to prepare. What are you preparing? Trang Xian radiates eternal flames with a chilling blue glow. One day is enough. From behind him, Yu Lin's wings sprouted, making the three others excited. This old man is always quick on his feet. They don't know that far away. The discontented Im Duhan was beaten into a deformity but still refuses to give up. Still holding one eye closed and glaring angrily. Do you dare to oppose me? How could she do that? What trick did she use? No, maybe she's a demoness after all. If not, I wouldn't have lost to her so easily. Li Trangson even had to admit defeat when facing me. Then he comforted himself. Whatever, that girl is a demoness. He grinned cunningly. I will make sure you can never lift your heads again. Usually, those who talk a lot never accomplish anything meaningful. Just as he was brooding, a few of his underlings called him, breaking his mood and making Duhan a bit annoyed. He looked to the side. 3 underlings who were beaten up still couldn't get up. What should I do, damn it? Even if my opponent is a half-demon, I can't let this captain's reputation be ruined. Should I deal with all of them to keep quiet? So you want to make it look like I was ambushed, then plan to hunt down that half-demon? Duhan chuckled sinisterly, a trainee whose relentless efforts had already taken down a half-demon infiltrator in the training area. Sounds pretty cool. Damn, he's so delusional he even called the snow report for himself. He probably got punched in the face by Unex so hard that his mind went haywire and he kept hallucinating. Li Trangseon must also be a half-demon. Otherwise, I wouldn't be losing like this. Once I finish this, it's your turn, Li Trangseon, so he happily turned back and replied to his teammate, I am here. And at the same time, the system announced that the dungeon exploration mission was complete and the final rankings would be rearranged. Imduhan sprayed the glue stiffly, the dungeon rankings. First place. Lai Trangseon, with 830,320 points. Second place, Monong with 390,000 points. On 90,000. The rewards will be given based on the ranking. Imduhan couldn't understand what was happening, and those in the control room also had no idea. Did it happen too quickly, too dangerously? Is it already over? Is it real or enough? What the hell is going on? What happened to that guy watching Lai Changsan? The dungeon has been sealed. After the system's cold announcement, the golden door opens immediately. The system carefully warns of vibrations, then starts counting down from 10 to close the gate. Lai Changseon and Bun are not sitting on the ground, but each taking control of a peak. Changseon, with a cold expression, listens as the system relays the words of the god. Manhwa Sako is very excited by this chaos. The other players were completely stunned as the system counted down, while a man with a mane-like hairstyle watched the scene on a vivid electronic screen. As the countdown reaches 0, a blinding light engulfs everything. The dungeon officially closes. Congratulations. The bearded observer looks sad with a disheveled face. The gate just closed, and news outlets are buzzing with reports of its end in Trangson's hands, filled with all kinds of sensational but unpaid headlines. Jiang Juman jumped into the comments enthusiastically, and overall the online world is more chaotic than chaos itself, while at the center of it all, someone with a cold face delivers a chilling verdict. Isn't that enough? His teammates, used to his foul mouth, didn't react. The Bakho security team was surprised and offended by this first encounter. Do you think we're joking? If you dare to challenge us while the 3 guards were about to continue. A bandaged hand punched straight into their faces. The leader was knocked straight into the wall. Li Trangshon chuckled and turned to see a familiar face. Se Donggun. A fierce aura like a mighty tiger erupts strongly. Donggun roars. Do you think you're shouting in someone's face? You want another punch? The guy who just got beaten, blood and snot still flowing, immediately fought back. Team 2's Donggun pressed close to his face and asked, Is there no other way to call me? Yeah. You want another punch to the face, right? Why did you come all the way here?
Captain, sir, to catch that guy, but we haven't finished our investigation yet. Investigation means questioning, but anyway, I will go find him, that's all. Dong-gun, channeling his energy, asked again, do you have any objections?
The fierce aura of the great tiger erupted powerfully. The bodyguard remained silent, kneeling obediently on the ground like a dog. Dong-gun calmly leads the way. I will pretend I have no opinion. Follow me. Trang-son doesn't really like this guy, but she still follows him. Shinon-seo has been looking at him with admiration from start to finish. The other two young men are helpless. Seo winks at his friend. Isn't our OP really cool? That's right, he admits it. Even though he seems reluctant to admit it, I thought he was just saying no when he claimed he conquered it in a day. But after seeing it, even though I was just following behind Lai Trang-son, I didn't think he could accomplish it in just half a day. Surpassing the KPI brilliantly, Gun turned back and told the three people behind Trang-seon, all three of you follow my instructions a little. Li Trang-seon is watching me. After organizing the other three, Gun and Trang-seon went their separate ways. Gun looked at Trang-seon with flattery. I suppose they are members of the team you assembled for training. That makes sense. Li Trang-seon is too lazy to even respond. We can see that forming a team starts with gathering individuals who go solo. It always starts like that with a captain at the center, we agree. Anyway, where are we headed? Trang-so realizes this isn't towards the director's office, but also doesn't think the director has a room here. Oh, I haven't told you yet? We're heading to the classroom. The club president said he wanted to hear a few things from you. Li Trang-seon was quite surprised to hear this. Are you saying the club president means John Jo Hong-mun, and before meeting him, you already ran into Director Oh at the meeting room door? Director Oh greeted first. So, you are already here. You seem to be doing better than last time, the system reports. Won-ho's gaze is fixed on you. Lai Trang-seon also looks back. He probably has a lot of questions, especially about the dungeon closing shortly after the research facility was destroyed. Although the director is still fine, he definitely received the report from Songun, and I'm pretty sure he's suspicious of me because conquering the dungeon in just one day is ridiculous. Thanks to him, it's all thanks to the executive director. Trang-seon politely replied, No, it's all thanks to your abilities. Anyway, thanks to you, things here are quite busy, huh? Are you blaming me for making you work overtime? Oh my, you wouldn't understand, it's not just about being busy. The captains from the Divine Raid are fighting over who will make you participate. He laughs loudly. Everything is even more chaotic than what should be done with the rewards you get from conquering the dungeon and whatnot. Maybe because the rumors have reached the higher-ups, we've received a few calls from senior members, but have you changed your mind yet? The system subtly alerts the Divine Season's hunting senses that he's causing trouble around while knowing his location. Trang-son chuckled softly and replied, That is also what I want to ask you. If I cannot attain the divine position I requested, I might just leave you my resignation letter. All right, if you're a man, you'll handle this properly. I'm just a part of it, but the whole company has no intention of letting you leave easily. See, wasn't the chairman the one who asked to meet you in person? Forget his association, he's only interested in international affairs anyway. Then why don't we go say hello to him? The director extends his hand towards Trang-seon. So, both of them took the elevator to meet the chairman. As the door opened, Trang-seon immediately activated his snake eye skill to observe the surroundings. Void Monarch said he was raised to be a devout disciple, but his abilities and talents should be inferior to those of a guardian. The beast's sensory skills warned you that you are in danger. Trang-seon feels this is the first time he's met someone dangerous since returning. You've arrived at the Azora Garden. Besides the danger, this place is beautiful. It's more suitable for taking photos than a meeting room. In front of Sean is a magic path leading to a house beneath an ancient tree, and the director introduces him to the meeting room where the chairman is, connected through another dungeon. He used magic to move the gate to this side. The tiger's divine senses were trapped in a difficult situation. The difficulty has sparked some interest in the humans who dared to cross his territory. So this is his domain. The divine senses say that the atmosphere in the dungeon feels uncomfortable. Chairman Mon Shong is already sitting on the roof, waiting for someone to arrive. Why are you sitting on the roof of the house, Dad? Trying to look dangerous or what? By your order, I have brought Li Trang-seon. Trang-son, with one eye covered by bangs and the other lacking much emotion, looked up. The old man with disheveled hair looked down and said, So you are the child they call the tyrant. Li Trang-son was surprised to hear this. It seems our gods have taken an interest in you lately. The system warns Sion again. The owl-like sensory spirit flying through the sunset advised you to be cautious as everything seems to be getting more serious. Trang-seon also sensed a warning from the person in front of him. His mood quickly turned sour. Man Xiang activates his magic power as the system continues to warn that a deadly tiger's killing intent is threatening you. Trang Xian's face darkens to the extreme, clearly displeased with the other person. The animal's sensory skill perceives the current situation as extremely dangerous. From the beginning, I intended to attract the attention of the gods and constellations as much as possible. I knew I would have to face a bunch of dangers from those children because of their blessings. A god can also use any means to possess me. This is also something I experienced at Trover's in Acadia. Trang Xian bowed his head. I am Lai Trang Xian. Mo Xiang was initially surprised by Xian's actions, but then became serious. Not bad at all. Meeting a 9th-generation swordmaster truly left me overwhelmed. Li Trang Xian said solemnly, overwhelmed by the honor. Master X repeats your words. Yeah. Just a few months ago, I thought I would never be able to come here. Trang Xian was convinced that the old man in front of him would never know about his underground world experience. So he probably just sees himself as a useless wreck. But the elders warned not to bow too low to warn off a rookie. This must have hit his ego. What is he going to do now? Do you think he will take back that threat, or will he act? He is a player who has surpassed level 90. If we face him here, I probably won't be able to defeat him. But surely the gods and stars interested in me will support me. And even if they do nothing, I will definitely find a way to escape. So now he really wants to know what that old man will do next. Mo rushed past Trang Xian like a gust of wind and whispered in his ear. I see. That's all there is to it. Trang Xian grimaced as if he had just been hit. Mo Xian continued. The god of our group said he would give you a gift, but I already handed it to Xin, so try to get it on your way back. After finishing, he opened the way out for Trang Xian. He was still stunned by the situation. What the hell is that? Didn't he warn me? Does he not even consider that he might be abandoned by the puppet ruler? He still believes their connection is so strong that he can't be shaken even if he tries to interfere. Trang Xian narrows his eyes, wondering if it's the sacred book of failure. And Moon Xiang's back looks like he doesn't care at all, which makes others suspicious. Trang Xian couldn't help but think that whether it was the Saint Soldier or Judd the Museong had created something and expanded his guild, so the puppet ruler might give him holy medicine or something. This means the Snake Eye skill has been activated. The serpent god wrapping around the world is intrigued by your thoughts and grants you his power. Your skill has leveled up. The information of Monsong player has appeared. He is surrounded by the calamity of the Tiger King. Manzhong glanced at Trang Xian and saw that he was far beyond the disciple. Yet he said, if it were you, I wouldn't continue this anymore. Trang Xian once again lifted the heavy load. What does he mean by that? So after saying that, he just disappeared? Is this a generational gap or what? Please, forgive me, Trang Xian bowed his head and said. The door quickly closed, and Trang Xian was instantly transported back to where he first entered. Trang Xian grimaced, guessing it's not just judo, he must be at least 1 or 2 levels higher. Still, he only sends divine weapons to those under his command. So, that means he intends to monopolize this power. The puppet ruler probably just wants to see his reaction, and the martial arts are just going along with him. Man is full of old, cunning men. It seems the puppet ruler has seen a righteous sword in the martial arts and a blade that is extremely sharp. That is searching for something even greater, but what is it? After returning from the meeting room, Trang Xian continued walking with Director O and Gun. Director O smiled and said, our chairman really is a difficult person. Trang Xian didn't even hear those petty words and only focused on thinking. The Bak Ho research facility is nothing compared to Xiang. He must have already figured out CEO's little tricks, yes? It feels like he exists in a different world. Is that right? Even now, I still don't understand what he's thinking. Gu jumps in with a dissatisfied tone. Please, I beg you, don't call me anymore when you come to the conference hall. Does your back always go cold every time you go? Stop bothering me. What is more important than my gift? The system then surfaced to relay the words of the gods. The hunting season, God proudly says that no matter what gift it is, it cannot compare to the benefits he gives you. The cat god happily tears apart the silent sunset, listening. The director simply smiled and raised 2 fingers. Oh, that he gave me 2 options. One is armor, and the other is a library they already named 2. Gun jumps up. Dan Hai, are these 2 things? Why didn't you share one with me, especially the armor? The director just ignored that loudmouth and looked at Trang Xian. It seems you've figured it out, huh? No, I'm actually quite surprised. Quick with your words. Looking at that face, who would believe it? I completed the mission and raided the dungeon that the savage tiger gave me. So I was quite surprised when he handed me something. I see, I understand now. Have you made your decision yet? I want to learn more new skills. I heard there are many records in the list that I haven't read yet. Hearing that, Gun immediately shouted, "Great. Trang Zon just wanted to go to that list to find the treasure." The director smiled broadly. "All right, I figured you'd say that. Looking back now, I haven't let you choose a protector, have I?" "What?" Gun suddenly jerks up while Trang Zon remains expressionless and cold as ice. "What's going on?" "Young Nim, don't joke like that. No player would be unable to choose a guardian. Someone without a guardian deity could really come here, right? Never seen it before, have you? I am the special one like this." Gunvochi is still shouting. "Say something already." Hung Nim isn't. John Moonam is acting confused again. "Why aren't the two of you saying anything?" "I'm busy fighting right now. It can't be true, right?" "How is that possible? Their attitudes haven't changed at all." "Could it really be him?" Gun weakly said with a look of utmost confusion. "It's impossible." He glances at Trang Seon. How can he be so strong without anyone protecting him? So, if he had a protector, how much more destructive could he be? Even the word genius no longer fits this person. But at this moment, Gu looked at Trang Seon with extreme concern, and he was about to say something when he was cut off by him. "It seems Man Hosako wants me." "Aren't they clear enough? It's not just me. Isn't there any god who wouldn't want you? Many constellations have offered me to become their apostle. Are you about to advise me to do something I have already given up on?" Trang Seon smugly smiled. Director O looked serious. "Do you realize it's not convincing at all? I mean, if my reward is to become an apostle, I would leave the church immediately. Even in this current situation, I have already received many privileges," Trang Seon said arrogantly. The director tilted his head in admiration, saying this young man is truly strange. Not only him, the gods are also shouting challenges. The fierce tiger god frowned and swore to stand with you. The hunting season god angrily asked why he was imitating him. The eagle spirit angrily tears through the sunset, glaring at the fallen tiger spirit, who steps back and pouts. Director O, seemingly resigned to his fate, said, "You young people are always full of ambition, but do you know that one day your own ambition might harm you?" He looked at him with disapproval. "Fine. Those with talent and power are allowed to speak up." The director had no choice but to sigh. "Yujun is waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Let me show you the way. Thank you. But remember that our God is not as forgiving as you think. If he can't have you, no one else will." He goes ahead, and W pats your shoulder from behind. "You're probably feeling pretty overwhelmed right now, but try to stay positive. If you stay, there are more games than you think." After saying that, he also bent over and rushed after the director. Trang Seon frowned as he watched the two of them. In his mind, he just wanted to say what a bunch of trouble. Yuzujun in charge continued to lead Trang Seon. "From the second floor onwards, we will divide the rooms to ensure security, so you can only access them with a registered key. So, which types of rooms can I access with this key? If there are any restrictions on the number of uses, that would be troublesome." Yuzujun shook her head. "I don't know either." "What kind of tour guide are you? You have 6 hours to use the chambers?" "I'll meet him later." Trang Seon entered and immediately received some words from the old tiger. "The fallen fierce tiger god says these are real treasures that drove him crazy. The fallen fierce tiger god is trying to convince you that if you become his disciple, all of this will be yours. There are also many rooms, each named after a fierce tiger: white tiger, one-eyed tiger, silver tiger, split tiger, black tiger, and nightmare eater. Everything originates from the tiger. The rewards from the tiger raid mission have been granted. In front of you are 9 paths, each leading to a different way to become a mighty tiger. Choose the path you desire, and based on your choice, the key to your true nature will also change. However, according to the suggestion of the fierce tiger god, if you become his disciple, you will receive everything." Trang Seon just thinks this is totally ridiculous and hilarious. "Even if I don't do it, I've already planned to take everything here someday." So Trang Seon chose a door that made the gods lively in discussion. The fallen tiger god couldn't understand your choice, and shook his head. The serpent god wrapped around the world shook his head and said you wouldn't understand anything with that wooden head of yours. The fallen tiger god was furious. The fallen tiger god says it's not too late and asks if you want to choose a different path. You have chosen the one-eyed tiger. If you refuse him, I could do this for a lifetime. All right then. Simply put, the one-eyed tiger is a blind tiger, also known as a one-eyed tiger. Although its observation skills are weaker than those of the two-eyed tigers, its willpower is stronger than any tiger. Its brutal and ferocious nature as a killer knows no concept of defense. The reaction of the puppet ruler was expected. He only chose someone like himself, so he picked the youngest of the 9 brothers. The door has opened, and a terrifying wave of demonic energy rushes out. Trang Seon is confident that with Yu Lin, this will be fine, and that Hoa and even Hak Sonthan Trao will be destroyed.
He really wants to open the remaining paths with Peter's key, but no matter how seemingly easy the puppet ruler looks to deceive, he will never agree. Before the door closes, Trongseon still believes he will steal everything from him in a way he can't expect. You have entered the poison tiger's lair, while someone else is feverishly worried because no one has returned. Seo spun like a ballerina and kept muttering, "What is going on? Why is he like that? Is something going on with him? Calm down, sister. He'll be fine and walk out okay. Just sit down for me." Do you think a tyrant can easily disappear from the earth? He's not a tyrant, Seo snapped. His name is Seon-gun. No, it's Si-gun. Why don't you imitate Oppa's demeanor at all? Please, Aeon Seo, put on a dazed expression like a cursed little sister crying out, "Oh, prince," making her little brother almost vomit blood. Indeed, from an outsider's perspective, he looks abnormal. You see Gun appearing calm and unconcerned, but inside he's also evaluating. Despite the noisy exterior, inside there's an overwhelming silence. Was that really B-Gun back then? Did that face ever become as handsome as it is now? But what is actually happening? What is Lai Trangxian's true identity? Is there something going on between them and him? The quiet younger brother thinks that there's something I've missed. Whether good or bad, I need to know. Actually, that's also because I want to protect that. My sister, with her love-struck mind, praying for Oppa to come back safely over there. You're so embarrassing, you two. Tone it down a bit. At this moment, a notification appears next to him. The serpent god around the world says you're too noisy. The serpent god around the world says that if you don't know how to be discreet and stay silent, you'll never get the information you want. The younger brother was stunned, thinking, could it be that he's confusing me with Lai Trangxian? The serpent god of the world laughed and said, that's not it. You're even more surprised that he can read your thoughts. The serpent god of the world said that your face is completely exposed now. The serpent god of the world happily said that your habit of doubting everything around you is very similar to his. The serpent god encircling the world says he has an offer for you and asks what you think about it. He also says he might make you his priest depending on the situation. Dad, such a great offer. I never expected such a clever idea to come to Jim Gu and make him spray glue. At this moment, someone calls them Lord Jim Guo Ose. Looking over, I see the young man with a toad on his head laughing happily. You two did it. That's really great. Jim Gu immediately recognized this guy from when he was arrogant in the dungeon, just ignoring him. He was one of those who dismissed the plea for help in finding the lost child. So now you're daring to smile as if nothing happened? That's absolutely unacceptable. Yet Shin's eyes sparkled with tears as she ran over. Oppa! The young man with the frog head thought it was something special and blushed, calling out, hey. But before he could get too emotional, Shin just brushed past him like air. The young man suspiciously turns his head to look, while Jim Gu covers his mouth to hold back a laugh. Lai Trang X. Yes, it's me. Do you need anything? Seo's wrist was grabbed by him, and she turned her head in annoyance. What do you think you're doing? That young man's face darkened with anger, grimacing and grinding his teeth, saying, You've never been like this with me. Trangson, witnessing a confusing scene of love and hatred upon her arrival, furrowed her brows. That guy is even more agitated, with a cruel look in his eyes, grinding his teeth as he emphasizes each word. You never cared about how I felt. So this is the reason you disappeared? A new guy? Oh, dear. Why do you like blaming others so much? Dad. Seeing his jealous and twisted face, Shin Yu-so was wondering whether to bury this guy alive. But when she caught sight of Trangseon standing there, she immediately changed her attitude, shaking her head as tears streamed down her face, and calling out, Oppa! Li Trangseon stood still like a statue, and the guy got angry. What do you think you gain by staring at me like that? A gust of wind swept through, and Seo was caught off guard and unable to react in time. Li Trangseon had already grabbed the young man by the collar, effortlessly lifting him with one hand. That guy is about to enter the coffin, but still dares to act tough. Hey, let go, do you know who I am? Only after he finished speaking did he realize something was wrong. The eye of Seon Trang was glowing strangely. The poisoned eye tiger materializes above him, and the guy feels like he's hanging on the tiger's claw. One eye of the Tiger King is glaring at you. The system warns him. The tiger's nature is to kill and be cruel. It only has these two instincts. It can inject the fire of death into those in its line of sight through its single eye, a special kind with deadly intent. It infects fear. You have been affected by fear. You have been affected by panic. You have been affected by shock, urgent. You are in a state of severe shock. Your mental state may be so damaged that it becomes irreparable. It is urgent that you leave that area. A yellowish fluid is pouring out from between his legs. Jiang exclaimed with disgust. Everyone quickly moved away because it was too much. They were so scared they almost peed their pants. Trangson, trembling, let go of the knife, causing the young man to slip and fall onto the floor.
He glanced over and said, "Let's go." Fine. Oppa. Seo's blinded by love. The young man, half his soul gone, was simply left behind. The others didn't know how to handle this situation either. "Oppa, do you want to eat something?" Shin On-si carefully asks Trang Seon, "Do you want to eat something?" "Oh, yes." "Yes, I've finished training now. Let's go eat, but not today. Maybe next time." "Please, Seo, stop sulking." "Huh? Why?" "Look ahead. There's a crowd of reporters with countless cameras and Fraz lights shining right in their faces. Lord Lai Trang Seon, we want to know your thoughts on conquering an unexplored dungeon in record time. The White Tiger Guild has announced that they have devised excellent plans for you. Have you discussed this issue with the guild yet?" Seon said to him, "There are too many eyes watching us right now." Seal finally realized that Trang Seon has always been like that. Wherever the team goes, people gather around. They kept asking questions one after another, each person with a different question, never ending. Lai Trang Seon remained expressionless, and Phuong Cham Kweet didn't say a word. It seems Seo is the most excited, walking with arrogant steps. When she encounters Trang Seon's fan club, she grits her teeth and sneers mockingly. Trang Seon just wondered what the crazy guys were doing here. "Come in, I mean this limousine, right?" "This is my private car. The manager-director gave it to me for use. Just one word, with the driver included." "Nice. So what did you want to say just now?" Gio suddenly responded with a confused sound, as if he had wanted to say something to me when we left the hall. "Did I get it wrong, do you realize?" "You're so nervous. It's surprising, I didn't notice." Jin Gio sighed. "Could it be that you know about the snake-embracing divine sense of the world?" Immediately, a deity is startled. The snake-like divine sense was startled when its name was mentioned and wagged its tail in protest of this person's inability to keep secrets. Trang Seon also gave up on these kids. "I know that's one of the sensory gods I'm interested in. That divine sense told me to watch his every move and report anything interesting I found." The snake divine sense sighed that everything was over. "Is that so?" Jim Gio begins to speak loudly. "That's right. I was told to focus on reporting any details that could be secret. You were so distracted that you didn't notice an evil force watching you with a furious look. Why didn't you tell us those things earlier?" "Hey, stop pulling my face like a rubber band. I received this message a long time ago, too." "Still, you should say something when you receive it." "Ouch. My ear is torn. They are so annoying." Trang Seon is extremely regretful, thinking he saved a noisy kid but didn't expect a gift to come with it, and he can't stand it. "Aren't you angry?" "Are you angry?" "I'm angry again." "Well, actually, I've been feeling very conflicted." "So you figured something out?" "Not at all." "Then it's fine. You didn't harm me from the start. Then why should I apologize?" Jim Gio was stunned. This person is truly very powerful, more powerful than all of us. The snake-like divine sense that embraces the world said, "There's nothing interesting," and buried its face into itself. Seon asked what the spirit of intuition had given him, and the snake-like divine sense, embracing the world, looked up slightly, saying Jim Gio promised to teach him black magic. Trang Seon was quite surprised. "Dark magic, huh?" "Jim Gio said it suits you better than anything else." "Follow me." "Huh?" "It said you should follow me and report anything interesting, right? Then just do that." Trang Seon is so generous that someone will react strongly. The snake-hugging divine sense awakens suddenly, blinking in confusion. Jim still couldn't grasp the development of the story. The black magic that the snake embraced the world with is known to be one of the most incredible techniques called the Ouroboros martial art. Just learning the basics is already very difficult, so don't even think about mastering everything. The fact that the divine senses suggest teaching you means it values your talent quite highly. Trang Seon explains to Jim Go. He seems confused. It must have seen something inside you. The snake-like divine sense, clutching the world, was so shocked it opened its mouth, wondering how you could know. The snake's sixth sense, which embraces the world, warns you not to be too arrogant. It emphasizes that the number of people wishing for its guidance is more than enough to wrap around the countless worlds if lined up. Jim Gio is still wondering if he really has talent. Trang encourages him, so he should just follow what his mystical senses tell him. The car stops and Seal and Gio get out. He told his crazy fan sister that from today on, he will become a fan of him. On feels proud and laughs out loud. "It's time for me to realize how amazing he is. If you want to know anything about him, just ask me." "Ha ha ha, do you think you'll go crazy like me?" Of course, Seo wouldn't miss this statement of his. "Oh, my foot, my foot." Meanwhile, the snake is questioning Trang Seon. The snake's divine intuition, holding the world in its embrace, is asking how you could access that information. "Just as you keep your secrets, I will keep mine. The snake's divine instinct, clutching the world, angrily whips its tail on the ground, begging that it cannot understand what is going on inside your mind. Trang Xian smiled. I once wanted to learn Ouroboros's technique, but magic was too difficult, so I gave up. If Jim Gu could teach me the technique, it would be very useful. No wonder he allowed a papazari to follow him openly. Do you live in Noangjin? Yes, that's right. Trang Xian quickly realized that Go was lying. He hurriedly argued, no, that's not true. Although I am small, I am living in a Go Swan. I am also asking Han Tu Te, so you better answer honestly. No, I will follow you, and if I find out you're lying, I'll cut your head off right away. Trang Xian clenched his fists, but Goon just shrugged. You don't have a house, right? So where did you live before? I needed a weapon, so I withdrew the deposit money. Trang Xian frowned. So, you idiot. Do you know your son is living like this? Anyway, I have to help him fully understand about the living dead. So he suggested you stay at my place for now. Gun was stunned, but then got some clothes for you. Before going home to Mother Lai Chongson changed into his work clothes, so she wouldn't see the bruises from fighting with flowers. So Duha was startled when she saw him come back, because Trangson had already reported he had been gone for over 3 months. Training finished faster than I expected. If Mom knew I was back, she would have cooked Aya more. It's okay, Mom. I can order takeout. I don't come home often, so I prefer eating out rather than bothering you to cook. Mom and I have something to discuss. Whatever it is, leave it outside and come in. Who is he? He's your friend. B-Gun. Gelgun was a bit awkward since it was his first time entering a wealthy house. Sorry to bother you. Mrs. Duha, seeing you bring a friend home for the first time, was very hospitable and told him to feel at home. Gelgun walked along, marveling at how big the house was. The Han River is always intense, that's for sure. As expected from Trangson, there's a large TV on the other side broadcasting the news. The tyrant Lai Trangxion and her allies just destroyed a dungeon that no one has dared to try before, and foreign news agencies are rushing to report on the event. Gelgun always feels a bit awkward. Looking over at the sofa, I saw that the famous artist sister of Trangxion was lying there munching on snacks. Their hair is a mix of short and long strands, some tied up, some loose. When the older sister saw the two boys, one familiar, one not, she was surprised and asked Gun who they were. Trangson just gestured, and her sister quickly glanced at the TV, pretending nothing happened. Oh, sis, I just happened to switch to this channel and then turned it off right away, so no one said anything, Mom.
You're watching
You're watching TV. Why are you leaving the room now? Dinner is almost ready. I don't want to eat. Mrs. Duha grimaced. This little girl is at it again. I don't know who it looks like. It may look like that, but it cares about you a lot. A few days ago, it even watched a video about my exam on YouTube. What is my mother talking about? You don't like him at all, no, you don't like him at all, huh? And so, a fierce argument between mother and child began. Trangxian told Gun to follow her to see the room first. Wow, is this your room? Just call me brother, or you'll make the old man want to jump into the grave. Call me brother. Oh, so this is your room? It's really fancy and even bigger than my house. Trangxian is thinking that if the number hears this, they'll say he's causing trouble in the family, because normally he should call his uncle. BG Wum goes to Li Changxian's room and calls out wherever he goes. Is this the first time you've seen these things? I don't have any money to buy it. Do you still have your 3 lives of fame? This is the limited edition. Just go ahead and play. Really? But that's not the greatest pleasure. The greatest pleasure is the big bath and hot water. Gelgun clearly feels that he and Trangxian are living in 2 completely different worlds. The meal I cooked is a bit simple, but please don't criticize it. Is it really that simple, ma'am? I don't know if it suits your taste, but it's super delicious. Mrs. Duha beams with a big smile, while Gelgun is so happy he almost cries. I've never tasted anything as delicious as this in my life. You should open a restaurant. He chews loudly like a starving ghost. Mrs. Duha saw this and immediately signaled, is that kid good at talking already? It would be great if someone could learn from him. Under her expectant gaze, her son managed to say 3 words. Delicious. Mrs. Duha, bored, turned her bright gaze to Gun. See that with that face? Who could possibly cook for him? Is your name Gun? Yes, that's right. Do you want to become her daughter forever? You're more suited to be the youngest in this family than any of those kids. Mrs. Duha got too excited and surprised Gun. Seeing him flustered, she said she was just joking and asked if he wanted more soup. This scene suddenly makes Gun recall the laughter from his memories. His mother's laughter. After eating, the 2 guys decided to go to sleep. Trangxian lay on the bed while Gun made a nest on the floor. Without looking, Trangxian also knew Gun couldn't sleep. He told him, if there's anything uncomfortable, just say so. No, the floor is warm and the blanket is soft, so it's very comfortable. Why can't you sleep then? Oh, I guess you're struggling with something. Do you see everything so clearly? Only a fool wouldn't see it. Are you okay? No, I was just wondering if I have the right to live comfortably like this right now. Who gave you that right? Gun slightly sat up, about to reply when Trang Seon continued speaking. No one else. That's your decision to make, and my decision as well. If you look down on yourself, your value will decrease. If you value yourself more, everything will be different. Gun snaps his fingers. You are the one who decides what you want to do. No one has the right to decide for you. I understand now. Trang Seon saw him and remembered himself in the past when he was just a relentless fighting demon. He never realized his own worth until he was broken and lost everything. And only then did he see that he had been making mistakes all along. I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. Thank you. Suddenly, Trang feels like these words should have been spoken by your old man. I wonder where that old man disappeared to. Even the gods are moved by this uncle-nephew bond. The hunting season is so touching it almost brings tears. The owl tears through the sunset, gazing at your friend with a flood of emotions. It's so strange this morning, isn't it, Mom? What do you mean strange? That's the little fox.
Why are you talking about my younger sister like that, Mom? Don't interrupt me.
Let me finish first. Don't you think she's been acting strange lately? Trang Seon's older sister suddenly switched to being a detective, and Mother Duha couldn't keep up. After getting involved in the Ramso case, she seemed to have become a different person. It stopped drinking, became calmer. Even when I deliberately provoked it, it just ignored me. Mrs. Duha is holding her head, watching her older sister talk. Overall, she's very strange, like she suddenly aged several years. Speak less, think more, and it's even more impressive, even though your face still looks hateful. But the strangest thing is that Mom noticed that Mrs. Duha looked at me with a dazed expression. Mom, don't you see? That kid originally didn't have any friends. Mrs. Duha froze for a moment, then immediately shifted into a fighting stance. But my sister didn't know, so she kept talking casually, and suddenly he brought a friend over who looked pretty tough.
Who gave you the right mutt to talk about my little brother like that? It hurts.
Oh, it hurts. Please don't hit me anymore. Even after being beaten like that, she still wants to talk. Mrs. Duha crossed her arms. What nonsense are you about to say now? Honestly.
No, that's not it. That boy's friend matches your taste both in face and personality.
Try again. Ask her if he has a girlfriend.
If he can get along with that kid, his personality is probably pretty good.
Of course, she then had to endure a few more scoldings from Duha after that remark. Just then, 2 young men came downstairs. While the mother was asking questions, the older sister quickly ruffled her hair and transformed. Trang Siu said, "We're heading out to practice. We'll eat out so you can eat first." His gaze suddenly paused for about 5 seconds. Don't push yourself too hard. Remember what Mom said, little brother. She has finished transforming. The girl said to follow. Trang Son pouted and sighed, saying she would return later. Gelgun nodded and saluted. We're leaving now. When we went outside, he asked Trang Son where we were going. Going to exchange for a weapon. Are you going to keep using that broken one forever? But I don't have any money. Trang Son glared at him.
I forgot what I told you yesterday.
Oh, you need to decide your own worth. Weapons are also very important. They protect your body and help you defeat monsters.
If you hold a weapon that doesn't fit well, you can't unleash your full power.
Trang Zon begins her lecture.
Not only weapons, but also armor, charms, and magic stones. So don't say anything, just follow me. I will equip everything for you. Then I will check your skills carefully, so get ready.
Gelgun, seeing himself stumble upon the main boss, has no more worries in this life. The first turning point is after I recover my necromancy, and this opportunity might become the second turning point. This person is present at both moments.
What, you little brat? You want me to make more weapons?
Do you think I'm your all-purpose employee or something? You think weapons are easy to forge? 100 million W has been added to your account from Lee Trang-son's bank account W. No, the issue here isn't the money, but the job. 100 million W has been added to your account from Lee Trang-seon's bank account W. Damn, what a boss. The rich don't talk much, they just wave their hands and instantly drop 200 million. He still can't be broken. Compared to his beggar-like appearance last time, Uji has now completely transformed with a style full of gold and fashion that matches the weather. After 2 transfers, he's self-criticizing and cursing himself. Gun is just as clueless. What the hell is going on? 2 times 100 million. He tears up and gives a thumbs up to Trang Seon. Too cool, too. This also proves that anything money can't fix can be fixed with a lot of money. And this philosophy always works on money-obsessed people like Uji. I told you to call me boss already. Trang Seon grimaced at Uji's foul language.
Yes, you bastard boss.
Money makes everything better. So what do you want me to do, boss? A spear. If you expect me to make one like yours, I'll cut off your head and use it as fuel for the stove. You're pretty confident, huh? Can you do it or not? No need for that, just a normal spear is enough. Length and weight. About 3 meters long and heavy. If you say that, which father would understand? No examples? Gelgun, take out your spear. Uji, holding the spear in his hand, wondered what this weight was, and reached out to touch Gun's hand. You mainly use your left hand, right? Instead of using it normally, you use it to stab without spinning and to thrust. Uji was squeezing Gun's muscles while analyzing. Using centrifugal force and rotation to increase the power of the strike isn't slow either. Did you notice the speed when using such a heavy weapon? Gelgun sees that all the blacksmiths before were very proud, but this one is different. Uji also noticed that this young man used his legs as well. Galun admits that he truly is a master blacksmith, chosen by Trang Seon. No wonder his weapons are so incredible. What level do you want it to be? It must be at least on par with black iron or ice iron that has been refined at least 100 times. What? Are you planning to start a war or something? Like that? 15 days and 10 hours. Are you crazy? That's the minimum time I need after ordering the materials and the blank. If I keep forging non-stop without a break, I'll ruin it. No way. Damn it, remember at least 10 days. I know, buddy. Uji is furious across the screen. Why didn't you agree like that from the start? Even as I entered the training room, Gelgun was still floating on air about having his own weapon. What are you thinking about? Trang Seon reminded Gun, making him realize it's not the time for daydreaming. It's nothing, I'm just a little worried. Don't worry too much or you won't be able to train properly. Yes, the hunting season god is watching your spear with excitement. The tiger god is tearing through the sunset, reorganizing the reward information. The fierce tiger god said that only life and death battles are exciting, and for now he's not paying attention. Well, Trang Seon wouldn't say he should prepare a strong heart. After all, how much willpower can you use? Galen hesitated slightly. Trang Seon immediately guessed that it wasn't working very well. I think that might be the problem. Gun asked Trang Seon if he knew the reason. The serpent god wrapping around the world is wondering what this cunning old man is planning. Your magic power shouldn't be used like ordinary magic. A demon should be a child born between a wizard and a demon race, so it can be called half human, half demon. It means you possess both demonic power and evil energy. But the problem is you're no longer a half demon. If your abilities move freely without your control, that's not good. So then the light turns on and the brightness is quite dazzling. You just need a different method of mana circulation than the one you used before. Of course, that means you need to change everything from your breathing to your smallest habits. So Trang Seon thinks what Gon currently has is actually a reflection of his aura. I need to transform that into a special ability or power for him. If I can do that, it's like turning him into a different person with new potential. From now on, you have to become my shadow. What kind of request is that, big brother? But Monday previously, Trang Seon also received a similar offer. What does his implication mean? You already know that I don't have a fixed form, right? Yes, otherwise you wouldn't be here. That's exactly what I said. I don't even exist as a normal soul. Because my existence has almost reached that of a god. No god or constellation can sense me, but you are different. So what? To keep my body, I merged with your shadow and considered it part of myself. Your shadow now also serves as my physical form in this world. I must hide and stay hidden. I can't let outsiders or gods find out. Hoon, it means you're taking advantage of me. I don't want to put it that way, but it's close. You will also benefit from me. Right now, Gun is asking Trang Seon what he needs to do, but not only is he confused, the serpent god wrapping around the world is saying he doesn't understand what you're planning to do. The serpent god wrapping around the world is interested in seeing what new knowledge you will give him. First, you need to learn how to control the shadow energy you possess. Trang Seon teaches GG seriously. As I said, controlling your aura is different from controlling other energies, so you need to find a way for your aura to flow naturally. Gun didn't understand what path Trang Seon was talking about. A shadow. Try to put all your fear into my shadow. Use your will to pull my shadow towards you. Trang Seon explained it, but Gun didn't really understand, so he looked confused. Don't use force, think about it. Coax it to go toward you. Gun furrowed his brows. Trang Seon's shadow was allowed to be moving. It starts with a slight tremor, then suddenly surges forward. Gun was startled by its sudden movement and shouted loudly, ordering Trang Seon to focus. Jelagun furrowed his brow again as he watched the shadow rush toward him. The shadow lunged at him. Don't let it swallow you. Overcome it at all costs. The system reports that the shadows are in chaos and the energy is draining. Gun, affected, grimaces and clenches his teeth but makes no sound. The energy is in chaos, and its power is being drained. This is too hard.
Gelgun struggles while the shadow complains. I don't like it.
Thinking back, the first shadow I caught has to be this one. Oh well, now I have to help. The shadows just now are wrapping around Gun as if they are about to swallow him. He suddenly left and gathered into a whirlpool. The merging shadows are one. You're successful in capturing it. The system reports this message with more joy than a father witnessing his dead son come back to life.
The shadow says, "You must try harder because you chose to integrate with us, and you need to take responsibility for the difficulties and dangers that will come in the future." Gun widened his eyes and reached out to grab the black vortex, which then transformed into a face that pressed close to him, and asked,
"Do you understand?" Gun said. "Don't worry." The dark shadow rushes straight at Gun. The system reports that it has received the shadow manipulation skill, analyzing the shadows based on the energy images you used.
You have obtained temporary attributes, temporary skills, and temporary abilities.
There are still many hidden details. Only 71.5% has been successfully analyzed, revealing the shadow puppet trait. The conclusion is clear. BGW cannot understand. UIN's nickname container cannot be understood. The Guardian class protector at level 28. B-Gun was quite surprised by his new interface. The system continues to display other information. The unique room details for the Li Trang player Seon are quite poor. Try to gather as much information as possible from the player Li Trang Seon so you can buy better defenses. Seon explains that energy is the power to create something. So you need something it can defend against. That's why I told you to take my shadow, and the more you understand about it, the stronger your energy will become. So from now on, try to see what you can replicate. Gun nodded as if he understood. Trang Seon immediately twirled the spear in her hand with the flexibility of Sun Wukong, the weapon slicing through the air with heavy auras that made Gun marvel. The hunting season. God enjoys watching your new martial technique. The tiger god tears through the sunset, praising the admiration your teammates have for you. The fallen tiger god wanted to see if you had mastered their holy technique. After Trang Seon performed a few basic moves, he roared loudly at the gods before descending. He launched 2 extremely brave moves. The desperate tiger god happily watched your achievement. Over here, Gun received a bunch of notifications that he couldn't understand or analyze. The level gap with the boss is too great. Mom, does he really want me to imitate that? Before Gun could even cry, Lai Trang Seon suddenly rushed at him. What are you doing? Pick up the spear. Gun struggled to lift the spear onto his scarred face, while the fallen tiger god felt regretful, thinking it would be even better if more internal energy was added. Trang Seon glances at Gun and smiles. Now let's get started. The fallen fierce tiger god tilted his head in confusion, saying, "There's something strange about this one-eyed tiger." The fallen fierce tiger stands frozen as the tiger roars with overwhelming power. The one-eyed tiger has become a berserk tiger. The raging tiger roars, unleashing a terrifying power. Li Trangshan laughs triumphantly amid the shouts of some deity. The fallen tiger god shouted, "What exactly did you do in the library?" Huh? Unexpected old man. White Tiger Society headquarters, 7th floor, boardroom. I want us to discuss the flag bearer for this round. The students didn't expect things to get worse, especially at such a critical moment, and they couldn't ignore this issue nor understand what Director O was thinking. If at least half of the training is completed, it would be less troublesome. We need to come up with a new training method. Everyone looked serious and wary of each other, while Director O glanced over at Director Kagan. Director Kagan's unusual silence unsettles everyone. Kim Eon-sung stands up to begin. Why don't we combine them this time and give them a more upscale appearance? Director O looked serious. What does this combination mean? What should we do? I heard recently that the future strategic department has found the whereabouts of the ghost. What do you mean we should let the flag bearer go catch the ghost? Luckily, the flag bearers in this round have almost completed their basic training. Is there a better way to gain combat experience than actual battle? What if those monsters speak out? Only the Senior Management Council knows about the relationship. The trainees just need to handle the physical stuff. And above all, who would believe in evil creatures? Those who committed heinous crimes that can never be forgiven by gods and humans. Director O hesitated before knocking on the table, then turned to call Captain Park. What do you think of Director Kim's suggestion? I think that's quite reasonable, but what if its final ability could cause even more damage to us? Captain Park laughed arrogantly. If they can't handle even this, how can they call themselves tigers? All right, proceed according to Director Kim's instructions. Replace the remaining training exercises with a large-scale military drill. Scores and rankings will be based on the students' achievements. Additionally, Lai Chang-son, who has completed all the challenges, will be separated from the other students and transferred to the future strategy room. This left everyone there stunned, and Director Kagan also smiled faintly. So that's how you'll make your appearance? After school, Director O calls Director Kim to stay and chat a bit with colleague Tang Tin. I hope you don't have any silly plans. Of course. Can I trust you? Yes, you can completely trust me. I am not the type to value subordinates. I only see them as tools to exploit and discard. But this time I have found a sword I like. If the blade gets damaged or shattered, wouldn't that make me very sad? The sword you intend to use, I will do everything I can to keep its blade safe. I will eliminate any obstacle. Please do not doubt my loyalty. Please believe me, I beg you. The director just glanced at him without saying anything further. Kim Yeon-sung's office. Kim Jong-sung, with his forehead bleeding profusely, ran out, causing his son to scream in fear. This guy looks familiar, Director Kim said to his son. Son, you must deal with him at all costs. But why do you have to do this? At first I told you to make him pay for mocking you, but I've changed my mind. You must deal with him at all costs. He's a bastard who will keep blocking your way and overshadowing you. Director Kim is extremely hostile. Dad didn't tell me to deal with him just because he mocked me, but to prevent future trouble because he will definitely become a thorn in my side. Yes, I understand. The young man grits his teeth. That's right. A real man must be tough. After dealing with Lai Trang-shon, I'll take care of that bastard too. He had an idea. Does his father know anyone else that this guy has humiliated? Huh? Is that so? That's right. It's the guy who created that strange team, Lord Lim or whatever. While the father and son are plotting on this side, Lai Trang-shon is still pouring out golden magic energy to demonstrate for Gon. The sacred beast, Tiger, Sayor is quietly watching you. The sacred beast, Tiger Sayor, is eager to threaten and ask what you have done. The furious tiger is filled with the attributes of courage and violence. Nothing can face the roaring fury of the tiger that shakes the mountains. The veteran warrior's attribute classification enhances superpower strength. The plains tiger contains both ruthless and ferocious attributes. The target it aims at will not survive. The bite attribute classification enhances cruelty oppressed by violence, containing the two attributes of kindness and agility. Quickly assess the surrounding environment using your special intelligence for hunting. Attribute classification enhances wisdom and quick thinking. The divine serpent of the world says you should have thought about this before giving it something. The fierce tiger divine body asks, what the hell are you talking about? The divine serpent of the world said that just one would be enough, and it would seize everything else by force. The fallen mighty tiger's divine form frowned, showing no satisfaction. The serpent nay body of the world says you should give up, because being involved with him has made you a failure. The falcon spirit tears apart the sunset and nods in agreement. The great divine body of demons and gods agrees to the hell. The seasonal divine body says that it seems you are referring to someone, but he cannot think of who it is. He has a headache. The fallen tiger saint body furrowed his brow even more, completely furious. Trang-son is really tired of these foolish gods, and they are not wrong. The fallen tiger avatar likes you even more and always supports you. In this case, that old man won't let himself be taken easily. Gun is practicing his arm muscles. The system reports that player B Gun is your embodiment of the fierce tiger. The struggling darkness appears, alerting the other gods. It seems Gun is doing better than expected. Should I check this at the White Tiger Research Institute? You have taken out the nameless scroll. The nameless scroll. The anonymous scroll is made from human flesh. Extremely dangerous because it contains countless unidentified curses. It is sealed tightly and needs to be unlocked. Classification of the artifact. Unknown. Is this artifact made from a person? Using the beast's sensory skills, you analyzed the anonymous scroll in detail. From where it was discovered, I believe it is related to the lost sacred scriptures of Yavon. If I could read what's inside, I would learn many more things. I could sense a tremendous power from the catastrophe of the Tiger King, with countless black smoke and eyes of gold pouring out. Trang-son didn't expect this to contain the catastrophe of the Tiger King hidden inside. The mighty tiger's holy body observes happily and wonders how you will face the threat of the Lake King. The thing in Trang-son's hand is real, not a copy. What the hell did Director O do with this? The threat of the Tiger King is roaring, eager to swallow you. The tiger's roar is revealing its fierce fangs. The Chaos Lake wants to swallow you. Trang-son thought of something he needed to do, and his mind immediately came up with the golden key. The mighty tiger saint is carefully watching your actions. Well, this isn't going to work. I don't want the evil god to find out yet, but the key was still taken out. The fallen mighty tiger's divine body is very excited about the appearance of the golden key. The fallen mighty tiger laughs and says, I knew I would get it somehow. Peter's key has found a lock on the anonymous scroll and broken the sealing system. The anonymous scroll rises and a blinding light fills the space. The threat of the Tiger King has come to an end. The secret contents of the scroll have been revealed. The words are twisting and turning, trying to find a way out. You have received the fourth scroll of the secret sacred book of Izan. Gun calls Changseon. Brother, are you okay? Changseon is holding up a forest sign to him. Yelgun understood it was a warning sign of danger, telling him to retreat. He obediently followed. The fourth holy scripture of An, the fourth scroll of the 7 sacred scriptures of An. Today, it symbolizes the power of forgotten stars and must be handled carefully to avoid being overtaken by its strength. This object holds many secrets and functions, but its true nature is only confirmed when it is with the other scrolls. Classification, scroll, relic, contains the power of wisdom. Other effects are still unknown. Seon Trang never expected this to be the fourth scroll. He had already obtained 3 others from the White Tiger Guild. Maybe he realized he had overlooked something. The director must have found and secretly kept the fourth scroll. Is this why people are able to dig up items? So, how should I explain these things? I must have been under the threat of the Lord of the Lake because of this, so the content must be very special. Chaburu. The evil god won't willingly reveal this to me, but I can't keep this dangerous thing around for too long. The great divine and demonic entity pursuing hell is very interested in your item. The great divine devil god pursuing hell is waiting for your response. What will you say? The offer from that guiding circle? The great demon god pursuit of hell says, he will exchange this for the promised gift if you're not interested in the scroll. At this moment, a ray of light shone on Trangseon's head. The system announced that under the influence of the Eye of the Lake, you could now understand the sentences in the scroll. The mighty tiger spirit shouted that this was ridiculous, while the feline spirit eagerly tore through the hurriedly breathing sunset, paying even closer attention to you. The divine body of his heavenly serpent wants to see the contents of the scroll through your eyes. It is eagerly awaiting. Its content is as follows: my children, those who have come here guided by you. The children who want to use my power to be reborn and those who wish to follow me, listen carefully. I am a distant being, but also very close, and I will guide you. The serpent deity of the world says the content cannot be seen and is pounding its tail hard on the ground. Doesn't it look like a tadpole swimming in water? Trangseon cannot fully understand this because the beginning seems to be missing. But it is enough to deduce that the hidden decoding condition has been met and the hidden information research condition has been completed. A new challenge has been created to uncover the hidden information. A concealed path within the hidden classification of the moonlight. You have successfully deciphered one of the mysteries of An's 7 sacred books after facing many challenges. And now you possess most of the knowledge about the tiger's disaster and have proven your strong will and exceptional physical strength. Still, the mysteries of the 7 sacred books are deeper and more unpredictable than you realize. Journey and gather strength. Thus, strength, knowledge, and the stars from the 7 sacred books. You have met all the conditions to become the master of all its secrets, the key to decoding the 7 sacred books of An. If you fail, the darkness of the mind will cause you to fade away. If you succeed, the light from forgotten stars will guide your way. Do you want to continue the hidden mission? No. Trangseon frowned in thought, recalling Mon Seong and the fleeting moment they crossed paths. I guess this is the power that John Ho possesses. I have to complete the challenge to gain the greater power of the Eternal Warrior, or Judo. The Light of Stars, or the Stars Forgotten, are described in An's Book of the 7 Saints. Director O only uses this thing superficially. The holy beast, Tiger, is watching your choice. Trangseon sees that the evil god is truly a bastard. He only gave me the scroll because he knew it would be useless for Director O to keep it. June, don't interfere with what's about to happen to me, and don't let anyone else come in. All right, my brother, what do you plan to do next? You can do it, right? Okay, I will do it. Gwon thinks Trangseon is a mysterious person. I'm sure he has secrets I will never understand. I'm pretty sure this is one of them. As a ghost, I have to follow him without questioning anything. Trangseon smiles confidently and turns to accept the challenge. You will be taken to the next trial to begin your mission. The threat from the Tiger King roars again, its growl revealing fangs and claws. The chaotic tiger has been formed. The divine body of the eagle cat tears apart the sunset, wishing you success and awarding you the gift it still carries. Your indomitable will and calmness have merged to make you stronger. Trangseon endures the invasion into his body. If you keep laughing, I'll come back later. The authority has been established. Trangseon was completely drawn into that demonic whirlpool. You have entered the current challenge, the unyielding demon's lair. A tear falls on the sheet music, falling, falling. each drop hitting Trangson's face, making him open his eyes, his gaze vacant with greenish streaks on his face, and he hears the words, "Maybe we could go back again." It seems like he's traveling back to his own past. And at that moment, Min Luangquang suddenly appears in the sky. It was a yellow crack with countless strange eyes that made everyone panic and run away. That beam of light threw me into a random battle, and to survive I fought. No, in fact, I fight just to keep the battle going, and before I understood that, I had defeated too many gods and stars. People call me the god of war, or the hated god, because there's nothing that irritates me that I don't eliminate. Until one day, on a rainy day like a splash of water, with a pile of cold bodies at my feet, it was because I fought only for that ideal that my comrades abandoned me. Even the one I loved, Li Taka, had to sacrifice to protect me. Li Trangseon kneels before the girl with seaweed-colored hair who has long since taken her last breath. His tears fell as the slaughter began. I fueled that fury to ignite the battle against the 12 zodiac signs. And is it only me who ended up infected with this low-grade toxin? Tears as blue as poison flow from Li Trangseon's eye sockets and run all over his body. I wish I could go back to before. If only I had acted earlier, before that moment of light appeared, I could have prepared everything to give you the most painful death. Li Trangseon suddenly opens her eyes. The dungeon mission begins. The theme of the mission is survival and conquest. You have just been cursed by the disaster of the Tiger King. Every 24 hours, the curse will send you to the underground world of the Tiger's Demon Lair. The Tiger's Demon Lair is a 9-level maze. The guiding demons hate humans intensely. They will do anything to eliminate them and turn them into allies. The number of guiding demons is countless. To break the curse, you must conquer all 9 levels. Sion huffs coldly. I wish you safety and peace. The first mission begins. Current location, Zone 1, Floor 1. Survive the next 6 hours. The countdown has begun. Seon Trung is thinking that the curse will activate every 24 hours. The disaster of the Tiger King is a remnant of the original owner of this energy line. In other words, it is the star. It mesmerizes the ghosts and then draws their souls away. If caught by the Tiger King's disaster, the soul will turn into a guiding demon, and the body will become poisoned and transform into a multi-ghost or a demon. Oh, this is similar to John Chan Ho's power. So this is how he obtained it. The holy body of the Tiger King is very curious to see how you will escape from this dungeon. Keep bragging, old man. Even though I'm pretty exhausted from hours-long battles that repeat every day, I still have a few interesting things Minova gave me. While Trangseon was lost in thought, a zombie-like hand appeared behind him, and a creature of unknown species chuckled mischievously. KKK, that human. The holy body of Li Sunling inside it looks ugly, foul-smelling, and advises you to deal with it as quickly as possible. Trangseon smirks and says, "Just one of them?" He closed his eyes and thought first of the power Minova granted him. Kalokagatia. The truth, beauty, and kindness do not exist separately. When all three are harmoniously balanced, you gain the ability to wield divine power. Unlocking a skill type. Power, blessing, forgiveness, effects, mental immunity, resilience, perseverance, overcoming hardships. Telepathy or the goddess's divine sword seem useful, but still not enough. If the battle drags on, it will be hard to focus, because your body will become heavy from exhaustion. But with Kalokagetia, that's no longer an issue. What? The Saint Falcon tears apart the sunset, praying for you because of the difficulties ahead. It's kind of you, but it seems insignificant. Trangseon opened her eyes, wondering if she should try it. The monster roared and charged. Humans, you look delicious. I will devour you alive. Trangseon remains expressionless, using her dragon fang to block the incoming slash tearing through the air. The monster praises, "Not bad, but in the end you will still end up in my belly. My poison will gradually seep in and destroy your body. Your body will become heavy and start to decay soon." The two sides kept clashing fiercely and intensely, with the monster fighting hand-to-hand with Trangseon while constantly talking nonsense. "And you will become a guiding demon like me? Oh my god, you're so ugly. Stop talking nonsense. I'm still in good shape. Someone like you turning into a demon would make the girls cry." Trangseon said nothing and simply coldly blocked the attack. The monster roared. "Feel what that feels like, human." A flash of light streaked across like lightning. The guiding demon never expected his arm to be cut off so easily by Lai Trangseon. He thought that Trangseon should be just like him. So why is it like this? While the monster was pondering, Sion did not waste a second and kept tormenting the demon guide. The immunity effect against 10 types of poison had purified all toxins. Li Che Anon stomps on the monster's chest and drives the spear straight into its neck.
How? The demon guide asks suspiciously. Are the others just like you? What? That's really disappointing. Li Trangson, after criticizing, decisively drew her sword and led the demon straight to the demon gate. The system announced, the downgraded demon skin has been destroyed. You have absorbed the calamity of the Tiger King into your demon body. Your body has transformed. Trangxian knew right away it would be like this. The current transformation isn't fully complete yet, so kill more demons to absorb more of the Hovuong's calamity. Xian thought that if he was defeated by the calamity of the Tiger King, he would become a demon or a spirit. But if he won and gained ownership, he would reach a different level, like Zhan Chan Ho. I can't let it end like this. If the calamity of the Tiger King is just a type of demon, then I need to adapt to it as much as possible. The warning system for the apocalyptic fire effect has been activated. At this moment, Li Trangxian is exhaling purple smoke with a blazing eye and spitting. The flames are merging with the catastrophe of the Lake King. The catastrophe of the Tiger King is being purified. The catastrophe of the Tiger King is fiercely resisting, with the apocalyptic fire burning even more intensely. The flames flare up violently, with the purple light almost swallowed by the red glow. The catastrophe of the Tiger King cannot resist the flames and begins to disintegrate, successfully purged and transformed. The new sovereign has been formed, achievements gained, the monarch has swallowed the catastrophe of the Tiger King, with intelligence points increased by 5, willpower by 3, and the Tiger King's domain has expanded its horizons in this unbelievable situation. The holy body of righteousness is searching and says it doesn't know what is happening, staring with wide eyes. The divine serpent body wrapping around the world watches intently and says that the light from the forgotten constellation has turned into a new star. You have successfully absorbed the pure essence of the new monarch. Li Trangxian's head has turned into a blazing fire, flames raging around him. Li Trangxian sneers maliciously, indeed an unexpected change. At the same time, the system announced that the forgotten star had been found. Fai Nui is a fantasy race to devour the soul of the tiger. It relates to the Void Kingdom, meaning Li Trangxian has automatically become its enemy. The system reports his current location as Zone 12, Level 1. The time displayed below indicates the remaining duration to complete the first mission. 8 seconds. 11. Li Trangxian, like a true flame, sets everything ablaze wherever she goes. What kind of bastard is he to make these monsters in this dungeon scream so desperately? Stop him! Li Trangxian found this really interesting. At this moment, another demon guide is being burned by fire, and its subordinate demons are screaming in terror. Master, our lord has been defeated. As soon as they finished speaking, they were consumed by the destructive flames. The constellations are very pleased with this scene. The holy body of the hunting season is very happy and satisfied with your actions. The Saint Beast Tiger King is carefully watching your every sharp move. The Berserk Tiger condition has been activated. The Berserk Tiger is roaring. The escaped Berserk Tiger, furious, has charged out, achieving the feat of the false demon devourer with a reward of 5 strength points for Fai Nui's wise man. You have entered the 2nd floor. By setting fire everywhere you stepped, Li Trangxian soared straight up to the 2nd floor. Here, Li Trangxian is greeted by a pack of guiding demons, and normally those who come here would be afraid of them. But now Li Trangxian is the one spreading fear here. The system also reports that the fear is spreading. The enemies are in a state of chaos. The demon guides comment that that monster is not human. Li Trangxian slowly approached the demons. The system announced, your allotted time has run out. Rating of Day 1, SSS. A reward will be given to you based on the evaluation returning to reality. Li Trangxian is immediately pulled back to reality. Bun anxiously calls out to him. Li Trangxian just didn't realize that 6 hours had already passed. She was having so much fun inside that she even forgot the time. He turned to ask his younger brother how long I had been like this here. Haha, what do you mean? Aren't you the one who told me not to let anyone in and not to let anyone touch you? Huh, after you said that, you suddenly changed a bit. I just told you, didn't I? Li Trangxian felt like time barely moved while he was inside the dungeon. This could be extremely useful if you know how to use it wisely, like taking a break to relax during a fierce battle or stopping to heal wounds after a critical hit. I wonder what the remaining 6 cursed holy weapons will be like. Do we still need to conquer the ghouls again? Or it could be an entirely different mission. John Th has already obtained 3 of the sacred scrolls from An, and there are still 3 more that haven't been found yet. Having secured those 3 false sacred books, that mission must now take priority. Maybe the people in the Summit Guild have some information about the location of the sacred books. If only I knew the location of that sacred book, Li Trangxian would have thought of it, then received a call from Director O. He was also surprised by this call.
At Non Nain Hui Dong, Director O changed into a tiger-striped chameleon outfit and sat by the bar, waving. "Oh, you're here. This way." Trang Son told Jo-eun to wait at the door for a moment. He would be back soon, and he obediently followed. When Director O saw him, he asked who that was. Asked who? Lee Trang-seon just sat down and introduced B-Gun, the one who was with you during the last training session. Can you trust him? I trust him with this honor. Have you started building your own team? I believe the more people we have, the better. The director glances at him and smirks. You're not wrong, but what we need most are good items, not more personnel. Items that can be useful whenever we need them. He pushed a pile of papers in front of you again. Let's put that aside for now. As I said, I put your relationship under my name. Looking at the transfer record of the director, Lee Trang-seon asked if he wanted me to do anything for him, and the director didn't hesitate to speak frankly. There will be a new intern tomorrow, and all announcements will be made then. Unlike you, the new employee is unfamiliar, so proper preparation is necessary. The newcomers will follow our main force in this operation. Now we have found their location. All we need to do is deal with them. Lee Trang-seon froze in place. He sneaked a smile to himself as everything unfolded in his favor, and if luck was on his side, he might be able to extract more information about the secret holy letter of On. Isn't this very dangerous for the new recruits? Most of the assault team will participate in this mission, and the guild as well as other guilds have agreed to help us. New recruits will only work in the back with the rest, so this will be good for them as it helps them gain some experience. But unlike them, you will be part of the senior officers in the vanguard team. Lee Trang-seon understood now. This was the main point of this speech. The director continued. Of course, there will be many experienced staff in that team. The board is a bit worried, but I pushed for your promotion very strongly. Why should we treat you like those kids when you've already proven your skills? I've also attached the information about their hideout beneath those documents. We will leave in 5 days. Finish your preparations during that time. I will give you the detailed information once we get there. After saying that, the director puts on his cloak and hat and prepares to leave. Lee Trang-seon said again, I want to ask you for a favor. Go ahead. After finishing, Lee Trang-seon took B-Gun to eat at a street stall. Seeing them, the people on both sides of the street started talking. Isn't that the tyrant? No, it's not. Why would the tyrant suddenly be eating hot dogs here? Oh, so if you're a tyrant, you can't eat street food? At this moment, Jo-eun sighed that the previous atmosphere was suffocating, while Lee Trang-seon read the document about the Hill of the Fierce Snowmen given by the director. He was eating a snack and calling Gun. We shouldn't stay here too long. There's still a long way to go. Yes, sir. Jo-eun suddenly raised his voice, causing those around him to startle. 4 days before the training, Lee Trang-seon turned into a destructive flame in the one-eyed tiger dungeon. The demon guides kept screaming, Monster, monster, it's that human again! Close the gate quickly! Are our reconnaissance forces even working? 3 days before the training, another senior demon guide sacrificed himself. 2 days before the training, Lee Trang-seon was still tirelessly destroying demon guides. 1 day before the training, Lee Trang-seon stepped on the corpse of the guiding demon and looked around. The system announced that there was 1 minute, 9 seconds, and 45 milliseconds left in this dungeon. Lee Trang-seon widened his eyes and asked, Is there no one left here? The ruthless hero drew his bow and said, You're not just a small fry, but a real threat. The arrow was shot straight toward the distant castle. The arrow hit the castle door directly, and the system announced that the explosive light skill had been activated. The arrow exploded, and as the dust settled, an old man known as the Regent appeared. The king's face was slightly wounded by the arrow. The king laughed. So he has discovered my location? How interesting. Truly very interesting. The king radiates toxic green energy and commands, Bring me my weapons and armor. Yes, your majesty. The demon king of guiding demons ordered his subordinates to all return so he could handle the chaos himself. Speaking of the demon guiding king, he is a descendant of the FR family, a major family from the Acadia region, but that is only in the past. Now he has been overthrown. He is nothing but a bloodthirsty murderer born from the curse of the 7 sacred scriptures of On. Even though his body has been destroyed, his hatred remains unchanged. He will conquer the entire demon cave and return. Then he will gather all the remaining divine light from the temple to become a god again. He also heard that Lee Trang-seon is the bastard who was involved in such a great plan. But now that he has met you, he wants to ask what your name is. For the first time in hundreds of years, he felt the blood in his veins surge. Not the strategist's blood, but the warrior's. His state made the lesser guiding demons fear him. The king of the demon path laughs loudly. So? Are you Lee Trang-seon? My eye flashes with a deadly purple light. My name is Jin, descendant of Frisia, of the bloodline of a renowned family in the demon world.
Jin stomps over other demons to move forward and will become the king of the demon cave after defeating you.
Jay jumps from the floor onto the roof with a giant sword, shouting, "Barbarian!"
After that scream, a burst of golden energy illuminated the scene, with streams of power flowing wildly. The Emperor is fighting in the battle.
Jin personally rides a guiding demon as he commands the chariot, but the demon followers beneath him keep shouting, and even the fire has been released. "Everyone run away!" Jin and his demons sped off, leaving a streak of light like a comet across the sky, rushing straight to Lai Trangxion.
System alert, the second floor boss, the Blood Crimson Slayer, has appeared. Li Trangxion and Jin exchange a quick glance.
The Blood Crimson Slayer quickly strikes first, unleashing a blinding beam of light, which Li Trangxion blocks with her spear. Two powerful energies collide with each other with incredible force, causing even the sleeping constellations to lift their heads and watch. The holy body of the old tiger, trapped in a dire situation, is very excited about this bloody battle. The holy body of the season, perfect for hunting, is shouting for you to defeat the arrogant demon. A green tornado is sweeping everything up, opening a wide mouth ready to swallow Li Trangxion into its belly. Luckily, he ran into a reckless guy, so he charged straight into the center. Li Trangxion activates the single eye of the fierce tiger to scan the entire area. Finding Xin hiding in the whirlwind, he is also quite intrigued to see that Li Trangxion can block his dagger even after he has infused it with soul energy. Li Trangxion sneered after hearing this name. The mighty tiger split has turned into a raging tiger, and a fierce fire blazes once again. Li Trangxion's face was so deformed that it was unrecognizable as any human form, and the raging tiger charged forward. This state of Li Trangxion even frightened the Blood Color Slayer King. "You're not a warrior? A fighter? No."
"No, that's not it. You're a combat soul, a haunted spirit obsessed with fighting." "Yes, that's right."
"Is it too late to realize now? O soul that has existed for hundreds of years." This time, Li Trangxion charged straight into Xin, causing a cosmic-level explosion. The demon minions watching this earth-shattering battle keep talking. How could he possibly possess power equal to his majesty? How can a human be so strong? Li Trangxion swings his arm, beams of light like spiderwebs shooting towards the bloodthirsty king of death. These beams of light will end everything if they hit. Jin quickly grabbed rocks to use as a shield to block the sharp net that Li Trangxion had created. His special mount eagerly tried to open its mouth to ask Trangxion for a piece of thigh meat. Li Trangxion shifts and transforms her spear into a sword, standing before Jin's large blade and the giant beak of the riding beast. Li Trangxion coldly pierces with a sword. The lightning net skill has been unleashed. Yu screams. The monster, hit hard, cries out loudly as Jin leaps away, gathering strength to strike down with the big knife in his hand aimed straight at Li Trangxion's neck, determined to finish her off. The beast's sensory skill warned you that it was very dangerous. Li Trangxion gritted his teeth, thinking about stopping it, but then reconsidered because it was too dangerous.
The Tiger Leap skill has been activated, and the weight reduction technique has been released, causing Li Trang to rush forward.
Jin's powerful strike was blocked by the pile of dirt and rocks, while the main character was safely seated on a mountain ledge. Jin sneered with a slight smile. "That's too bad.
I should have caught you by now." Just when things are at their worst, the system suddenly reports.
"Your stamina has dropped below 15%. We recommend you rest and recover."
Li Trangxion didn't expect his condition to decline so rapidly, which was quite surprising.
Not to mention, there are only 3 minutes and 28 seconds left here. Now he feels like he's facing a wall of stone. Li Trangxion wonders what he should do.
"I'm not confident I can defeat the Blood Crimson Slayer right away, but I don't want to stop the fight either."
"I'm so fired up." Li Trangxion wants to fight to the end. The sword in Sion's hand trembles, as if annoyed by the current situation, seemingly trying to force him to use it.
Li Trangxion didn't hesitate anymore and spun her sword. The Blood Crimson Slayer sneered and asked what she was planning to do.
"It's just a little fun." As Trangxion spoke, she sliced her own hand with her sword, blood splattering. A flash of light burst from the wound, followed by a giant sword-shaped spirit illuminating, the sword trembling violently. Li Trangxion seemed to merge with the sword spirit, crying out and moaning. Li Trangxion exchanges the two swords, the twin blades now resonating with the fierce tiger. Jin also grins widely. "You said you would do something exciting to make everything even more intense." The system reports that the fangs of the evil dragon and Yu Trong are resonating. The fierce fang of the raging tiger is activated. The fang of the evil dragon has evolved to a higher level. With the effect of the sparks when the two heavy weapons resonate, Li Trangxion charged at Blood Red Assassin with a triumphant attitude, a confident smile on his face, and Jin's face also reflected the same. The two competitive rivals with a strong belief in victory clash. After the initial collision, Lai Trongxian quickly changes his state. The berserk tiger state has transformed into a savage tiger, unleashing the savage tiger's ferocity on the opponent. Li Trangseon quickly pushed Jin back, then delivered a powerful slash. Li Trangseon was in a state of extreme ecstasy, with the feral tiger transformed into a half-ocelot. Li Trangseon, with the venomous fangs of the half-vision tiger, and Jin are now turned away from each other. He skillfully spins his sword and strikes. Jin's mount charges forward to block his attack. The wild beast Jane calls out, but the mount doesn't listen, charging straight into Li Trangseon's strike. Of course, its fate is nothing but to go meet its ancestors as the system appears and reports that you have defeated the named monster, the savage. Along with the pitiful cry of that mount, there was also a mechanical notification. You have received the rib of the bloodthirsty beast. X3. You received the kidney of the Crimson Keeper. You obtained Fine Gui's assets. But that's not enough to end it yet. Li Trangseon frowned and thought, I thought he would weaken more if I defeated his pet first, but it seems I was wrong. The Blood Crimson Assassin King, witnessing his mount being slain, turns grim as a swirling green energy erupts around him. One of his eyes lit up like a car headlight. Lai Trangseon was startled. The system alerts that the opponent is launching a powerful attack. Jay leaps up like a high jumper. Li Trangseon wondered if his attacks so far still weren't strong enough for him to announce it now. Dai gritted his teeth and glared, and Li Trangseon also looked at him seriously. The two massive energies clash again in an unfriendly exchange. Dai grits his teeth and presses down on his large sword. Li Trangseon gritted his teeth and thrust his two swords forward, their clash erupting into a flash of lightning. The energy blasts down, tearing through the earth and splitting the mountains. Blood begins to spurt out. In Jin's eyes, everything shrank as Lai Trangseon was also knocked so hard that her beast form was shattered. Xin stood heroically with his sword raised while the system notified Lai Trangseon. You are seriously injured, with your health below 5%. Please leave the designated area quickly to rest. You still have time left. First day evaluation, SSS. You will receive the predetermined reward based on your assessment. You are returning to the real world. When Li Trangseon opens her eyes, she immediately sees Bun's worried face. Why does Trangseon have blood? Let's go to the hospital quickly. A streak of blood runs from the shoulder down to the waist. Xion remains motionless like a statue, but his hands are trembling as he grabs the wide-area healing ointment from the system. It's okay, I just need this. Let me help you. Yoon hurriedly took the medicine bottle and poured it onto Li Trangseon's wound. The strong effect of the medicine caused him quite a bit of the pain, but he clenched his teeth and didn't cry out. Whoosh, I almost died. System notification, your health has recovered to over 50%. Your condition is improving significantly. Bo saw that he was stable and immediately asked what had happened, but Trangseon dismissed it, saying everything was fine. He frowned, thinking that the battle with the blood-red goalkeeper king looked evenly matched, but he had been completely defeated. If the boss on the second floor is this strong, how much harder must the higher floors be? I need to obtain the reinforced bones or the blood to make up for the difference in strength. Ignore Huyen Wai for now, since I can't find any one-horned clan members, so I still need the reinforced bones. If I use reinforced bones to create a diamond body, the problem is I have to fight the Blood Crimson Guardian King non-stop for 24 hours. What should I do? Come to think of it, isn't Jetty's license also a snowy area? I need to seize this opportunity for my scheme. But then I get a message from Director O saying to meet at our usual place at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. He has found what you need. Lai Trangseon thinks she should focus on this first while waiting to plan her next move. Another message from the obedient blacksmith informing that he has finished forging the weapon Trangseon requested. As she stepped out the door, Trangseon La bumped into the journalist who had been standing there all afternoon. He wanted to interview her, but before he could finish his introduction, Lai Trangseon gave him a sharp glare. You're already staking your claim and someone comes to provoke. Are you saying this is my weapon? A shiny large spear reflected in the mirror, and B's entire face lit up as they looked at it. My weapon is so beautiful. Li Trangseon just arrived and immediately started arguing with Ui. Didn't you say 2 weeks for your second brother? How could it be so quick? It's not too complicated. All I need to do is forge it according to the mold. Bunin is thinking about trying to cut a line to see if it feels good. Lai Trangseon then criticizes why not carve some patterns or something. It looks too plain and boring, and she doesn't want to do it because it might hurt. Li Trangseon didn't bother to say more and transferred another 100 million to Ujie. Is that enough, Mom? All right, come and get it tomorrow morning. Li Trangseon glanced at Uj as if he had something to say to me about your weapon. Boss,
Li Trangseon reminds him about the way he addresses him. He really is a stubborn man. Sorry, I was rude. Isn't there still a month left before our esteemed and extraordinary boss's weapon? It's 2 months. Don't try to be clever. Uji kept pounding this table as he was pressured by Lai Trang to extend the deadline. Yeah, what should we do? Maybe we have to extend the deadline. I'm out of materials. Materials? You mean cold steel? I've been searching forever and can't find a single piece. And not all cold steel is suitable. The weapon you want requires a type of steel mixed with ice crystals, at least several decades old. Boss, you want it to withstand extremely high temperatures without changing shape, right? Well, that's a problem. You need all the cold steel pieces to make a shield. Moreover, some domestic supplies have been cut off. Because of the high floors? Yeah, you said you're about to face Jetty's challenge. Li Trangseon said, you will try because of the cold steel, and also to see if you can find the basic materials for strengthening bones. Uji then said that someone really wants to meet you. My name is Choi Hungen. I've heard of you for a long time. This guy is a representative of the Fortune Trading Company. But when he saw the scar on his hand, Trangseon immediately guessed that this person was also a blacksmith. As Lai Trangseon crossed his legs to examine the cable, he asked, Fortune is a multi-industry trading company. What does it have to do with Choi Bong? Oh, I am Choi Byung's cousin. Lai Trangseon remembered that Choi Byung only wanted to suggest a good source, but it seemed this guy was more powerful than he had thought. How much influence does he have over such a valuable material? I see. I heard you wanted to meet me. Is there something you need? I want to hire you for the job. Li Trangseon sneered. So you want something from Jedai's gate? Hyungjin still walks calmly as he did when he first entered the door, truly as sharp as expected. Let me explain in more detail. Mr. Trangseon, did you write why the high-level remnants chose Jetty's Gate as their hiding place? Just say it quickly and stop asking questions. There is something called the Breath of the Ice Emperor. This is the first time I've heard of it. Lai Trangseon's face hardens as he asks Hung Jin to explain. That is the highest quality eternal ice crystal currently known, also called eternal ice. Li Trangseon's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and Hai Hungen found it strange, so he asked if something was wrong with Trangseon. Li Trangseon immediately denied everything, but deep inside, she realized there was a problem. Have you ever heard of bone enhancement? I've heard of it, but legendary bones, like the perfect or dragon bones, are said to belong to those martial gods and are the fundamental basis of their power. The two essential materials needed to create enhanced bones are the firewing heart and the ice seal. I've heard someone taught you how to ignite fire before, right? So you need to obtain the ice seal to protect your body from the destructive flames. First, find the eternal ice crystal, a gemstone that absorbs pure moonlight energy, which has been perfectly suited for the seal. Lai Trangseon went to the dungeon in America, and it's precisely because of this that he frowned deeply. I don't know what the eternal ice crystal is, but it seems to be a very important material. Hyung-dui said, people say it can help a ice mage increase by dozens of levels. So, the high-level remnants are after it too? Yes. They think it could strengthen the power that is on the brink of collapse. So do you want me to take it? That's right. In an unexplored dungeon, avoiding the eyes of the higher-ups, maybe I also need to avoid the eyes of the guild, right? You don't want to share such a tasty bait with others, right? Of course, I know it's hard for you to trust me right away. I will do it. Lai Trangseon agrees, which startles Hung Jin into immediately asking about the price. I don't need money. Instead, I have a request. In the late afternoon, Hung Jin left the building and saw Uji sitting and picking his teeth while stroking his dog, which was squinting and gnawing on its bone. Hai Ung-ar chuckled. Your brother seems a bit drunk, doesn't he? Because he doesn't want to owe him. What is that? After closing your heart for so long, you're still rejecting a new friend? What do you mean, your new friend Beep? Everything seems smooth. He appears quite relaxed. It's all just an exchange of benefits. As Hyung-jin finished speaking, his face grimaced, and Ni's breath was like fragments of a moon record, a drop of divine flower's bone. He doesn't know what Trangseon will use these materials for, not to mention he's also interested in the whereabouts of the items related to the 9 great swords. Why does Bong know someone like that? Can he really do it? Conquest Day. Any news from Team 1? The long-haired girl standing against the cold asked. The boy with a top knot immediately replied, no. The girl furrowed her brow and said, then we'll consider that a failure. It seems we have no choice but to evaluate right now. Why didn't you two make a cup of coffee before leaving? The tall guy with the bangs happily hands over 2 hot Americanos with double shots of espresso and 2 small plates of nuts for Agent Cha and hot caramel macchiatos for Agent Jane. Is that right? Agent Cha exclaims that he has quite a good memory. Agent Jane happily thanks him, and the man carrying the coffee asks again. It seems things aren't going smoothly. The father agent said they are putting up more resistance than we expected.
However, it might be because the dungeon is quite difficult. Also, why don't I see the girl who always goes with you? Oh, heaven? Oh my God. The older brother mentioned his niece and started crying. The girl heard someone say that the White Tiger Guild had arrived, so she went after them. To meet her benefactor, that's what the girl said. The girl is running like an athlete to reach the voice of her benefactor, while the man helplessly looks on. The call of the demon, they're here. Even the father looked over. A group of uniformed people, all from the White Tiger Guild, led by Lai Changxian and surely followed by Bun. Lai Changxian's face was already scowling, and from afar he could hear shouting. He focused. If you dare embarrass me and the director, I won't let you get away with it. The man, risking his life, provoked none other than Sim John Ho, the future strategic director of the guild. The little lackeys behind him immediately started flattering him. Go on, the department head will teach that new soldier what respect really is. Don't pick on the new guy like that, you'll scare him away. He'll probably run and pee himself at the same time. While those old fools were laughing and joking, Li Trangshon didn't bother to reply, only quietly smiled as if a sage watching mortals fight among themselves. People say silence is the ultimate form of contempt. Luckily, this group of sycophants is here, but you can still see the contempt about to spill from Li Trangshon's face. So, what's your excuse for laughing without understanding what's happening? That idiot is delusional. The guy with curly hair like a dishcloth rushes over and grabs Trangseon's shirt while sneering. Li Trangson, with cold eyes, told him to let go. That idiot still doesn't understand what it means to step back. I don't like it when you yell at me. Are you trying to act tough? Li Trangseon frowned. Jim John H. knew this was a sign that the beast was about to bite, so he immediately told the other guy to get out fast or he wouldn't be able to save him if he hesitated. It's a bit too late now. That thug who relied on the boss has been spun around by Li Trangseon's invisible energy, like in a whirlpool. No matter how much they scream, it won't change anything. At the same time, the other players are being blown away. This damn monster is truly a beast, tearing up the ground, even knocking over those standing nearby. A flash of yellow light passes by and the monster recognizes it as the shape of a fierce tiger. Maybe the White Tiger Guild has already arrived here, and the one who came is Seong-gun. He was very excited, fighting and shouting. Ha 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 ha, Sigma. I've always wanted a proper fight with that guy, but I didn't think things would turn out like this. Sigma gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, wondering why this crazy guy was here instead of the other captains. At this moment, another mysterious person appeared and sighed. Have so many victims already. This is Hakima's Dungan, you really can't let him run wild, can you? White Tiger and the 5-star sword. I guess this old man has become quite famous already. The promising talents of the nation welcomed me so warmly, so let's also consider the abilities of my disciples. He suddenly shot up, heading somewhere unknown. However, Lai Trangseon was also rushing off somewhere. Hey, but that's not the right direction. Lai Trangseon quickly activates the Tiger Leap Wind technique and the Spatial Eye technique, while also using his old eye skill to scan the surrounding area. So what do you mean? Eczema is just a distraction tactic. The real item is right here. Li Trangseon didn't hesitate to jump straight down from the high floor. At this moment, Eczema is standing among the new recruits. Sedong-gun frowns and urges him. Hey, old man, just give up already. Oh Dung-gun found it strange that this Shichma seemed calmer than usual. Shichma grinned widely. It's not time for me to kindly invite you to the hell we've already endured. Oh Dung-gun was startled. The system alert indicated that the trap had been triggered. A few minutes earlier, when Sim John Ho was shouting for his brother to get away from Li Trangshon, that clueless guy had already collapsed to the ground in shock. It took less than a few seconds, but was enough to leave everyone there stunned by the main character's overwhelming aura. That curly-haired bastard doesn't know how to be afraid and keeps charging in. You bastard, do you think my Baofeng Qian Kangguan is just for show? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt regret for what he had said. The half-blind, fierce tiger state had been activated. The shining Tiger King appears above Lai Trangshon's head, along with his face transforming into a tiger, enough to make others tremble with fear. The deadly speed of the half-blind, fierce tiger has broken free. Kang Kong Enge's fist collides with Lai Changson's 5 fingers with incredible force. A cracking sound echoes as Kong Chan's hand twists and pinches. He was howling desperately, and Li Trangshon was about to deliver another punch to finish him off, but Sim John stopped him. Enough, Li Trangshon said coldly. He was the one who threatened me before. Even so, he is still your senior. The senior, after taking a hit, fainted and was carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. Li Trangxiu-ong didn't say much anymore and turned to leave, sneering mockingly. It seems that the future strategic department values seniority more than skills.
The fallen tiger god laughs because he finds this situation quite amusing. When Donggun saw this scene, he laughed as if he had caught something. I'm sure that little guy is just like me. He's also a madman like I am. My older brother, Khan, chuckled and said, No, that's not it. Haven't you realized even after seeing it with your own eyes? What's wrong? So you mean that attitude was all part of the plan? Yes, among all the players, many still doubt his abilities, and taking down Kang has also attracted quite a bit of attention. So many bastards are waiting for him to fail miserably, and because he's annoyed by that, he decided to crush Kang Wan right there? Why does Donggun still laugh so heartily? Wow, that judgment from above shows a very intense personality. He's truly just like me. The young man is at a loss for words. At this moment, the precious granddaughter of the Sword of the Star Guild comes to find Trang. Do you still remember me? Gwyn, the saintly cat. God tears through the darkness. Everything will be reunited if fate has it arranged and looks down with satisfaction. Gwyn smiles broadly. You still remember me, so don't worry. I was worried you wouldn't recognize me after I became a player. You didn't recognize me right away because my appearance had changed. Li Trangseon quietly thought that he had hoped the girl would live a normal life and not become a player. At that moment, a young man wearing sunglasses from the Sword Spirit Guild arrived to call Heaven. My lady, the department head needs you because of an urgent matter. Heaven snapped and asked the uncle. Why? Then the girl smiled brightly at Li Trangseon and said, Sorry, something happened with the guild, so I'll see you later. Li Trangseon glanced after them, thinking that maybe the name of that quintet group was Gu. The young man with sunglasses told Heaven that it seemed the secretary of the top guild had been found recently, so now they needed to follow him. Li Trangseon glanced at the two people, thinking that their last names didn't really matter, as long as the girl was still okay, so he smiled softly and prepared to act. Jelun immediately transformed and hid in the shadow of Li Trangseon. And at this moment, the crowd is hurriedly rushing somewhere. We found XMA. Why the hell is that bastard standing here instead of going into the dungeon? You're here now. Kawogon Sigma Kawadogon, also known as the assistant director of the Summit Guild, is leisurely watching the scene. He has been ordered to attract as much attention from outside as possible. More and more players gather beneath him, and the sorrowful holy soul looks at his disciple with a look of pity. Kawadog chuckled softly. Oh, my godly lord, please don't feel too sorrowful. All of this is my choice, so please just watch me. The Holy Spirit, filled with sorrow, nodded without saying a word. Kawadogan laughed as if he was already satisfied, while a quick young man rushed forward to punch Exma. Before reaching the spot, Kawadog jumped down and delivered a powerful punch to the eager young horse. The strike was so strong that it affected everyone below. Kawadog just landed and immediately started smashing everything around him. Saungun arrived here very quickly, and as soon as he got here, he exchanged dozens of punches with Sigma Kawadog. Ozungun also appeared. Seeing the two young talents of the nation come to give him special care, Kawadogun no longer competed with Seong. At the same time, Lei Changxian was rushing in a different direction, toward the real goods, while Kawadogun stood in the middle of the road, surrounded by players. Sedonggun was impatient, urging that old demon to give up already. But Ozungun saw that he was unusually calm. Kawogan grinned and said, The time has not come for me to politely invite you to the hellish trial we have endured. The trap has been triggered as a whirl of blood-red chaos rises, the spiral disguise skill activates, and the illusion maze trap devours your body. The agent reached down to the ground, trembling and grimacing, as he said to Agent Zin, That's a trap. They've lured me into their trap. On this side, amidst the blood-red energy and magical circles, a demonic creature appears. Sao Donggun's eye turned white with a red pupil. Captain, no matter what, don't let yourself be swallowed by the ghost. Captain. The captain can't hear clearly and doesn't respond. The ghost keeps muttering some spell, negative thoughts flooding Sao Donggun's mind. I wish you had never been born, you bastard. You killed your own mother. Die, you destroyer of people. Blood dripped from Sao Donggun's eye corner as he muttered mother through a wide-open mouth. Right now, Lai Trangseon is standing on the rooftop of a tall building. The Kalokagadia authority is in effect, and the immunity of the mind has been activated. The snake-eye technique was used to reveal the hidden path. Lai Trangseon frowned as he looked down the road. We also want to live, but because of you, we have to die. I hate you. I hate you. Heaven, I hate you. Even the younger sister, cherished by the male lead, couldn't escape the haunting of negative spirits. The girl remains unresponsive as she's surrounded, while the ghosts continue to cry out in pain. Why do you get to live while we have to die? Come to us now. At this moment, a hand shattering the illusion entered.
The ghost's bothering Hin also shattered and disappeared. The girl turned around, tears welling in her eyes.
Are you hurt anywhere? Lai Trangseon appears like a deity. Brother Trangseon. Trangseon glances and gives the order to catch him.
Winter. B.G.In, transformed into a shadow, immediately received the order and shapeshifted to launch forward. Hebben stared in shock as B-Gun charged straight down from the top of the building. The puppet master directed the ghost to attack, and the players were quickly surrounded by Bun. System notification, the darkness binding skill has been activated and captured the target. Bun quickly restrained the person and brought them before Li Trangseon. Even when caught, he wasn't afraid and shouted loudly to take the advantage. I don't know how you found me, but do you really think I will tell you everything? Li Trangseon, with an expressionless face, asked him again. So what? The other guy, quiet, was so speechless that he loudly begged for death rather than reveal anything. Li Trangseon transforms into a fierce tiger, sneering. Let's see how tight your mouth really is. The system reports that the bloodlust skill of the tiger increases the target's fear. Under the terrifying pressure, the demon screams hoarsely, sweat pouring down like rain and blood spraying everywhere. System notification, you have defeated the first illusion. Find and eliminate the remaining illusions. Trangseon marvels at how many illusions they have. It really takes effort to set up the battle formations. The system instead transmits the message. Why? Because the fierce tiger is laughing maliciously in the chaos and says he thought you already had another plan in mind. Lai Trangseon just smiled smugly. So where is the eternal ice crystal? I'm glad I found its location beforehand, or I'd have to go into the depths of hell to find it. The system helps the constellations relay the message. Why do people shake their heads and say that someone as cunning as Lai Trangseon is truly one of a kind? Why does the right season for hunting excite you as you relax? Li Trangseon didn't pay attention to them and turned to ask Heben if he wanted to come with her, feeling less worried when he had the girl by his side. Heben agrees to go with the guy without fear of being sold. Why does Mu-Ung tear through the sunset, watching the two of them with pride? Hin looked at Trangseon with shining eyes. You are truly amazing, Trangseon. You're not affected by those illusions, right? I wonder when I will become strong and resilient like you. Sion asked her why she thought that way, why she believed he was unaffected when he was still surrounded by ghosts constantly cursing him. In that moment, Li Trangseon saw a man with long hair holding a spear. He also looked at him. My dear, very good. I am so proud of you. You have grown up, and at last I can rest in peace. The system reports that the supreme power is trembling due to an uncertain cause, warning that your mental state is unstable. Please stay calm and keep your composure. Li Trangseon calmly and steadily smiles. As his old master finishes speaking, the illusion suddenly explodes with a loud bang, and the system immediately reports that the supreme power has reverted to its original state. Trangseon turned to look at the two brothers and told them to hurry up. Bunun and Guin were still staring with their mouths open in amazement at Trangseon's smile. A cold smile on his face made ordinary people feel deeply shocked. Elsewhere, the members of the Sword Spirit Society hurriedly searched for Hein. Agent with twin tails, I hope the little one is okay. If possible, please tell him that my sister is busy dating. He also didn't have much time to worry, because the captain who was hit by Seong-gun's attack was right behind him, looking at him with a strange, glowing eye. Sedong-gun quickly leapt to pounce on Woo-young-gun like a tiger stalking its prey. A powerful punch from Sedong-gun crashes to the ground as Agent Gu manages to dodge just in time. Sedong-gun is transformed by the ghostly apparition. Woo-young-gun tries to awaken him. Captain S remains calm. I don't know what situations you've faced to reach this point, but a captain like you shouldn't be trapped in illusions like this. While Woo-young-gun tries to mediate, the two sides continue to fight fiercely. As the saying goes, when men fight, the fisherman benefits. On the roof of the building, there's a cool, red-haired fisherman falling. Sigma Coadog watched the two strong team captains fighting and smiled happily. He secretly cursed them as fools, thinking that all he needed to do was lure them into a fight and wait for the chance to eliminate the last survivor, completing his mission perfectly. I wonder who will come out on top. Down there, Yu Young is still trying to persuade with words. If you don't stop, I won't hold back either. Why has the anonymous giant risen? Young-gun channels his energy and shouts, I'm not sure I can defeat you in one strike, because you are quite strong. So what? Dong-gun opened his mouth and roared loudly in response. Young-gun furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, then blood spattered everywhere. Seeing this, Dong-gun was pierced right through the chest. Kawadogan's eyes lit up. This fierce battle was coming to an end, and he immediately jumped down to accept the outcome. The two fighting over there immediately turn around. Finally, you've fallen into the trap, you dirty old rat. Kawadog froze. Where am I? Who am I? The fact that he has a trap, but Yu Younggun and Seonggun are working together to lure him away from the net. Seonggun quickly escapes his demonic state like performing magic, while rushing up the wall and complaining. You bastard, my chest hurts so badly, how dare you stab so deep? If I hadn't gone that deep, how could he have fallen into the trap? I will crush your ass for making me suffer this pain. I won't tolerate your insult a second time. Shishmayon repeatedly strikes with a powerful palm, forcing himself to bend over and use his steel wings to block the attack. But in the end, he still gets pushed to his limit. Ka Dogan had no choice but to unleash his secret move. Just then, the system announced shocking news. All illusions had been destroyed. What? Dogan thought he just heard a thunderclap, not a system notification, but the system continues. The inner maze of illusions has been destroyed, and the fog is gradually clearing. Yu Younggun wondered, how is this possible? Seo Donggun was also surprised. What? Did you do it? How would I know? I only know one thing for sure. Nothing can hold us back anymore. I agree with that. The arrogant Kawadogan has truly been driven mad. He unleashes blood-red energy and shouts, I will show you why I am called the Blood Crimson Slayer King. Kawagon unleashes whirlwinds of energy as Lai Trangseon stands atop the wreckage, gazing into the distant smoky mountain. At this moment, Sao Donggun also stands amidst the wreckage, shouting, Where are you? Kawagon, you dirty old rat. He's definitely somewhere nearby. I need to find him. In a dark place, Kawadagon drags himself across the deep black water, blood dripping along his path. Why does the Yu Lin Banmai look at you so sadly? If you want to atone for your mother's sins, don't even dream of surviving. Why does Yu Lin Banmai look so troubled when she says they will witness your final moment alive? Ka Dogon said sadly. I never expected to survive. I will burn my last remaining light to help you achieve your wish. You have fallen into a mysterious trap. He shouted in anger. Who are you? Show yourself now! A confident smile peeked out from behind the wall, and Shich Ma was stunned. Li Trangseon appeared with a mask bearing a sinister grin. Have you seen this mask before? Kawadogon trembled, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I see now. So you're the one who started this battle. Lai Trangseon stands calmly with arms crossed, watching him speculate. That mask was probably inspired by an old man with a big smile and crooked teeth. My investigation team, all of them have been played by you like a toy. Sichma, furious, recalled how that masked youth slaughtered his comrades, grinding his teeth as he said, Even the reason I am in this state is because of him. Kawadogo, realizing everything, exploded in anger. So you're the culprit causing all this trouble for us. The system informs him that the ancient language maze carved around this area is being activated. Dogun is still furious. A pretender who hasn't even reached level 40 dares to set a trap for someone at level 70, like me. Li Trangson still maintains the dangerous smile from earlier. You are too arrogant. Kawadog is utterly furious. I will tear you to pieces. He created a tornado and charged straight at Lai Trangyon along with it. Trangseon calmly smirks behind his mask, showing no signs of panic. Kawadagan is surprised that this young man can still laugh. Could he really read my movements? Even so, the punch was already in my fist, so not throwing it would only hurt myself, so I had to do it. It's just Dogon's iron fist couldn't match the claws of the evil dragon in Lai Trangseon's hand. Kawadogon didn't expect Toangok to be pierced through while still being wrapped, which is quite an achievement. He tried to throw a punch but ended up hitting the black puddle beneath his feet. Water splashed everywhere, while Lai Changson had already moved aside to change his stance. The embodiment of the UIN concept has been used to ignite the storm of fire. Kawadog was stunned, wondering what this endless energy was. After successfully transforming, Lai Changseon immediately charged at Kawadog, who kept retreating to the point of questioning his existence. Clearly he was a high-ranking A-class hero, yet he kept falling back like this. Now he realizes that the young man in front of him is not a kid, but a monster. If he doesn't kill this young man now, he will become a source of disaster for his grandson. So he counterattacked even more fiercely, but unfortunately he missed again and hit only air. Kawadogan finished his attack and realized he had lost track of his target, not knowing where that guy had teleported to. He's right behind you now, fake. Li Trangseon silently approached Kawadog from behind like a shadow, quietly stabbing 2 swords into his neck, causing Kawadog to cry out in pain as blood splattered and a surge of energy pushed Lai Trangseon away. In his final struggle, Kawadog remembered a monster that brought a sense of despair.
Before he could finish speaking, Li Trangxion disabled his limbs, causing him to fall into the shallow flowing water on the ground.
Li Trangxion couldn't help but smile when he saw how much he had changed. Now he can overpower and defeat someone approaching the level of high-tier elites. This is only the power of one of the 7 sacred books of An. Moreover, Trangso hasn't even fully deciphered them yet, and he's already achieved such strength. I absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of the puppet ruler. The system helps the constellations relay messages. The feline god of the hunt praises your achievement as the sunset is torn apart and says that the unrighteous must be dealt with. Kawadog is now barely clinging to life. Xin Trangson, hurry up and send him to his ancestors quickly. But I haven't finished yet because I still need to extract some information from him.
You think I will tell you everything when you destroyed the lives of my children in just one day? A scum who exploits others for personal gain and now talks nonsense about honor? That's truly laughable.
He chuckled. No matter how much you boast, don't expect to get any information from me.
I know, so I'll ask someone else.
Li Trangson quickly shouted no as she grabbed the small device attached to Dogen's black fur, which upon closer inspection was actually a mini-speaker.
Vice Chairman, you're not him. Who are you? You want to save Kawadog, right?
The person on the other side was stunned. Then, she heard Kawadagon's voice. Yuzin didn't ignore him and ended the call. Kawadagon's group was knocked out cold by Li Trangxion, unable to speak anymore. He warned, if you want to save him, focus and answer. Do you know the secret sacred letter of Anko? Are you a member of the White Tiger? No, the White Tiger won't ask for things like that. Just answer me. Li Trangxi interrupted her immediately. There's too much to do at home, no time for arguing. Your little brother and the old friend are waiting at home. The 5th holy letter, it seems you know where it is, right? Go ahead. Yujin let out a relieved breath.
You idiot, do you think those words can threaten me? If he wanted information from me, he wouldn't be so quick to hurt him.
Thinking that way, the older sister confidently said with a cold tone. Just kill him. All right. Trangxian closed the deal so quickly that sister was taken aback. What I will do as you say. Let's end it here. Yuan was so angry that her face twisted. Why would she do that?
Li Trangxion was just trying to provoke him. You don't believe she's so enraged that she wouldn't rush here. But this also comes with complications.
So I need to set up a trap to Yingdi. The soul collection power has been activated. Than Kong has absorbed the bone of player Kawadog. The level of soul power has increased because it absorbed the bone of a target with a significant level difference. You have successfully absorbed the Kawagon player's shattered Jade Fist skill, and the continuous notifications leave Seon looking clueless. What? What does Super Soul have? I didn't even get to leave a mark. Has my proficiency improved because I used it continuously in the Demon Spider's cave? Just when I needed a combat skill. No weapons needed. So this is good news. The spirit god mourns and looks down on you for taking away the gift she gave to her disciple. Li Trangxion also doesn't understand what happened to Lamastu. So it turns out Kawadagon is Lamasu's envoy.
In her battle against the 12 zodiac signs, she doesn't stand with them, so I don't want to leave a bad impression on her. I'll apologize to her privately later, too.
Thinking that, Li Trangxion decisively spread her wings and flew away from the scene. Meanwhile, in a dark valley, the spirit god wept and screamed in agony over the loss of her messenger. A lightning bolt strikes the ground, and an indescribable creature is howling on the mountain. At the same time, the players have gathered their groups and are heading to the main road. Senior, there are people coming down.
I heard that Li Trangxion took care of the trap those bastards set.
Amazing. He's truly a monster.
He really captured and executed all those crazy bastards and even found survivors to save.
It's clear that Guanggun and his granddaughter are also involved. When asked how he could do all that, he just said he got lucky. It's amazing. Everyone's been calling him the ruthless monster. Walking through the rain of gossip, Lean maintained a cold and detached expression. The agent father took advantage of the chaotic crowd to secretly glance at the handsome man peacefully standing there, before suddenly shouting out a nasty remark about Li Trang. Don't be arrogant just because the executive director values you. Li Trangxion grew tired of him acting as if he had nothing to do, only focusing on mocking him. The guy behind can't see Li Trangxion's deep-seated disgust as he continues to spout nonsense. This is a battlefield where everyone blindly wields their weapons. It's no surprise if you suddenly lose your head. Thanks for the advice. Now let me respond. Stop messing around. Aren't you also at risk of losing your head if someone swings their weapon at you? What? What the hell? I'm so tired. Sim John-ho still gritted his teeth and called Trangxion a proud bastard. Just then, a young man with spiky hair came looking for him. I want to say a few words about Li Trangxion. The manager would be very interested in this story at a winter fortress. Why did he have to die like that? Eugene sat cross-legged, pondering.
He left so suddenly, just like the way he arrived, father.
A purple flame with a golden core suddenly appeared beside Yugen. The crying soul god asked if you wanted to possess the power. The crying soul god says he will give you a chance if you truly desire it. Yujin is momentarily stunned, then suddenly smiles and says something. A response that even the stars have to look at. The sky god hidden within the aurora borealis shows concern for the voter's decision. The tearful soul god ignores your guardian star as lightning strikes the purple energy surrounding it. The grieving soul god weeps, wishing to give a gift. His old eyes have turned into the eyes of a monster. You have arrived at the Winter Fortress. The system notifies you that you have entered the snowman's dungeon. The dungeon mission will now begin. Mission objective: seize a fortress called the Winter Palace in the middle of the endless snowy plains. Capture the castle and become the ruler of winter. The snow plains are always plagued by snowstorms and flowing glaciers across the land. The snowmen living here are like their home and have become skilled hunters. Be careful of their ambushes. Good luck. The players crawling through the snowstorm kept shivering from the cold. The snow was so thick that they could hardly see anything around them. Nevertheless, everyone's attitude remained friendly, mainly to compete with the leading prestigious guilds ahead. Move on to the phantom vehicle, Dongjini. Seeing how her father glanced at these players and thought that if they kept pushing too hard, the enemy's trap rate would be very high, things were gradually becoming more complicated, and she wasn't sure if she could help them complete this raid. But when she looked at Lai Trangxian nearby, she wondered if this time he could still show them something miraculous. Li Trangxian remained expressionless as he looked back at the agent. The loud Captain Xiao Donggo immediately came over to pat his shoulder. It looks like the witch has taken an interest in you. See? Lai Trangxian only felt surprised to have another troublesome thing sticking to her. Captain S.E. kept on getting more excited. If she's the Black Gold Witch, then she's been pursued by many men, both inside and outside the country. Of course, most of them were shot down when trying to flirt with her. As far as I know, you're the first person she was interested in before. Black Gold Witch Cha is grateful. She is considered one of the most intelligent people in the world in magic. Her pistol is loaded with magic. Each shot can turn the area in front into a barren land. With her rare exceptional talent, she is expected to become an A-rank legend soon. She is also a living symbol, representing the association, and even the leaders of the biggest guilds cannot ignore her because she has the ability to directly pressure the leaders of the Korean guild. Li Trangxian only felt that everything was within her reach, her eyes on the man still sharp and focused, but of course not for finding romantic interests. Trangxian took a running start and jumped up, saying, "I have been ordered by the director, so from now on I will act on my own." Cao Donggun wanted to stop him, but Changshuan had already soared into the air, the wind-riding skill activated. Cao Donggun couldn't help but marvel at how fast the young man was. He stroked his chin and thought, "This kind of thing only makes me want to have you more. It seems I will have to recruit you before Sir Sai steps in." In the Winter Palace, inside a cave where irregular ice columns rise, shouts echo. "Hurry up, you dirty snowmen. Don't dawdle, or else if you don't find the eternal ice crystal, you'll never free your king." These snow people look like monkeys, with pure white fur and blackened skin. The armored snowmen standing above and looking down at a train filled with red orbs must be thinking, are these guys planning to blow everything up? A group of snow people are leaving. "Master, are you only here to see the suffering of the snowfolk? Shouldn't you take the throne and save our race instead?" The chieftain signaled with his horn and said, "There is only one king, and I am only his vassal. There is only one thing a subordinate must do. Pray for the king's safe return." So the Snow Clan leader mounted his beast and shouted, "Just as the humans dared to offend the king, we will destroy even their allied forces." Chief Tuyet is rushing into battle. The system says the ancient language guiding is responding. Li Changxian used the communication device between Kawadagon and Zhong Yuan as bait for his tracking skill. The gods took the opportunity to chatter. The hunting god licked his lips and said that hunting would be easier with that tool. The serpent god of the world is stunned and says, "You must be very knowledgeable about ancient languages to use it this way." Lai Changxian flies along the guidance, thinking that the summit operators must have taken the king hostage in the Winter Palace. Because Tuyet Nian is extremely loyal to the king, they have no choice but to follow the summit's orders. The underground mine beneath the palace houses the ice crystal Vin Hang, and there are also snow people and the summit blocking their way. I have to deal with all of them within 3 hours. I should speed up. Just as he was about to rev his engine and speed off recklessly, a bunch of snowmen jumped out from both sides of the mountain to prevent him from leaving alive. At that moment, Lai Trangxian swiftly swung her sword, unleashing a firestorm that burned the entire snowman group to ashes. "Why don't you just show your face already?" The meddlesome guy with Sim John Honoop behind the rock was unexpectedly spotted. At this moment, a masked man appeared behind him. He demanded a higher fee because Trangxion is much stronger than he described. The other guy readily agreed, as long as Li Trangxion was dealt with without leaving any traces. The masked man immediately ordered his team to appear and confidently declared that there's no one the Black Hand team cannot assassinate. Just wait and see. Yes, the busybody will surely have him Duhan fulfill his duty, and if they are bloodthirsty like the Blood Wolf Squad, then they can be trusted. Manager Sim John even gave him an interesting toy as a whole team of assassins rushed towards Trangxion. Your beastly senses quickly scan for hidden enemies by sharpening your senses. The scan results show about 13 assassins, with over 50 more waiting behind. Are they putting all their resources into catching me? That's quite impressive. Le Chanzhen told Gun to go find them. Gyun approached the two assassins from behind and greeted them. I'll send you off soon. It won't hurt. Go ahead and try. Trangxion isn't afraid to clash with these guys. But the problem is, I don't have time for a long fight. The wind escape skill has been activated to help me hide. The trap mechanism has been triggered and the explosion begins. As the system finishes speaking, everything around erupts in chaos and screams fill the air. The assassins who arrive later are still mocking, saying, "Are you guys causing trouble? You can't even handle just one of you?" As the arrogant guy finished his sentence, a snow avalanche suddenly fell on his head. No one survived. You have successfully defeated all the enemies. Gunli Changxion calls his friend again. Meanwhile, the gods were in chaos. The hunting season. God said that your battles are like a sparkling feast that never gets boring to watch. The chaotic god of heaven and earth says that those tricks are even worse than the demon kings, and shakes his head in disappointment. The fierce tiger god chuckles at the foolish ones buried alive. Gun is flown back to Zon's side. He also brought back the mastermind behind this assassination. The two guys sweating and begging for mercy. Please, please. I will do everything you ask. They start turning on each other and confessing their evil deeds willingly. Before Lai Trangxion could say anything, the long-haired young man shouted out that this bastard's father is Director Kim Jeon-seung. All the assassins who could enter the dungeon were thanks to him, and future strategist Sim John Ho even had some ulterior motives and gave this guy a strange flute. The flute? As Trangxion reached for it, information appeared. Parasite flute. A flute capable of controlling a specific type of parasite through special sound waves. The ability to control parasites causes neurological chaos. Lai Trangxion contemptuously glances at the busybody. Are you planning to use the parasites inside me to force me to commit suicide? That kind of thing. Li Trangxion sneered and said, I already know that the White Tiger is creating more subordinates in the prison by mixing parasites with their food, but I have already burned them all. The two men looked at each other in shock, not expecting Trangxion to know everything. Blood splattered, Kim Rang-sung and Sim John shouted, Those annoying bastards dare to threaten me too. After finishing with them, Trangxion quickly flew away. He had wasted too much time here. The Wind Step, Tiger skill, has been activated, activating Lightness skill. Returning to the Winter Palace, the Spirit God's Lament warns that enemies are approaching. Dong Yujin has fully fallen into demonhood, standing behind the door with a sinister smile. Lai Trangxion is still gliding like birds over the snowy mountains. This time, no one is blocking your way, so you head straight to the Winter Palace. The system now displays a message. You have arrived at the Winter Palace. The demon curse will activate in 40 minutes. There are only 40 minutes left, Li Trangxion told herself. She must find the Eternal Ice Crystal quickly. While Trangxion is already here, the other players are still marching through the snowstorm. Seeing this, a certain god grew impatient and reminded everyone through the system. The serpent god encircling the world asked your friend why they didn't use their magic and criticized the members of his own clan. At this moment, the group suddenly remembered they had magic. The magic was activated to help reduce the cold. The players quickly felt much warmer. The serpent god coiled around the world let out a sigh. Players are wondering how they can cope when even the artifacts aren't working. This is exactly why the 5-star sword hasn't achieved anything yet. The boy looked at a girl carrying heavy loads standing proudly in the wind and asked, Aren't you cold, Seo? I can't catch up with her anymore. I wonder where Trangxion is now. He remembers Trangxion once said that if it's him and Seo, everything will be fine, so don't worry too much. He immediately encourages himself that he will do well. At this moment, Seo suddenly raises his demon face shield, standing proudly on the mountain peak. Dong-gun also notices and looks displeased, calling out Yoon's name. Yeah, it seems like it. Hung, I knew something was wrong when it was too quiet. We are all ambushed. Get ready to move. A black-haired man shouts loudly from the top of the mountain. All the snow beings are subordinates of the summit. Let's avenge our comrades with the Mi-Yong clan. Father Jia-on warned him not to leave the group. That was the system interrupting her. The impact of the magical power has spread and subdued the battlefield. The chaotic primordial energy has been activated. Father Jia-on frowns and warns that they are coming from above. The great winter general has appeared, and the older brother immediately rushes forward to confront him. So, you're the stupid leader I heard about? There's no point in stopping me now. The snowman commander jumps off his mount and strikes fiercely. The brother quickly blocks and boldly declares, I will take you down. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, the sword in his hand broke in the shock of the owner himself. Tuyetnyan Chief's eyes flashed, a light splitting him in two before he even had time to think about death. The system announces coldly that player Sun Jink has died. Seizing the opportunity, someone suddenly attacked the Snow Clan leader. Father Jia-on finally fired a shot, which was enough to hold back the Snow Clan leader. The situation is becoming extremely tense. An energy radiates from behind the stone pillar engraved with a king's image. Trangson stands tall, while Trangseon has entered the Winter Palace. You have entered the Winter Palace. The serpent god, wrapping around the world, gazes at those exquisite sculptures, while the owl god tears through the setting sun and smiles bitterly. Li Trangxiu looked around and assessed that the Snow People had once built an excellent civilization, with superior intelligence, but the gods and constellations had exploited and even robbed them of their power. This hell was originally a fragment of a world facing its end. The reason why the eternal snow hill of Han-Tran is filled with gods and dried bones in the real world is because after they faced their end, the gods and constellations deemed them worthless. You could say they were unlucky, but now they are just soulless corpses. He begins to go deeper into the castle. According to the map he obtained after taking down the delusional ones, there is a storage beneath these stairs. When he reached the end of the path, Trangson saw the snowmen being enslaved by the evil people. Hurry up and finish the mining. While your general is holding back those people, transport carefully. Do you really want to die together? Li Trangseon pressed against the wall, guessing that the red gems the snowmen were carrying were NY's breath. Trangson grimaced and gritted his teeth as he saw these people trying to seize the eternal ice crystal by mining. Trangson immediately raised his hand and unleashed a large flame. The miners below were still desperately shouting and urging the snowmen. If you want to save your king, hurry up. The snow people are also furious and grinding their teeth. I will deal with these humans someday. At this moment, a fire tornado appears in the sky. What the hell is that? Li Trang appears in a ghostly form. At the same time, in the palace hall, Starduin also sensed him. That bastard is here. She immediately unleashed a surge of dark energy. The soul deity weeps and assures you that with the power you've gained, you can take revenge. Over here, Lai Changxian has launched a raid. You have successfully defeated a large number of demons. Your achievement has been recorded, and your tendency has shifted somewhat towards the positive. Currently, the ratio is 45 good to 55 bad. You have discovered a 100-year-old cold storage and the breath of the Ice King. Li Changxian stares in shock, scratching his face as he didn't expect this either. There are up to 8 eternal ice crystals, and the number of ice spirits makes even the gods chatter. The god of the hunting season is surprised by these pure crystals. The serpent god wrapping around the world asked if you wanted to give up a crystal as an offering. And the desperate tiger god said offering this to the blessed king is only natural. The owl god tore through the sunset and said these ice crystals look quite tempting. The demon lord chasing after hell is staring intently with curiosity. Li Trangseon suddenly realized why those people kept clinging to the 5-star sword, no matter how weak it was, and why the summit desperately wanted to get it. When touching the ice block, Li Trangseon thought to himself that this coldness came from the eternal ice crystal, a bone-chilling cold indeed. If it weren't for Jai's world-ending fire, this would have been much more difficult. The gods once again began to chatter excitedly. The hunting season god winked, and the serpent god coiled around the world, dripping with the power of the destruction fire. The owl god, tearing through the sunset, looked with anticipation. The system suddenly warned that a fierce cold poison was flooding into the body. Ice nearly covers her face, but Lai Trangxian still laughs loudly. The system alerts, the breath of the Ice King, a relic left by the Snow Clan ancestor for his descendants. It constantly emits cold air and blue light. Anyone weak holding it will be frozen instantly, so be careful when grasping it. A treasure trove of materials that enhance cold energy and cause eternal freezing. The breath of the Ice King is resisting fiercely. A massive explosion shatters the ice, and Lai Trang erupts with flames that remain intact as they were at the start. The one-strike world-ending fire suppresses everything, and the conflict between the Ice King's breath and the one-strike world-ending fire has become extremely fierce. Who are you? Who are you?
Why do you possess my relic when you're not even my descendant? Shut up. Li Trengxion gritted his teeth and shouted back. The firestorm is overwhelming the will to resist. The breath of the Ice King has failed to fight back. You have received the breath of the Ice King, Acts 8. Li Trengxion sighs. All right. Li Trengxion cast a strange glance with her other eye. I think there are about 10 minutes left before the demon girl Se Duin, who just appeared, arrives here. She is also very surprised by the scene before her. The ghost has also arrived. Did Trengxion see it? But the system has a few words that make it even more surprising. The Ice King boss monster has invited you to an indeterminate space. Will you accept the invitation? Trengxion was startled. Ice King? Even Trengxion could directly hear the voice of the Ice King through telepathy. I wondered who had taken the breath of the Ice King, but it turned out to be a human rather than one of my kin. Don't worry, human. I am just an old man nearing the end of my days. It will only take a little of your time. Looking back, it seems you still have a long journey ahead. Since Trengxion sensed that King Bing had no ill will, he decided to accept the invitation. A bold move opened a portal to another dimension, and you entered the Ice King's retreat, so you accepted the old man's invitation. You must be a person of virtue. As soon as Trengxion entered, the Ice King immediately praised your character. He is introduced by the system as a level 90 Ice King boss monster, but even the system isn't certain about this information. Looking at this old man with a smile, it's hard to believe he's over level 90. Even the gods are amazed. The snake god snorted and said that ice spell is just nonsense. The falcon god tore through the sunset and nodded, saying that the Ice King was telling the truth. The fallen tiger god angrily demanded to be called a noble tiger instead of a virtuous person. King of Ice continued to marvel at how fiercely the gods reacted. It seems like the final moment has come, yet my gaze still hasn't wavered. Ha ha ha. Can you see it? If you mean the messages from the great rulers of heaven, then yes. Although I couldn't see the important messages, Trengxion had already guessed that the Ice King's stats were extremely high from the moment he used telepathy to send the invitation message to you. But someone like that being defeated by an illusion? That's hard to understand, isn't it? Are you saying that he's deceiving his own people? Is that how you see it? You don't look like you're, trapped in a painful illusion. King Bing chuckles at Trengxion's gaze. Fortunately, from the outside, I still look fine. But unfortunately, you're wrong. For someone at your level, you still haven't realized that. Realizing where this place is, Trengxion was startled by this statement. Your monster sense skills are enhancing your perception. Trengxion immediately realizes this is a false world. The Ice King does not hesitate to confirm that this is a false world. Even with the blessing of heaven and his consciousness still preserved in a dying state, it cannot change the fact that he was defeated by a woman known as the illusionary scene, and because of that, his subjects are suffering. Trengxion silently thought that she must be very clever to choose this moment when the Ice King is near death. He coldly asked, "So what is the reason you invited me here?" Honestly, in his eyes, I am no different from a new enemy. Those poor children who worship my old man, can you save them? The Ice King stood up and released a bit of magic. It's sad to see them scrambling to try to save this old, sick body. Because I am the king, help them and there will be a reward for you. The Emperor's treasure has appeared. Ice King introduces. These are the treasures we have accumulated over 13 generations from my ancestors, the owners of the ice crystal you took, and until my time, I will give them all to you. These treasures are so numerous that even the gods are dazzled. The hunting season, God exclaimed as he looked at these abundant treasures. The serpent god wrapping around the world was amazed and said that these treasures were not bad for an ordinary person, but Li Trengxion immediately refused these, causing the Ice King to be so shocked he almost dropped a layer. He bowed his head and said, "Is it because we are fragments of a shattered world and merely shadows abandoned by spirits no longer existing in this world?" The treasure room slowly closed. So you already knew that too? Isn't it strange that not knowing is the real surprise? This is an absurd world, with nothing inside except us. Li Trengxion was a bit surprised by this situation. Monsters in dungeons cannot recognize that they are fake. No matter how intelligent they are, even if they know the truth, the system will intervene in their perception to stabilize the dungeon. The dungeon is a remnant of a world that has faced its end and no longer exists. The creatures that exist here are only remnants of those that lived in that time. So the dungeon must be eliminated at all costs. You can't predict when it will explode because the instability and the seeds of the end could leak out into the outside world as poison. Trengxion silently thought, Vuong's case is truly sad, but the peak of the Snow People must be sealed off. If I save the Snow People, I won't be able to close the dungeon anymore, the Ice King said with a sigh. It truly is a tragedy. I am sure I am breathing, thinking, and right now talking to you. Everything feels so real, but when I think about it, it's all just an illusion. He screams in pain.
So then who am I? Who is standing right here? Li Trongshun resolutely turns away. I don't understand what you're saying. Hung, you are the Ice King. Why am I the Ice King? The Ice King has really disappeared. No, he used to be the Ice King, but now he is the Ice King too. He already said it himself. He thought deeply and talked to me from that position, so he is the Ice King. Otherwise, who could he be? The Ice King was stunned. Even the gods couldn't figure out what was going on anymore. The hunting season god felt dizzy from these paradoxical words. The serpent god, wrapping around the world, nodded at your profound explanation. Ice King is exhausted. Because I exist here, you call me Ice King. Ha ha, it seems I've been overthinking things when I could have simply concluded this all along. I thought my mind had been purified and tranquil, but it seems there's still a long way to go. May I ask another question? I will decide after listening. I want to use my choice to seal this shattered world, not based on the mission the system assigns according to rules. Can you help me? As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Changxian immediately acted. My move was so quick that the dragon's fang didn't even get blood on it. At least I was able to do that much. As I thought, bringing you here was the right decision. He returned to the throne and knelt down, thanking Lai Changxian. The system immediately announced, "The Ice King's chamber is closing. You have defeated the Ice King boss monster and gained a large amount of experience at points to level up. The Tiger Eagle God tears apart the sunset to comfort you. You are lost in thought." Li Trangseon still stands there while everything outside is in chaos. The Ice King boss monster is dead. All the snow people have broken free from the Ice King's command. The snow folk have lost their ruler and are now becoming confused. Why is Jujin flying over also receiving the message? She grits her teeth in anger, despite having a sworn promise of companionship from the crying soul god. It's that bastard. It has to be him. As soon as the Ice King fainted, the miners were immediately strangled by the snow people. You said our emperor would live as long as we follow you bastards. So why are the snowmen going crazy and attacking? So why are the other snowmen also frantically attacking people? The demon girl, Seo Rujin, flies in, unleashing torrents of purple energy, hellfire blazing. The purple energy erupts everywhere as the snow spirits scream non-stop. It's too hot, the system alerts, and the crying soul god is accompanying you, seizing the moment. Yuan becomes even more furious. Ha ha, all of you die, you damn monsters. Kill that witch first. Yes, it was her who caused our emperor to fall into this state. As soon as they finished speaking, the icy wall behind them emitted a golden glow and then cracked. Li Trangseon once again appears before the crowd wearing a mask. The faint purple hellfire continues to burn the snow people. It's so hot. Li Changxion ignores everything else and charges straight at Yujin. The demoness grins widely. At last, you have appeared. The mask, ha-ha. Two streams of energy, one purple and one orange, collide like two missiles facing each other, with a white light illuminating everything. Sidhu nodded and shouted, "How dare you appear in front of me? I will definitely take your life." Lai Trangshon also smiled, but it was a dangerous smile. You finally arrived, huh? Li Trangshon grabbed her wrist like a chicken leg. Got her. What are you catching? You think you can stay safe after causing trouble with us? Just watch and you'll understand. A blue shadow appears behind Li Trangshon. Saudu looks surprised as he receives the system notifications. 24 hours have passed, and the curse of the torturous demon tiger lair has begun. She looked around as the system continued to say, "You have entered the torturous demon tiger lair. The 7th day's mission has begun. Survive for the next 24 hours. 23. 59. 59 seconds and 72 milliseconds. Above her head is the blood-red Slaughter King in the training dungeon that Lai Trangseon nearly looked up to. Jin didn't care who was coming. He swung his big sword and cut Seoduan down while she was still stunned and confused. The shining sword with one arm swung away as Seoduan screamed in terror. Back at the peak of the Snow People, the Snow Tribe leader suddenly stopped fighting, glaring fiercely. Our emperor is dead. A young man rushes forward. Senior, step back. Father Jia. An suddenly changed his expression and told him not to come, but it was already too late. The young man, eager to show off, was sent to join the Ice King in death by the Snowfolk leader, who even cast a lingering glance of gratitude before leaving. Senior, Cock-T. Ta was so shocked that he shouted out loud. The Snow Clan leader lowered his sword onto his shoulder and looked coldly on, saying this all started from your human clan, the ones who dared to invade our territory. He gritted his teeth, so I will also tear your emperor into pieces and devour him. The other snowmen have ridden their flying beasts to drop spheres of Ni's breath, causing massive explosions like bombs. Father Yuen, angry, the breath of Ni dissipates. A flash of lightning streaks across her eyes. The system says that the protection of the falcon spirit god tears apart the sunset alongside you. The protection of the primordial war god accompanies you, and the protection of the inspiration-driven god of madness accompanies you. The protection of the mountain forge god is with you. Father Gia. On boldly aimed his gun at the snow elf leader's head and fired. However, her only way to neutralize the snow elf leader is by using her shot to create a large explosion from the magic bullet. Cha Ya An Hugs, the young man who has fainted from the stab wound, struggling to hold on a little longer. Jin will come. The snowfolk leader grits his teeth and roars. "You're the most annoying human I've ever met," he shouts loudly, "so I will personally end you." Meanwhile, in the Tiger Thar prison, Boss Jane is surrounded by black orbs emitting purple flames. The atomic bomb is probably only enough for this. Under that rain of bombs, even the veteran General Zin couldn't avoid getting hit. But he didn't seem too bothered, calmly stepping onto a rock and drawing his sword. I thought he was hiding something by letting a stranger appear in the middle of this battle, but it seems he brought someone quite useful. Why does Duan have a demonic arm holding a scepter, covered in flames? Is she quite useful? "I will make sure you can never open that proud shell again." She shouted loudly and charged into a fierce battle with Jin. Bright sparks burst loudly from east to west while Lai Trangxian sat relaxed on the side as a spectator. The invisible ancient language has been activated. Li Trangxian sighs. I was worried it would become a big problem if they teamed up, but they are not that kind of people. As expected, Lai Changxian just took out an eternal ice shard and continued speaking. I didn't expect Lamastu to give her that hellish piece. Anyway, I have some time now. Probably enough to complete my bone enhancement. Li Trangxian bit into the eternal ice crystal without hesitation. The system immediately notifies you that you have absorbed the breath of the Ice King. The freezing ice covering your body has been contaminated with ice poison. The ultimate world-destroying fire effect and immunity to 10 types of poison have been activated. The ice poison has been dispelled. Your magic is in conflict. A new magic attribute has been unlocked and is clashing with your current magic. The detoxification process has failed and the conflict is intensifying. The hunting season. God is worried and says you are in a dangerous situation. The serpent god wrapping around the world says that even with a valid reason, what you're doing is truly reckless. And your stamina is rapidly depleting. Lai Trangxian grits his teeth as he endures a battle of ice and fire within his body. He reconsidered the previous conversation with the group of unidentified men. Just swallow it? What kind of item is that? Lai Trangxian asked in surprise. The faceless old man with a beard and hair covering his head replied, Tell me more details about the conflict you are aiming for. If it's worthless, then you handle it yourself. Do you remember the foundation of bone strengthening I taught you? The fusion of the fire heart and cold star must draw the flames you have closer to your heart. I think using your heart as the core to rebuild the forge's magic power isn't a bad idea, but doing so would burn my heart to ashes. That's why you need to find the contact point to cool down my heart. Contact point? Lai Trangxian finds it more and more difficult to understand. This old man can't just keep talking nonstop, always waiting for someone to ask questions. Exactly. The contact point where opposing elements can coexist harmoniously without major conflict. What is the nature of the apocalypse fire? Fire and darkness. And what about eternal ice essence? I understand ice and darkness. Because eternal ice is formed from moon essence infused into the eternal ice layer, it combines ice and darkness. Yes, they all share the property of darkness. And because you have been recognized by the King of Hell, you have a much greater ability to control the shadow element than other creatures or constellations. Back in reality, Li Trangxian is still gritting her teeth, tightening her glutes, and enduring the enhancement. The system continuously notifies that the core of your magic power furnace has been restructured within your heart. The ice attribute magic is seeping into your bones to strengthen them, and the structure has been refined. The messages turn red, and your physical body becomes as solid as ice, while your heart beats fiercely, like fire. Raise your physical potential to the maximum limit. Do you know what's scarier than that? Because you've restructured your body, now it will reveal a talent you've never had before. Li Trangxian awakens from her trance as the ice and fire tornadoes erupt like fireworks, having restructured everything, including her senses, abilities, consciousness, thoughts, and even her personality. And because you carry both fire and ice elements, the traits are balanced, so you have turned yourself into a dish capable of holding everything inside. Returning to your original blue color, you have completed the fire core and ice soul. You have gained a new trait, strengthened bones. Strengthened bones is a form in which you contain fire spirits within your heart and ice spirits throughout your body. The advantage is that both attributes combine to create immunity and great strength, preventing exhaustion, self-healing, and never tiring.
The endurance of cardiovascular respiration is a special feature of this trait. Classification, trait, effect, fire core, and eyes high.
The red notification reappeared. Once again, the gods and constellations felt that they would be overwhelmed. Then the notification turns red again. The hunting season. God is very happy and says this is a talent worthy of being her disciple. The serpent god wrapping around the world shook his head and said he's not even surprised anymore. The tiger god tearing through the sunset sends you congratulations and is considering giving you a suitable gift. The tiger spirit god is happy because his family has become stronger. Many gods watching you are showing intense emotions. Some of the constellations watching you feel excited. Although Lai Chang-seon is dressed in tattered, smoky clothes, these messages still make him so amused that he laughs with his mouth wide open. The Gemini god shows interest on one of their faces. Lai Chang-seon suddenly remembers the names Castor and Polak. I really want to know who among them this is. At that moment, a slight tremor caught Seon's attention. A giant eye appears in the black hole, and the demon god chasing the underworld is excited as it spews fire from its eyes. The demon god chasing the underworld tries to reach you with his evil hand. Lai Chang-seon stomps hard, smashing the glass and jumping out.
What is this, guys?
Li Trang-si lands in a pitch-black, undefined space. Where is this place?
Li Trang-seon narrowed her eyes and asked. The snake eye skill was activated and scanning the area. For unknown reasons, the skill has stopped functioning, and the beast's sensory ability has been activated, trying to restore the senses. For unknown reasons, the skill has stopped functioning. Kellogg Kakatia's power has been activated and is helping you stay alert. Is this place truly the domain of the gods?
Why did you call me here? A faint gaze is watching you. In the giant crack, only one eye and a few teeth appeared. Li Trang-seon felt like a fading shadow, a red warning system blaring, Kellogg Kagatia's power trembling, as that eye like a mirror reflected onto Li Trang-seon. Who are you? Li Trang-seon was like in a trance, already asking himself who he was, his face exposed but unremarkable, still continuing to ask, "What are you to the abyss?" The abyss suddenly split with a streak of yellow lightning, and the falcon deity tore through the sunset to descend into the realm of the gods. A bolt of yellow lightning struck the ground with blinding light, and when Lai Trang-seon opened his eyes, he saw a tall, beautiful goddess with red hair dressed as a warrior in front of him. Minerva Trang-seon was still stunned as the goddess said, "Humanity is not a place for someone on the hero's path to come to." The goddess snapped her fingers, and Lai Trang-seon was pushed out of this space. The last image he saw was the feline deity tearing apart the sunset, rushing toward the hidden crack, revealing that devil's face. "Minerva, don't stop me. Thorn of the White Star, this is a violation of the pact. That person has nothing to do with what you are pursuing." As soon as he finished, everything became blurry, leaving only system notifications. For unknown reasons, the connection to Thuongbok's space was cut off, the lost data was restored, and the player's system was reconnected. Li Trang-seon returned to the Tiger God's dungeon, still confused and unsure of what had just happened. The gods all started to murmur. The god of the hunting season reacting fiercely and asking if you were hurt anywhere. The serpent god wrapped around the world, how could you possibly defy the law of karma? The fallen tiger god opened its eyes in anger, nearly losing its identity. Li Trang's face twitched as she gritted her teeth. Disgusting. The system has reactivated the status of the soul vessel container. Li Trang anxiously thought how shameful it was. Even after completing the bone enhancement, what does it matter? I still can't resist even a little against Mephistophilist. I'm too weak. I need to recover my former strength. No, I have to become stronger than before. First, I need to devour everything here. With that in mind, Lai Chang-seon quickly took off and activated her snake eyes to search for prey. Meanwhile, Saudu Jin and Jin are still fighting endlessly. Lai Chang-seon is also thinking about them. Blood-colored Assassin King is a martial artist, so why is Ju Jin a mage? It seems she is at a disadvantage in this battle, but I can't let her die here. I still need her to ask about the lost sacred scripture of An. There are 19 minutes and 36 seconds left in this dungeon. Sajin keeps being pushed back and keeps cursing. The crying spirit god laments and urges you why you can't do anything despite having her power. The crying spirit god wants to know if you truly carry her bloodline. Aunt. Yujin was so furious she almost clenched her teeth and thought to herself that she had to defeat Jin quickly and capture that masked bastard, but he kept reading her moves and countering non-stop. It really looks like he's a player trying to defeat the boss monster. At this moment, Jin suddenly lunges from behind Yujin. Indeed, it has been an interesting battle. Thank you, and as a reward for that, I will take your life and turn you into my new vassal. Jin mercilessly struck the girl with a single blow, while Yuzin could only scream and be sent flying along the trajectory. She crashed into the cliff, a cloud of dust billowing up. They attack treacherously, blood gushing out, their bodies seeming powerless. She reaches out to cast a spell, but they vanish like fragile smoke. The soul god sobbed and stood up, shouting, "No!" Yujin trembled as death drew near, and at that moment, a fiery tornado blocked her path. "You!" Li Trangxian appears in front of Yin, sneering, "This girl is mine." Li Trangxian and this blood-colored assassin. King clash, sparks flying as both unleash terrifying energy.
Jin is more excited, realizing Li Trangxian has grown stronger.
Li Trangxian also doesn't hesitate to give him a kick. "You're not just getting stronger." Li Trangxian deploys a few moves to push back the blood-colored assassin. "King, what did you do?" "I don't know." You flirtatiously reply, "So it seems you've been outside. Do you know about the structure of the ghostly realm?"
"Because I too was cursed by this place, just like you. But even if you manage to get out, you'll only leave for a day. Not everyone can grow strong as quickly as you." So he smiled even more eerily and said, "I will definitely make you my vassal at any cost."
After finishing, he immediately charged forward with a punch towards Li Trangxian. The two exchanged fierce martial arts moves that caused the ground in the demon realm to crack. Rin chuckled with satisfaction, while the villagers were worried about him. He never expected to feel this excited in this damn ghostly cave, which moved him to remember when he was still human.
"When I was Jin, the heir of the Freya family, I never expected to survive these months as a warrior." Interesting. Very interesting, but more than interesting is how exhausted I am because he used most of his energy fighting Sejin.
"What are you planning to do this time? You're tired, but you still have plenty of strength to talk to others, old man." Moreover, Li Trangxian was not afraid to show him her fire. Streams of energy from fire and darkness formed into screaming monsters. The Black Mountain God Claw skill has been activated. Li Trangxian flicked her hand, and the dark claws reached down toward the blood-red Blood King. He tried to hold on but was still injured by the claws, as Li Trangxian coldly delivered a second slash like a wife grabbing her husband and wildly beating, biting, and tearing him apart with the terrifying purple energy overshadowing everything. He grits his teeth, struggling to hold on, but in the end he is swallowed by the purple light. Dian lies flat on the ground, blood everywhere, still whispering and asking what that move of Li Trangxian was. He suddenly responded to the claw attack, making him burst into laughter. "Claw? Claw? Haha, what about the trick?" In the end, he also disappeared. Li Trangxian immediately raised his hand to gather the spoils. "You have gained a large amount of Fang Ngui's attributes. You have successfully absorbed all of Fang Ngui's attributes. You have perfected Fang Ngui and can choose a candidate to become Fang Ngui. The candidate you choose will become your vassal." Li Trangxian was quite surprised to be able to select her vassal.
"So that means I can create a loyal slave now. This battle is over."
The system displays information about Fang Ngui.
Fang Ngui is a legendary divine beast capable of absorbing the King of Tigers' natural disasters.
I heard it also has a cunning nature that challenges its master, but will become extremely loyal after being subdued. Li Trangxian smiled happily, thinking she might even turn it into a clan member. "So that means I have the chance to own a reliable servant. If I want to climb to a higher position, I really need an organization like the 12 Zodiac or a puppet ruler. And if the organization expands and the members are gods or constellations, it will naturally become a community."
I think it's because the traits of Fang Ngui that I absorbed have reached their limit, which is why it has spirit.
"So what should I do?" Li Trangxian is desperately thinking that I must completely subjugate it, give it no reason to rebel, and keep transferring XP to it.
This is not something I can do casually. Since I haven't chosen my saint body, I can't level up any faster.
And there's also Gone. I can't allow it. Trangxian suddenly remembered the scene from before when he was standing on a pile of corpses, including the girl he loved. He collapsed when he saw her body. I already knew fighting alone was impossible, so there's no need to consider it further. I choose the blood-colored Assassin King as my consort. The figure of Fang Ngui quickly transforms, revealing the blood-colored Assassin King when he was still human. "I never thought I would awaken in this form again. Are you planning to recruit me as a clan member?" The blood-colored Assassin King, as a human, like a prince, is incredibly handsome. But beauty is not what Li Trangxian cares about. I only see that he's incredibly strong, isn't that right? According to the rules, no. This is the Ghost Cave. Whoever wins takes everything. If you beat me, go ahead and absorb me, that's all there is to it. Whether I accept you as my master is another matter. You know this guy has no intention of submitting, just wants to rest? Dream on, kid. Li Trangxian coldly says, "I will let you escape from here. Don't you want to go home?" Din was surprised by this offer. "What do you mean?" Li Trangxian suddenly burst into flames.
"I'm not saying meaningless things like be loyal to me or anything like that. Just follow me."
Not right now, but at some point I will take you back. I cannot stand these flames. Din sighed. Why should I trust you? Wouldn't it be better to trust me? At least it's better than me using force to take you away. And you'll also have much less trouble if you have something to look forward to. What do you mean? Jin put his hand on his forehead and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, he's definitely a crazy one. I'm sure that outside is much more comfortable than being stuck in here, but you have to be careful. I'm not the obedient type, and I hate being controlled too. I just want to see you like that. The deeper I dig into you, the more I see you're a strange one. That's why you're interesting. Din finally knelt on one knee. Lord, you promised to grant me freedom. Please give me a new title so I can serve you better. Jingfria Li Trangxian spoke right away. That single sentence was enough to startle Din. I remember he once introduced himself as Jin, the heir of the infamous bloodline of the Chu Fria. A light rose beneath his feet, and Din sighed. Perhaps I have encountered an extraordinary master. The system has completed the process of recruiting a clan member. Fai Ngui's name is Jin Far, and this member will become your guardian. Jin has just joined the capital and is very eager. Master, what task do you want me to do? Lai Trangshon threw a spear to Din, telling him that unless he clears out those little demons, he can forget about going home. Suddenly excited by the order, just seconds ago he was their king, and now he's been given the heavy task by his new master to destroy his own people. Too crazy. Too interesting. Exactly what he wanted. Moreover, doing this now is also to assess his physical condition. The system also states that Jingfria is currently a level 1 non-phantom, and upon reaching level 10, he can change his class. The demon guides trembled, Jingfria's eyes filled with nothing but deathly aura, and he leapt off the cliff, charging downward with a crazed smile. Jingfria, a clan member, activated the basic Fria healing technique. Leading the undead inevitably causes screams, panic, and fear. Why did the Great King do it? The Great King, after being resurrected, has gone insane. Since this matter is settled, Lai Trangseon immediately turns to Daji, who is seriously injured. He is very eager to find more information about the lost sacred book of An. The system helps the crying spirit of the underworld deity transfer it to Lai Trangseon. The lament of the spirit of the morning ghost condemns you with hatred. The spirit of the morning ghost curses you. Li Trangseon grew pale as she saw her start to cause chaos again. The spirit body of the weeping spirit vowed to take revenge on you. The spirit body of the morning ghost threatens you that it will choose a new priest to destroy you. The spirit body of the morning ghost is biting its nails while glaring at you. The appropriate season's divine body loudly chases her away for being too noisy. The serpent divine body wrapping around the world scolds her for being petty. Li Trangxian felt that all these saints were equally foolish. He started to lose his temper. Herod, are you there? There's no answer. Just answer me this since you're watching me anyway. The celestial body of the right season to hunt confirms that the spirit rabbit is not here. Herod, if you don't show up, I won't negotiate anything. A portal suddenly appears, and the sound is heard before anyone is seen. Oh man, I told you last time the dungeon manager can't get involved directly. That's against the rules. The door opens wider, revealing Herod's chubby face. My superior keeps nagging at me, but if he keeps fussing over you and causing trouble, I won't gain anything either. Its chubby body finally made it through here and fully appeared in this place because of the pressure I gained weight from eating too much. The Holy Spirit in its season was stunned by his appearance there. The serpent spirit wrapped around the world, asking if you are a god. The spirit body, Yulin, frowns and growls at you, saying, I want to block those notifications. Li Changxian makes a demand that leaves Hero stunned. What? I never expected a mortal to dare do that to the god's notifications. He's completely crazy. Li Changxian continued, I don't want to see it. If necessary, I can pay you with my own points. The hero was stunned, and the system displayed a bunch of statuses of the gods. The hunting season, God rolls on the floor laughing, while the snake god, who rules the world, whips the floor with his tail and says, Everyone come see the foolish god being mocked by a mortal. The fallen fierce tiger god laughs joyfully, while Lai Trangzhon becomes extremely impatient. What's wrong? Can't do it? Is that not the case? Then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and block it! The hero's face twisted with anger, sweat pouring down as he cursed inwardly. That crazy guy, does he want to die? Should I lie to him and say that it's illegal and can't be done? No. If this case gets exposed in future investigations, I'll be severely punished. Oh my god. Just then, the system displayed a notification. The demon lord chasing the underworld focused his gaze on his own drifting eyes before looking down. Both Trangseon and Hero were surprised by this state. Trangseon cautiously considers what he might do next as the system continues to narrate the events. The soul god weeps in distress, tense before the purest form of evil's unwavering will. The demon god chasing hell turned away with an indifferent gaze, while the soul god wept and quickly gathered his strength to resist. Thunder roared as the god of the hunting season stood in stunned silence before this strange scene. The serpent, god of the world, remained silent. The defeated tiger god fell silent. Changxion and Herald also fell silent, and the thunder and lightning disappeared. The system reports back. The demon god chasing the underworld casually dusts off his hands and looks down at the mortal realm once more. The demon god chasing the underworld says, "You can continue what you're doing now because I've taken care of that nuisance." That damn thing really scared the hell out of me. Hero sighs and takes off. Honestly, I can't have a peaceful day when I'm with you.
You can go now. Anyway, it seems the issue has been resolved, so I'll be on my way.
The cat god tears through the sunset, finally digesting what just happened and sighs deeply. The Gemini god is extremely interested in this matter. Din also sends a compliment to Changxion. "Your Excellency, what you did truly exceeded my expectations." Seijin is now completely insane, only muttering incoherent sounds. Lai Changxion happily approaches, seeming like she won't need to bother with any special torture. The calm sea suddenly erupts as a sharp blade streaks through, blood splattering everywhere. Li Trang, having finished her task, turns away and can't help but marvel at how much this battle has taught her, and most importantly, the position of the 5th volume in Anne's 7 Secrets of the Holy Book. Who would have thought they would use this to negotiate with the White Fox Guild? If they hadn't run into me, they probably would have succeeded by now. At this moment, the system also reports that Jing Freya's followers have successfully taken over the entire 2nd floor. Fang Wei of Li Changxian sat leisurely drinking water and said, "I'm done now. I did train this, but I didn't expect it to be this weak. His current rank is 4.
Din then said, "No wonder he's stationed there all the time, trying to occupy the 2nd floor with this trash."
Li Changxian praised, "You finished faster than I thought. If I were you, I'd be he.
Once you've settled things over there, come here."
"My lord, I have something to show you."
"Got it. I'll finish this and then go over there. The soul power artifact has been activated."
"You have successfully obtained the core of the Jujin player.
You have discovered that the hellfire power, Chikja, has lost its owner. You have successfully buried the last remaining fragment of power in the hellfire, thereby boosting the level of the blazing hell effect. The achievement grants the demon the ability to devour the yellow fire, increasing the fire attribute effect by 20.
The transformed form of the mighty demon, the form of the powerful demon, the evolved state of the mighty demon, the legion of flames and souls that has devoured the yellow fire, rumored to flow through hell, the master of sins, the title, the effect, the yellow fire, the manifestation of destruction." Changxian looked again at his status panel. Lai Changxian, god of fame, sunset of the gods. Unable to use the active form of the powerful demon's title from the underworld faction, the Guardian Constellation Master Level 41.
"So let's go Lai Changxian, flying with jet boosters to the mansion. The noise was so loud, I almost exploded. Luckily, the servant saw the owner immediately and called out. Li Changxian quickly responded, finally arrived.
"What is that? The thing you gave me, a gluttonous beast, is also quite special. Let me show you directly. It'll be easier than explaining."
Jing Freya, raise your hand, wake up.
Jin Freya, the demon snake, revives. Changxian wonders how he suddenly managed to do that.
Din laughed and replied, "I didn't know either. I just thought it might work, so I tried it, and it actually did."
"It's like I'm one of their demon kings too. The way they call me is the same." "Explain it in more detail."
You probably already know that all the snake demons here are just fools who have been hypnotized by the star, right?
"So you mean this gluttonous beast also works like that?"
"Yes, but of course its effectiveness has decreased a lot compared to when I was a demon snake, and the hunger for flesh has its limits too."
"Limits?"
"Yes. Although I can revive the soul and turn them into puppets like that, if I try to force them to move,
you will trigger a failure skill. The revived manticore will lose its abilities and disappear. They will fall immediately and won't last long. To revive a demon cobra, I will need to absorb the energy of hundreds of other demon cobras like these." The system introduces information about these new monsters to Changxian. The bull, a natural enemy of tigers. It is said that its body is impervious to blades and cannot be wounded by any sharp objects.
Ben Bucks, a natural enemy of tigers, is introverted, slow in action like a dreamer, but possesses formidable strength.
A natural enemy of the tiger can perform many agile and flexible moves, as if without bones, causing the gods to scramble in response.
The hunting season. God advises you that even without subordinates, don't accept useless ones. The serpent god eagerly studies these new corpse forms and their characteristics.
The owl-headed god advises you not to worry, because your subordinates will be just like you.
Li Trangzon feels annoyed as these demonic snakes are evolving from prey to predators.
I don't know if these things can be classified this way. Lei Trangzon asked Din again if they are useful. Din says they are brave enough not to involve the two of them. Then that's fine.
Din confidently orders everyone to stand up. We're going to attack the third floor now.
The Lord will be watching you all, so you must do your best. If you can't prove your usefulness, then you should understand what your future will look like. 2 out of the 3 just now obeyed the order. Only 1 answered in English.
Are you going to a beauty pageant or something and speaking English, huh?
Well then, let's get started.
You have entered the territory of the third floor. You have entered the third floor.
You have passed Sector 1. You have taken over Sector 2. Xinjia announced they would take Sector 6. The low level got successfully planted the flag at the endpoint of Sector 9. You have gained 125 XP. You have gained 281 XP. With the battle gods in hand, Li Trangzon quickly bombed the third floor. Shan leaned on his waist, sighing that since he was occupying all the camps and seemed low level, but making him a clan member seemed worthwhile.
Your skill isn't bad either. Are you saying this is the place of the bloodthirsty king or something?
That's right.
Actually, that's the entrance to the third floor. Right now there are no low-level enemies, but since they're all demon chains, it will be hard to defeat him.
But can you still herd them into that place? That's the difference in our abilities. But I suppose we can agree that those bastards are pretty useful. Trangxian also deeply felt the experience of leading an army on a campaign. It's true that having more people makes things much easier.
Right now there are 4 minutes and 49 seconds left to stay in this space.
Trangxian frowned, thinking that if that guy really is FR, then I've hit the jackpot.
If they are from the Far family of Acadia, a famous family rumored to have holy blood, then because they excel in martial arts, swordsmanship, and strategy, the entire empire is wary of the Freya family.
If he truly is a descendant of Freya, he would be the perfect heir. So why is he in the demon's cave? Maybe he tampered with the sacred holy book, hoping to defeat the other descendants. I'm still wondering how to protect the soul soldiers when we face Mong. With the palace here, there's no need to worry anymore. Trangxian then pulls out another eternal ice crystal. After this, they will still be useful. And you'd better get everything ready. Is that star ice crystal? Do you know it? I thought there wouldn't be any in the ghost cave. You probably don't know.
But my family is quite famous in Acadia. Of course, I've seen all the treasures before.
The sacred body in the right season scoffs when seeing the ice crystal. Dean exclaims in admiration.
That is the most beautiful ice crystal I have ever seen. You took it from here, ma.
I can still sense the divine power. Even with a lot of money, you probably can't buy this.
The divine serpent body wrapped around the world says it wants to study the relic left by the ancestors with shining eyes. Li Trangzon unhesitatingly offers the eternal ice crystal, so take it then, I'm sure you know how to take care of it.
Din was so stunned, he froze in place,
then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I've never seen a master as ridiculous as you.
Are you just going to let me catch the fish and fry it? Then just call me crazy. Seon even considered enhancing Jin's bones, but since JQ wasn't here, he decided that the FR family's genetic method would be very effective. Jin also didn't hesitate to accept this great gift.
I thought I told you that having me recognize you as the master is very difficult. Calling you my master doesn't mean anything.
Yet you still give me something so precious. I have no intention of being betrayed by my clan members like a fool.
So you still plan to give me that? Why don't you want to?
Of course I want to. I just find it more surprising that you're crazier than I thought. Jing Freya has absorbed the breath of the Ice King, cold air flooding into his body, cold and shadow merging together. He was granted the eyes element. One of the facets of the holy body of the fish showed interest in this matter with sparkling eyes having fully absorbed it. The Bidowa achievement. Swallow Stone has been unlocked. Ice element effect increased by 15. Clan member link increased by 10. Jing Freya has evolved into a frozen undead. The clan member creates a new skill, Blizzard. The clan member creates a new skill, Freezing Earth. Jin looks great in his new outfit, smiling like a flower. It feels so refreshing. Now Fra has activated his No Temperature Iceland skill. He swings a blast of ice straight toward the fortress ahead. All creatures blocking the way are buried under ice. Thansat King must have peed his pants. Din chuckled triumphantly. The system announced there are 22 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. Right now, Thansat Vuong hasn't peed himself yet, but is already kneeling on the ground. Shichsat Vuong, why have you become a puppet of that human? You're right. I don't know why, but I'm sure you can't give me an answer either. Thansat King tried to save him, but Crimson Sat King didn't give him that chance.
Jing Freya decisively finished off Thansat Vuong, thinking he probably wanted to talk nonsense about jointly conquering the third floor or something, as the mechanical system's voice rang out again.
You have successfully conquered Zone 10 and defeated one of the 4 lords ruling the 3rd floor. Instead of the Death Spear, the rogue warrior So Trang Li is spreading throughout the Demon Cave. Your reputation increases by 15 and you receive 1,000 karma. Many lords in the ghostly cave begin to watch you. Jin suddenly starts crying as his master sits comfortably enjoying his riches. He's been bending over all this time, but his mission isn't over yet. He still has to keep fighting. At this moment, Lai Trang-seon has finished her time here. The 7-day evaluation is excellent. You will receive your reward based on your assessment upon returning to reality. An excellent rating star. Your reward is the ability to sense Hung Long's treasures. Shouts of alarm ring out. Wake up, buddy. The annoying treasure hunters are right in front of you as soon as you open your eyes. They saw you wake up and immediately shouted asking where their leader was. Li Trang-seon coldly called Din. He immediately appears. What do you want me to do? Deal with them. My pleasure. Humans and snow spirits fight until their flesh and blood are mixed. Only Lai Chang-seon and Jin remain unscathed. You have successfully conquered the Winter Palace. Lai Chang-seon glanced and spoke to Jin. I need to go to a place I visited before. You have entered the annex of the Winter Palace. Here, the Ice King has passed away on his throne, so he is in this decayed state. The soul power has been activated, and the hellfire has begun to burn away the Winter King's essence. The purple flames burst forth, and you absorbed what remained. Li Trang-seon suddenly felt empathy for the Ice King. Remembering when he fell into Acadia, San confirmed that he was not a fake. During the cremation of the Ice King, San saw something like a letter. Outside, the leader of the Snow Clan is still fighting fiercely. The monster known as the Winter King's General has used the Ice Realm skill. Player's father, Jia, unactivated the Mirror Clone Combo skill. 2 enormous energies collided and then exploded like an atomic bomb. General Snow looked at Cha Jia-an behind him and sighed. You are strong, human. Throughout this entire time, I have eliminated all intruders because they were too weak, but I acknowledge your strength on the outside. What rank are you? Are you a king? Cha Jia-an was shocked to learn that this monster could distinguish between the inside and outside of the dungeon. What do you mean, king? Die! She shouted loudly, fired a lightning bullet, and quickly retreated. General Snow dodged this deadly shot, soaring into the air while talking nonsense. So you're not the king, even someone as strong as you can't become one. I basically can't understand creatures known as humans. If you are not a king, then you have no right to exchange moves with me. Just as you murdered our king, we must also take the lives of your kings to restore justice. I will kill all the bastards here and all of humanity too, he roared. No, I will escape from here and take the lives of every human outside until the day your king appears. The system immediately announced that the assassination mission has been created. The assassin is classified as an artifact, describing the general of the Winter King. The ruler of the Snow Peak in the Winter King's domain has demonstrated the honor of the late Winter King, vowing not to end his rage until the human king is dead. With this oath, the power of the Winter King's decree has become a command and now belongs to the general. The general's fury has begun to spill out beyond this area and is affecting the real world outside the dungeon. From now on, eliminate all snowmen, including the general of the Winter King. Otherwise, it will cause a catastrophic disaster to the real world. The condition is to defeat the general of the Winter King and eliminate all the snowmen. Failure in the punishment, the dungeon explodes, and the reward is success. One dungeon closes, revealing the great sword of the Winter King's general. Father Jia-un couldn't believe his eyes. What the heck? Right now, a man quickly rushed forward. Father Agent, we must defeat it. We must defeat it at all costs. We can't let it escape. Is that our biggest problem? So, it's basically mine now. Finish it off quickly. And yet we haven't even defeated the mini-boss yet. It's truly embarrassing to have 3 squad leaders here. What are you two doing? I'm the one who will take that life. You two should look for a different target. He got stabbed but still talks too much. Oh? Oops. The young men suddenly get swept up by a surge of energy, and Father Un says, I won't be able to keep the floating magic for long. I will use magic bullets to protect everyone, so please feel free to take that life. We'll leave the rest to him up top. I will take care of things below ground. The perfect curve has begun to draw many arcs. Swordsman Yu Younggan gazed at the snowmen below and sighed, noting they kept rushing up non-stop, and their numbers kept increasing. What should they do? Just after sighing, a snowman attacked him from behind. Everyone thought this would be the end, but then his beloved granddaughter rushed to the scene. Gui Bin the player has unleashed the Storm Step skill. The Vuthan dagger has accelerated, bringing overwhelming power to the attack. The snow spirit was torn apart by Gui Bin. She usually seems so annoying, but when it comes to protecting her loved ones, she's quite formidable. The lightning imbued in Lei Shen's blade has begun to strike down. Heben turned to scold his forgetful old uncle. Focus, uncle. If you keep acting clueless like that, how can you survive until now in this brutal world of players? Wu Yung struggled to hold back tears. Heben, you're much better than your uncle now. Those 2 daggers and the relic are probably worth over 100 billion, but they still gave them to me. Just as you thought, he loves his niece more than his son. This uncle is really starting to get jealous over those items. Heben, after a pretty good performance, immediately received praise from the god, who said, "You have extraordinary talent in hunting techniques." The hunting season, God turned around and wondered why he hadn't recognized such talent before. He whispered that the girl would improve even more if she received the teachings on the spear technique from him. The hunting season god asked if she wanted to learn right away. Opportunities like this don't come around often. The god of the hunting season praised you, saying you have extraordinary talent in hunting skills. Heben wondered which god this was. Could it be someone you know well? Heben remembered when Lai Trangxian was roaming alone in the zombie forest, and the girl also wanted to follow suit, instantly turning around and jumping with a lightning strike. The hunting god gapes in amazement at your incredible jumping ability. Heben leaps wherever the snowmen are completely wiped out. The hunting season god continued to show amazement at the girl's perfect use of the spear, while also worrying that Heben might make a mistake. Heben then performed a few more kicks, leaving the hunting god wide-eyed. The hunter god's eyes lit up at your graceful kicks, and Heben couldn't help but laugh at this god as she interacted with everything the girl did. This god is also really adorable, making Heben imagine some people. Wow, Heben, you really knitted this scarf all by yourself, huh? That's amazing. I want one too. Why did you only lend it to S? That's discrimination. Come on, get a grip. Guin's birthday the other day was actually mine. Gu Heben, you should also give me a towel, right? Heben tears up when he thinks of them. The girl truly missed her friends. Thunder and lightning roared around Heben. The lightning storm is surging forward, and Heben rushes into the midst of it. As the lightning strikes, monsters rush in wildly. Due to the electric shock, many snowmen and the ice dragon have lost their ability to fight. The ice dragon has lost its ability to fly and has fallen to the ground due to the fierce storm. Guibin is entering a berserk state. The god of the hunting season shouted in joy. General Snowman quickly ordered, "These fools, deal with that human first." Warning system. The monster named the General of the Winter King has detected Guibin's presence. Guibin has been marked as an enemy by the snowmen, and all attacks will focus on this player. Ni's breath fell like rain right where Heben was. Just as things reached a boiling point, an older brother opened a spellbook he had just learned for the exam to cast a spell on his younger brother. Player Xin Guil activated Ouroboros's construction formula skill and created a temporary shield. Although new to combat, Simu's shield proved useful. Ni's breath was cut off as an explosion erupted outside the shield. The serpent god of the universe thrashed its tail loudly, claiming it could find some useful talents among its followers. All right, let me handle everything. The demon-faced shield is pushed away. The player uses the tower attack skill, but the shield suddenly froze in place, leaving both On and Jim Gilu stunned. "You don't have enough strength. You don't have enough energy," Jim Gu shouted in confusion. What are you doing? The shield isn't even getting bigger. How am I supposed to deal with those bastards like this? Because you haven't eaten and are wasting that much energy, a god smiles and casts a spell. The owl god, impressed by your determination, blessed you and replenished your lack of strength and energy. Mei Se quickly received the blessing from the god. The original effect of the enchanted pendant has been applied. She smiled brightly like a flower and said, "Thank you, Divine One." Then she eagerly enlarged the demon mask shield, ready to crush the snow crowd. "I am here. The tower attack skill has been unleashed." The snow people are like ants under the greatness of the demon face shield after being empowered, collapsing and screaming in agony. Lady Jim Gu turned to remind Heben, who was stunned. The girl immediately snapped out of it and unleashed lightning like cannons. The slaughter had begun. General Tuyet clenched his teeth. "Are these fools?" Jun Gun reached out to grab General Tuyet Nan's head. "You're quick to speak before thinking. What are you still looking at?" Commander Tuyet Nan sneered. "If you're not the king, don't bother me." After speaking, he quickly dodged Sejun Gun's claws. The Winter King's general has appeared. Jim Gu panicked upon hearing this news. The player has activated Jim Gu's Snake Curse skill. The chaotic curse is targeting the Winter King's general and the Snow Dragon of the general. The skill has been disabled, and the Blind Curse has been cast. The move has been disabled. Jim Gu is quickly knocked away by Commander Snow. Heben immediately turned back but still fell for his attack. Heben spat blood and was thrown far away. The girl hadn't even recovered yet when General Snow was already charging at her. Damn it, Hin is thinking of Trang Xion again. The girl really wants to be like him. Is this enough for her? Tears welled up in her eyes. Hebben just wanted to save everyone like Trang Xion. Of course, that is the answer for Hebben. A golden light appears in the sky and shoots down to the ground. The cursed mountain peak that encountered that same beam of light immediately exploded. The system announces that player Lai Trang Xion is entering the arena. People's questions about where the fire came from echo everywhere. The flames are blazing fiercely. Li Trang Xion appears from the flames, standing right in front of Hebben, making the girl incredibly emotional. Father Jian also feels moved when he sees this scene from afar. Who are you? Who do you think I am? General Tuyet was furious at Li Trang Xian's attitude. Are you the one responsible? That bastard who killed our king? His scream echoed across the mountains, and everyone present was stunned when they heard this news. General Tuyet furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you human, are you the king of mankind?" King. That's right. If you have killed our king, then I must also end the life of the human king. But if our king was harmed by the leader of the humans, then his death is not in vain. So answer me, are you the king of humans? Li Trang Xion shows an extremely disdainful expression towards General Tuyet's philosophy. What kind of king? I don't think our human race needs such childishness, so you're no different from the others. Go and die. The general of the Ice King displays his mastery of the cold element. Li Changshan coldly raises her sword to block the attack, her fierce tiger stance in full effect. The fierce tiger spirit slash just erupted, two streams of energy clashing fiercely, astonishing the players who saw the savage power rivaling Li Changshan's female warrior magic. The Ice King's wall soldiers bend their backs to withstand Li Changshan's attacks. The other players cheer him on enthusiastically. Captain Tuyet silently thought this human was quite strong and shifted his direction to take advantage of the aerial position. The old man's Duok Long Tuyet immediately flew to rescue the master. While Xion dodged its bite, General Tuyet jumped onto the back of the Duke Long Tuyet and flew away. The other players quickly reminded him he's using the Duke Long Tuyet again. Dark Lord, don't let him beat you. Lai Trang Xion frowned and called Gun, who immediately launched forward. Player B, Gun, releases the Dark Footstep skill and tries to attack. Gun immediately asked for 2 liters of blood from the arrogant ice dragon that dared to bite Sean. General Snow was furious. Another snowman immediately flew in to assist, pulling him aside before soaring into the sky. That guy is pretty cautious of Trang Xion, but Tuong Quan Tuit reassures him that he has the advantage in the air. As soon as he finishes, a mocking voice echoes from behind. When will you stop relying on that stupid snow dragon technique? Who would have guessed Lai Trang Xion has wings? You fly so fast to take down those beasts, don't you? General Tuyet stammered unexpectedly. Li Trang Xion didn't say much and immediately unleashed a firestorm to tear apart this snow peak. The fierce tiger state has transformed into a tiger spirit. The fierce tiger aura has erupted, lighting up the entire sky. Look over there. Something is falling down. The sky seems to crack open. Beams of light shining down. Li Trang Xion riding on General Tuyet's chest, sliding down as if snowboarding, then crashing straight into the ground. General Tuyet grimaces. I can't die like this. I must avenge the king. Why are you all so obsessed with the word king? Because the only way I can become king is by avenging our king, which means killing your king. I thought he was dying, but this old monkey still screams. Only then can I seize the throne. A king is someone who can give the people a prosperous and abundant life. To lead my people, I must become king. So that's why the Ice King left it behind. What are you talking about? This is the will left by the Ice King. Li Trang Xion throws the paper down next to General Tuyet, which states that King Bang entrusted the Snow Warriors to you because his fate has ended and he will leave this world, also reminding you that you have full authority to lead your subordinates. The system reports that Bang Vuong's monster general has become the new boss in the dungeon, according to the late king's will. The general of the Ice King has become the Ice King himself. Ha, 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 my foolish father. He shed tears. What does it matter if he only left those few words? We are just an illusion. We don't even truly exist. But whether we exist or not, it still matters. Li Trang Xion decisively sent him to the afterlife with his father. The screaming was deafening and painful. The Ice King boss has been defeated. You have completed the final hidden quest of the Ice King and received his wealth and last wishes as rewards. You have completed the secret mission to kill the king and received the great sword as a reward from the general of the Ice King. The closed-door prison has begun. The final red prison has closed. Are the events of this battle being closely watched by a mysterious observer? Li Trang Xion. Are you saying that person dares to refuse the goddess's blessing? Yes, that's right.
We have to go to Korea to see it for ourselves. If he is truly incompetent and disrespectful to the goddess, I will punish him myself." The followers' laughter was full of no good intentions.
Back home, Lai Trangxion rarely has time to stand still, standing with her hands in her pockets, admiring the city lights. Just as everything was peaceful, someone came to cause trouble. "Thanks for calling us over. Please be careful," Say and Jim are arguing very loudly. "Are you crazy? Shouting so loud, what if a crazy fan rushes in?" Clack! "No fanatical obsession can compare to you." "Huh." Seo, who's about to go crazy, grabs his younger brother by the collar and asks, "You want a punch?" After hitting my brother, Seo immediately turns to smile at Lai Trangseon. "Thank you for inviting us. I remember that during the Las Vegas tournament 4 years ago, you only ate this dish, so I brought it for you." The girl lifts the fruit box to show her idol, while inside, Oh-Seo is silently cheering.
"Wow, you're crazy. I can't take it anymore."
Wow, our OP just changed her hairstyle. Lai Trangseon doesn't disappoint the effort Seo put into preparing this, and she turns to give a charming smile. "Thank you. Please immediately adopt the mindset of a fan celebrating their idol's success."
Oh my god, he just thanked me. I have no regrets, even if I die now.
"I have to report Jim Gill because he's bothering me." "Hey, don't get angry." She finally got her fan club gift after begging for a long time, but her honesty led Gu to punch her square in the face. "Well, look at all these things. The noisy commotion from the sisters drew Trang's attention to the girl standing quietly behind them, who was Hebben. When she saw him looking at her, she hesitated.
"Hello, sir. Hin looks very cute and adorable in casual clothes."
Trangseon smiled gently at her. "Come in, and I understand."
"There's nothing here, so I also sit down. A hearty meal is served."
The four of them are eating eagerly, while Trangseon is growing roots outside the corridor with some beer cans. "Hebben, here you go, a fine item." Jim Gu gives Hebben something like a coin but with someone's arrogant face on it, and he excitedly introduces it.
"Usually you only get it after becoming a full member, but since you're a special case, I'll give it to you first." As long as she uses this to verify her identity, she can watch all the tournament videos and even the behind-the-scenes clips with our guys' swear words on video. Hebben happily accepted the gift. "Thank you, Jim Gu." What Jim Gu said not only piqued Heben's interest, but also caught the curiosity of the hunting season deity who looked at the badge. Jim Gu couldn't help but smile at her then. He turned away shyly, secretly thinking, "Wow, she's really beautiful too. This is true healing beauty." He couldn't help but wonder why Hebben had become a fan of Oppa. "Even though he's famous for being a bastard, I don't think I'm a fan of his." Hebben replied immediately, "I only admire him as a student, if anything." Hebben looked at the man standing alone on the balcony and said, "I also want to become a warm person like him." Although Li Trangseon's body is outside, her mind is within. Hearing Haben say that, he secretly smiled, thinking this girl isn't bad. Even the gods experience different moods during this moment of calm and peace. The demon lord chasing hell quietly observes the peaceful scene. The fallen tiger god complained that he was feeling unhappy. It seems that this matter has angered the gods. Trangseon laughed and asked, "Do you find this boring?" The system then moved on to the response. "The fierce tiger god keeps scolding you for talking nonsense. If I said anything wrong to you, I apologize. Please forgive this disrespect." The fallen tiger god clearly states he will not forgive you if you cross the line again. Sion expressed gratitude to the fierce tiger god, but inside he was cursing him for being such an idiot. What kind of monkey is this? The fierce tiger god then began to talk about a fool who resembled you from where he used to be. Lai Trangseon was very curious about what he wanted to say next. The fierce tiger god added that the fool didn't know what fear was and always acted arrogantly according to his own will. The fallen tiger god said that he was quickly driven away for those actions, but because of that, he is also a foolish person worthy of respect. Li Trangseon was startled. Isn't this the story about him? The fallen tiger god remembered the first time he met that fool in the plains of Acadia. Li Trangseon was surprised. Wasn't the first time he met the fierce tiger god through astrology or horoscopes? But if it was Acadia, then it must be him. At that moment, the fierce tiger god with a human face and white tiger features angrily asked, "Dabitim, are you the crazy war god who strangled Tongsu Antares? What should I do to become as strong as you?" Li Trangseon coldly replied, "Shut up, you trash." The fallen tiger god pulled his hat down over his eyes, smirked sinisterly, then turned away. Then the pillars in the sky changed. Li Trangseon was imprisoned, and the mighty tiger laughed with great joy. You remember clearly when Tuvi tried to eliminate you, that guy was the puppet master leading the ruling. The fallen tiger god wants to warn you. The fallen tiger god says that even in heaven, the eternal shining stars can fall.
Trang-son wonders if he has always been his target. The fallen tiger god says he will always support you and prevent that from happening. He advises you not to let others pressure you if it does occur. The fierce tiger god said that loneliness is the reason for shining the brightest. Trang-son replied, I understand. Actually, deep down he thinks no one around him could bring him down, right? Being alone is the way to shine. Nonsense. Trang-seon also wonders why this god suddenly mentioned the sunset of the gods at this moment. In conclusion, the fallen fierce tiger god says that you are smart enough to understand his meaning. Lee Trang-seon thinks the chance that that bastard knows her true identity is very low. Thanos' security system can't be that bad. I don't know if this is really just a coincidence or not.
The fallen tiger god asked about your plan. Right now, Trang-seon can't be sure about the puppet ruler, so he'll save it for another time.
Seon responds to the tiger god, 1 month.
The fierce tiger god shakes his head, not understanding what you mean.
In a month, I will become a legend. The fallen tiger god doubts the feasibility of this plan and says he won't forgive you if you push too hard and get hurt. Lee Trang-seon also saw that becoming a Danko was not only feasible, but also very easy. He told the fierce tiger god, I know that with my strength alone it's hard to become a Danko, so I plan to acquire the 5 sacred scriptures. With that holy power, he doesn't think becoming a famous warrior will be as easy as pie. The fallen tiger god then said he doesn't know if you can endure another curse. Seon saw that he was panicking, so he comforted him by saying, this will be hard now, but easy later, and the fierce tiger god agreed with Seon's thinking. A 2-colored red and blue light with lightning bolts descends. The system announces that the fierce tiger god praises your bravery and grants you another blessing. Meanwhile, in a luxury car speeding down the road, Uncle Yu Young-gun was crying uncontrollably as Heben followed Lee Trang-seon. My old man even called me a troublemaker. The fierce tiger god was so worried that he had to advise Uncle that a child's independence can come suddenly. After obtaining the eternal crystal, Chang-seon's next move is to report to Choi Bong and deliver the goods as promised to Choi Hungan. The nameless spear and Gon's spear will be enhanced if they use this item, so please upgrade them. Choi B. Yong immediately shouted out loud, why do you want me to start over from scratch when I've already stayed up 3 nights in a row? Lee Trang-seon calmly hands over 100 million W and then asks, so what now? Indeed, the style of someone wealthy. Lee Trang-seon is opening the king's treasury again. The system displays a list of items. A 10,000-year-old block of iron times 32. 2,000-year-old blocks of hardened steel times 126 and 61 tails of black iron. These items unsettle some gods' hearts. The serpent god encircling the world remarks that it's extraordinary how these monsters have managed to gather such treasures over generations. The defeated tiger god licks his lips as drool drips down. Lee Trang-seon asked her lucky blacksmith if this was enough materials, right? Choi By sighed in admiration. You've done something incredible. I can't believe it's not just ordinary Han steel, but 5,000-year-old Han steel and 10,000-year-old Han steel. Just a small piece of 5,000-year-old Han iron, the size of a fingernail, is enough to craft a powerful weapon. He suddenly smiled like a flower, thinking that with this amount he could make many more weapons. I want to create a masterpiece that no one can match, so Choi By-yong immediately told Lee Trang-seon. I will deal with that damn bastard, Lee Trang-seon reminded himself. That boss. Yes, that damn bastard boss. 5 days later, the announcement of Lee Trang-seon's appointment as future strategy department leader was publicly posted. Executive Director, Team Leader Lee Trang-seon has arrived. Oh, you're here? Lee Trang-seon appears with a handsome new hairstyle. Seeing him, Jim John-ho gritted his teeth, recalling how Lee Trang-seon once mocked him as a drama queen. Trang-seon arrived, and the CEO immediately told Sim John-ho to leave. Manager, Sim, you can go now. Just make sure there are no mistakes on this business trip. Yes, Director. He also didn't want to stay here, so he left immediately. Of course, he still wasn't convinced by Lee Trang-seon and felt overwhelmed by one problem after another, piling up on him like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Lee Trang-seon has a slot in the business trip to the States and the Elder Council Chairman. It's hard to understand the plans for the upcoming monsters. Sim. John Ho clenched his teeth so hard they almost dislocated, thinking that one day that bastard would chew off his head. It's better to go see Director Lee first. Here, Lee Trang-seon is showing the eternal ice to the director. Oh, wow. It's even more dazzling than I imagined. The fallen tiger god is sweating before the Ice King's breath. Since even the stars desire this, I don't need to assess its value. Just do a good job. But you don't have any questions. Like how to use the eternal ice, for example. I think you know how to make use of it, and if necessary, you will pass the information to me. You are truly exceptionally clever. Director O looked at him with a very stern expression.
So, are you curious about the secret I'm hiding now?
The system notification. The fallen, fierce tiger silently stares at you.
Li Trangxian also straightforwardly told Director O that he was curious.
Director O clapped happily.
Then let me show you. You have entered the illusion realm of the fallen tiger god, glaring at his kin's territory with a sinister smile. The feline god of the eagle tore through the sunset, frowning, and said that he might have to see something unpleasant again. Li Trang also didn't expect him to be able to create a dream world so easily, as expected of the only great mage in the White Tiger Guild. But when did they all appear in such large numbers? The catastrophe of the Tiger King is raging fiercely. Trangxian estimates the new squad to be around 400 to 500 members and also senses the signs of the fourth holy scripture. Could it be that he destroyed the Silver Lake research facility after completing the decoding of the holy scripture?
The director laughs loudly. How does it feel to see my army for the first time? They're amazing. Sai One unleashes his energy along with a loud laugh.
Haha, I knew it. You're also one of us.
Do you know what rank our guild is worldwide? I think we're somewhere in the top 20. Seon Trang is secretly assessing this old fox. He has always hidden his identity perfectly from outsiders, but now he no longer hides that he's a demon. Revealing his true form means he has decided to trust you. Siwan said, at level 27, there is no S rank to lead as king, nor any actions to establish global influence. That's why they ranked us at that level. What do you think about that? There are 4 ranks, with king at the top, then duke, then high noble, and finally noble. The White Tiger Guild has enough strength for Acadia to ignore. Museong is currently a duke, but its strength has long reached the level of a king, so they should naturally rank us higher.
Trangxian said I don't agree, even though I haven't worked with any other guilds before.
The director also thinks so. You're right, it's ridiculous.
But if I think about it, we are still at level 20. Is 7, even though I am just holding myself back.
What do you think will happen if I intend to rise up?
You can see that I have no intention of restricting our guild within Korea. I want to see this guild grow higher, go further, and I want every branch and blade of grass to tremble at just a single challenge from us.
The divine ideal is so grand that the mighty tiger god bursts into a wild laugh.
Our guardian constellation shares the same wish, and soon everyone will have to bow before us.
Trangxian frowned. Are you planning to take us to the outside world? You don't think the world will just criticize you for becoming a demon and walking the forbidden path? In the face of absolute power, everything is meaningless. Because I have shown you all my secrets, now it's time for you to show me yours. Xian takes out a dream gem. Trangxian already knows, but still asks what it is. Is this the thing that will turn him into someone like them? The creation of this necromancer will turn you into an even greater warrior. All directors and captains have gone through this process. The system displays information about the item, the lost dream gem, an enhanced form of the dream gem.
A sphere created by mixing flowers of death and destruction along with other ingredients.
It smells of those fallen before the disaster of the fierce tiger, a chaotic and effective mixture. The director sneers maliciously. I guarantee you will become stronger than anyone among them. Take it. Li Trangxian looked at the disgusting thing and wondered what he should do. The demon horde beneath his feet was howling, a new form of the dream gem. If examined carefully, maybe I can uncover the secret of the fierce tiger disaster. At this moment, Din spoke up. Hey master, why don't you give that to me? Li Trangxian looks at the gem in the mist, wondering what to do next. The hell of Kuanglin will eliminate all toxins.
So theoretically, I could absorb pure energy, but inside the illusionary sphere lies the sickly tiger. If I had observed more carefully, I might have uncovered the secret behind the sickly tiger. But at this moment,
Jin Fahar suggested that I give him the gem. You want this all-powerful thing? I'm thinking of recruiting more followers.
And I'm also curious about how refined it is. Did you think about enhancing the summon of the gluttonous baboon by purifying it?
How can I give it to you?
My lord, just eat it. Don't purify it yet. Let me handle the rest.
Lei Trangxian quickly put the gem into her mouth and ate the illusionary orb, the sickly tiger curse, spreading throughout her body. The immunity effect against 10 types of toxins has been activated to remove foreign elements from your body. You have deactivated the effect. The follower of Jinfia wants to take the sickly tiger and has absorbed it. He smiled at Trangxian. I have absorbed it. I will report the results to you later. If there's something like this again, don't hesitate to let me know. At this moment, the director signaled to close the illusion. He turned to ask him, how was it? Great. Siwang burst out laughing.
Ha ha ha! Almost everyone has been struggling to absorb that power, but you seem to do it so smoothly. Can I also get something like that? He's taking advantage.
The fierce tiger god smirked mysteriously. Of course, every time you achieve something, I'll reward you with one. The American corporation will declare war soon. A month later, the White Tiger Alliance will join forces with them as allies and claim dominance over the world. Genix is a major guild in the US, led by King Kim among the top 10 kings in the global player rankings. That is where players are trained, leading the conquest of dungeons, and also researching and developing weapons and artifacts. Trangseon wondered if this was a battle for sovereignty. If I have to, who should I challenge? What is my mission?
You want me to bring your reputation and influence to America? Are you saying I should focus on winning public favor so that the White Tiger can gain attention in that battle?
Li Trangseon chuckled to herself.
The more attention she gained, the higher her status in the White Tiger Society would be. The rise of the White Tiger Society actually became easier if she could handle this field.
If I want to have it all, I must proceed carefully and anticipate the next steps. Li Trangseon told him, I hope you will allow me to go to the windy rocky desert in Nice City, France.
I will conquer that place and complete the Revelation City in Chicago. If I become Jankers afterward, wouldn't that be the biggest news?
The director burst out laughing. Ha ha, you mean those unfinished dungeons? So you plan to become a superstar?
If that's your wish, then go ahead.
But since you don't know what dangers you'll face, I will send an assistant to help you. The system conveys a message from the guardian deity of this guild. The fierce tiger god is very pleased with the omen of upcoming difficulties. Elsewhere, Shin Jim-gu has also become an employee of the Future Strategy Department. He showed up with a twisted smile on his face and introduced himself. I am currently an employee of the Future Strategy Department. As soon as the door opened, I saw two familiar faces.
Move along, you lazy guy.
Please help Cell and B are fighting fiercely. Jim-gu looks stunned.
You guys immediately start training after officially becoming a team? You're here already?
Sir, team leader, what is that weapon?
Sion Trang glanced at him. When it's just the two of us, you can call me whatever you want.
This is something I just got. I brought it here to test it out during training with everyone.
Why does it feel strange? Oh no, that's not it.
Li Trang walks to practice as if she's on a fashion show. Nothing seems out of place. Please, so look with your heart, not just your eyes. She marvels that she is truly beautiful because of him. He looks good in everything he wears. I wonder if Jim-gu looks at the two tall, handsome guys in front and thinks this team is chosen just by looks.
I'm the only one here, so that's probably not the case.
Lai Trangseon turned to them and said,
Today, I am here to test Team L's coordination, so from now on we will begin real combat. The director just assigned us a surprise mission. A production guild related to our alliance has had a mine collapse during mana stone extraction. The system displays a mission information board for rescuing the trapped miners.
Usually about an hour earlier, a mine mysteriously collapsed inside the Green Jade dungeon, trapping over 20 miners inside with no way to determine their condition due to communication being cut off. Find out the cause of the mine collapse and rescue all the miners within the 5-hour time limit, with the mission status, reputation points plus 100, and some mana stones. Once everyone has read it, we will depart immediately. Lai Trangseon herds the troops into the dungeon like she's herding chickens in medicinal pots at the traditional Chinese medicine market.
Incheon International Airport, passenger gate, 2 to the arrivals hall, Cha Ra-on, and a member of the guild welcome the visitors.
A tall, muscular foreign young man with wild hair like a lion's mane was immediately greeted by Cha-on as soon as he saw him. Welcome, Liu Lang of the Illuminati.
I have been assigned to assist you during your time in Korea.
You can speak German. He laughed so hard he couldn't see the sun. Thinking of the Iron Holy Lady, the one blessed by our guardian spirit's guidance, this trip to Korea has already been amazing. Ha ha. Then please let me meet the tyrant. Father Jia frowns and grits his teeth, cursing this bastard's association as a damnable organization. She already found Lai Trangseon strange, but the White Tiger Society even cut off contact with Li Trangseon. She really doesn't know how to handle it, so she has to say that arranging a meeting with him is quite difficult right now. The young man with Jia-on's father immediately commented, Senior, I think he just mentioned the tyrant. The tyrant is now part of the rescue team for the mine collapse in Wacheon. Jia-on's father, seeing things not going as he expected, muttered to himself, This useless and rude fool is truly hopeless. She hurriedly invited this foreigner to follow her, telling herself she shouldn't treat VIP guests badly just because of personal issues, but every time she saw Lai Trangseon, she felt the danger emanating from him. It's like she's going to be the one to lose her life. At the same time, in Gangwon Province, Wheon, there's a wall with quite a terrifying scar. Li Trangseon asked how many people were still buried there. Someone replied 24, and a rude staff member showed his displeasure. The director can be really cruel sometimes. They're all just newcomers. What can they really do? That guy must be someone with a prestigious background. Do you really trust him? It's all just stupid propaganda. Li Trangxian wasn't too concerned and straightened her back as she entered the dungeon. You have entered the Green Gem dungeon. The two people with Li Trangxian were so excited as soon as they passed through the gate. The scenery is so beautiful. Trangxian reminds them not to let their guard down because they don't know what might happen. After reminding them, Trangxian turned to call Jim Gu. He immediately understood and threw up a sphere with lightning. Player, Jim Gill has activated the snake's counter skill to create a light sphere above. See, understood. I should stand like this, right? What are you doing? Stay alert now. Both of them looked towards the tree that shot the arrow. From that tree, a rain of arrows was shot out. Shin Anseo immediately grabbed her shield and charged forward to block. Player Song activated the shield skill, causing the demon face shield to shatter as the arrow crashed into it. At this moment, Jim Gilu's light sphere suddenly flies over and unleashes thunder that echoes across the sky, with screams ringing throughout the forest. At this moment, Jim Gu pulled the arrow out of his head without a scratch. The system relayed the message. The serpent god wrapping around the world sighed at the clumsiness of the members. Jingu replied, "The guardian spirit said so. I know the magic core will protect me anyway." The serpent god wrapped around the world glared and asked why you only now realize the mistake. He grinned smugly, not quite as you might expect. Even more than that. And then he started reenacting the scene of Shin's missing sibling, and of course he succeeded in driving the lioness hiding inside his sister's form into a frenzy. Li Trangseon ignored what they said and immediately charged in that direction. Inside the forest, there was an animal, and B-Gun rushed out again to seize another creature. Shin On-se and Jim Gu stand frozen, watching. B-Guk threw the creature he had caught at Li Trangseon's feet. "I think we'll need to investigate, so I brought him here." Please, Se and Jim Gu look at this creature and say together, "Is it a spirit?" The god of the season of hunting shook his head, puzzled why a spirit would appear here. Trangseon disagreed. Because looking into his eyes, you can tell he's not an ordinary spirit. He's a gray spirit. The Shin siblings have no idea what a gray spirit really is. The gray spirit may look like a spirit, but it doesn't belong to the spirit race. It resembles a monitor lizard created by a monster called a parasite to drain the energy of other creatures. Parasite. So what is it that's attracting them here? To produce a gray spirit, the parasite must be in its mature stage. Did it really find so much food in such a small dungeon? The serpent god coiled around the world, narrows his eyes, and says that the gray spirit's appearance is a rare, special form. Trangseon observes that the water surrounding this island has no monsters, and there is even a mana stone mine, so people come here very often. A single parasite cannot develop without being detected. Trangseon has some intuition, but that only works if she gets involved, unless she wants to help destroy that world and create this dungeon. That possibility exists, but there's still something else. Son immediately devised a new plan. From now on, I will withdraw from here. What? Yun Seo was surprised. I still don't know whether those trapped inside are alive or dead. Jingu also doubts this strategy. The appearance of this gray spirit warned us about the parasites that have taken over this island. Facing their entire force now would endanger others. Xiantrang wants to log out, but the system keeps warning you. You cannot log out. You cannot log out. Lai Trangseon looked at the notification in shock, but the system still had more to say. All connections to the outside world have been reduced for some reason. Please log out after completing the dungeon quest. Start the dungeon quest and begin the dungeon mission. The search theme, we wish you good luck. Jim Gu was also surprised. Lai Trangseon stiffened and froze, then finally decided to go back to the original plan. In the dense forest, the trees and plants have entered a berserk state, and the berserk mode has been activated. Li Trangseon, holding a sword and shield, is slaughtering the gray spirits. After this battle, Sion became even more puzzled because usually the gray spirits are the product of parasites, so they don't bleed. But with these, he felt like he had just cut a real creature. Their flesh, muscles, bones, and blue blood are bleeding little by little. Moreover, they are very treacherous, but they possess a divine membrane. There is only one such parasite, and that is the wood spirit. And only one deity can cultivate the wood spirit. That is the goddess of destruction and death, who was once Lai Changxian's teammate. She is Kali, so why are there traces of her here? Seeing the gray spirits fall into the ground, Lai Changxian furrowed her brow even more, worried about her old friend. Kali, what happened to you? In a cave with jagged rocks, cries for help echo everywhere, and soon someone rushes into the cave. The White Tiger Society is here, rest assured, we are coming to help. The others kept shouting, "Ah, we're alive! We're still alive! Please save us!
Please move those rocks away. I'm about to die. I'm about to pass out and you're shouting louder than a loudspeaker.
Something's not right here. Lai Trang-sion immediately raised her hand to signal the team to stop, and then called Jim Gill. Jim Gill, upon hearing his name, immediately knew what to do. The player activated Jim Gill's divine lightning skill. A glow of light shines through the rows, but there's no one there. Only zombies. The system reports a reality that was foreseen, that this place has been ravaged by nameless zombies. Lai Trang-sion frowned. This is a trap. Luckily I managed to stop in time, or I would have charged straight into this pack of man-eating monsters. But it's also clear that the current situation is the root of a tree planted deep inside the sleeping people, and it definitely leads somewhere. Before reaching there, the zombie horde is coming. Lai Trang-sion thinks Jay could easily burn them with his fire. But since there might still be survivors, he can't do that. Winter makes an entrance. Darkness shoots out from behind him, forming a pit. Li Chang-seon immediately jumps in and is stunned by the scene inside the cave. That is the persona of an adult parasitic creature with its own rooted identity, also known as the elf root. The system has notified you that you have found the elf root boss. Chango realizes that the crown he's wearing looks very similar to the one Kylie used. The system also reports that the mighty Tiger Saint has been observing the dungeon and is very interested in it. The warrior Trang-seon drew an unidentified spear, and with 2 spears in both hands, he approached, wondering if perhaps the divine tree nurtured by Callie had gone astray and was now trapped here. This might be a crazy guess, but given the interest of the puppet ruler here, it seems quite possible. Sois and Callie both find it hard to see this as a coincidence. Something evil is happening here. The boss raid notification system has started. The cute spirit extended its long, sharp spear to scratch Lai Trang-seon's face. It only has its face to show off to the girls. If it gets scratched up, what else is there? Trang-seon swung her spear to push away the cute spirit's spear, determined to protect her beautiful face. The cute spirit had no weapon but his divine trained spear, swinging wildly and hitting wherever it could. Lai Trang-seon was testing his skills against it while sensing the power of Callie within this monster. This made him think even more, especially since that crown not only looked similar in appearance, but also radiated divine energy. It must be a copy of the goddess's crown. At the very least, it should be a treasure level, or even a holy relic. That means it must be at least a bishop or priest of Callie. The system relays the message. The Twin Star Holy Body watched these events with great interest. One of the forms of the Twin Star Holy Body is eagerly awaiting new events to happen to you. The god's condition makes Trang-seon think even more. Not only the puppet ruler, but now even Gemini is watching. These guys aren't showing any excitement just because of a simple fight with a strong opponent. Trang-seon is sure that there is something between Seuss's, Callie, and them that he doesn't know. But for now, it's an easy ferry. It's sending its minions to surround Li Trang-seon. To find out what it is, Trang-seon must defeat it at all costs. He swung his sword, weaving a storm of fire. Wood generates fire among the 5 elements, and wood cannot resist fire. The system flashes a warning. Firestorm is raging as JQ's loyal attendant. Flames literally burst above Trang-seon's head. I will burn all of you to ashes. Behind him is Seo Dung with a demon mask shield like an iron. Any zombie daring to come close will be flattened instantly. She also shouted loudly to assert her authority, "You're all dead now." Jingu used his mystical lightning to strike those zombies into corpses. B-Gun is also not free. He uses a tsunami illusion to push back a bunch of zombies. Goa, he's not an ordinary player. Jingu gazed at the scene of mass slaughter with admiration. After taking down an entire group, B-Gun coldly glanced and said, "Anyone else who wants to step up, just do it now." And yet someone was hiding behind to ambush. B-Gun was a bit surprised, but didn't let him succeed. And this sneaky bastard is still alive and well. Who are you? I am Lieutenant Park Hell, a B-rank player and a member of the infantry of the Awakening Forces under the command of the Military Support Defense Headquarters. I am being held here while trying to rescue those buried here according to the order of the association. That's the answer to your question. Now it's my turn. Are you human? B-Gun takes off some gear to reveal his face. I am B-Gun, a member of Team L of the White Tiger Society. Parheel was excited after hearing that. Isn't Team L the one led by Lai Trang-seon? So he's here too? The injured really need first aid. Guan told him that their commander is not here right now, and suddenly the ground trembled. Jin helps Li Trang-seon relay the command to the members that he said they must move first, and support will arrive soon, so everyone should be careful. Bun recognizes that it is Din, but he doesn't trust him. How can I believe what you're saying? Din thought immediately. Look at this! So you already know my exact location? I thought you were just a dog begging for its master's praise.
Even if you are a loyal dog, he still has his own mind and a brain. Din sneered. If you don't want to believe, then don't. Men is just messing around. Bgun wanted to call him, but he had already run away. Butun wondered what Sun Trang would do in this situation if what he said was true. Finally, B-Gun turned to call Lieutenant P. Where are all the survivors? The sound of the machinery system activating Jay's retainer title and creating a firestorm echoed. Then comes Lai Changxion's furious roar. I will burn everything down. The firestorm heads straight for the cute spirit and burns it. What happens when fire meets wood? It was burning fiercely. Nothing else to say. The flames were so big they pierced through the earth and shot up into the sky. Inside, the Easy Spirit is using all its energy to create a protective barrier to avoid being burned alive. After driving away Li Trangseon's fierce flames, the Easy Spirit goes berserk, shouting loudly and summons a horde of zombies to Li Trangseon's hometown. He frowns and shouts for Fruk to appear with his full armor and sword, and as soon as he arrives, he starts to wield his sword. Wow, I've been waiting for you to call me all this time. Din moves in one direction, and the zombies follow that path. Li Trangseon hands this place over to him. Chasing after the fire-burned fairy, who now has a charred and blistered mouth, the goblin son-in-law saw Li Trangseon charging and panicked. Watching it rush at lightning speed, Li Trangseon wondered if this creature only grew stronger the more Tanfa hit it. With a weapon in hand, Li Trangseon immediately struck it. The cute goblin transformed into a handful of easily woven material to form a shield against Li Trangseon's attack. This monster makes Li Trangseon headache, but he quickly switches from spear tip to sword blade. Four-hat mode. For chat is a Western weapon used for cutting. As soon as Li Trangseon switched weapons, she immediately struck and took down the two monsters. However, if it gets cut here, it just grows back somewhere else, so I don't really care. The monster even grabs Li Trangseon as easily as catching a chicken. Moreover, Li Trangseon realizes that this thing not only regenerates faster, but also has a more durable regeneration system. Just like Kali, instead of practical combat skills, she always has the edge over him in traditional martial arts. Probably because this thing is Kali's priest, it will have the upper hand over you in combat skills, and since it keeps growing stronger through regeneration, the physical gap between Trangseon and it is also getting smaller. He begins to doubt whether he only made it this far, because his element is much stronger than his opponent's. Li Trangseon starts to set fire again. I can't be sure to eliminate it, but now it's very difficult to control it. I will have to overpower it somehow. But now, no matter what it does, I can't catch up anymore. Li Trangseon set fire while recalling her encounter with Kali on the snowy mountain. If I only rely on martial arts to chase after her, it really is difficult. Li Trangseon's face twitched like a monkey eating ginger, and it seems her power surged even more earlier. What is that? Can I use it too? That is my life-saving technique. It's easy to tell you, but listen carefully. The soul must only be used when truly in danger. You should know that among those who witnessed it, only you survived. Ending her memory, Li Trangseon straightened her chest and took a deep breath, channeling the gathered fire in front of her nose. The system alerts you that you have detected a hidden fragment. Breath of Himavat. Special breathing techniques of the cultivators on the Himavat snow mountain, a sacred land ruled by a goddess of destruction and death. It is designed to compensate for oxygen deficiency and is very useful for amplifying energy. However, if not done properly, it can impose a heavy burden on the body. Classification, status, temporary skills, effects. Activate latent power, generate vitality. A single breath is enough to activate latent power and awaken even greater potential. So Li Trangseon is using his entire face to breathe here. Interestingly, whether the puppet ruler or Gemini are watching him, they can't recognize it, because Kali said that everyone who has seen it has fallen into a deep sleep. Li Trangseon will immediately overpower the monster in a quick moment, then unleash full strength to destroy it. Hearing that, Li Trangseon tries to breathe in as much as possible and then exhales a blazing hot breath. You have activated your latent abilities using Himavat's breath. System notification. You have entered a berserk state. You are in a mental disarray. You are now in an excited state, activating hidden power that significantly boosts all stats for 5 minutes. Li Trangseon's face begins to wane. The system says, the knight's ideal skill has been activated. You can now use the magic surging within you. Li Trangseon immediately wields his spear. These 5 minutes are truly the limit for unleashing all his hidden power. But with Seon Trang's current state, it's not certain he can endure it. About 5 seconds is already a stretch for him, so he has to finish this within the time he can endure. As the sharp beams pierce through the demon goat's body, the monster screams in agony. Li Trangseon's remaining endurance time is just over a second, but it feels like an hour has passed.
Trang Seon is determined to press on and eliminate this demon before it can heal its wounds. The Snake Eye skill focuses on the target's movement. Another second has passed, and the Black Claw Mountain King skill has exploded. Another second passes, and the body of the little demon is now being torn apart into large pieces. The Black Two Claw Mountain King skill erupts in fierce rage. With only 1 second left, Lai Trangxion unleashed a giant tornado of fire that engulfed and burned the Easy Spirit. The raging flames almost made the roots of the fairy disappear completely. At the same time, Lai Trangxion's peak power also came to an end. The system announces the achievement of the embodiment of destruction, with rewards of 5 times strength and an upgraded Black Claw of the Mountain King skill. You have successfully subdued the easy-to-please boss. The constellation of the right season is expanding their vision as they witness the incredible skill you displayed. Lei Trangzon breathes heavily like a pearl. Himawat's breathing state has been forcibly ended, and all stats will be restored. You have used up 45% of your strength. You have used 61% of your mana. You are exhausted and experiencing anemia. The constellation of the snake wrapping around the world says that activating someone's hidden power can often ruin that person, but this is less risky, and also curious about how it works. It's so fragile that even a small fire could cause it to wither away. The parts burned by the large flames are hardly able to regrow. Lai Changxian looked at its condition, honestly never expecting to use the skill Callie taught him to fight her priest like today. The gods are still noisy after that performance. The owl constellation tearing apart the sunset is worried about your fatigue as one of the Gemini faces watches your powerful display with interest. The tiger star laughed and said, "You really are his kin, judging by how easily you subdued such an opponent." The great demon star chasing hell shows curiosity about how you plan to deal with the opponent you've already subdued. Li Changxian frowned. Indeed, he had subdued him, but now he also needed to find out what was happening with Callie. Meanwhile, Gemini and the Void King were watching closely. You can't be careless when interrogating the Easy Spirit, but as soon as you get close, its eyes suddenly blaze like laser beams. Trangson was stunned. What on earth is wrong with this guy? The head of the little spirit sprouted roots and let out a long, terrifying laugh. Trangson is stunned. What's wrong with this guy? The Easy Spirit uses his last breath to deny. You disgusting gods, your filthy game won't last much longer. Just wait, our death gods will be reborn and wipe out all your insects. And even in the apocalypse, you still fear that darkness and sunset will come to you soon. The system alerts, beastly sensory skills detect danger. The Snake Eye skill advises you to run away. The cute monster has died. How is it possible that such a tree has grown like this? Li Trangson has already flown far away from that tree. The system continues to report that the cute spirit sacrificed its divine nature and drew magic to strengthen the parasitic tree. According to the rules, the parasitic tree will now evolve into a new form. Li Trangson hurriedly rushed away, but still couldn't help but glance back at the rainbow-colored tree. The sacred tree outside the quarry was causing chaos. Nothing new. I suffocated here. Why aren't they here anymore? You don't think something's happening inside? Are you joking or what? Stop joking around. Do you want all of us to die? I didn't mean that, yeah. Look at that. The gate exploded and is burning fiercely. Jim Jiang, hurry and call the association. The red prison has been broken. Before they could call, a car screeched to a halt there. Father Jia An brought the foreign guest and 2 others to see. Goodness. Even the changes in the dungeon and the developments that the Hunter Association's management hadn't anticipated, the foreigner brother exclaimed in his native language. Based on the magic wavelength emitted, this pink hell seems to be 4 stars or higher. Is that correct? The girl in the purple dress immediately translated. He just asked if it was a 4-star dungeon or higher. The younger brother of Father Jia An immediately replied, no. That dungeon doesn't seem to be just 1 star. The older brother sneered, thinking to himself, 1 star? If that's true, then a double dungeon must be opened here. There must have been many incidents already. The system is reporting from inside. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation tells you to stop leisurely enjoying this worldly scene and to diminish its presence. The Leo constellation grins widely while watching a star, saying that this slow creature seems to be interested in you as well. A large-scale energy drain is happening across different areas of the dungeon, causing desertification. Trangxian is tense, wondering if Bun and the other exploration team members will make it out safely. The gods continue to show their attitudes. The fierce tiger constellation is amused by the resistance of the mortal, who is now just a shadow of a ghost. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation coldly observes everything. Trangxian recalls that the elf said the fallen god would be reborn again, bringing apocalypse and revelation. In other words, Callie is dead and everything is because of Gemini Scorpio, and now Kali.
What exactly happened after Trangxion had to face divine punishment?
Is what they are suffering because of him. The new tree growing is glowing with the colors of the galaxy non-stop. The new parasitic monster, Holy Sapling, has been born. It believes the energy from the dungeon is not enough to satisfy it. It is exploring the surrounding area to find a new source of energy. It has detected a new host. The earth exists outside the dungeon. The sacred parasite is extending its roots toward the earth. The dungeon gradually cracks apart and the missions are being replaced. The logging mission and the parasitic sacred tree have restarted on Lomthaka Island, which is now wildly destroying the ecosystem and beaches on the island. Once this place is completely destroyed, it plans to invade the surrounding lands. Cut down the trees. If you fail, the dungeon will break apart and the roots of the parasitic tree will cover the earth. At this moment, Li Trangson thought, even if it's all my fault, so what? I will bring Kali's priestess back. Din heard this thought and immediately appeared laughing. Your idea is interesting, master. Bringing back someone who was once the high priest of the goddess of destruction and death to be family. If the parasitic plant's roots reach Earth, everything will end. I must destroy the parasitic plant and restore the fairy. Trangseon's reaction even made the gods voice their opinions. One of the Gemini constellation's faces was surprised by humanity's unbelievable stubbornness. Maybe the parasitic plant is aiming for the sky where the stars and gods reside. Go find it, quickly. Din laughed in surprise. Huh? You really are a silly little ghost. Trangson scowled and glared at him. This is an order. Go find him. Dai grits her teeth, furious that he dares to give me an order. Din Freya? But for some reason, his words carry weight and make me obey. Din had no choice but to submit. Fine, as you wish. He has left. Trangson thought to herself that she had somewhere to go first. He drew the white hidden water bow and aimed. The snake eye skill had marked the target. The arrow shone with golden light as it shot towards the parasitic plant, causing a spectacular explosion. Perfect hit was activated. The arrow struck the marked target. The blazing explosion and lightning net triggered a large-scale reaction, causing a massive fire, achieving a great feat. The explosion triggered by the reward chain of fire element attack 15 with 10 explosive points and advanced archery skill. The parasitic plant caught fire like a giant torch. Trangso looked at it, and after catching fire, the saintly parasite temporarily stopped growing. While the gods debated passionately, the season of the zodiac bragged about how amazing the divine power she bestowed was, and she also said that the explosion earlier was truly a masterpiece. The serpent constellation wrapping around the world asked why the display earlier was thanks to the power they granted, and confirmed that it was indeed his talent that created this result. The season of the right arrow jumped up and asked what nonsense he was talking about. The constellation? The serpent wrapping around the world is bragging about itself. Without the ability to set goals, everything is meaningless. The Sagittarius of the season drew his bow and angrily asked if the Mangakwan Kwan the Joy wanted to compete with her power. The serpent constellation wrapping around the world chuckles and says, "Come on then, if you're so confident, try me." Li Trangseon watches their argument with a blank face, wondering how gods could be so childish. Hearing that, I feel embarrassed to use it. Just as I was feeling shy, that evil tree creature suddenly made a move. The boss monster of the sacred parasite suddenly enters an enraged state. Seeing that, Trangseon quickly fires another arrow. You have destroyed part of the divine parasite with just 2 arrows. You gain a large amount of experience points, and your advanced archery skill has evolved into master level. Li Trangson was struck up and down by the flexible branches of the parasitic tree. Remember the skill Flying Tiger with the wind, you can leap through the air. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation is very pleased that you are chasing after the faithless enemy who dares to point a finger at the divine. In the Leo constellation, Sako smiles contentedly, watching this fascinating scene with interest. Li Trangso revved her engine and shot straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds. This flight is even more stable than a jet fighter. You have entered the sacred tree's pit, and this thing has already stretched its arms quite wide since it was born. What's even more special is that Lai Trangshon also saw someone inside that big hole, where a creature with a strange shape is standing on top of the roots formed into a peak. A demon with wings perches on the head of the evil spirit root like a bird, holding a whip, with a fierce face and a sinister smile. He laughs loudly. Haha, I didn't expect this place to welcome a new guest. The system is alerting. The sincerity of the Gemini shines across the sky, and the fierce instinct skill is frantically warning of danger. That guy looked up and sneered. The guardian god is speaking. You should show respect when meeting me. But I am very generous, so I will forgive you. Li Trangxiu. An frowned, thinking he might be an apostle, which didn't seem quite right. Maybe his strength is on par with a high priest or an archbishop. Regardless of which side he's on, his rank must be very high.
The guy grinned sharply, saliva dripping from his mouth, and continued, I will show you the consequences of blaspheming my guardian god and grant you the privilege of spreading the teachings of the guardian god where you live. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation sneered. A beam of light descended directly on the person who had just spoken foolish words, making him shiver. How can a soul dare to do this? You have no divine vessel, do you? If you dare to disobey the guardian god, I will strike you down along with the fallen deity before long.
The system announces that Sun, the high priest of Gemini, wants to revive the divine nature of the fallen god. A blinding light and a soul-piercing scream echo through the air. Li Trangseon frowned like a monkey eating ginger, thinking that guy was truly a formidable opponent. Even if he was at the peak of his power, victory was not guaranteed.
Are you really going to give up? There must be a way to defeat the monster bird and reclaim the easiest spirit, right?
The Keidu laughs like a lunatic while Li Trangseon is at a dead end. Just then, Xin reappears to give guidance. There is still a way. First, recover the demon crystal core. Li Trangseon feels that if there is a way, no matter how difficult, he will try his best. He has activated the Tiger Fist state to speed up his thinking. The beautiful virtue skill has been activated to maximize your stats, while comparing your current stats with those of the two target opponents to temporarily compensate for any deficiencies. Your strength has increased, your agility has increased. The monster, stunned, has activated Himavat's breath to unleash your potential. You have been affected by the berserk state. Li Trangseon, with glowing eyes like headlights, rushes forward at lightning speed, catching the monster off guard. The fierce tiger god, fallen into a trap, observes your actions with newfound interest. A face of the twin god clearly recognizes your move belatedly. Li Trangseon, with swords in both hands, charged forward with murderous intent. The monster still kept its twisted neck, watching. At this moment, the Jia-on family council and the foreign older brother have also entered the dungeon and received news about the boss, a mysterious parasitic saint beast of unknown level. The foreign older brother marveled that all of it was just one monster. Jia-on clenched his teeth, realizing this was no ordinary dungeon explosion and that the monster was still growing. If it crosses the gate and reaches Earth, just thinking about it makes me realize how terrible the situation will be. But figuring out how to deal with this thing is the real problem. Just then, the terrible thing in front of them suddenly released a huge burst of energy as if it was exploding, causing the foreign brother to turn pale. What's happening all of a sudden? At this moment, Chao received a message that made her secretly excited, thinking it was him again. The foreign older brother also changed to a very excited expression, clearly the tyrant. He took off his glasses and laughed loudly. I didn't expect that even on a business trip to Korea I would have to clear a dungeon, but it seems I need to conquer this dungeon first to get what I want. A blue light radiates outwards. System notification. Player Joachim Goof has activated the werewolf transformation skill. Joachim transforms into a wolf and howls loudly. Father G quickly leaps onto his neck. The gods are also in turmoil. You are under the protection of the owl god tearing apart the sunset. You are under the protection of the war god igniting conflict. You are under the protection of the volcano blacksmith god. You are under the protection of the god who awakens madness. Joachim couldn't help but marvel that her protection was much stronger than most archpriests. And I was also surprised. Not only did she receive protection from the goddess, but also from the great gods of Olympus. Ha, ha, ha. Father blesses without a single unnecessary move, activating the Eye of Insight to show the way, and then informing Akim. Someone survived at 32 degrees northwest. He opened his mouth and said, "Watch out! If you fall, don't even dream of climbing on my head again." At this moment, Li Trangseon is flying through a tornado of purple energy. The Dark Mountain, God's Claw 1 and Claw 2 skills are in harmony. One of the twin gods' faces shouted loudly to his attendant about the danger. Li Trangseon almost merged with that energy and charged straight at the monster bird perched on the fairy's head. Just now, the monster, the strange bird, kept blabbering about teaching Li Trangseon a lesson in doctrine, but now it's all over. The guy seems caught in a trap, stiff as a board, just watching Li Trangseon charging straight at him. The monster was caught off guard and swallowed by Li Trangseon's shadow energy. A purple glow enveloped everything, and the sun system, the high priest of the twins, was dead. You have defeated the boss monster of the sacred parasite. You have achieved an incredible feat. You have attained the divine nature of the Gemini god. You have attained the divine nature of the fallen, unnamed god. You have gained a lot of experience and achievement points. The Black Mountain Divine Claw skill that Handu gave me has 5 claws, but with my current stats, I can only use 2 shields. I had also considered using both at the same time before, but I never tried because of the potential consequences. Li Trangseon is falling freely downward. I pushed myself to the limit, even using my potential burst.
The face of the Gemini god jumps up from his seat, frowning and saying that this cannot happen. Even if she jumps on both sides, it doesn't matter now. Lai Trangseon is only left with her thoughts, not knowing how severe the consequences will be. The fallen tiger god laughed and said that you had just done something crazy. The hunting season god gaped in awe as he watched the colorful explosion. The serpent god of the world forced a stiff smile while the owl god tore through the sunset, worried about your physical condition. Just then, Jingfria brought good news. Oh, if I make even the slightest mistake, I'll be doomed. Now I have obtained the demon core. Lord Lai Trangseon is still falling freely. You completely ignored Jinfria's announcement and just relaxed, swinging through life. I was about to calculate the reward for completing the dungeon, but wait a moment and I'll add more based on your contribution. The management team is planning a new investigation into this event. Many gods are stunned, and many constellations are laughing. The dungeon is about to close. Please prepare for a shock. The system is starting a 10-second countdown, but Lai Trangseon shows no signs of regaining consciousness. I thought this trip was just a farewell, but unexpectedly, an old lady appeared, holding Lai Zon like a princess. Fate, if he had been alert at this moment, he probably would have wanted me to just give up. Lai Trangseon's gaze at this moment could only see the blurry figure with long hair speaking, "A fallen one who lost their wings. I never expected to find this interesting." In the end, Li Trangseon didn't get a clear look at who that person was before losing consciousness. Now, he is resting on a soft bed with warm blankets, but his mind still lingers on that face. The warmth and pine scent remind me of a sharp mint smell, with a scolding voice, but full of care. Li Trangseon slowly opens his eyes, wondering why he saw it, and reached out, this longing feeling so familiar. Li Trangseon's hand almost grabbed BGW Gun's pulse point, but luckily he saw the hand reaching out and grabbed it. "Hey, are you awake now?" Li Trangseon's face immediately showed a look like she had just been stained. "Hey, what's with the way you're looking at your little brother?" Because he fought so fiercely and recklessly, our war god was sent to the hospital for a rest. As soon as Trangseon woke up, Gun recounted everything that happened in the dungeon. "Lieutenant Park Hyung? Yeah, you know him, right? Does Trangseon secretly think he might be the missing person from the guidance phase? It seems he's been promoted recently, right?" B-Gun continued. At that moment, the parasitic saint grew stronger and we almost got caught by the vines. Suddenly, in the midst of danger, a huge wolf appeared and saved us along with the agent's gratitude. Li Trangseon, as if hearing the name of his dream lover, suddenly sat up with a start. "Hey, don't just stand up suddenly." The gods, seeing Lai Trangseon so flustered, became even more excited than when he won. The Sagittarius constellation jumps up from the chair, feeling happy that you recognized it. The Serpent constellation, wrapped around the world, retorts that it is also observing. The hunting season constellation ignores the words of the other god and asks if you're okay. Lai Trangseon doesn't answer the hunting god but asks B-Gun, "Why is she there?" It seems she came to see him, but when she saw the monster threatening to break the dungeon, she went in NBI. She was also the one who helped rescue him when he was exhausted. Li Trangseon recalled that moment when he was fighting high up in the sky. Can she really sense it? To feel the wave of magical energy from that distance, just how strong is her control over magic? Furthermore, Li Trangseon's face grew even more grim as he recalled the past, when he only exchanged a brief greeting with her at the snow hill. But from her, he could sense the blessings of several gods, leading him to conclude that she was not simple at all, especially the face hidden behind the wind's source of magic, which felt like something enormous was concealed behind that curtain, moving and trembling. And it was definitely watching him directly. If my father is kind enough, meeting her and trying to understand her would also be a good idea. I should also thank her. Let's settle this then. There are more important matters after all. The system reports that a face of the Gemini constellation is watching you very closely. Li Trangseon is also curious to see how the Gemini will react when losing a high-ranking member. The night is dark as a yellow car speeds down the highway. Oh, come on. If you can still work at this hour, why not leave as soon as you see him wake up? Do you know how terrifying it is to hear the tyrant thank you? Back then, some programs even dedicated a segment to broadcast his thank you messages. Did you know? Or were you too shy to listen to them directly? I was right, wasn't I? So what? Is that right? Father Jia-on was both angry and frozen stiff like a cold dish, pretending to be very focused on driving. That boy kept going and talking too much. Wow, who would have thought the great wizard Kim would be so shy? The price for being overly talkative and out of control is getting your neck cut off by Dad Jia. But it's not just him who's nosy, the gods are the same. The owl constellation tearing apart the sunset nodded and said that bragging about doing good is a shameful act. The war god constellation initiates conflict, tilts his head and says that it doesn't seem to be the reason. The volcano blacksmith constellation says that this is not the first time his sister has made a wrong judgment. The constellation that sparks madness nods in agreement. In the end, the one who gets beaten and suffers in pain is the pitiful younger brother sitting in the passenger seat of Jia-on's car. The other three constellations avoided him, and after beating that clever and talented younger brother until he was no longer conscious, the father of Grace finally frowned, thinking he could be sure. He has seen that. Who exactly is Li Trangxian? While reading about her father's worries, Li Trangxian just woke up and rushed into the dungeon. The curse of the ghostly cave has begun. Survive for the next 48 hours. Your location is on the 4th floor, District 32. The system starts counting down. Jinfra worries seeing his boss go into battle still dressed as a patient. You really are risking everything like crazy. You don't look well. Are you okay? If I'm not feeling well today, my opponent won't let me off either. There's no other choice left. I like that attitude. And what about the demon crystal? During the right season for hunting, I'm very curious how you plan to use the demon crystal. Din grinned and said to the boss, I knew this would happen, so I prepared in advance. Do you know how long I've been running around looking for it? The serpent constellation wrapping around the world is rummaging through the treasury of knowledge and trying to control the fallen divine followers. Trangxian urged Din to stop beating around the bush and just spit out any ideas he has so they can go back to healing their wounds. Do you know? Even if I wash my eyes with holy water, I still can't feel anything. The constellations murmured among themselves. The serpent constellation wrapping around the world nodded and agreed that this was correct. The owl constellation tearing apart the sunset silently agrees with a bitter smile on its face. And the fierce tiger constellation also nods, saying that's why he was pleased with this person. The constellation of the right season quietly complains that it's not necessarily so. Li Trangxian was so surprised by the news that she almost lost her temper. These gods travel across the continent without ever seeming tired. Just feed one of them a demon crystal core. You just need to do that, Din said. Huh? That's all? I don't understand. Including myself, how did you create everyone here? Use the King of Tigers' natural disaster. Be more precise. Tell me the specific details. By purifying the star of the forgotten god. Ah, I see now. Finally, the truth has pierced through the heart. It's clear now, brothers. Yes, all the members of the Demon Cave are created from filtered starlight. In other words, the Tiger King's calamity doesn't need to care about elements or characteristics. It has no elemental existence, so it's just a container. Li Trangxian smirked. So how full this container gets will be up to me, the owner, to decide. Suddenly, Xian realized that entrusting this task to Xin was the best decision. Even when Xian was still a dusk of the gods, he was always a lone wolf with no tribe members or gods as friends, so he couldn't delve deeply into this subject. While he was pondering, Din burst into laughter and raised his hand. As for the container, don't worry about it either. The containers I made are very strong. Li Trangxian didn't respond and just kept thinking. Meanwhile, Din learned how to seize power from a great clan and rule over thousands of demons in this cave, so he probably has a lot of experience. Therefore, Trangxian doesn't need to think too much and should just follow Xin's way. A member of Xinjab is trying to absorb the demon crystal core. The member of Xinjab has successfully merged with the demon crystal core. The divine core is currently regenerating, and all its stats are changing, gaining elements and skills. A blue light emanates from within its skin. Suddenly, energy floods in, causing it to gape and widen its eyes. Jab is transforming dramatically, while Li Changshun watches calmly. The good master stands relaxed, hands in his pockets, waiting for the final result of this nourishing meal. Jab overindulges, causing the system to nearly shake as it reports the transformation process. The easy-to-love spirit trait is gradually awakening in Jack, with a very high assimilation rate, carrying his past life's memories and identity. A member of the tribe with a new attribute has been born. Jab suddenly erupts with power and charges straight toward Li Changzon. I understand this action because in his previous life he was a noble priest of Kali, always harboring a desire for revenge. Jin was the same, so this reaction was expected. Din, are you just going to stand there and watch? Hearing the master call his name, Jin Freya immediately grabbed the top of that tree, grimacing. How dare you bite your master again? I will make sure you can never do that anymore. Looking back, Jab is a clan member resurrected by Jin. His body was borrowed for rebirth and redistributed with new stats. He probably can only resist Din to some extent. Jin clenched his fist and pressed his head down without showing any mercy. A scream of despair echoed everywhere. After a moment, the system emerged and asked,
Do you want to name him? Yes, his name will be Cute Spirit, Lai Trangseon replied without hesitation. From now on, Jab's name will be Cute Spirit, and the clan member will be your weapon and shield to protect you. I heard you possess the divine power of the nameless god. Is that true? A god who can appoint you as a high priest must have considerable authority.
So, why did you still die? I know you can speak now, so you should answer clearly. Why are you curious about that? Because I could gain even more power. You see, I still don't have a guardian spirit. What? You don't have a guardian spirit? After saying that, the cute spirit wondered to himself. Unless this matter is related to the two-star constellation with the first 2 digits, then maybe I can find a light on this dark path.
Thinking that, Cute Spirit recounted that before the apocalypse, there was a star called the Sunset of the Gods. Hearing the old name, Lai Trangseon's face involuntarily tensed up. He fought against many stars, including the 12 zodiac signs, and ultimately faced the judgment of the gods and lost his life. Most of the constellations agreed to bring him to justice. Only a few opposed. One of them is my guardian goddess of destruction and death. At that time, she called the cute elf now and said, "Surely he is the foolish one who abandoned me, but I still can't lose a friend like him." But I know what you're trying to say. I just can't turn a blind eye. After all, the 12 constellations are still the root of all this. Let's go, Vin. No, I can fight too. Elfin tried to hold on, but Callie remained cold. Go away. I have dismissed all the priests, including you. After saying that, Callie walks among the broken stairs without looking back. The storyteller continues. I don't know if it's luck or not, but the goddess was not alone. Li Trangseon listens with a darkened face, knowing there are still those who choose to stand by him, but he has never told me who they are, and I don't know what happened to them afterward. Only that many stars in the galaxy have been angered, and the goddess had to sacrifice. The gods who protect him must also share the same unlucky fate. Since then, I have blended into the shattered pieces of that broken world scattered everywhere, finally awakening in this place full of magic. Li Trangseon grimaced and cursed the 12 constellations, those damn bastards. So it turns out Kali and Shock's misfortune is caused by you. No matter how strong Kali is, he can't fight against the 12 constellations and all the star seats, the rulers of the heavens. I was the one who abandoned them first, yet they still try to save my life. It's really ridiculous, you fools. Lai Trangseon thought about her former friends in heaven and asked the fairy gently, What is your purpose here? Revenge? Every debt will be paid, but my mission is to resurrect the goddess, and you are capable of doing it. If I try my best, it doesn't matter whether I succeed or not. This is the true wish and duty of a real saint. The girl suddenly raises her voice in frustration because of the deafening silence. Trangseon believes that gods also rely on the supreme being and the laws. As long as the followers have faith, priests can still gather holy power. Rebirth is not impossible. That's why the underworld seals the gods and stars instead of destroying them. In theory, resurrecting a god is not impossible, but talk is cheap and doing is hard. Once the divine title of the saint is shattered, their holy power and authority also vanish. You ask the cute spirit again about the divine power of the nameless god. The more you collect, the stronger it becomes, right? Yes, my goal is to absorb holy power and reach the level of an apostle. You may not have a guardian deity, but I'm sure many stars are interested in you. I won't beg for your help, and I won't stand in your way. I will handle my own future. Because what you need is strength. I can assure you this alliance won't be bad. Facing the fiery determination of the cute spirit, Trangseon finally smiled. Great, until then I will help you, but in return you must fully submit to me. The cute fairy was stunned, and Trangseon continued, After all, you can't escape, and without my permission you can't do anything. So isn't it better to rely on me and seize the opportunity later? The cute little spirit was stunned. This expression really resembles its goddess so much. Seeing that figure, the little one was moved to tears. Chapter 26 of the Goddess of Destruction and Death. I request an audience with the new master. So, the master-servant deal with Kali's priest has been successfully finalized. It seems that the disciple Easy Spirit has sworn loyalty in a solemn manner. The master-servant relationship with the disciple has been strengthened. Loyalty increased by 15, servant level increased by 10. You have received an absolute command. Does Trangseon think that the cute spirit swore loyalty to him while still being Jin's disciple, which is why he has received an absolute command? This is it. The cute spirit is not allowed to harbor any hatred or rebellious thoughts towards him, but he also has the responsibility to proactively fulfill its wishes. Now the gods are starting to have opinions again. The hunting season, God is delighted that you have taken on a talented disciple. The snake god of the world shakes his head, unsure if this is a blessing or a curse. The owl god tearing through the sunset gazes at you with a warm smile, while the fallen tiger god mocks your greed.
Trangxian frowns as he hears these updates. He wants to see how Gemini will react now that he has accepted a fairy as his disciple.
A mysterious smile. Then, the system displays a notification that the Gemini deity is assigning you a new scene.
Li Trangxian was so surprised she exclaimed, "What?" The system again displays the mission information for selecting the 3 celestial guards, with a classification of the main scene. One side of the Gemini god has been watching you closely for days. He is starting to want to recruit you, instead of being angry that you harmed the priest he sent and accepted the traitor who opposed him. This god is so forgiving that it makes people doubt their own eyes. So, the twins made you an offer. Li Trangxian solemnly awaits to see what it is, become an apostle of the Gemini. Jingfei immediately reacts. Ha, how ridiculous. If you accept this offer, you will become the greatest person on Earth, the representative of the 12 constellations, and be able to achieve everything. However, one side of the Gemini god warns you that if you dare to refuse, he will punish you for harming the high priest because his pride cannot be toppled.
If you accept the position of apostle,
If you refuse, you will die. The declaration of the Gemini has spread throughout the celestial realm. Trangxian begins to think. The 12 zodiac signs are stars within stars, leading a powerful army.
even in Acadia, they are the great stars spoken of as nearly matching the king, and I know they're finally interested in me, but I didn't expect them to give me this apostle position. And of course, this announcement shocked many and made them restless, eager to hear more. If I become an apostle, I could immediately transcend the human realm and even become stronger than demigods and lower-tier gods.
Xian Trang couldn't help but laugh out loud at this strange proposal. The name of the player Lai Trang Xian has become famous throughout the celestial realm. Reputation increased by 1,000.
You have received 150,000 virtue points and achievement points as a reward.
The admin office is panicking over the frantic questions from the gods and stars regarding Lai Trang Xian.
Easy Favorable Star was so amazed that she opened her mouth in shock. But she still thought to herself that my new master could become a disciple of Gemini, meaning even if the goddess could be revived after gathering enough holy power, she would still be subordinate to Gemini. The other gods also started to chatter. The hunting season, God was surprised and glared at the other stars, telling them not to eye the chosen sister. The snake god of the world stared in amazement at the stars. The owl god tears through the sunset, issuing a loud warning. The fallen tiger god raises its tail and bares its fangs.
One side of the Gemini god ignores the objections
and temporarily cuts off all channels except the Gemini channel. Li Trangxian silently curses this crazy guy. He cuts off all the other channels just because he's annoyed? She thought it was because Castor's brother had been quiet lately, but it turns out it's Polak. Is your younger brother hot-tempered? But no matter who it is, I won't let myself be affected. But the problem is, how should I respond? Hold on a moment. She paused for about 2 seconds before taking out an item that makes the fairy react strongly. I keep it because I think it's okay, but for you, this must be very important. The system reports that the holy power reward of Gemini has merged with the goddess's crown, and the clone has been upgraded from relic to sacred artifact. This item is a sacred relic containing the divine power of both enemies, Kali and Gemini. Quite intriguing. One side of the Gemini god shouted, "What are you doing? Answer quickly." Changxian furrowed his brows, thinking that the Gemini was interested in him, while Mephistopheles was the first to strongly demand an answer. Maybe I should use that. "If you lose me, will it matter, great demon?" The demon god chasing after hell looked up. Changxian's calculations were correct. Mephistopheles is known for being detached from worldly matters and is curious about him for some reason. The live reporting system updates on the ongoing divine battle. The demon god chasing the underworld glances coldly at a zodiac sign. One side of the Gemini god is shaken by the appearance of an unexpected character. Li Changxian quietly smiles beneath his mask as he watches Polus unable to act recklessly in front of Mephistopheles. He feels very pleased that his guess was correct. That Mephistopheles is a character even the 12 constellations have to respect, and the other side of the Gemini god joins the debate after realizing the situation on the other face. The brilliant light of the star illuminates the entire world, and the great demon god is desperately fighting against that light. The two sides clash fiercely. Darkness and light collide violently, and the energy from their confrontation causes the sky to tremble. And the battle does not end with just the two sides. The temporarily closed channels have been restored, and the hunting season, God aims her arrow at a star in her fury. The hunting season. God gritted his teeth and shouted that she would tell her mother he dared to insult her and would never forgive him. What the hell? Who is Baba? The name sparked an even more interesting idea in Li Trangxian's mind. That's right. Even the primordial evil dragon Tiamat will get caught up in this. One side of the Gemini god frowns, while the other side comforts him, telling him to be careful. Tiamat is preparing to challenge Taurus, the actual leader of the 12 zodiac signs. In other words, she also harbors strong feelings against Gemini. Lee Trangseon is excited, wondering if the snake deity who rules the world is furious at the owl star god for tearing apart the sunset, asking if the Teen Toa will take responsibility for the reckless act. The desperate tiger god grits his teeth as the strange demon gods of the first star cluster focus their attention on one side after calling for allies. Why is the azure dragon ready? Why is the vermilion bird responding? The Taiwan deity squinted, and Lee Trangseon was ecstatic to have the Taiwan, one of the 3 stars of the Z-Way constellation. The bigger the story, the more I like it. Although the 2V star cluster opposes the zodiac in ruling the world, they are unlikely to respond just because a puppet ruler calls for help or see this as a chance to eliminate the other side's generals. One side of the Gemini god's face is stiff with anger. The desperate tiger god sneers and warns that he will consider this the end if they do not leave immediately. One side of the Gemini god is furious, while the other advises that now is not the time and retreat would be better. One side of the Gemini god angrily turns away. Lee Trangseon only then takes off her crown. He feels a bit regretful that everything ended so simply because, if things had gone smoothly, they could have sparked a war between the zodiac and the 2V number. One side of the Gemini god stopped and showed hatred towards those who insulted him. Suddenly, he reached through time and space to grab Lee Trangseon's shoulder. What the hell is that, guys? I thought you had already left. Why did one side of the Gemini touch you? His holy power spreads like a fever, making you feel hot inside. Lee Trangseon couldn't help but curse in surprise. Damn it, the holy fire is spreading. The energy surging in is so intense that Lee Trangseon jerks back and screams, her muscles tightening and veins bulging. Trangseon knows that with her current body she cannot withstand the holy power of the 12 constellations. Even immunity to the deadliest poisons or the world-destroying fire is useless, and the culprit casually withdraws his hand, bids farewell, and leaves. Why does the lion-tiger Sako suddenly ask what's going on? And the cold side of the Gemini star responds that he's just blessing an ordinary person who possesses his holy power. Lee Trangseon embraces her body burning with the sacred flames of Gemini as the cold system reports that Gemini disappeared after saying that if he endures this privilege, his talent will be extraordinary. But otherwise, the holy heat will melt his soul. Lee Trangseon trembled as he embraced his burning body, while the system continued to relay the god's statuses lived. Why did the star of the Imperial Garden disappear after saying that this was truly interesting and that he would remember your name? Why does the Dragon King retreat? Why does the vermilion bird fold its wings? Why does the demon lord pursue hell from a place of silence and disdain while the gods show indifference? And Lee Trangseon still struggles to withstand the holy flames? Why does the demon lord pursue hell and grant you a new privilege? A single drop of water falling on your burning body makes Lee Trangseon feel reborn. The holy mark hidden on your body. Lee Trangseon glared uncomfortably at the mark carved with energy. The demon god said, "This helps me control you more easily." After saying that, the sky closed in, and the dark cathedral was disappearing. Din hurriedly rushed up. "Are you okay?" Lee Trangseon panting heavily, while the system transmitted messages from the gods. Why does the hunting season complain about lowering the palace and ask why others are targeting their treasures? Why does the serpent wrapping around the world advise her to stay calm? The gods breathe a sigh of relief as they disappear, and the atmosphere calms down. The stars watching the demon talk say that this is still just entertainment. Lee Trangseon removed her ruined crown, thinking that the war among the gods of the universe far exceeds her imagination, and it is only thanks to the goddess's crown that she still has her life. The system introduces this item, the goddess's crown, as a upgraded replica. The replica of the crown was destroyed by the goddess and her legacy of destruction was passed down to her branches. When equipped, you can hear the thoughts of branches and grass, aiding in spiritual cultivation and helping you reach the next level. Currently, it is combined with the twin star's divine power, so its effect will be doubled. It's unclear how much this effect can be enhanced. A divine item, cosmic communication, spiritual cultivation, and spiritual leveling. Lee Trangseon handed it to the little fairy, who was startled. "Are you really going to give it back to me?" Sion sneered. "I'm not going to become a parasite or control plants. Let's just do our own things properly." Trangseon feels that the trouble was worth it anyway since he now has the holy mark. This needs to go through training, but to use it properly, it will be necessary. Before I could finish thinking, the system announced again. "Why does the sunset shattering owl look at you with pity?
What is this sister up to now? Why does the owl tearing apart the sunset not know how she can help you? You always have to go through hardships. Why does the tearing owl of sunset invite you to dinner? Li Trangseon stared blankly. Suddenly? Like that? Jing Freya muttered in frustration. Oh, master. The system is still relaying the message. Why is the hunting season protesting so fiercely? You should always be careful with those who are silent. Why did the serpent around the world change her words from silence to cunning? Why is the hunting season so restless, claiming that this isn't the time to bring up such matters? Why did the serpent coil around the world correct her words, saying it's not silence, but cunning? Why is the hunting season so restless? Shouting about that now doesn't matter. Why is the serpent coiled around the world tired, yawning, and telling her to invite her friends to dinner, too? Jin saw the gods joking around and joined in teasing Li Trangseon. He, now you have my respect. What are you talking about? I never expected you to receive an invitation from the war god, only in stories. I didn't know you were that impressive. Enough nonsense. Li Trangseon turned to the adorable fairy still kneeling on the ground, clutching her mouth, and spoke. Elfin, from now on, help Din conquer the demon horde. After the reminder, Li Trangseon immediately walks toward the space gate. I will return to the notification system. You have accepted the invitation. Elvin grinned and told Trangseon to take care, while Jin also gave a heartfelt farewell. Remember to buy ice cream for me on the way back. Li Trangseon felt disgusted and wondered where this idiot learned those lines. Li Trangseon stepped through the gate among the soft white feathers, thinking that the famous owl deity who defeated the mysterious and irrational sunset and who illuminated the civilization for me, was also the goddess of war, blessing the heroes and warriors enduring hardship. Although she was famous, she didn't appear much in public back then. Why did she suddenly invite me to dinner? I also considered the possibility of being courted by the gods, but this is too soon. Besides, Mephistopeles doesn't seem to care, but calling a mortal to the sacred land violates the law of karma, so the consequences could be very serious. That alone proves how great the approval is. Li Trangseon, with a blink, could reach the domain of the owl god, tearing through the sunset. This place makes Sion marvel. I thought it would be luxurious or pristine, but it's surprisingly different. Standing before the grand door, Li Trangseon wondered how to open it. At that moment, the door automatically opened, and an enormous butler holding a cloth came to invite him in. Inside, the palace is magnificent and grand. Trangseon assesses this place as both harsh and free. Among all the sacred places he had visited, this was the best of all. The two of them stopped at a door. The butler announced, "Sir, I have brought the guests. Please come in. You won't know until you go inside. Then you'll see it's full of unicorn skulls, devil faces, and among the monsters, the owl goddess tearing apart the sunset with her fiery red hair, very pleased to meet you." In the end, Seon finally saw Minerva's true nature. The goddess seems friendly, but the others at the party are not. They looked at Li Trangseon with very strange eyes. Trangseon also knew this, but he also understood that they were probably heroes who had received Minerva's blessing, along with her family. A Chuton is also known as a very renowned, victorious army. Minerva smiles sweetly at Trangseon. "Sit down. You need to eat before the food gets cold," Trangseon politely said. "Thank you for the invitation." It's nothing. Just a brief conversation that made the others at the party focus even more intently on Trangseon's glass. You think they're all watching you. You need to focus mana on a narrow surface and release it all at once. No, if you release the mana all at once, the magic will become contaminated, so you must choose a wide surface. You're wrong. You old fool, do you want to drain all your mana and go to heaven or what? Amidst the shouting and arguing, Li Trangseon still frowns as he watches. Meanwhile, the old man and the witch were still fiercely fighting. Hold on. What did you say? You old fool. What nonsense are you talking? Being stupid is still better. How many times do I have to explain it for you to understand? The witch may look young, but she's not afraid to speak her mind. Not surprising at all. You always rely on strength and never use your brain. That old man got so angry hearing that I could knock that smart head of yours out with one punch. What did you say? What do you want? Fine. Come on in. Now the two of you will face each other directly. Li Trangseon stood to the side, holding a chicken drumstick with a stiff leg, eating and wondering if it was okay to just let them argue like this. But my thoughts were interrupted by how unexpectedly delicious the steak was. The system announced, "You have just eaten a blessed swordsmith's steak. All fatigue and curses have disappeared with a plus 0.5 strength boost. The increased energy makes your wounds heal quickly, and health and mana are fully restored." Li Trangseon was startled, thinking about permanently boosting her stats. Her wounds are gone now. Not only are my scars on the Green Jade Island, but also from the battle with Gemini.
It's definitely Minerva. He wants to take care of me this way, Minerva said with a sarcastic smile. I was worried you wouldn't like this, but it seems you do. Yes, very delicious, Li Trangxian replied while chewing. Ah, leader, that's too much. How many times have I told you to ask first? That old man suddenly started complaining. Mina, annoyed, said, I am the host of this meeting, so you ask yourself. Batu turned to Lai Changxian and said, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Batu, hearing him say that, wondered why this ordinary lower realm man dared to speak to him without using respectful language, but he still decided to listen to the answer first and deal with it later. How do you recognize what you possess? I mean, what is it? There's nothing more to say. Of course I'm talking about the fish stream sword. Batu seems to have lost his composure and raised his voice. On the outside, it looks like a broken or tarnished copper sword. But you act as if you already knew that it was the fish stream sword all along. How did you recognize it? What is it for? Batu laughed again and said, of course, we have something like that too. Have you ever heard of the pointer sword? Trangxian frowned and wondered why he used the term we to refer to himself. The needle sword. At this moment, Trangxian saw Ingu Trangkim react, which meant he was not lying, and the system immediately displayed a notification. You have received a new clue about Uji's secret hidden mission. Just now, Ngu Trangkim detected the energy of its brother sword, the Qi sword, and traced it to uncover a new secret of Ngu Trangkim. Lai Changxian never thought he would get involved in a secret mission, let alone be sure he could carry it out in a place like this. Minerva, noticing he said nothing, spoke up. You don't seem to know about the Crow organization. Simply put, the Crow clan has a weapons cache that members share and borrow from when needed. The rewards from dungeon raids, collected items, and other materials all belong to the entire clan. Among them, Batu made a significant contribution in discovering the sword. Lai Changxian understood the situation, so it's no surprise that Minerva owns a great sword like the needle sword. With his status and reputation, not having one would be strange. Minerva grinned and said, Batu had a hard time finding the needle sword, but you spotted the fish stream sword at a glance. It seems he feels like he has a rival. Immortal immediately shouted, Leader, how can you call this kid my rival? I think we should stop talking about this. Isn't it true that the more we discuss, the more it shows that your eyes aren't as sharp as that kid's? Batu then turned back to a fierce attitude towards Trangxian. So how did you finally figure it out? Do you have some secret technique or attribute skill? Is it privilege or talent? I just saw it myself. I told you, I only saw it. A shocking answer, but in reality, Li Trangxian couldn't reveal that he relied on his experience as a weapon king during the twilight of the gods. Mrs. Tu cursed fiercely after hearing that answer. Damn it, you talented bastard. Is it really so irritating that your answer is like that? Enough. Asking more won't get us anywhere. Let's stop here. I'll ask you, do you remember their recent argument? Are you talking about the effectiveness of the support skill and how melee players can counter ranged opponents? Exactly, so you heard everything, after all. Right, I need to cast a magic shield, focus on defense, and wait for the right moment. When the enemy trips, just use Hontram and it's over. The wizard shouted in response. That's nonsense again. Doing that will only exhaust your mana from overuse. You should narrow the area of mana release and upgrade the sharpness of the slash instead. The accuracy will be achieved by transforming the shape of the slash into a vortex to expand the area. Li Trangxian listened and thought in amazement. Hanzum is a technique that accumulates mana to deal with enemies within a certain range. Since it is related to the natural disasters of the Tiger and Blackclaw Mountain King, I also want to hear about it. Minerva gently asked if he could hear his opinion on this matter. Batu Tu responded with a snort. Leader, are you planning to ask the opinion of a mere mortal? Lai Trangxian grimaced, wondering if he's being tested. So it turns out he stirred up the members' fighting spirit to test their abilities. Since he kindly invited me to a good meal, I should return the favor. Both of them are wrong. Sion said, the basic form of the Chaos Slash lies in its aura. Then you just need to adjust the aura to target distant opponents. Batu argued immediately, saying that's easy to say. Minerva suggested, show us what you can do. Lai Changxian didn't reply, but immediately acted, transforming the black-purple magic into spheres that shot out. Just this alone left the little witch and Batu utterly amazed. What is that? He can materialize aura, turn it into a sphere? You say you've only been playing for a few months. I need 3 years to become proficient. That's all it takes for them to call me a genius. Impressive. Lai Trangxian continues to quietly showcase her skills. He throws the aura spheres into the air, then spins his fist and fires them all at the wall beside him, ending with 2 fingers in a gun shape. Everyone there is so stunned their jaws almost drop. I've never seen mana used like this before. How can it be shaped like that? This doesn't really look like a skill. Could it be that he's isolating it from space to ensure it only hits the target and instantaneously shifts through quantum wormholes? What is the principle behind it? While everyone was confused, Manhwa smiled kindly. I also understand why he recognized the fishbone sword. Do you have any other questions?
Batu looks so weak and pathetic, like a steamed bun, this talented little brat.
This is the armory of the base. Just walk around and pick whatever you like.
Manhwa generously led Trangseon to the armory and let him choose freely.
Just like how a wealthy person spends money to please a beauty, Trangseon also didn't refuse this generous offer.
You're not stupid. Besides, Manhwa really has a lot of holy relics. Do you see anything that interests you? I will gladly gift you a weapon from this arsenal if you want. The enthusiastic owl god is inviting you. This is the spider silk I obtained after a bet with Acne, and I use this shield, Aegis, to fight Medusa. Every weapon here is a treasure that can amaze anyone who looks at them. It's been a long time since someone decent came in here. Don't you want me? When Aegis suddenly spoke up, the others also said no. But take me along and I will lead you to a completely new path. Take me with you right now and always. Maybe Lai Changseon can hear them because of the understanding he gained from mastery of swordsmanship and spear techniques, but he can also clearly see the emotions from the sacred object.
I'm here. A sword radiates strange black energy. It beckons. The fish scale sword reacts. I'm here. The sword continues to speak and radiates a powerful pull.
System notification. You have discovered the Pioneer Blade. The fish tongue sword is trying to get closer to the Pioneer Blade.
The sword shines even brighter, its voice angrier and more urgent. What are you doing? Come quickly and pick me up. Lai Trangseon realizes that the sword carries a legend that it will make its owner become a king. No wonder people say that the 9 absolute gods attract each other. The sword is urging him. Pick me up, quickly lift me up. The goddess suddenly appeared behind him, breaking this eerie atmosphere. If you want, I can give it to you. Of course, giving it to you for free would be a bit difficult because the family members would object, but lending it temporarily is entirely feasible.
Aegis Bala's 3-pointed spear. Just say the name and I will lend you anything you want.
Any weapon here is enough to make any mortal unable to defeat you. Thank you, but I will have to decline this offer. Mina was taken aback, her expression twisting in surprise.
But why is that, I wonder? I'm sure any weapon here would help you a lot.
You say nothing in this world is free, right? The goddess smiled very happily at that. Since from now on, he no longer expects Lai Changseon to be easily led astray by worldly desires. But to avoid such a trap while still pretending to be naive, Manhwa considers him to be a very cunning person. Li Changseon also has his own thoughts. Knowing that the Pioneer Sword is here is very important, and as long as Manhwa remains interested in him, owning it is only a matter of time. More importantly, I have a more important question for you. What is it?
I will try my best to answer all your questions. Do you know why Mephistopheles is so obsessed with me?
The goddess laughed.
Actually, I had already guessed you would ask this question from the moment I invited you to this sacred land. Actually, the reason I invited you to this holy land is because I have something to say related to that matter. You really resemble someone very much.
He is also the one that Mephistopheles has been searching for a long time. Lai Trangseon was quite surprised and asked, "Who is he?" He is a man who is no stranger to death and always plays with fire. He is so dark that he seems darker than the night itself, a fighter born to fight. Lai Trangseon felt a strange suspicion. Could she be referring to me when I was still in the twilight of the gods? But at that time, he had never been involved with Mephistophelesma. The goddess smiled gently. You really resemble Abyss.
And that's why Mephistopheles is bound to notice you eventually. Is the Abyss she mentioned the Abyss?
His divine name is the great demon chasing the Abyss. Could it be related to Abyss? That might be why he checked you during the tutorial. So who is that person? He is that guy. The goddess couldn't even say it. Even after trying, it was no use. The goddess sighed and said, I knew it. They blocked it. After all, there was someone like that before. Li Trangseon's face grew even more grim as he frowned, thinking that almost no case of a high-level consciousness system intervention had ever occurred. I need to accumulate a huge amount of karma to find out who Manhwa is talking about, or find the right path to approach him first. This means that his existence is so powerful that it must cause fluctuations in karma. The Abyss. I know as Abyss is a fragment of the universe, existing before time began, located at the very edge of the world. How is it possible that he looks like me? I never thought that the things I once considered useless during the twilight of the gods would come back and hit me right in the face like this. If I recover my strength in the underworld and ask the king of the underworld, maybe I will understand a little. Li Trangseon thought a lot, but only spoke briefly to the goddess. Then everything becomes more complicated.
Mina chuckled and said, "You don't need to worry too much, just keep walking your own path. I can tell you for sure that fundamentally you are completely different from him." Lai Trangseon heard this but looked as puzzled as a monkey eating ginger, which made the goddess curious. "Is something wrong?" he said, still frowning. "Nothing happened just now." The teleportation gate opened and the butler appeared with a shocked expression. "Oh, goddess, the enemy has appeared, so who dares to be outside right now?" Lai Trangseon also becomes very alert. The Owl's Nest is a territory ruled by Manhwa, closely connected to Olympus. So how could someone dare to intrude into the forbidden palace that even others wouldn't dare to approach? In the clear sky, a strange light flashes as the system announces the fading of Eros Day. Night gradually awakens and slowly covers the sky. The stars that were once hidden in darkness have begun to shine. A constellation has appeared. Looking at these two guys, it must be Gemini. The Gemini constellation is planning to descend into the sacred ground of the owl's origin. The yellow-haired, blue-eyed kid in gold armor licks his lips and jumps down. Here we go again with this troublemaker. I wonder what chaos he's planning this time. The relatives attending Manhwa's celebration were already prepared with swords and shields to welcome the descent of Gemini. Manhwa also hurriedly ran out and received a message from the system. The Gemini constellation wants to attack the Crow Ancestors' sanctuary. The invasion begins. Countless sword-shaped beams shoot down, and Manhwa is so furious that veins bulge on her face. "How dare you!" The system reports the owl constellation tearing apart the sunset as it spreads her wings. Manhwa shouted, "Fine, you must be really angry, afraid of Mephistopheles invading my sanctuary, and now you want to steal my guests too." Peleus's shield unleashes to protect the sanctuary. "You dare to look down on me, Manhwa, the great deity of Olympus." The owl constellation tears apart the sunset, and the Gemini constellation begins to fight for territory. The defensive mechanism has been activated. Gemini's attack falls like a bomb onto Manhwa's shield. The two saints are clashing. The butler is directing to the position. When the shield is broken, the caster's followers will appear. Beraponiais supports the goddess. "Sorina, I need to send Sion to the mortal realm. Can she teleport out immediately?" Little witch Serena replied. "It looks like the stars have blocked it outside, so it will take some time to recreate the star equation. If the deity was here, these rats wouldn't be able to cause trouble. They've planned everything out. Castor, a dog who always follows the dark stars, dares to show his fangs and claws at me." "Yeah, Minerva is furious." "Minerva, you're provoking the god of war." Castor narrowed his eyes in defiance. "I'm not sure who is actually the one being chased. After you, it will be the turn of the dark constellation. We are the ones who can shine in the night." He chuckled mockingly, raised his fist and struck down as the eternal silence settled. The ancient goddess of the Gemini constellation launched her attack, but it had failed, and he continued to press his assault. He has partially succeeded in manifesting the punisher of the divine weapon attack, a giant fist shattering the shield as dark energy radiates out. Gemini orders, "Charge forward, advance with my army." Divonafara Manhwa also gave the order, "My evil army will not spare anyone." The two armies clashed fiercely. At this moment, the Gemini has seen Lai Trangseon through the crack in the shield. Lai Trangseon found it strange and used her beast's ability to sniff around. "I believe the two in the Gemini constellation won't rush into battle unless they are confident of victory." The Gemini's involvement in the main incident that caused the full-scale war between Olympus and Horoscope indicates that this is not just anger or revenge, but they are completely confident they will win. And Pack is nowhere to be seen again. They are called the twins because whenever they do something big, they always stand by each other. Manhwa raised her hand, light swirling around her. "Come here, my child." Manhwa quickly unleashes her armor-piercing shot in an instant. Just then, a strange voice echoes. "Take me with you, too." Lai Trangseon was startled, turning around to see Batu wielding the sword of the first path, emanating dark energy. "Die!" The old man sneered maliciously and swung his sword with all his might, dark energy crashing down like thunder. "Commander, goddess, get out of the way quickly!" Manhwa was caught off guard and seemed unable to react in time. Li Trangseon immediately activates the Alpha Tiger state to speed up her thinking. This is a counterattack against the great Saint Manhwa. With my current skills, it's hard to defend. I have to borrow power from outside to redirect the force. Li Trangseon thought her body had already moved, rushing forward to the goddess. "Go somewhere else." "This brat," Aunt Tu shouted. The sword in Li Trangseon's hand radiates a brilliant light as he plans to borrow strength from Gemini and Mepistop. When the holy mark appears, Lai Trangseon grits his teeth, determined to use both their powers to suppress it. The shining sword of the fish realm clashes directly with the dark cannonball without losing strength. A slash will be enough to release it. Then it changes direction.
The energy around Li Trangxian swirls like a tornado. The Black Mountain Divine Claw skill has erupted violently. The fierce clash destroys Batutu's deadly attack. He is so furious that he uses his entire face to express his rage as he calls out Li Changson's name, then strikes with an attack that leaves his magic power below 30%. Just wait. With your advantage, you'll definitely sacrifice this old man alive. You're feeling dizzy and in danger. Exhaustion is hitting you and you're regenerating your magic power. Li Trangxian silently thought, I'll never use this trick again. My blood is pouring out rapidly. The great miracle has been achieved. Humanity has awakened to holy power. Smart reward plus 30, willpower plus 25. Unlocks a portion of the holy attribute. You have discovered one way to use holy power. You have received Starfill. From now on, you can use a small part of the starlight you have learned the deep night. You cannot absorb the primordial dark energy. The goddess angrily stomps her weapon into the ground. What the hell are you doing, Batutu? Primachos's punishment has already fallen. A lightning strike hit Batu directly in the head. Gemini's face appeared behind the torn layer. It's a holy mark. Could he be using holy power to neutralize his own strike? A mere mortal is skilled in 2 types of holy power? Polak looks like he's discovered a new pleasure in life, laughing like a demon. So you're a genius, huh? He shouted. Li Trangxian scowled, showing disapproval, not expecting that Polak would disguise himself as a Manhwa clan member to ambush. Using a man to attack a woman and resorting to dirty tricks is unacceptable. The other side of the Gemini constellation has poured all its strength. Bonlak chuckled mischievously, thinking my brother was only interested in this because he was naive. But maybe that's not entirely the case. Using this puppet to defeat you was already impossible. B2's corpse was dropped freely to the ground by Polak. Minova's sight of him only made her more excited, while Bolak, unbothered, remained fearless. He clenched his fist so hard that blood dripped, yet he kept smirking provocatively. Hey, look at me, Lai Changson. A giant hand grabs Lai Trangson. A giant demon-faced monster grins arrogantly as it crushes him in the palm of its hand. Damn it! Minova didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately jumped in to save Lai Trong. The goddess's strike cut off the giant's arm. Mina was extremely furious, and her attack was also lightning fast. How dare you deceive me? When did you infiltrate? The goddess lunged directly at the giant's arm with her spear. Polak stuck out his tongue provocatively. It's hard to say. So why should I say anything? If you refuse to speak, I will force your mouth open. Mina shouted loudly, charging straight with her weapon. The giant punched the goddess directly, accompanied by Polak's taunts. Let's see if you can do it. That bastard is strong. Minova coolly destroys the giant and then charges directly at Polak. The brat stands in front of the adults, acting all high and mighty. They fought fiercely, explosions erupting all around. The shockwave from the blasts made Lai Changxian sway. The energy of the two of them is truly overwhelming. Lai Changxian, swaying like a tree in a storm, was protected by a magic circle that appeared out of nowhere. You have received the blessing of the goddess. Serena rushed over immediately and asked if you were okay. I'm fine because I have a little bit of control. Serena looked at the chaos in front of her and grimaced. Because of him, I wish it were so. The troublemakers causing chaos are the real problem here. The girl twists her body and waves her hand. Anyway, this is very interesting. If fate allows, we will meet again. The system is now transmitting to the lower world. Because the connection between the coordinates is long, it takes 5 seconds to leave the crow's nest. After the notification, the system immediately starts a 5-second countdown. But these 5 seconds cannot pass peacefully. The other side of Gemini outside is blocking, and Castor has seen it and acted immediately. One side of the Gemini constellation is trying to catch the player Lai Chang-siter reaching through the shield gap to grab Lai Chang-son. Of course, he won't stand still to let this annoying guy catch him, especially without Mephistofest's holy mark. At this moment, Trangxian would just be a helpless prey. I didn't expect these two crazed guys to set such a trap just to catch me. There are still 3 seconds left to leave this place. Trangxian grits his teeth, forcing himself to think of a way to escape before he gets caught right now. I have to cut them off at all costs, or maybe try using the Black Knight. Even if this slash consumes all my energy, there is still the Black Knight. With that in mind, the energy of the Black Knight has enveloped Li Changxian, and he also possesses a skill that even Gemini must beware of. Now with only 2 seconds left, Lai Changxian activates another skill. The Clock Kagacha skill is triggered, focusing all his power to resist the Black Knight. Oh. Changxian remembered that Maneva said the people of Mephisto Forest look very similar to him, so the Dark Knight must be the same. The system announced the unlocking of benefits granted by the Lion Star Sakori. The beast's sensory skill has transformed into the demonic beast path of power. a new demonic beast path of benefits granted by the Sagittarius Tiger constellation. The enhanced senses are like a beast breaking all the rules of this world. You will possess a sixth sense beyond human perception. The stronger your sixth sense, the greater your power. Skill level 1 classifies as an enhancement effect that opens up perception, unlocking the sixth sense, embodying vitality. You have awakened a new effect of the Holy Mark. The Black Night has been unlocked, flames raging within the dark and confined night. A strange blue light flickered, opening the Eye of Hell. After opening the Eye of Hell, Lai Trangxion's body seemed to turn into a galaxy, leaving Kuder so stunned that his eyes nearly popped out. No way! Could it be? How could that lowly mortal open the black curtain? Bone, who could see up close, was also terrified. What is this? With the dark stars, is there enough time to save him? Minova warns. Do you dare to slack off right in front of me? You pathetic fools. The goddess shows no mercy as she speaks and strikes, unleashing her divine light. A palm strike sends a cold yellow light gently passing through, hitting Pax's shoulder and making him cry out. Aha, Minova. Pax's sword-wielding arm was gently severed by Minova, both his arm and sword falling into Lai Trangxion's dark night, and he immediately called Elin to take the opportunity. Elfin immediately reached out a branch to grab the sword. Lai Trangxion sneered, "You not only came to my ferry personally, but also gave me this gift." At this moment, the time travel has also ended, the preparation is complete, and we are returning to the demon cave. I will definitely use the sword you gave me well. No. When returning to the demon cave, Lai Trangxion is greeted with an exclamation. Master, you're so domineering. Jin and Elpin stared in amazement at the newly acquired sword. Li Trangxion smiled with great pride. I did it. I defeated Gemini. The system relays the message. One side of the Gemini constellation is howling madly to vent its anger and shame at being humiliated by a mortal, while the other side is smashing everything around. Li Trangxion only saw them making too much noise, acting like gods but still causing a fuss, while the system kept relaying messages mechanically. One side of the Gemini constellation warned that he would not hold back against the mortal who caused this. The other side of Gemini suppresses his fury to take an object he considers sacred. Looking puzzled, he asks, You've turned against all 12 constellations, aren't you afraid? Elfie panicked upon hearing that, and the system transmitted a bunch of statuses. Horoscope issued a warning order while Olympus was taking control of the situation. Horoscope and Olympus are in a tense standoff. The Owl constellation tearing apart the sunset seeks to punish the one who destroyed her sacred temple. A war erupts between the tearing sunset owl and Gemini. The enemy is, go away. Do you think they see me as anything? They are even interested in me, huh? I never said I would give myself up. They're starting to chatter again. Many horoscopes are beginning to investigate the case. The Pisces constellation is interested in you. The Taurus constellation found your match very exciting after hearing about it. A total of 26 zodiac signs in the horoscope are amazed by what you have done. Currently, 241 signs are planning to propose becoming your guardian deity. There are currently 19 constellations inviting you to become their apostle. Dewey just looked at the pile of notices with a surprised face. He was stunned, thinking that besides the constellations wanting to protect the owner, there were also 19 zodiac signs inviting him to become an apostle. It's not over yet. The primordial evil dragon constellation begins to grow curious after hearing the rumors. The Sagittarius of the hunting season suddenly and anxiously tried to divert attention to others, while Lai Trangxion paid little mind to the constellations, and instead turned to ask Elfin about the new sword she was holding openly, as if not noticing or caring, while Lai Trangxion smiled and praised you for doing well, secretly thinking that if she followed him, her eyes might turn into stars and she could truly revive the goddess. Lai Trangxion examined the sword without knowing Elf was secretly vowing to remain loyal to him unconditionally after making up her mind, still lost in thought, aware that he was far beyond ordinary people but still too outstanding. So what now Elfin is both a servant and a hardcore fan of Lai Trangxion. Its gaze on him increasingly resembles the look of someone seeking life's truth. Trangxion, unaware, only focused on examining the sword, feeling that holding this sword is truly amazing. The system displays information about the item Sword of the Tram Lu, one of the 9 divine swords forged by the legendary blacksmith Yu Da-Tu. Legend says that the Tram Lu sword grants its wielder the aura of a king and terrifying power of domination. However, its criteria for choosing a master are extremely strict. The classification of the holy sword as an offensive weapon cannot measure its kingly effect, and the remaining power enhancements are still undefined because most functions are locked due to insufficient capability. It seems I can't use it right now. As expected, Trangxion guesses that this sword was very noisy in Polak's hands. but now it is extremely quiet. You have successfully completed a part of Uda 2's secret hidden mission. Trang Seon doesn't care about the system. He's just thinking that this sword wants to test its new owner, truly a weapon with a cautious nature. The system reports that you currently possess a total of 2 swords. One hidden feature of the fish trap sword has been unlocked. You have met some of the conditions for the sword station: the fish trap, fire, and blood. The station is not yet determined, but a new option has been added for the fish trap sword, Blood Sea Storm. Lee Trang-seon couldn't help but marvel. Blood Sea Storm is a sword technique that uses absorbed blood to enhance its firepower. He thought to himself that just obtaining the sword station Lu had already shown how much he had progressed, and he wondered how powerful he would become once he officially became the owner. He was beginning to be curious about the combined swordsmanship of the 2 saint swords. The fangs of the evil dragon suddenly also trembled. He knew it was feeling lonely as the number of sword saints increased, but anyway, if he wanted to be recognized as the owner by the swordmaster, Lai Trang-seon would have to demonstrate his true strength. Right now there are 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 29 seconds left in the demon cave. Jin briefly explained the situation. What is the reason that since the 5th floor, defeating them is no longer simple, after Lai Trang-seon and Elfin cleared the 4th floor while hanging out with Minerva? Because from the 5th floor onward, it is entirely the territory of the Tong Lin. The system reports the current location of a master and 2 subordinates as being in the 1st zone of the 5th floor. Lee Trang-seon listened coldly to Jin's report. Tong Lin So Bloodthirsty is an evolved demon python that eats people and uses blood magic. If the bloodthirsty beings only have the limit of killing, the Tong Lin also possess a unique supernatural ability from their genes. The ones we encountered on the 3rd and 4th floors are much stronger than the bloodthirsty beings and the demon snakes. If they reproduce here, they must have adapted to survive. I understand your point. From this floor onwards, many bloodline species that specialize in blood techniques will appear. This bloodline is new. Din explains, the bonded spirits form a bloodline, each with its own unique traits, and since they don't share the same attributes, I have to adapt flexibly. You're so detailed in your investigation, you must have tried to become a servant spirit too? Lee Trang-seon said casually, as if talking to himself. Then he chuckled softly. So, I finally have to face them. Why not gather some forces to do so? Do you know anything about the situation of the factions on the 5th floor? No, what I know has already changed. You see, this place is very brutal, yet you're still so enthusiastic. Lee Trang-seon can tell that although the forces at the camp are no longer as strong as before, they are still formidable. So he thinks this time they might do something different from the confrontation with the Bloodsat King. Seeing his mischievous smile, Lai Trang-seon feels confident and decides to plan an interrogation to see what he can learn. Coincidentally, there is also a team approaching. Din introduces them as the Bloodkin Zem's army. Their incredible speed is legendary. This team is all red as if just boiled, riding on the backs of goats with long horns. System alert! Winged cavalry has appeared. Lai Trang-seon jumps off the cliff he is standing on, rushing straight towards Chi. If you understand them like this, their rank on this 5th floor must be pretty high. With this base, I think I can gather quite a few clues. Trang-seon did that to test Xin and Elpin's skills as well as the capabilities of the sword station. The next day, Waf personally visited Lai Trang-seon at the hospital. He grinned from ear to ear when he received the news that Lai Trang-seon agreed to meet him. I've been waiting for approval for 3 days already. I don't know when it'll come. Thank you. He's really good at taking advantage of the vulnerable nurse here, but is there something you want to tell me? May I have your signature, please? If it's inconvenient. Waf interrupted. Is that okay? I can't refuse the request of this adorable young lady. The nurse immediately faints like a turkey. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? He only turned to thank Father G after leaving. Doesn't he realize his words are outdated? I admit it's very traditional. I was raised in a traditional family, so it's not easy to change. After he finished speaking, I felt my limbs tense up. Waf quickly changed the subject to Lai Chang-zon. Since they finally met, he hopes even more that Lai Trang-seon is the kind of person he expects. Didn't he already meet her in the dungeon? Don't you remember how chaotic it was back then? I can't really see through who he truly is. We only know one side of that guy so far, but I hope he's still the same person. He must be a talented person, although I can only see from afar, I can't tell very clearly. But seeing him tear apart the parasitic creature and the high priest of the Gemini constellation, just like the messenger of my lord I heard in old legends, even Father I.E. didn't expect such a terrifying person to not yet be a legend, but to already be her chosen one. She can only cheer him on. As soon as Waf entered Lee Chang-seon's hospital room, he enthusiastically greeted him. Finally, we meet at last. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am J. Kim Goof from the Illuminati. I am Lai Chang Xian. I heard you've been waiting for me for a long time. Goof smiled politely. Ha ha, it's nothing. Maybe you're still not fully recovered from your injury, so I apologize for coming to see you so abruptly. You speak English fluently. Deep down, he's quietly judging that Lai Chang Xian is exactly the kind of person he's been waiting for. The weight in his voice and the strong gaze truly reveal a great man. Someone who embodies both beauty and virtue. Exactly what the Illuminati seek. Waf asked if Li Changxian was about to be discharged from the hospital, and Lai Changxian said he had to go abroad for some matters, prompting Guff to laugh. You're busy too? Truly the important person of the White Tiger Society. Mr. Lai, may I briefly state our club's matter? The goddess has given us a prophecy, and we hope you will become the leader of the Illuminati. Are you seriously going to decide on the leader like that? 4 days from now, I'm serious. That plane can fly, right? How come you're so confident about that? I know this is your first time going abroad. I understand. Baygun's noise is so loud that even the driver is grimacing. I don't think you understand. Killing those monsters is fine, but do you think about how the car and train operate? Oh, but Lai Trangxian caresses the sword Tram Lu, and the system reports that the bond level with the sword has increased. Li Trangxian also thinks that wielding this sword will be quite difficult. The system notifies that your affinity level has surpassed a certain threshold, allowing you to connect somewhat with the thoughts of the Tram Lu sword. In the Demon Tiger Snake Cave, this sword has demonstrated the power of a sacred blade, and the option to establish a king with enhanced strength is not bad either. They all enhance the magic power, allowing Trangxian to defeat enemies with their souls. The problem is, that's all there is to it. Everything points to the fact that you need to connect with it more. There's still a long way to go compared to a sacred relic. Maybe this sword is linked to the king's symbol, so it naturally thinks it deserves to be in the hands of a perfect person. Trangxian wonders if she should try again to see if their bond can be strengthened. You have absorbed the power of the Tram Lu sword. The absorption has been cancelled. The sword of Tram Lu refuses to accept you as its owner. Damn it. Trangxian just wants to destroy her already, rather than be poked at her pride like this. But he quickly dismissed that thought. Since Trangxian is not yet at the dusk of the gods, he needs more time to be recognized as the owner of the sword station, but if it keeps rejecting him like this, I should consider breaking it in half or throwing it back into the forge to refine it again, because it's starting to irritate me more and more. Thinking about it, Manhwa is truly a goddess. She could have just told him to return the sword, but instead she let him keep it. Now that's impressive. And on top of that, she gives such an amazing prophecy like that. Truly the best goddess. Back when we met in the hospital's VIP room, Goof talked about the goddess's prophecy. All her predictions have always been full of metaphors and ambiguous words, making them hard to interpret. But this time, the prophecy was aimed directly at Lai. Manhwa said, "What is yours? Just take it. This is the only gift I can give to my friend. I will always be closest to you." Waf laughed innocently as if he had never grown up. That's what he said. The one closest to you, then, is the goddess wanting you to be close to her. The only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the goddess is the one who understands her best and can spread her words everywhere. In other words, he would be our leader, an apostle that the goddess refers to as Lai, meant to guide us who are still naive. Li Trangxian thinks differently about a friend. She believes he considers her a friend because she disrupted the twins' plans and dirtied his sacred temple. The gods and stars would never use the word friend to refer to humans, because it would diminish their dignity or something like that. I can see why Manhwa is loved and respected by those who worship him. This feeling is strange, but also very new. It seems he understood her words in a completely different way. Seeing Gu's gaze as if he worships her like a goddess, Lai Trangxian stood stiffly with her feet apart, appearing unwilling to change her mind. No matter what answer I give, he ends up begging and clinging to my pants. I really don't want to imagine a middle-aged man clinging to my trousers. So Trangxian had to divert attention first. Was it really okay for him to make such a decision earlier? If I become the leader, even though I've never joined your group, wouldn't the internal members strongly oppose it? Above all, those in high positions would never let someone else take the top spot. Moreover, the Illuminati is governed by a council of elders without any individual leader, so there are undoubtedly countless benefits and powers for those within such an order. Trangxian is very confident in this judgment and continues to smile. Even if the divine will directly descends, the Illuminati must have rules and an internal structure. Isn't it obvious that I won't be welcomed? Joachim still grins widely. The prophecy I mentioned wasn't passed down to me but directly to Patong. No matter how much those living beings clutter our society, they can't deny its value. Because these are the words of the goddess, no matter what she says, they won't be able to do anything.
Lai Changxian also thinks that Waf is not only at a high rank close to the leader, but also seems to have a very strong influence within the guild. You have no plans to take over the Illuminati, but working with a powerful force like that isn't a bad thing. I am very satisfied with my current situation.
Sorry, but I have to decline your invitation. You don't need to insist so much. If you could think about it again.
I would be lying if I said I didn't want to accept your offer, but that doesn't mean I don't want to take on something I can't handle. Of course, I also value the goddess's teachings very much, so I think it's best to achieve it naturally.
How so? If the goddess calls me a friend, then the Illuminati will also be my friend. So aren't you my friend too? Your expression shows that Guff is about to join Lai Changxian's biggest fan club. In other words, I want our two teams to form an alliance. Not between White Tiger and Illuminati, but an alliance between my team and Illuminati. The plane lands. Li Changxian keeps thinking non-stop. No matter how powerful the forces that the White Tiger is hiding are, they are still not enough to completely underestimate the Illuminati. I am sure they will help me a lot when I need to win at White Tiger in the future. Changxian turned to call Gun, who was trailing behind, making the little one excited. Oh right, Gun, I forgot to tell you about this, but you need to wear your shoes when you get on the plane.
Yes, sir. Message relay system.
The god of the hunting season opened his eyes wide after observing the two of you. Wow, there's an article about us.
Huh? Where is it? Where's the flag? It's right here.
Breaking news. The brutal Lord's army is heading to Europe. The roar of the White Tiger echoes across the continent.
Just wait there. Sai is bringing the barbarian king here.
A step forward in raising our country's reputation.
Hey, stop relying on me and go learn on your own.
It's really hot here. My phone is charging. Hand it over now. If Seo steals my brother's phone, I'll be so happy.
Heh. Truly our brother shines in everything he does.
Hey, why don't you shut your mouth? You're about to drool all over. Who cares? Even if Changxian is coming over from the other side? Yeah. Where? I can't believe you actually believe those words.
You crazy fool, give back the tablet. Because of your arrogant attitude, Jim Gu will be kicked and thrown, twisting his spine.
Just then, Lai Changxian arrived and looked at them like a bunch of freaks. What are you guys doing here? Please, Jim Gu, I'm begging you. I'm spitting blood and trembling. Please save me.
Please, Seo, return to being a gentle and graceful lady immediately. Oh, you're here already?
You probably haven't fully recovered yet, right? Are you pushing yourself too hard? The system transmits the message. The snake deity who rules the world looks at his disciple with contempt because he was beaten up by his sister.
SEO is raising her fist to warn her brother. If he says another word, I'll punch him in the head.
Don't forget that your seat is right next to mine.
Got it?
DM Gyu made a face and reluctantly gave a reason. It's quite strange. I've been feeling dizzy all morning, so I'm just taking a little break now. Hello? Gwyn finally packed her luggage, with her uncle crying behind her. I'm here now too. Hin, I've arrived. Wow, seeing us greet each other so warmly startled the little one. Our uncle keeps crying like crazy, our Hebrew. I hope you take good care of her and do your best. I can't shake her strong will to follow you and learn more. Don't worry, I cherish Heben as if she were my own granddaughter. Thank you. The nameless giant god shook his head and said that no one could fill with love like he does. So everyone was already present. Li Changxian immediately led the group on their journey, attracting both admiration and envy from those watching. I can't believe the juniors and new recruits are the last to arrive. I really want to say that. Is there anyone else besides the petty pair, Director Sim and Kong Guan, who still holds a grudge over being beaten by Li Changxian and has seen his reputation for brutality decline as a result? Now, he's plotting a scheme, and although I was mocked before for my lack of caution, this time will be different. Since the elders will also be going on this business trip, I will eliminate you and please the elders. But all those evil thoughts of his are written all over his face with that arrogant attitude. Li Changxian also found it irritating, so she turned to smile teasingly. The guy immediately couldn't hold back and shouted, "You bastard!" Oh, so you're here? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Kang Guchan was surprised to see that it was the leader of the 6 dragons. Lai Changxian and Goof greeted each other happily, leaving Kang Guchan bewildered. Are you coming back today? Ha, surprised yet? I only stayed behind the flight so I could go home and chat with my friend. Kang Guchan was confused because GF spoke English, and he didn't understand everything, but he definitely heard the word friend. So are these two friends? Is there a rumor that Mr. Lu Lang is recruiting Li Chanshong? But he thought it was just fake news to secretly contact other associations, so Trang Seon, knowing someone was watching, deliberately said, "I also like to go with a friend."
Ha ha, good. Very good. Don't tell me that back then Gucci actually visited he visited the headquarters just because of Lee Trang-seon.
How could Trang Seon know someone of such a high status? The director looked annoyed. Even if the leader of the Luke Lang is of a high rank, how dare he ignore me? Just then, Director O also arrived with his people.
Oh, everyone arrived early, huh? Everyone has to bow to him.
Seon Lai glanced over with a scrutinizing look. Are those the elders that Director O mentioned?
I heard they are monsters symbolizing the White Tiger. The first-generation players laid the foundation for the White Tiger, along with the hero of the Heavenly Sword, Seung.
The fallen tiger god observes his sharpest and most ancient claws as the elder wrapped in white bandages speaks first. Kitch, are these the children leading the guild today? Looks like if they turn into zombies, they'll become excellent soldiers. He is the demon god Kolaubujiangjin. The red-haired god is the next to speak. Don't say that, the dry lich will believe it's true. He's the red giant to Hongak.
That's enough, you two. The old man holding this watch is my vanguard, Tao Hundri.
The hunting god frowned and asked why these sneaky-smelling people were here. The snake god of the world wondered why so many talented people had become apostles, yet their masters didn't seem to trust them much.
Lai Trang-seon sincerely bowed and thought to himself, if the future strategy room is the brain and pillar of the White Tiger, then the elders are its hidden claws and thorns have the fierce ones from the rumors arrived here too.
Especially Vu Hao Tajo Hunryong. Even the director finds it hard to persuade him to act. He must have asked Vu Hao for help to have a chance to obtain the holy language book in the 7 sacred books of An.
Because I heard he is the smartest among them all. My lord Vu Hao suddenly asked about you. You must be Lai Trang-seon that Director O mentioned. Do you know me?
He even reached out his hand to shake yours. Lai Trang-seon knew this old monster was the first to step forward, risking his life among thousands suffering under demonic energy in the explosion without a moment's hesitation. Chang So quickly shook hands with him. I've only heard rumors. It's an honor to meet you.
Ha ha, so it's all just talk then. So you've lived a life full of strength, haven't you?
The old man suddenly laughed very eerily.
The path you take will be the same as mine.
I hope I can become a role model for you.
The sick tiger trying to invade your body has activated a noble virtue skill to identify external intrusion as a curse and set up a barrier.
So it turned into an ongoing underground fight. Lai Chang-seon can sense that this diseased tiger is much stronger than Juden. Seizing the moment of their handshake, I took the opportunity to transfer a bunch of illness to Lai Chang-seon. He also sensed that both a fierce tiger and a plague existed within him. A demon soldier, his skills are also roughly on par with J. Kim Trang, around the level of a lord, a master level 80 or even higher. He must be a higher level undead than a Juden. The more Lee Trang-seon thinks about it, the more annoyed she becomes with this living soul.
I don't know how many people had to sacrifice to create this trash. As I suspected, I shouldn't have let those bastards live.
The director smiled meaningfully. Now that the greeting is over, I will explain this matter. At this moment, Lee Chang-seon and Vu Hao Ta finally released each other, while Jego Hunyan clenched his teeth in anger, contemplating whether he could do it.
Is he trying to fight it back against my tiger and disease?
As for Lai Chang-seon, he's frowning, thinking about that bastard and his worthless life. And Director O said this business trip is also to strengthen our cooperation with Europe, not just to advance our position in the American Guild. These 3 will help us a lot with that, so you must not make any mistakes, understood? Yes, understood, the director said with a big smile and a very cold look from Department Head Sim.
I'm really looking forward to seeing your names on the list at the next meeting in the U.S. Ho-ho-ho.
Manager Sim is very bitter because he was humiliated by the director, and he didn't expect Lai Trang-seon to be promoted so quickly in just a few short months. He vowed that he couldn't let this go on any longer. Manager Zim took out an envelope for Kang Gwon and said, "Remember what I told you and make sure to deliver this as soon as you get there. May I ask what it is?" "This is a letter for the Illuminati. They won't welcome Lai Trang-seon either, so I am thinking of provoking them. The remaining letter is for the Black Hand Squad, the king of Kronaruka." Kang Gwon was stunned when he heard the director mention the Assassin King and warned him, "If you make a mistake, after delivering that letter, burn everything they can give you immediately." He looked at Lai Chang-seon with malicious thoughts he couldn't contain. "Lai Chang-seon, you have defeated the Black Spirit Team and the disciples of the Assassin King Hongdinam at the peak of the Snowman. But even if it were you couldn't defeat the ultimate assassin, even if you borrowed a weapon to kill. And even if you were lucky enough to escape the hands of the Assassin King, you wouldn't come out unscathed. You have no idea what I did to get to this position." The hostile attitude of the department head is all within the director's view.
but he doesn't know. The directory carefully observes this attitude. The Inon Paris 0267B gun flight attendant awkwardly reminds you to put on your shoes with good intentions. Sorry, sir/madam, please put on your shoes. Someone holding shoes is startled. What? The hunting god winks at you. Whoever did this to the clown is laughing so happily. At that moment, they hear an unwelcome voice. Oh, you're right next to me? I was worried I'd be bored the whole flight. Uncle Hui Rong sitting next to him chuckled, causing Lai Changxian to freeze in terror while the fierce deity looked toward his apostles. But the disaster didn't end there. Lai Changxian looked at Bun from afar, as if he were a traitor, wondering if he switched seats because he was afraid of him. It seems this flight won't be peaceful, but after all, I'll meet them in France anyway. So I might as well find their weaknesses and strengths during the flight, since I have to look for the 5th Holy Scripture, and they'll be watching me. It seems that realizing I can fight the tiger and the plague without much effort has piqued his curiosity about me. Li Trangseon then modestly said to him, I hope to learn a lot from you. Ha ha ha, you don't need to put so much pressure on me. Lai Trangseon thought the level of surveillance here was higher than she expected. It seems I will need to reveal my trump card sooner than expected, but that's fine. I can accelerate its development without much trouble. First, I need to increase my followers like Ai Ton did when I met her at the Owl's Nest. True friendship surpasses any follower. When the battle breaks out, no matter how free it seems, their display of absolute loyalty to Manhwa is a sight I could never even dream of witnessing after living alone as a war god and an evil deity. The only way to quickly increase my followers' army is to use the fierce ghost tiger. As long as I can resolve all the issues in the 4th Holy Book, this is entirely possible. Of course, I need to increase my power as much as possible, at least doubling my current strength before I can obtain the Red Thunder. To do that, I first need to learn how to harness my holy mark. The vision of feudal wrath, or rather, the full utilization of darkness, is a power I never had when I was in the twilight of the gods. When I first used darkness, I immediately realized that this must be the second power I need to acquire alongside Shichloi. This is a power that even Gemini fears, and it's also my hidden ace to double my strength. No, even more than that, I need to contact Mephistopheles first. Li Changseon was lost in thought when suddenly the system announced that the ancient cry of the fierce spirits had begun. Survive for 72 hours from now. The system starts counting down the time. Changseon's current location is the first area on the top floor. Li Changseon was fighting against the red-haired demons while thinking. Even though I don't know why that gloomy Mephisto is searching for someone, he must be looking for something within me to meet him. If I use this information correctly, I might be able to master the power of darkness perfectly. This time, the Ghost Tiger's cave has a 3-day time limit. It's getting longer each day, just as I thought. At this moment, Trangseon has joined forces with Jin. This chapter's time should be enough to help me strengthen my power and reconnect with Mephisto Forest once more. Lai Trangseon turned to call Din. The couple's still busy as ever, huh? Master? Very well, go ahead. Din laughed. I will show you something truly fascinating when you return. Interesting, Din said with a wide smile. Do you still remember Ma Ling? The one we stole from Hutza? I have tamed it now. A few strategies could be added if cavalry can join in. Li Trangseon, upon hearing this, thought of a troop on ghostly horses and found the idea not bad. But he still grimaced because he had to set aside that joy and go meet that annoying guy. The system reappeared and conveyed the warning from the tiger spirit, telling him not to act foolishly. Li Trangseon just felt annoyed, but many other gods were also making noise. The hunting season god nodded and told you to listen to a certain god just this once. The serpent god surrounding the world advises you to reconsider your decision to meet an embodiment of evil. Although the gods have spoken, Li Trangseon still smiles confidently. It seems they already know you want to meet Mephisto Forest and are doing their best to stop you. The ancient evil dragon god is reading the darkness and watching you with interest. Li Trangseon becomes even more excited, knowing this is a power that even the gods fear. The hunting season. God quickly covers his mother's eyes so she doesn't lose her treasure. The cruel, primordial dragon god is pressing down on his daughter's head with his foot and continues to watch you. The god Turus is exhaling smoke and looking at you, the one who teased their soldiers. The cruel, primordial dragon god is growling at a star because they are too troublesome. The Turus god is growling back at an Apollon asking if she wants to die. Right, mother. Li Changseon thinks that if it's something both Tiamat and Ben Maraduk have to worry about, it's worth trying. Surrounded by light and with the eye-shaped mark in the center, Li Changseon concentrates, activates the sacred seal, and the system translates the message. The fierce tiger god Sekor is starting to get angry and asks why you are not listening to him. The light from the eye turns into a tornado and flows out like a waterfall. System message.
You have successfully transformed your violent visual perception into darkness. You are in a focused state, in a meditative state. You have fully understood the meditation method of Ashtanga Yoga and delved deeper into the unconscious world. You have reached a state of tranquility and earned 5,000 karma achievement points. You are in animation. You have successfully connected with the unconscious world. At this moment, Lai Changxian is in a trance and sinking deep into the water. He thinks that darkness is also a power granted by Mephistopheles. If I activate my furious vision along with the darkness within the sacred seal and look deep into my subconscious, I might be able to meet him, the system reports achieving Theta Yogi. The reward of willpower, the title of enlightenment of Nibbija Samadhi. Willpower increased by 10. Lai Changxian chuckled, just as I expected. You wouldn't lose track of me, right? The dark gaze is focused on you. I have something I want to ask you. Please take me as your disciple. Mephistopheles asked back, why should I do that? Li Changxian was surprised that this god neither agreed nor denied him, just curious. So he still has a chance to persuade. I believe I have proven my worth. Even as a mere mortal, I have faced adversity and escaped Gemini. Hearing the owl tear through the sunset, it said, you are looking for someone, and I will surely be your right hand. Lord Demon, after saying that, I thought to myself that even though I haven't received any system messages about it, I'm sure he's watching me. Maybe he's hunting for hell, or as Manhwa said, I look a lot like the person he's searching for. Whatever the reason, he can look into Olympus. I can't let that happen. But I believe that just observing is not enough. In the future, I will be even stronger and will be present in many places. Use my eyes and just say you can take it any time. If so, then become my apostle. You know that I don't want to follow anyone, so many things, just like what you did with the puppet ruler. But it's not so bad. Changxian knew he didn't like this, but it wouldn't harm him anyway. Whether he learned to use the Black Knight or not depended on his own ability. The demon god then added, but there's no need to decide right now. I will test your abilities first. As he finished, the system displayed a notification about a new mission that involved scene segmentation and the conditions for learning Black Darkness. The condition to learn Black Knight involves scene classification. The demon chases after hell, showing interest in the human who dares to use holy marks to cast Black Knight. As the one who discovered the prison scene, a feat that even other saints dare not attempt, you have earned the right. However, you still have many shortcomings. Moreover, the demon lord believes that humans need emotional bonds and unity with him to become his disciples. Li Changxian thought, isn't the master-student relationship just a kind of pact? It seems he wants something else. Does he also have a master-disciple relationship with that person? Surpass all 3 tests of the demon-chasing hell assigned to you. If successful, you will gain the trust and affection of his disciple and limit the Dark Knight Master. The time limit if you fail to meet the conditions. If successful, you will fully possess the Holy Seal, the use of Black Darkness, and the title of the Great Demon's disciple. So Lai Changxian has secured the opportunity he needed. But what about trust? For him, this apprenticeship feels more like an exchange. But perhaps Mephistopheles needs a close and emotional relationship. But still not sure what the future holds for him, and that man the system reminds. The mission begins. The test proves your qualification. Classify the chain of events. The demon lord chasing hell has sent a messenger to deliver a message to you. First, earn his recognition. Failures are just scenes of success in disguise. Move on to the next side quest to prove the 2 of their qualifications. After reading this information, Changxian wondered who the messenger was. At this moment, the electronic system panel disappeared and was replaced by a giant eye peering through a crack directly at him as the surrounding space suddenly shattered like fractured glass under intense impact. Breaking free from Palace's sanctuary, Li Changxian shouted, opening his eyes to find himself back on the plane, still beside the mischievous Wu Hao Ta. He saw him shouting and looked over with a sneer. Are you okay? I didn't expect your sleeping habits to be so bad. Oh, yes, I'm fine. Li Changxian was stunned to see herself in reality, but just a moment ago she was in the demon cave. The system announced that she had achieved the Devil's Disciple achievement. Magical reward plus 15, willpower plus 10. Your time is up. SSL's rating. You will receive rewards based on your evaluation. You have returned to reality. Li Changxian was stunned. Reward? Has it been 3 days already? Li Changxian stroked her chin thoughtfully. Even the flow of time in the sanctuary is different. How can that be? I can only see how far Mephistophelesco's realm has advanced. Does this mean I won't get stronger anytime soon? I don't even have a test. The other gods started their council again. The hunting season constellation jumped up and asked if you were injured.
The serpent zodiac coil around the world nods and says, judging by that dazed look on his face, he's probably fine now.
The evil dragon star. Kai Nguyen sighs in relief while showing disapproval of the reckless actions of its clan members. The star Kai Nguyen tilts its head, wondering if any mortal has ever returned safely after being attacked by the supreme demon. The Taurus constellation looked at you with disdain because you radiated dark energy. A few gods were stunned that you escaped from the palace temple. Some constellations ask you why you weren't trapped in Palace Swamp. The demon world seems interested in you. Li Changxian didn't expect them to be so excited, because he only knew that Mephistopheles' mark was still clear and that he was also watching him closely. Chang thought that before, he only needed to focus to unlock it. But now the holy mark looks more like a sense than ever. It is the amount of dark energy that has been used repeatedly. He is capable of combining skills to strengthen them and has enough to make up for the 72 hours he wasted. Wu Haota looked at the young man beside him and was very surprised to see a glowing sphere forming and swirling right in front of his chest.
What is this? The old man asked. But Li Changxian didn't know either. He was also very surprised.
The system announces that an unknown force has unlocked the inventory. Li Changxian is wide-eyed in surprise. What's going on?
Something like an egg fell into Changxian's palm. JW's egg is hatching. Li Changxian frantically looked on, eyes wide open, thinking she had incubated so many eggs without any reaction. Why did it suddenly stop?
The wet egg with a tail sticking out made its owner even more stunned. A tail? Not a bird? But Jai's egg hatches into a divine bird. It is a noble predator bird. It will grant courage and strength to its owner and allies. Li Changxian was so shocked she couldn't speak anymore. Could this really be the messenger? The system reports that Jai's egg, which contains dark energy in its mouth, has fully hatched. The egg emits a blinding light, and then a silly-looking creature that's neither bird nor dragon appears, laughing. The system introduces itself as the little black fire dragon in the dark night. A very cool name, but the interface looks a bit goofy. Maybe it's still young, but this interface still makes its owner freeze in shock. The system adds, the little black fire dragon in the dark night looked into the awakened person's eyes. The small, silly creature flew to Li Changxian's nose and called out "Ku Kru." The appearance of this small creature with a cloth makes the gods all stir. The eyes of the hunting season constellation light up, saying that a cute baby has been born. This sixth aunt definitely needs to get her eyesight checked. How can this little one be so adorable? The serpent constellation, wrapping around the world, begins to hurriedly search through the ancient library after seeing its appearance. The fallen tiger constellation sniffs and says, in ancient times, snakes were braver and kinder than dragons. Little black fire dragon spins around in the dark night to show its presence. The creature happily jumps on Li Changxian's palm, making sounds that attract others to look. Bun's team rushed in the fastest. Hebben sighed. Oh, so cute. What did you have in your hand? Li Changxian chuckled awkwardly. I brought along a divine beast egg. It bloomed from there. The tiny black fire dragon in the dark night was chirping and giggling foolishly as it flew around, rubbing against Li Changxian's face happily like a playful child. And its owner is trying very hard to hold back his irritation with this little girl. A flight attendant then comes to remind him that the passengers are being disturbed by his little creature. But when she saw the adorable creature smiling innocently alongside Li Changxian's handsome and mischievous look, her attitude changed. But I will try to persuade them, by the way, if you don't mind. Can I take a picture with you? Seon Trying secretly sighed at how chaotic everything was. On top of that, the system even announced that the side quest had been updated. The test to prove the first qualification, a sub-quest to classify the chain description. The demon envoy sent to pursue Hell has appeared, so earn his recognition. Failure. Scene of failure. Success moves on to the next side quest to prove the second qualification. The little black fire dragon in the dark night is very hungry. Find some food for it. When the dragon is full, the bond between you will grow stronger. The closer your bond, the more you can read the little black fire dragon's thoughts in the dark night, along with the system's reminder that the small black dragon is acting all weak and cute like a steamed bun. Who asked it to go crazy and act so wild right after hatching, exhausting itself? This animal has reported multiple times in a short period, causing Li Changxian to panic and become a bit disoriented. Now on the plane, where can he find food for this old man? Luckily, this creature is not only ugly, but also picky. Seeing it hungry and offering a biscuit, it closed its eyes and turned away as if it saw something disgusting, despite trying to convince it that the biscuit is very expensive, but the dragon did not turn back. She wondered if it was because it had just been born and wanted to eat baby food. But this is a dragon.
So if it eats like that, can it digest it? And while she kept asking questions, the reluctant father was stunned and speechless, while Se kept asking a million why questions. Seeing the dragon as if it were about to starve in his hands, Lai Changsun knew it was hungry, but didn't know what to feed it. And the system announced that the tiny black fruit dragon in the dark was protesting inside his stomach. Xian was even more panicked because he had always been slaying dragons, never raising one. Li Changxian hesitated, except for low-level dragons like the Za, rarely found in dungeons, and high-level dragons like this one are even more scarce, so he didn't know anything. At this moment, the dragon was becoming more and more desperate from hunger. Li Changxian was so panicked that his face twisted in confusion as he saw the dragon panting heavily and struggling, not knowing what to do at all. All he knew about dragons was that they were born with a rebellious intelligence, and the blue dragon, which has existed for thousands of years, is an ancient species, often considered the ancestor of the dragon race. The little fruit dragon looks similar to an ancient dragon, but its energy attribute is completely different. And now the newly hatched dragon is looking at him as if to say, "Why didn't you feed me?" Moreover, this is a dragon sent by Mephistopeles, so it must be different. Could it be that he knows someone capable of transforming into a divine beast, with the highest level of shape-shifting skills? Li Changxian thought as he ran with the little dragon to Waf, looking dejected. He said, "Sorry, I don't really know much about the dragon race either. I'll find out when we land. Damn it, the flight still has over 8 hours to go. Their kid's doomed, so what's the point of trying anymore? Hey, things are getting complicated, and the system is forcing me. The little black fire dragon has fallen into a negative state. The little black fire dragon is becoming malnourished, and the bond level is starting to decrease. Warning, the decreasing level of intimacy will affect the bond between you and the little black fire dragon. You risk failing the side quest to prove your trial status." Li Changxian gritted her teeth, thinking this creature was the messenger Mephistopeles sent to test his dark energy. Then the answer would revolve around it. At this moment, Lord Vu suddenly appeared behind and pointed out that the creature seemed to be a ma long. This statement was like a ray of hope for this reluctant father. I immediately turned back and asked, "Do you know about dragons, Ma Long?" Vu Hao Ta smiled softly. "Just a little. I used to have one long ago." Ma Long is a rare dragon that has been corrupted due to a pact with humans related to demons or for other reasons, so their behavior differs from ordinary dragons, and even when they mature, they tend to shun other dragons. Li Changxian carefully reconsidered. This dragon is filled with demonic energy, so perhaps the more abstract things are more suitable for it. If we see the dragon as an item that leaves an impression not because of itself, but because of the value or achievement gained through it, then maybe I happen to have this. Trang Son rụt thanh kiếm và vuốt chọn từ sông tự ra va dựa về phía con rồng. Những nổ vang lạnh lùng quấy dị khiến vị thần mua sẵn bàn thờ phao nhẹ nhõm. The hunting god opposed him using the treasure in that way and threw it back to her instead. At this moment, the sword storage station began to emit dark energy, and the dragon immediately was attracted and bit the sword's blade. This caused the gods to start a lively discussion. The hunting season god was very disappointed and loudly told you not to do that. The serpent god surrounding the world looked at a certain deity with pity and told her that there must be a reason for everything. Though the reason is unknown, the little dragon has already broken the precious sword, to Li Changxian's relief and Vu Outsa's amazement. Maybe it suits its taste. This sword looks very expensive. Are you upset? Since Changxian was so confused about how to use that sword, just let the dragon eat if it can. Increasing the mission completion rate is all that matters. The little dragon, munching on durian and the sword, is now holding its belly, full and breathing heavily. The system updates its status. The little black fire dragon in the dark night was extremely happy after a delicious meal. Your loyalty level has increased slightly. The little black fire dragon in the dark night now considers you a friend after being fed. Do you want to name it? Changxian is again thinking that the system isn't showing her failure in Udatsu's secret hidden mission. Even though I don't know what it does, it seems I can still use the sword even though it has been digested in this dragon's stomach. Seeing you just standing there, Vu Hao Ta impatiently reminds you to name the dragon. Li Changxian calmly said, "I think it's Yong Yung. That name makes everyone there cover their faces and almost faint because it's so terrible." The gods also have opinions. The serpent god wrapping around the world, covering his face with his tail, said they are ashamed of this terrible name. The fallen tiger god quietly glanced at you and said that no one in the world is perfect. Even the little dragon finds that name very unappealing. Li Changxian saw everyone protesting too much and changed its name to Kaza. Just then, the god of hunting said he didn't understand what was wrong with the cute name earlier. Theo looked at him with a questioning gaze. "Are you serious? The serpent god around the world advises some god not to rush and name their pet because Gu's name is also bad. The hunting god jumps up and declares that no one can name something as well as she can. The serpent god surrounding the world asked what name she was thinking of. The hunting god proudly listed Mio, Quash, and Squill. The serpent god wrapping around the world sighed and said it was truly offensive. The hunting god didn't understand what was wrong. While the gods are arguing, Seo is also shouting at Li Changxian. What's wrong with Yang Yang and Ka? Li Changxian still innocently asked if there was a problem, saying that it is a problem because right now this small, adorable dragon suits this name. But when it grows up, naming it this way would be way too childish. Didn't you raise a dog before? What's its name? Zhongyi? Cute names like that suit puppies very well. You named it like a family member. But how are Zhongyi, Yongzhongyi, and Kaza different? The system helps the little dragon voice its opinion. The little black fire dragon in the dark night doesn't like the name you want to give. Friendship decreases by 15. Happiness drops by 20. Little black fire. Dragon in the dark night openly hates you, giving others the chance to scold even more. Look, it also understands and hates the name you gave it. Change it quickly. Hurry up! Trangson finds raising this dragon so troublesome and difficult. He stared intently at the dragon and wondered what to name it. I've got it. I came up with the name CM. This time, everyone will look at you and the dragon with shining eyes, especially the one with a good name. The two brothers are probably the first to comment. Lei Trangxian was just joking earlier. The system asked again, do you want to name it CM? The little black fire dragon in the dark night was satisfied with this majestic name. The bond has been restored, and happiness has returned. Li Trangxian immediately agreed, finally satisfied this little boss. There's no need to think anymore. CM has become your follower. The dragon's eyes flash with a laser-like red light. The consciousness link has been established. One end of the link is equipped with a holy mark, while the other is placed at CM's heart. At this moment, the black dragon shrank back, its eyes shining with a faint light as it smiled. Fortunately, it's incredibly powerful, and CM can now generate dark energy. You can understand part of CM's thoughts. As your bond deepens, you'll be able to read more thoughts. The more you read, the more you can harness dark energy. Katniss's heart has begun to generate dark energy. You can absorb some of the dark energy generated through the consciousness link. The holy mark has been established as a skill. The skill level increases with the amount of dark energy you possess. The system displays information about the holy mark skill. The holy mark scar of the offender has absorbed a fragment of divine power. The divine power within is fundamentally different from magic. Therefore, caution is needed when using it, as there is a risk of losing control. But once mastered, you will gain unimaginable power compared to ordinary people. Currently, the sacred mark bears the celestial fire of Gemini and the dark energy of the great demon chasing hell. Level 3 skill, classified as authority, with divine trait possession, unleashing divine power. The little dragon is now licking Li Trang's nose affectionately, while he's thinking about his old father. My son, why does he keep talking like that? It doesn't suit him at all. The dad stiffened up with his brat of a son. He just wanted to be serious for once, but he couldn't even do that. Li Trangseon coldly said, that shoulder doesn't suit him. Why are you standing so long then? So you're the only serious person here. What do you mean by that? Phew, just thinking about the day we have to part makes me sad. Where are you planning to go, old man? Just live with me then. I have no family here anyway, and neither do you, right? Just stay here, we are both lonely. The father angrily poked him in the face and scolded, you really say things that feel like mockery. Then tell me, don't live like I do. Li Trangseon looked surprised, saying, I may not live a life worthy of this name, but I hope you will be different. Damn it, what does a name even matter? At first I said that without thinking, but then I realized that this name was originally held by a hero who fought dragons during the Silver Age in Acadia. He became the king of a nation loved by gods and constellations, even helping them. There is a folktale that he killed the evil dragon and buried its fang underground to train the Long Na soldiers. But for someone struggling to get by like Trangxian, thinking about sacrificing for others is also a luxury. He doesn't think those heroic names suit himself. This name, carrying a story related to dragons, suits this kid well. The system reports that he has successfully completed the first trial evidence task and has created a new task with the second trial evidence, classifying it as a regular description chain that constantly absorbs dark energy from the demon. Envoy chasing hell and enhances your holy mark, using that as a basis to turn the failed wall of the heart chamber into a successful scene. The side quest chain continues with proof of the third trial. The flight proceeds and lands in Paris, France, at Sly-Werseo Airport, where she suddenly puts on sunglasses, making Haben wonder why she's doing that.
Oh, you said this is just a survival trick, so Haben didn't think anything serious was happening. Turns out, she's just preparing her best look to take some stunning photo. But as soon as the door of the plane opened, the light from the camera lenses immediately shone in. Trang Sion, used to this scene, showed no special reaction and focused on leading the group. Haben, for the first time, is so captivated that she almost drops her glasses and silently marvels. The reporters want to ask questions, but Trang Sion coldly says she just woke up, so her mind is blank. Someone asked if he has any rookie in France he considers a rival, and Lai Trang Sion immediately shot back with a very provocative answer. "I am above everything now, so why should I care?" Trang Sion answered the interview with a nonchalant attitude, leaving the reporters stunned and fumbling for matches but unable to do anything. His mind is unruly, but can't be fought back. Still, the reporters had many questions they wanted to ask. For example, Henry Block's solo fight challenge, but Lai Trang Sion said this was the first time he'd heard of him, leaving the reporters stunned. In their impression, Henry was the most disciplined in France and was honored to become a king in the future. He is also the one who conquered the ancient dragon dungeon that no one has been able to clear for a long time and obtained a dragon bone. Lai Trang Sion impatiently reminded them that he doesn't have time, so stop wasting it with long-winded talk. The reporter tried to ask about his thoughts on the match he proposed, but Lai Trang Sion said, "I don't know who he is, but if he wants to fight, just come at me, show me, though that will only lead to his early death." That journalist thinks the tyrant is going crazy and is trying to provoke the entire France. Now, a red-haired reporter jumps in, questioning whether Sion will wipe out the wind-blown desert fortress that has been giving France a headache for so long. "So I just planned to wipe it out with my usual methods," Li Trang Sion replied, without hesitation, pushing up his glasses and saying, "All right then, I'm out of time. So that's all for the Q&A." Trang Sion knew full well that even the most famous French strategists kept failing to conquer it. The windy, rocky desert makes it understandable why they want to know how a foreigner like me plans to conquer it. Soon, news about today's interview was published. Jiang Kuman commented very enthusiastically on the interview, especially noting that the new French recruit Henry said that as a child he idolized the tyrant and really wanted to challenge him to a duel. At this point, Jiang Kuman is even more furious. Moreover, the immortal king ZZC Valentin said he would try even harder to earn the respect of his successors. WOF stepped in to defend Chang X. "I understand your worries that he has damaged the relationship between Korea and France, but the words of the tyrant were misunderstood due to cultural differences. He deserves his hero title of this era and has a warmer heart than anyone else. The Li Chang Seon I know is not a tyrant, but a wise king. Joy Chair means a wise ruler in French." Of course, this entire interview with GF was published and angered many people. This crazy bastard is obviously just pretending to be arrogant, conquering the windy, rocky desert. Ridiculous. Does he think I won't know he's here to take over the Illuminati after Joachim convinced him? This shouting man is Duke Konstantin Bruning, the Red Eagle, who looks after Joachim GF and leads half of the elders in the Illuminati. This is a warning to me and my allies. I understand the goddess's will better than anyone, so both Joachim Goof and Lai Khan are unnecessary to me. "Louis, are you there? Come here immediately." Bruning looked very serious and malicious as he said, "It seems we need to prepare a cruise jack." At the same time, someone was also insulting Lai Trang-sun. Kang Guchen, dressed like a thief, was laughing smugly, as if he had already secured victory. He believes that with this dice roll, just one more spark is enough to make everything irretrievable. The 2 letters the department head asked him to deliver have been put into the mailbox, so he can think big like this. Meanwhile, Li Trang-seon was unsure whether to be happy or sad. Katmoose felt very satisfied with the king's treasure. CM opened his eyes wide and said that now he has a really spacious treasure store. This fat dragon is biting into every item in the king's treasure. Indeed, you have a mouth that can eat through collapsing mountains. CM feels extremely happy thanks to the delicious meal. Satisfaction is rising, closeness has increased significantly, and the abnormal mind has been strengthened. The current completion rate is 6.7%. After swallowing the sword that touched the blade and sleeping for a while, this dragon pig became insanely hungry again. And this time it scooped up the king's treasure and happily bit into the golden crown, making Lai Trang-seon question life. Can the icy helmet really make that sound? However, with this dragon's wide mouth like a furnace, all the gold turns into honey. In the end, all the treasures carefully guarded by the Snow King became delicious food for this greedy dragon. Li Trangxian looked serious as she watched, suddenly realizing she could now use breath attacks, a power that even high-level dragons can only wield after mastering their elemental control. While Sun was lost in thought, the dragon was about to turn the treasure pile into gold. Although its breath was slightly weaker than that of high-level dragons, it couldn't be underestimated because it contained a hint of dark energy, a type of power that can burn and annihilate targets without caring about elemental differences. A dragon with such strength, after all, a demon dragon still has a difference compared to an ordinary dragon. And in such a short time, it seems to have grown already. Digging through a pile of treasures like that, if it doesn't suit a person, does it mean it just eats without digesting? It's only been awake for less than 24 hours. Its growth rate is truly impressive. The system reports that this pig or dragon has bitten the ice crown and the sword of the icy land. It has absorbed 72 ice elements. It has absorbed 51 metal elements, and its force has been strengthened. The unexpected mind has been reinforced through the effect of mental influence. Current completion progress is 7.1%. Fully fed. Mus's gaze at Li Changxian is much gentler now, and Li Changxian also finds it more agreeable. Even though this clueless guy is a bit greedy, raising him is worth every penny. The two of them are still cuddling each other, creating dark energy and mental division. Everything at the top is always amazing, generating dark energy, or in other words, creating divine power. If this keeps up, Changxian will be able to use various skills just like Mephistopheles. Simply put, this is a necessary condition to become a disciple of Mephistopheles. Lost in thought, Jean suddenly appeared with 100,000 questions. Why? What is this? I've never seen it before. You've never seen it before. Are you a dragon? After standing frozen for 2 seconds in surprise, Li Trangxian immediately asked him what was going on. Din chuckled smugly. Do you remember I told you there was something you needed to see when you returned? Oh, that demon horse? Already so soon? What do you mean early? Hey master, who do you think I am? Jint is extremely proud as a dark energy erupts outward. A white horse emitting dark energy appears. This is a level 6 Deathbone horse. A horse with a terrifying appearance, as if it was just pulled out of hell, neighing fiercely. Seeing that the horse was a bit too agitated, Jin became angry. Huh? What's wrong with it? I have to cancel the summoning. Actually, Li Changxian could easily defeat this horse, but once he uses this skill, the room will turn into a battlefield instantly. Just as I was considering a reasonable plan, CM charged out like a gust of wind and roared with a terrifying face. Seeing this, the horse shrank back like a frightened cat and no longer dared to show off, standing still for Cat to examine. This display surprised both Li Changxian and Jin so much that they froze. Don't tell me it's fear of dragons. It just looks like a young dragon, but has it already learned to use its powers? No way this horse is the king ruling over a bloodline among those spirit beasts. Although the difference between a zombie and a high-level dragon is huge, it can control something that took me 2 days to tame even a little. Din was especially impressed when that winged tadpole-like creature displayed such incredible power. Li Changxian explained that it seemed to be a demon dragon. Oh, but even so, it's still impressive. Master, it seems it will be a long time before I can match your strength. Hey Din, among your subordinates, is there anyone skilled at hiding? Hiding? This is Mire Aliano. Follow her after she leaves the party. Even if she hides in the crowd, don't let yourself be detected. Why? Are you planning to keep her? You also know it's not right to spy on others. Where did this guy suddenly get so much morality from? Besides, is his mind only filled with love? Li Trangxian irritably reminded him that enough of his nonsense. Calm down. If you go too far, it'll be embarrassing. She's the one holding the 5 sacred scriptures. Is the dark tyrant still not here? Did he hear that Henry would be here and run away? What do you think, Henry? Henry coldly glances at the 2 sycophants. At that moment, Li Changxian, riding his newly tamed horse, causes chaos in the banquet hall. Your mother really knows how to make an entrance, huh? Before Li Trangxian arrived, everyone at the party was still gossiping and criticizing you. The dark energy aura and Li Trangxian riding majestically appeared, causing chaos in the scene. He stood like a king above, looking down with a cold expression. After the confusion passed, the gossipers started talking again. Does he want to be the main character or what? Pathetic name, isn't it? You're really someone who loves to attract attention. Only Mire Aliano, the holder of the 5 holy books, has the best judgment among all of them. Is Goa a demon horse? What kind of creature is it? I've never seen that before. The people at the party, hearing her say that, also started to change their attitude. Does Miro not know? He's the most skilled death spirit master among the new players. It's the first time I've seen the tyrant act as a necromancer or a beast tamer. That horse's demonic aura is even stronger than a dungeon boss. Miro glanced over and called Henry. The guy had just raised his glass of wine to his mouth, but before he could drink, he had to put it down and look over. At this moment, CM dances again, appearing with a glow. What's that? A dragon? It circles a few more times to prove its existence. The amazed guests found it adorable and wanted one too. This was also the first time CM revealed himself to humans. Tired of dancing, Catmoose lands back in Li Trangxian's hand with a smile to please her. The noise and chatter started to rise again. No way! Is it also Li Trangxian's pet? Isn't he already proficient in soul summoning now? People even say he's a master of combat skilled with all kinds of weapons, so even ignoring that demon horse, how could a warrior possibly train a dragon? It's common for a person not to excel in two different fields, especially at a high rank, and Henry is feeling extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Shin Onsei happily runs toward the small dragon, and Kama also naturally flies toward her. Sinan S casually calls CM her pet, and gives it the nickname One, which Li Trangxian thinks sounds just like Long Long, the name he gave it. She was petting the dragon, but Seo also couldn't help but be curious about the demon horse Li Trangxian brought. When she asked, he just said nothing special and snapped his fingers, and the huge horse disappeared like a soul returning to dust. Sinan Seo displayed a high-level magic trick expression as she, now holding the 5 holy scriptures, approached very close to Li Trangxian but said nothing. Li Trangxian signaled to the clan member that the time had come, so he quickly followed her and merged into Miro's shadow. The master thief of the middle clan used close surveillance skills to follow Mireille Aliano. Li Trangxian outwardly showed no expression, but was secretly marveling at how smoothly everything was going. In the demon cave, Jung Yuin revealed to him that Miro Aliano possesses the 5th holy scripture. The problem is, besides that, he has no other clues, so from now on he must investigate on his own. At least now you've successfully fooled her, and this is a good start. One notable point is her fiancé, Henry. He has always been competing with me. Since he is very competitive even in France, Trangxian took advantage of the interview to provoke him into acting out. At this point, Miro will naturally get involved, so I really have to thank the reporters for mentioning Henry during that interview right after they got off the plane. Seo asked Trangxian in confusion. You still study summoning techniques? Your horse looks like a spiritual beast. Trangxian snapped out of her trance and said, I just think Catmose is too lonely on her own. Huh. There's no way I would care about such trivial matters. Under the gaze that felt like she was stepping on honeycomb inside her stomach, Li Trangxian avoided her eyes, quietly wondering how she was so perceptive about these strange things. She's talented, but she always uses her skills in the wrong way. I told you already I'm not a warrior. My profession is a mage, specifically an ancient script mage. Please, Seo, shout out. Huh? No way. Why is the wizard better at fighting than the warrior? Bun has seen Li Trangxian use ancient script, so it's not surprising. And the Shin sisters are fainting left and right. Habin stiffened as he stroked the little dragon in his hand, while the person in question looked pale, wondering what he said wrong to get such a reaction. At this moment, Lord Wu Hyun-rong approaches and asks, So you're here? It must be hard to get food for Kadam, right? The baby dragon is always hungry even after feeding. You must be having a headache with it. There are so many unfamiliar faces here. I think I should introduce them to you. Li Trangxian frowned, wondering who this person was that could recognize Catmose as a demon dragon so instantly. Hun Ryan paid no attention to the expression of the young man behind him and introduced people very professionally. Changseon thought that even in a place where dragons are worshipped like Acadia, no one could understand dragons to this extent. Vu Haota's group greeted him very friendly first. So you're the tyrant, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Nicola Falk from Revenant. I am Griezmann Adley from Son Son, and I am Ludovico from Orlando. Changseon knew they were all members of the top guilds in France, so he greeted them politely. These people were also on par with the White Tiger Guild and the 5 Stars of Korea, so he couldn't afford to be careless. General Vu Haota smiled and suggested they go greet the other new recruits present here. Changseon started to feel uneasy about Ni because he kept acting overly familiar ever since they met at the airport. It seems he's planning something, but we'll have to wait and see. Then this scene leads to the tyrant shaking hands with Henry. There's already hostility flying between you two before anything even happened. I've heard about you, Li Trangxian. I am Henry Block. Nice to meet you. Li Trangxian suddenly stopped mid-sentence, suggesting this encounter wasn't very pleasant. General Vu also was surprised when he suddenly turned cold and stopped speaking. Henry laughed and said, Meeting my childhood idol is truly an honor for me. He is so honored that he secretly activates his skill, with the dark energy of the Death Dragon spreading in all directions. He activates the violence curse, and the fear curse. Li Trangseon smirked, thinking that maybe because she liked him during the interview, he's now trying to humiliate her. But this is too obvious. Henry Block, he is the one controlling the Death Dragon, also known as Ko Long. It sounds impressive, but in reality he's just a low-level dragon like the Immortal Line. The others looked at the tense atmosphere between the two of them, and were also surprised when Henry was about to provoke right here. Lai Trangseon smiled meaningfully. Your noble virtue skill has been activated. Your spirit is now immune. He silently admires. He's not bad, but that's all. Then a stream of yellow light mixed with shadows of darkness rushed towards Henry, leaving him stunned. The onlookers wondered what set apart the abilities of these two so-called rivals of the century. They quickly found an answer as the light surrounded Henry, while he clenched his teeth in frustration, wondering why things had turned out this way. He was very confident in his future title as the King of France. The sound of the machinery system alarm blared loudly. Tu Long's soul had been nullified. Tu Long's roar was silenced. He poured all his strength, but in front of the tyrant his move was nullified in the blink of an eye. The Tiger's aura combination and the Hidden Saint technique gave you an advantage on the battlefield. Lai Trangseon seemed to transform into a demon and asked, My ears are very sharp, so I overheard your conversation with your friend. You insult me and my comrades as a half-wits. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Everyone here was stunned to learn that the tyrant knew about these things. Li Trangseon wouldn't care if they only talked about him, but he wouldn't let anyone hurt his comrades' pride. They are continuously sharing part of Katmos's power through Fire Core. Since dragons are intelligent creatures, they can understand the speech of all beings, including animals, plants, and even inanimate objects. You can understand it and speak every language. Mr. Nicola quickly intervenes, seeing the tense situation. You are mistaken, be quiet. Trangseon coldly glances at the old man. I'm asking you, Henry, and your friend. Not the old man. The fear of death is overwhelming. You can't run away. Henry, trembling with fear, stammered, Tell me about that. That you fell into a state of panic. Henry suddenly calmed down, withdrew his hand, and clearly said it was a misunderstanding. I see. Good thing I misheard. If it were you, we might have come to blows. Then I'll greet you back. Nice to meet you. Stay and have fun until the party ends. Finally, this round of sarcastic greetings is over. Henry staggered back to his room, furious and unrepentant, grinding his teeth as he wondered how dare she insult him, the next king. I won't forgive you. Li Changsan. His sycophants and his fiancée are right next to him, constantly talking about what just happened. But in reality, they're just using empty words to mock Henry, making him even angrier and more determined to teach the tyrant a lesson. Then it will be their turn to get beaten. The dungeon opens in 2 days. He doesn't know what trick Lai Trangseon has used, but he's sure he won't be able to do the same once the attack begins. And that will be the moment he makes him pay for today. Just then, the beautiful fiancée calls him. Henry couldn't even keep a good face in front of his future wife. But Han Hak responded, What's going on? It's nothing. Seeing him like that, she didn't bother asking anymore. Miro thought she would have been more careful. When the two men had their secret fight, a faceless spirit kept urging her to run away, to leave this place quickly. But she just stood there, frozen. Finally turning around to ask why she had to do that and who was talking to her. The faceless spirit angrily asked if she didn't see his eyes. He is an entity that both resembles and opposes me. That guy could have burned me to death. Someone who can kill both you and me. Thinking back to Li Changseon's wicked smile, Miro tried to reassure herself that she felt no fear. This was just the guardian spirit's fear transmitted through the contract. He has reacted like this ever since he saw the flame in that man's eyes. I can't believe a divine being is so terrified of a mortal with no special powers. Li Changseon, what are you? I rarely see you like this. Henry, Nicola said. Henry told his teacher that he was just not feeling well, and Nicola patted his shoulder and said that it was okay, and remind him that the position he has today as an orphaned child is thanks to the efforts of those who have returned from the dead. If everything falls apart because of him, we will have no choice but to reclaim the glory and everything he has built. Henry bit his lip and replied, I will keep that in my heart, sir. The day quickly arrived when everyone mobilized to enter the dungeon. The machine system announced, You have entered the dungeon called the Arid Desert of Cold Winds. The dungeon escape mission begins. Every few days, a train passing through the heart of the desert arrives at the station. Protect the train from adverse conditions and all kinds of monsters blocking its way out of the desert. Although the White Tiger clan did not reveal any plans to attack the dry and rocky desert dungeon with cold winds, they certainly did not carry them out because the French government did not want to lose face in front of other countries. Report again. The train is divided into 4 cars. In each car, you can find survival tools and hidden fragments when moving from the last car to the first.
All participants will have access to the warehouse, system window, and skill window to complete the mission. Henry sneered at Li Trongseon earlier, and he's sure that no matter how talented the tyrant is, he won't be able to cross the barren rocky desert alone. The divine creature is in the right season for hunting, and is excited to see you play with new prey in this harsh environment. Li Trongseon is lamenting that it's so hot here, completely opposite to that despised snowy world. The divine serpent entity wrapping around the world makes this place feel so familiar. Li Trongseon frowned because the scorching sun during the day and the freezing cold wind at night would be a major obstacle to conquering the dungeon. According to the detailed mission description, the train is the only way out. Falling behind means facing the King of Hell. Those French guys are not taking this dungeon seriously at all. They claimed it was too difficult and that the rewards they received didn't match the difficulty of the Crimson Hell. Li Trongseon then remembered when he met the Nameless King. He asked you if you know Soster. Soster is a mighty giant who rules over the power of fire, the volcano beneath hell. Li Trongseon asked again, are you referring to the ruler of Muspelheim, the giant king of fire? Is he dead? Yeah, he's been dead for ages. But the apocalypse world he rules over is on Earth. Stur is the giant king who rules the world of fire. He used the world of fire to destroy countless universes. One day, someone discovered he was dead, and the apocalypse unfolded in Muspel at the same time. No one knows why he is sleeping, but there are many rumors that he was cursed for destroying all those universes, and this desert is what remains of that very world. The destructive flames that consumed the world were fully ignited to obtain a sacrificial object. Is that correct? Then take the sword that Ster once wielded. It will be very helpful. Ster is known to possess a sword called Laevatin, which only the fire giant king can wield. The secret to reaching Ragarin, where the sword is kept, is to take that train. First, I will gather all the hidden pieces and obtain Laevatin. If I can use Jiggy's world-destroying fire along with that sword, I will be able to maximize the power of the fire. Of course, I need to find the exact location of the fifth holy scripture. First, just as I need to focus on this dungeon, at some point Mireille will be far away from the volunteer group. Li Trongseon then asked the spy hiding in her shadow about the current situation. The spy said there's nothing worth noting, but Chang still urged him to keep a close watch. The dungeon raid officially begins. After only a few steps, 4 members of Li Trongseon's team of 5 start to dry out, thirsting and crying out to remove their armor. He reluctantly told them that it's best to wear armor, even if it's difficult. Just then, the system announced that the power of the beast path warned of danger. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted, and the shock waves spread far and wide, causing the attacking team to panic and fear they were ambushed. There's no need to be afraid because this is actually an ambush by the Sona Luca family. A man in a red cloak with a mask showing sharp teeth flying out from the flames. That boy Take might just be a finger, like a pointer finger among the others, but he's still just a finger. Do you want me to just follow his orders like that? He is the leader of the little finger of the Soralauka clan, the young Saint Kudaguna. The order is very strict, so don't forget. The ring finger leader, Cassio, reminds you, capturing the child from the prophecy is more enjoyable than this. Anyway, the boss likes him, too. You're not planning to go against your superior's decision, are you? Are you crazy? Do you think I want to get my head chopped off while I sleep? I don't like this, but I won't cause any trouble. Just take care of your business. Let's get started. This will be a lot of fun. The Senaruka Guild ambush begins now. The power of the beast's path warns of danger to you. A mysterious ambush is underway, rapidly sweeping through the enemies. Li Trongseon can't help but curse. She just walked into a disaster. Who can blame her for being angry? The Ice Cloak is resisting the hot wind. The Ice Cloak. The Ice Cloak of the Snow King, ancestor of the Snow People, specially crafted by the legendary master craftsman Yu Jie's descendant. The garment possesses perfect defensive qualities like armor, lightweight, temperature regulating, and magical barrier protection. The team member with the piercing gaze skill, Big Gelgan, safely escaped the effect of the explosion skill. Sinel's team member disabled damage from many shield skills. Sinimgu's team member created a magical barrier using the Ouroboros construction skill. Guiyabin's team member used the Divine Weapons artifact to create a strong wind and safely escape the blast radius. The hunting season's sacred body is furious because her beloved was injured and is shouting at who is behind this. The serpent-shaped holy body curled around the world frowned upon seeing the priest from that day injured. Li Trongseon only sighed in relief as everyone in her team was safe. At this moment, his spy reports that the enemy is about to attack Mireille. He asks what he should do.
And at this moment, Mireille had fainted right beside a man with a chiseled abdomen who looked at her with great interest. Li Trangseon, furious, shouted curses as he transformed into a bird and soared over there, constantly wondering if she had been their target from the very beginning. Li Trangseon panicked and called Gogun to come with her, then told the spy to hide and keep updating their location. The power of the beast's path is warning you of danger. Li Trangseon was also ambushed, but he reacted very quickly and fought back. The attacker was a stealth weapon, and after the smoke cleared, the figure of the attacker gradually revealed itself. That guy said, you can still see? Looks like the rumors are true. The hunting season holy body is very angry at the uninvited guest's appearance. I was going to deal with you quickly in return, but now it's over. You deserve to be part of my collection. The serpent-shaped divine entity is impressed by your ability to cause trouble everywhere. Besides, even though you're from East Asia, Mien being handsome is enough, and even our guardian gods are very interested in you. So let's all enjoy this moment. The evil dragon primal spirit is waiting for your new opponent. The hunting season spirit is shocked to see a god and asks what your mother is doing here. The primordial evil dragon body said it just wanted to see the girl's favorite channel for a bit. The hunting season body jumped up and asked that god to stop. Li Trangseon, despite being in a tense battle, still had to spend 2 minutes helpless against these two divine children. He swung his hand, unleashing dark energy whips that struck the ambusher directly. Although he is very quick and agile, he still gets his leg caught by Trangseon's whip. The opponent is now firmly trapped. Li Trangseon immediately jumps in, ready to deliver a decisive sword strike to send him to the Western Paradise. The fierce spirit state is activated, and the howling tiger spirit has been unleashed. Li Changshan and the ambusher clash fiercely. After blocking one of Li Changshan's strikes, he marvels that he's not bad and dares to damage his jade body. A giant centipede suddenly crawled out from beneath the sand, along with the loud scream of the ambusher. This won't end just by you entering my martial arts sect. The mighty tiger divine body clearly shows hostility towards the new enemy. The tiger divine body in a desperate situation warns, "How dare you lay a hand on my possession?" The clever dark insect saint body claims he's only following the priest's orders. Trangseon was quite surprised because Hu Wang is usually very fierce, but for some reason today he's especially aggressive. But that didn't make Trangseon lose focus on the battle ahead. Although her opponent was a woman, she was very strong. Trangseon fought without any mercy. I'm also wondering if it's because the shadow of the invisible constellation made him so fierce now, like Hu Wang, who is one of the 72 earthly demons but doesn't have a good relationship with him. His appearance here cannot be a coincidence. The 72 underworld demons are members of the Destiny Heaven first number. The horoscope system includes 3 constellations and 28 zodiac signs leading 36 celestial spirits and 72 mortal demons under their control. The mighty saint beast is gradually revealing more hostility. Even without a good relationship, if he's too hostile, as if he's desperately trying to hide something. The assassination attempt on Mirai didn't involve Xie Yong either. Was it because of the Holy Bible? If Hu Wang is keeping the secret about the 7 sacred scriptures from the astrology system, and X Yong is acting to test himself after others found out. Thinking of this, Li Changseon suddenly had a good idea. He called CM over, and it immediately climbed up with a foolish smile. I can make the Void King fight Zeong, causing chaos among the star charts, and maybe I can seal one of these gods. Hearing that, Changseon told Katmos to cover him and activated the Fire Heart, sharing some of his magic. Katmos is using the Blood Yang technique. Li Changseon thought further, not to mention that the Senaruka Guild, serving Ziyong as a guardian deity, has never acted on its own, so their chasing after me means someone has hired them. I also need to find out information about his name. At this moment, the assassin is surrounded by Katmos' blood bones. I can't believe that a young dragon the size of a fist like Katmos could use high-level magic only available to rank or higher. The guild assigned the mission without properly researching the target. Blood Sun has disabled the player's invisibility technique. After the invisibility is disabled, a large group of people like ants reveals the Blood Sun, a spell cast by the small black fire dragon in the dark night. It summoned a blood bone wave around a specific area, completely isolated from the outside, causing confusion among enemies and allies inside. Its skill level and stealth features hinder visibility and make it hard to distinguish friend from foe. While the assassins were still bewildered and cursing, Li Changson drew his twin swords and swept through them. An army of demon spirits appearing behind Li Changxion, along with Changson's sinister smile. Jin also appeared with a fierce cavalry unit, clearly following the commands of his master. Kill them all. Fresh blood splattered like rain, and soon the assassins were all dead and collapsed. Din looked at Li Trangshon with satisfaction. What do you think of the clan member? Pretty useful, isn't he? Li Trangshon was also quite surprised that Dinin could absorb all the demon blood of the ghouls so quickly. That speed must be comparable to the Bakho's Rudu, right? It's no wonder since Jin is a superior, the leader of the other cabbie clans. Jin suddenly frowned. What's wrong with your face? Do you think I'm showing off just because I can only do this much? After spending that much time in the demon serpent's cave, you must be able to do it. Keep trying harder. Jin sighed. Hey, I do feel sad when you say that. Cancel the summon. Before being taken back to the manufacturing place, Jin managed to shout. If you praise me once, who would die? With Li Trangseon, someone will end up poor. At this moment, the female assassin was barely alive and begged Sion to end her life. The fallen tiger spirit warned some god to go away because his clan member was a worthless trash. The dark spirit insectoid creature curiously gazes at you despite the warnings from some deity, while the fallen mighty tiger spirit growls at a certain god that if they keep invading its territory, it will see it as the start of a war. The dark spirit insect chuckled and said, "Someone without a star cannot become a clan member." The wounded tiger spirit bristled and raised its tail in warning. The dark spirit insect glares fiercely, with static interference caused by the tense mental battle between the two gods, while Li Trangseon smiles happily, seeing everything unfold exactly as he predicted. Members of the zodiac sign are truly unchanged. They still selfishly believe that their priests and monks are merely tools to earn money and fame. They only show interest in him because they think they can expand their guild if they get him. At this moment, the fierce tiger Sako and the dark centipede are both turning their faces away from each other. This shows they have fallen into a trap, and it will be even more advantageous for Changxian if he continues to keep the Void King Manhwa Sako under control. Since recently the Void King has been openly expressing his desire for Changxian, he can exploit him to create cracks within the zodiac and even destroy the constellation itself. Lai Changxian no longer cares about those two gods and instead focuses on gathering the bones from the battle to boost his own vitality. According to the assassin, Sinar Ruka has two goals. One is to kidnap Mireille, and the other is to assassinate Changxian. It's clear that two clients hired them for this. Changxian immediately thought that Kangu-chan was involved, but only as an intermediary. And the people behind them are strategy director Sim John-ho and director Kim Jong-sung, but surprisingly, the Illuminati also want to get involved with him. I remember turning down Yo Kim's offer. Could that be the reason they hired this assassin to come here? This is quite a headache, but Changxian can't let this society keep bothering him forever. I will think carefully about this after I return. Changxian flies to an oasis to rest. Sinar Ruka's people brought Mireille here. Changxian's goal is to rescue Mireille, so he must erase as much of their presence as possible. Using invisibility skills, Lai Changxian turns into air and charges straight into the crowd with a bang. A fierce flame erupts, activating the tiger spirit state that triggers the Lunya tiger spirit. At this point, Lai Changxian suddenly ambushed and was sure to take down the opponent in front of him, but unexpectedly he vanished like a joke, catching Changshan off guard. An invisible hand is aiming at you. A beam of light shoots directly at Changshan. Then a giant column of light crashes down. The fallen mighty tiger saint body is warning you of danger. The divine beast is waiting for your move. A girl from nowhere is standing on a tree branch, posing. Probably because the desert weather is hot, she's dressed like she's at the beach. Can you dodge the crimson chain? Trangseon grimaced, remarking that what just happened was really dangerous, just like his encounter with John Chonho Monseong, the aura of someone who has reached the peak of humanity, a king. The girl in the honey-colored dress also looked at Trangseon and smiled with interest. Oh, do you know me? At this moment, Henry realized that his beloved wife had vanished without a trace, silently disappeared as if she had never been here, while over on this side, Jinan was smoothing out each guy with his counterattack skills. Gwyn is also fighting back by summoning divine weapons. Waf is furious because he has figured out that the one who hired Senaruka and destroyed the French volunteer medical team is involved. He immediately shifts into beast mode, growling, "Constantine, you've gone too far. You damn beast!" Lu Lang roars in anger. The safe train has arrived at everyone wishing to join the dungeon mission, please board the train. A black train billowing smoke speeds across the muddy sand, rushing forward. Returning to the girl in minimal clothes, standing on the washing platform. The giant insect god of infection is curious to see what you'll do after becoming his disciple. Look at that face. He must have figured out who I am, right? The smiling face of the demon is looking at you and smiling. The crying face of the demon is feeling sympathetic towards you, The judging face of the demon is looking at you with envy. Lai Trangzhon quietly thinks to herself, Mother, you will lead those about to die to a peaceful death. Those demon faces are bothering me quite a lot. That skill really annoys me, even when I am still in the twilight of the gods. But it seems she can't use that skill easily, so I still have a chance to counterattack. So, can I face her? If I run out of divine power and hide my holy aura, I won't be able to activate the magic within Yutrong or hide Long Demon's fangs. At that point, I couldn't summon all my apostles to fight her either. No matter what I did, I would just lose. I feel so hopeless. As a high-ranking noble at a player's level, I still have a chance, but I can't defeat the king. Someone who has reached the limit of what a human can be like her. And she seems to see through Trangxi's mind with a mocking smile. What is this? Don't tell me you're afraid. I thought you had some trick up your sleeve. After weighing the pros and cons, Trang Seon decided to temporarily surrender, because bringing the apostles here would only reveal more of his secrets to others. I don't necessarily have to face you alone. Huh. So you mean there are others besides you? Can I go now? Maybe you've already noticed, but Mireille Aliano, you possess one of the secret holy books. What are you talking about? While the assassin queen is still confused and unaware of what's happening, Wu Haota rushes out of the void and strikes her from behind. This assassin queen is indeed skilled, dodging quickly enough to make Wu Haota charge straight at Lai Trangzhon. The old man glances at him with an amused look, truly beyond understanding. How do you know I was there? Isn't it obvious already? Clearly, Trangzhon looked innocent, as if he were naive. He thought that the place I went to would have a secret holy scripture. What? Wu Haota frowned, then burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to discover me for such a simple reason. Well observed. The old man chuckled slyly and asked what they were doing now. Trangzhon told him to stall so he could buy enough time to get Mireille back. The opponent is the Assassin King, right? You want me to stop her? You can't do it? Don't get offended just because I said that. My lord, I wonder if he's ever met a kid as determined as this one in all his years. Threatening me, and even saying I won't find the secret holy book unless I can defeat the Assassin King. It feels like this kid is just messing with me, but it's not so bad. The old man smiled and said, Then fine. And he also guessed that this clever bastard probably already knew his guardian constellation. The golden-eyed god with a difficult personality opened his eyes. My general has dramatically changed his appearance and is grinning mischievously. The fallen tiger god is looking at his apostle and laughing. The golden light of a tornado shot up into the sky, accompanied by lightning bolts. Lai Trangxion's smile grew even more sinister. Sun Wukong, I didn't expect him to have such a powerful guardian constellation. The strength of gods and constellations all comes from the faith of ordinary people. Sun Wukong truly is one of a kind. Why would such a powerful constellation serve a worthless fool? But I'm sure I'll win this time. My wind lord easily rides the waves or soars on the clouds, forming a tornado around the deadly queen. He got annoyed and fired back a few words. What did that nameless old man say? In front of her was a yellow mask with a terrifying smile. Trangxon was sure that Wu Haota was a king beyond compare. Bright sparks fly as Wu Haota laughs loudly, mocking her for being young but already deaf. Probably from listening to loud music all day, the Assassin King angrily demands to know what the old man is rambling about. Seizing the opportunity, Trangxon ordered his spy to start the operation. The assassin holding the person was immediately cut in half. Master, I have successfully protected Mireille Aliano, but as soon as I finished saying that, I was unexpectedly defeated. The assassin launched a long-range attack and asked, When did you start doing this? Bogan immediately flew out to catch Mireille. Player Bun activated the illusion skill, causing the Assassin King to become even angrier as Lai Trangxion kept outsmarting him over and over. The furious face of the demon raging in anger, the assassin launched an attack but was blocked by Wu Haota wielding a Rui Jingu Bang. He angrily shouted, Old crazy man, go away. Wu Haota is getting more persistent. Your ears are already pretty bad. Didn't you see that guy just now telling me to stop you? Let's see if he can still spout that nonsense once he's in the coffin. Taking advantage of their fierce fight, Trangxeon quickly took Mireille away. Believing the path was clear, they had barely gone 3 steps when a group of assassins emerged from beneath the sand. They summoned a pack of hellhounds to deal with us, which looked pretty troublesome. Bogan didn't hesitate and rushed to save the carriage. At this moment, the Desert Express train system announced it had arrived at the gravel desert station, and Trangxeon clenched her teeth and charged forward with all her might. No one knows when the next desert train will arrive. People say La Eva is imprisoned in the underground dungeon near the boiling hell station. That is the first place it will stop. Because he saved Mireille, he will soon obtain the 5 sacred scriptures. But I can't believe La Eva would abandon him either. Trangxon has to get on the train.
The announcement system. All passengers, please board the train. The next train will depart for the next station in 5 minutes. If we teleport there within 5 minutes, we might make it.
Senaruka's assassins are clinging to Sionon like leeches, making him furious and eager to wipe them all out to ease his irritation. But now his main goal is to board the Leviatine train immediately to reach the underground prison, so he can't afford to get involved. The mighty Tiger Saint asked desperately, "Can't you leave this luggage behind to avoid getting caught?" The season of hunting saint strongly agreed, saying that finally some god had said something sensible. Seonjai thinks these people are still the same as always. They have no interest in any humans except those who spark their curiosity. The evil dragon deity sighs at this unpleasant scene and asks to see something more new. The season of hunting shouts, "Mom, you didn't warn me again." The serpent-shaped divine body wrapped around the world sneered and asked, "Don't you know why she's doing this?" The seasonal divine body asked again, "Do you know why?" The serpent deity wrapping around the world might be because they are worried and afraid of the unseen god these days. Trangson is angry that these gods are starting to talk nonsense again. The season of the sacred body complains that it would rather side with evil than with hypocrites. Trangson believes that every action he takes has its own purpose.
But if I abandon the girl in my arms now, there's a high chance that the owl god who shreds the sunset will be disappointed in me after the battle with Gemini, and since I haven't gained any benefit from her yet, I need to maintain this relationship, for now.
But where exactly is the secret holy book? At this moment, Mireille also wakes up and is very startled to find herself in Trangseon's arms. Seeing that, he decided to act immediately. Based on the situation, I'll keep it brief. In the end, why did Senaruka target me? I don't really understand either. It's impossible for them to keep following us like this without a reason. Mireille looked at him with a questioning gaze. Think carefully, you will definitely realize something. Mireille suddenly widened her eyes, stammering, "Could it really be my father?" 2 years ago, I followed my father, an archaeologist, to an ancient, mysterious ruin and found a ring. At that moment, I heard a voice, and through it I gained a guardian spirit. Then I, who had no talent, mastered summoning magic for the first time in my life. The problem is that my father has started to show hostility towards me. I heard he considers me a thief who stole his precious treasure and even tried to kill me. That was when Henry saved me.
Trangseon identified the key point that if her family showed hostility, then he must have been cursed by a natural disaster.
Can you give me that ring? If they're really after it, then we should get rid of it to avoid these people. I can't. This is a sacred object connected between me and my guardian spirit. If you don't do that, I'll have to leave you here. The deadly gaze has been activated. Mir was immediately sweating from this look. What will she do now? Give me the ring? She immediately took off the ring and handed it to him. Her guardian spirit roared in anger from behind. Mireille snapped back to her senses. Mireille must not give him the ring at any cost. It's too late. Li Changxian immediately grabbed the ring while she was hesitating, and then left her alone in the desert. Li Changxian put the ring on his finger and promised that once he eliminated all the assassins, he would come back. He called Gun over and he immediately helped Mireille. At this moment, the system announced that it was time to board. The desert train is departing. Gun was worried about Chang Son, but he assured him he would catch up soon, so there was no need to panic. Chang Seon immediately sped towards the train in an instant. The assassins immediately shifted their target to him, but it was too late. The sacred tiger saint burst into wild laughter after seeing you acquire the new holy scripture that infused darkness into the mysterious ring. The ring reacted to Peter's key and has been unlocked. You now possess the 5th item in the sacred relic collection. Li Trangsan was caught in a blue energy vortex that swirlingly prevented the assassins from approaching him. You have entered the Storm Hell dungeon instantly. Li Trangseon laughs joyfully as a blinding light opens a new space. The assassins looked around in confusion at the unfamiliar scene before them, surprised to see a sudden instant dungeon opening from the void, meaning the mystery of the child and the prophecy had been revealed. But they could not accept this reality because it took a long time to analyze the prophecy of the god and confirm that Mireille was the child in that prophecy. But no, even amidst the chaos, he still charged straight to save Mireille. Could Lai Chang Xian be the secret weapon created by White Tiger? I need to report this to the boss. The system is now alerting that you have discovered the Forgotten Star. The ancient dark entity looked at the lost star with no admiration in the eyes of his followers and said that swallowing all that starch would make it shine like the 28 lunar constellations. His clan members are being oppressed by this terrifying energy. The dark sacred body of the ancient species immediately took notice of the dungeon. Hai Huiyan Feng blows forcefully. The holy body of the ancient mutant sighs in disappointment. Why are these people so weak? I don't know. Along with the blinding light, the owner of the dungeon opened their eyes, revealing the holy body of the girl who hates storms. The dungeon mission begins. The theme of the survival and pursuit mission. You are currently deeply affected by the disaster curse of Lake King. The curse of the storm will affect you every 72 hours and transport you to the storm hell in another world. Storm hell was born in the early days of the universe, a remaining world full of dangers that seems to have disappeared through many ages. Additionally, to completely lift the storm curse of the Lake King, you must defeat her. There are various types of weapons hidden skillfully throughout the dungeon. Find and combine them to hunt her down. Good luck, your fight for survival begins now. Looking at the raging monster before her, Lai Changshon finally understood the problem. I never expected they wanted me to kill a god to lift the curse. She's really gone crazy. Lai Changshon grimaced as she looked at the woman on the peak and her surging energy. If this is her remaining shadow force, I wonder how powerful her original form must be. At least I can gradually develop and withstand in the demon snake cave. But now if I fall here, I will definitely die. The holy body of the girl who hates storms roars. Not bad for a human. Even if everything I see is just a shell of a substitute, you won't last long. I can smell the dark star on you, which is why you're still alive.
Li Changseon quietly activates the virtue skill to create a mental barrier and asks if she knows about the dark star. I also thought that if she can sense the dark energy, it means she knows about Mistopes.
Chang Xin quietly calculates the power difference with the opponent and updates the missing data. The girl who hates storms immediately says, "Of course I know that the dark constellation is the absolute will of our night. A pitiful creature has been endlessly searching for and chasing after power." Lai Changxian observes these absolute wills of the night. When Gemini and Manhwa clash, it seems he saw some messages about day and night, but still couldn't understand them. If I didn't smell that person's scent on you, I would have destroyed you. But looking at you now, it seems you are not protected by that person. And you do not consider them your guiding star either, so I have no problem punishing you now. The embodiment of the concept of the spirit realm has been invoked to ignite a blazing fire. Flames encircle Trangxian as he coldly calls Din to stand trial. Rin the demon horse rider appears, laughing loudly as he arrives. "Are you crazy, master? Are you planning to attack even the illusion of a star always?" The energy emitted from her is no different from that of the demon lake serpent. If I can absorb it, my stats will increase by a few levels in an instant. The holy body of the storm-hating girl immediately went berserk at Jin's arrogant words. "How dare you, you scoundrel! Hold off on the wind god's fate." Catmoose drips with water as he discovers something delicious. It's here. The little dragon in its growth phase is starting to get hungry. Without waiting for Trangxian to react, it opened its mouth and bit into the girl who hates storms. It was so delicious that it seemed like just an appetizer for the little dragon's feast. The fiery heart defeated the wind spirit and absorbed a large amount of magic, significantly increasing its level of perfection. The current level of completion is 21.6%. Oh my, you should be grateful to this holy body for the blow you just received. The girl who hates storms looked at the dragon, who seemed more like an alien. What? Catmoose opened his mouth again, intending to offer a hand as a gift to the delicious meal earlier. This dragon is small, but whenever it opens its mouth, it's like a storm. This time it created a giant light sphere that even Trangxian and Jin were startled by, then suddenly blew it away. Tin Dao Si M used the breath skill. The giant light sphere pressed down on the two oranges of the girl who hates storms, and later it even tore off one of her wings. The holy body of the girl who hates storms roars fiercely. Seeing the dragon flying towards her, she becomes even more panicked. The system helps it convey its current state. Catmoose drools slightly as he looks at the girl who hates storms and calls her a delicacy. The gods immediately became more excited. The fierce tiger god opened his eyes wide in surprise. The hunting god stared wide-eyed with his mouth open, while the serpent god of the world raised his guard, saying that as expected, one should never befriend creatures born from hell. The god Turus cursed and wondered who brought such a creature to a mortal. The hunting god looked at his mother and said he wanted that dragon. The primordial evil dragon god glanced at her daughter with pity and said that it was impossible because even she couldn't gauge its growth potential. The hunting season god lay down on the ground and began to rage. The primordial evil dragon god prevents his daughter from inhaling with her small claws, while Catmoose sticks out its long tongue to caress its delicious body. The claw that bleed is the one the girl hates. The claw that causes storms and chaos is the one Lai Trangxian is frozen in shock watching. In the end, what is going on? Can a dragon really devour a star? Even if she is only an illusion from her true form, not to mention that I myself could be in danger and all my followers could be wiped out.
Why does she see the mental pressure emitted by such an existence as just a tasty treat? Is that why CM eagerly devours all the creations in the royal treasure? After all, powerful creations are often tainted by legends of gods and great heroes. Chang Xin can now understand why the gods and stars react so fiercely, because a predator would make beings who always live according to their own will be on alert. And while Trungxian was deep in thought, CM was happily scooping up a copy of the sacred relic. The storm-hating girl couldn't even react in time. The trembling servant nervously said, "If I have done anything wrong recently, please let me know and I will fix it immediately." Suddenly, Trungxian, who was surprised, suddenly realized the problem and immediately changed her attitude. "So what? Are you afraid that Cat Moose will be defeated by you and your followers?" Trangxian realized that fear was justified because even the snake demon lord originated from the stars. Dainin grimaced, warning that it's nothing to laugh at, and she wouldn't let herself become a follower devoured by a beast. "Don't worry, I don't want to abandon the followers I worked so hard to create that way." Xin sighed in relief, luckily. On this side, the girl's divine body, fused with the storm, reacted after the unexpected time. She used one wing to flap at full speed and fly away. Catmoose rushes into Moon and immediately chases after it, determined not to lose this tasty prey. The girl is frantically trying to drive it away. "Get back, stay away from me." "Huh!" "My body cannot be reborn." Chang X pondered silently. Was CM already so strong from the very beginning? No, it's impossible. Even though its potential is huge, it's still just a newborn beast. Perhaps thanks to its innate advantage, CM's attribute is darkness, and darkness will swallow light. The system reports the current completion level as 42.6%. Chung also hopes that the level of completion will continue to rise along with this herd. CM exhales powerful streams of darkness energy which quickly catch the girl with storm fusion. The darkness has begun to infiltrate the divine power of the storm girl. "No, stay away from me. I must return to Murray." The darkness has begun to infect the goddess trait of the storm girl. Jin saw this and smiled smugly. He. Even though she's just an illusion, I didn't think the day I defeat a god would come so soon. "It won't work, Jin." Trangxian reminds him and then opens the royal treasure. All of his reserve weapons are brought out. Trangxian chooses to wield the Snow Origin Sword for his next move. He sighs, thinking that using such a treasure might be a bit wasteful, but only something this powerful can contain the darkness. Li Trangxian wields a sword in one hand and a bow in the other, thinking he will add a bit of his own blood to serve as a guide to perform blood magic from those old monstrous elders to increase its power. If the poison blood and darkness seep into the Ice Emperor's treasure, its strength could rival that of a divine artifact. After adding Changxian's blood, the sword transformed into an arrow, and the demon-breaking arrow was completed. Li Trangxian didn't hesitate at all and immediately shot the arrow. And of course, this arrow was meant for the girl who hates storms. Trang X even used her perfect marksmanship to aim precisely at her target. And because of this arrow, one wing of the girl who hates storms also disappeared. She screamed, "Why do you dare?" "Whether you dare or not, please shut up. Your constant yelling is giving me a headache." Aelin suddenly appeared, grabbing the open mouth with a branch and saying, "I won't let that happen." Aelin chuckled softly at her. Jin was just as grand. He appears wielding a massive sword, slicing a line sharper than someone's eyebrows after tattooing and splitting the remaining body of the storm girl. The illusion is shattered, and Lai Changzon immediately charges forward, channeling dark energy into the evil dragon's fang. Trangxian seized the opportunity to attack more fiercely. A blinding light radiated from the center of the chaos, achieving an impressive feat by capturing a star, rewards, holy power, and strengthening the hidden saint skill. The dark heart is rapidly being perfected at a speed of 51.69%. The girl who hated storms has died. The biggest contributor is Lai Trangxian. You have received 50 million karma points for achieving a feat no one has ever accomplished. You have been rewarded with the Wind Revelation attribute. The gods display a range of expressions in response to this situation, with the fallen tiger god smirking maliciously. The giant disease god stared in disbelief as the number of gods and constellations interested in you continued to grow. There are currently 32 gods and constellations wanting you to become their apostle. You can now combine Wind Revelation with Hellfire. You have gained 2 of the 3 destruction attributes. The firepower of Hellfire has been enhanced. The attribute of the U-Spirit concept has become stronger. The title of the U-Spirit concept has evolved into the demon form of the U-Spirit concept, the demonic form of the U-Spirit concept, an evolved form of the U-Spirit idea, a legion of fire and demons that absorbed the legendary wind.
The remnants after the apocalypse awaken with flames of destruction and dying winds as they spread their wings. The demon beast bringing the disaster of wind extinction is your friend. Classified as an S-rank effect, Hellfire of the Fang Kai Huiyan. 2 of the 3 destructive attributes are unleashed. Lai Trangxian excitedly unleashes a fiery tornado. Cat M happily circles along the spirals. Trangxian is also very happy because his stats have all increased. At last, the time has come for him to transform and become a deity to attain transcendence. You have read and decoded the 5th secret scripture of Anon and received the secret technique within the scripture. You have received a star. New holy power has been added to the hidden saint skill. Your skill level has increased. You just glimpsed a secret from the age of mythology that has leveled up. You can now continue the 2nd level up quest when you reach level 50. Finally, the text that Trangxian has been waiting for has appeared. Your followers' level has increased, transforming them into a different form. The folk story script mission has been created. Achieve 4 impressive achievements by combining them into a structure of opening, development, turning point, and conclusion to complete the folk story. If successful, level up. If not, increase the level cap. Lai Trangxian promised himself that this time he would do it properly. I remember when I was reborn and saw this information window. Players can combine different achievements based on actions and outcomes out after opening the system. The main achievements are divided into 5 levels. Mythology and legend are achievements only those who have reached the realm of gods and stars can obtain. Legends for demigods who want to transform and become gods. For superhumans surpassing human limits. These are folktales and achievements an ordinary players earn through excellence. The system still hasn't finished reporting. Have you received the first impressive achievement of capturing the stars? The beginning of the folktale has been completed to officially open the story, shaping the world's sculpture and creating a basic religion. Folktales are passed down through generations and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In other words, it is the starting point to create a religion by embedding an existence into the world and universe. Those who begin their folktales this way are called heroes. And the Ranker is the modern version of the hero from ancient folktales. Luckily, Trangxian just received one of the 4 achievements to create folklore, and also gained access to the Apocalypse realm. You believe you'll soon discover the 4th secret Bible. At this point, the dungeon has prepared to close. Back in the desert with the ship on the sand, Gun managed to get Mireille onto the ship, panting heavily because they finally escaped the door of death that opened right at their heels. Galoon, as if missing just one more drop of water to lose his soul, said in a dazed voice, "I almost had to use all my magic to catch up with this ship. I wonder if he's okay." Meyer looked unwell when she realized she could no longer sense the divine. Just then, Henry rushed over shouting for Mireille and grabbed Gun, asking what he had done to her. "Who even cares about your fiancé?" Gelgan coldly said, "I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems you don't have good intentions. Your bodyguard is angry." Henry screams in rage. "Damn it, answer me!" "I haven't done anything. I haven't touched anything to warrant a response." The Shin family brothers felt it was unfair that Gun had been wronged. At this moment, a tall man appeared behind Yungu, startling him into an inappropriate remark. "Who is this old man?" The god of the hunting season looks on with an unsatisfied gaze. "What kind of monster are you, Seo? Are you trying to die?" For some reason, Hyun is nowhere to be seen, and the 2 old men with him are not interested in them either. The new man made you think that way. Then he felt it was the right time to take revenge on the newcomers who were overwhelmed by Li Trangxian at the hotel party. Even if a major conflict occurs, it must be resolved peacefully. Waf arrived immediately after and said, "Nicola, stop. Lulong, don't interfere. What's going on this time?" Li Trangxian appears at the door, drawing everyone's attention. "I've already saved her anyway." Shin Junggu and Shin O see him as if they are witnessing the shining sun of truth piercing through their hearts. Nicola suddenly freezes in place, silently cursing himself for not dealing with Trangxian when he returned. "Since you've now reached the level of a ranker, there's no way I can let you get involved." He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, it was just a misunderstanding." Henry still can't keep up and is getting emotional again. "What did you do to Mireille? Hurry up and explain." He swung his arm, ready to fight immediately. The dragon gate was open, and the bone dragon had appeared. Nicola hurriedly shouted, "Henry, you idiot!" But he no longer listened to any words, only focused on setting everything on fire. The flames roared, shaping into a warrior with white bone armor. "I had to concede to your strange tricks, but this time I will return that humiliation." Tu Long's soul has been infused with magic, boosting the power of the bone sword and bone armor. Nicola still tried to stop him, but at this moment, Henry's face was close to Lai Changxian's fist, and just from that distance, the force shattered his white bone mask.
Henry quickly stepped back, feeling doubtful. The dragon armor is harder than diamond but still couldn't withstand this punch. Li Changxian sneered and said, "I hear you called my team members trash again." Then he punched Henry repeatedly without holding back. Of course, the guy who took the hits never missed a beat and couldn't react in time. Looking at the actual fight between the two, Henry's teacher Nicola immediately realized that the tough young man from Korea had become stronger than before. Li Changxian suddenly glances at him as if sensing that he is talking behind his back, making Nicola startle in surprise. The spirit container title has been activated. Trang X pushed Henry aside and charged at that meddlesome old man Nicola. The old man looked at him with a serious face, thinking that it couldn't be. He hadn't been strong enough in 3 days. Surely he's always hidden that high-level skill. Otherwise, the monster's keen instinct wouldn't have triggered so strongly. Are you suggesting that the sudden flying of the cloak revealed that muscular body? Nicola activates the monster's heart skill again, opening one eye right in the middle of his chest. At this point, he will tear Changxian apart right here. Even if he's a famous rookie, he's still just a kid and only a small captain. Li Changxian saw that he was unshaken and immediately countered. Meanwhile, old Nicola only wanted to show that the spirit of the void is stronger than the white tiger, to avoid trouble later, and to shame that arrogant Jago Hunyan. With great determination, Nicola punched through Li Changxian's body. The old man suddenly froze, while Changxian remained expressionless. The eye in the middle of his chest shattered, and the monk Dick also fell down in confusion. How? Li Changxian looked at him with half an eye. Is the leader of the Yulin so pathetic? With Li Changxian, I have Jianyan and 100% Hong Tam. With these two skills, detecting and exploiting an opponent's weakness is a simple matter. The Yulin members were furious when they heard Changxian speak, but as soon as he glanced at them, they all fell silent. Ho's aura envelops the entire scene. The mighty Ho growls as a fierce blaze erupts. Li Changxian loudly declares, "Anyone who dares to challenge me, step forward." The Yulin crowd that was just full of energy and shouting is now silent as if frozen, all pretending to be the Hen Vuong. At this point, Ludovico and Griezmann have also appeared. Ludovico spoke up to stop him. Li Changxian has calmed down now. You are Ludovico, a member of the Orlando clan, is that correct? I saw my teammate being threatened with my own eyes, and yet you still tell me to stay calm? Then I will fight you and tell you to stay calm, okay? Li Changxian asked, while exuding a commanding aura and throwing a few punches. Ludovico was panicking. You're going too far. If anything happens, just target me. Ludovico thought to himself. Henry and Nicola were defeated in an instant, so I am no match for him. The French player was overwhelmed again by a rookie Korean, truly humiliating. Grisman's iron mask hides a beast with extensive combat experience. If he joins us, we'll have a chance, but he doesn't even bother to look this way. Probably just wants to watch from the sidelines. Damn it, I have to surrender now and shift all the blame to Yulin when I return to the guild. Ludovico bowed before Changzan. I apologize. On behalf of France, I sincerely apologize to you. Let's end this here. Old Va sweat profusely, chuckling awkwardly, thinking that even Li Changxian would stop fighting now that I've sincerely apologized. I'll make sure to settle the score for today's humiliation when I get the chance. No one expects to meet a tough young man like this. End it? Who has the right to order it to end? I haven't even started yet, Changxian warned while cracking his knuckles, grinding his teeth tightly. You wait for Li Changxian first. Yeah, opening like this is a mistake. As soon as the fist swung straight into his mouth, Ludovico remembered that Changxian had another nickname, the bloodthirsty thug, but unfortunately he realized too late. So now the ship was filled with cries of pain. On another front, the sand now bears jagged holes billowing smoke. The Assassin Queen laughs loudly, realizing that hunting is never easy, but she never imagined it would turn out like this. The dark god giant grimaced in displeasure. The Queen Assassin's golden masks have been shattered and covered in dirt. The Assassin Queen laments, "It takes at least a year to produce a mask, and I've lost so many of them. This is the first time I've felt this ashamed since the battle with the Immortal King. Plus that Asian kid, too. This must be how the assassination target intervenes. I can't accept the target switching to me and ignoring the assassination mission." So this time she pulled out a more bizarre mask. You have equipped the Goblin Mask. The Queen revealed that she had spent 10 years creating this personality to deal with the Immortal King, but to protect the foundation of Senezuka, she must eliminate that person first. Why not just use your hands instead? I think you've already made them pay enough for their anger, seeing the battered people all over the train car. And this is not the time to cause more chaos, right? Trang Xuyen said. I'll cover your back while you handle the front. Griezmann agreed immediately. Thanks for understanding. What are you all still doing? Hurry up and bandage the wounded, then move to the vehicle in front. Are you planning to block the train's path with that? At this moment, a deafening sound rang out, causing Griezmann to swear because it came earlier than he expected. The system announced that a horde of hellish paradisiles had appeared. Not only the fire-winged dragon, but also a pack of fire beasts are targeting the desert ship. In short, a hungry pack of monsters looking for prey. The monsters are beginning to land, and the system is asking the players to defend the ship against their attack. Those on board are starting to set up defenses to protect the vessel. Lei Trangseon frowns seriously, calculating that the desert monsters from the rocky sands are always hungry due to the harsh environment. They must think the desert ship is food, which is why they are attacking. The system warns that the monsters are going berserk, and their overall strength has increased by 10%. Seon understands that these creatures won't die from being hunted, but will starve to death, which is why they are so frantic. He decided to eliminate them before causing too much damage. A massive lightning strike shot out, flames burned fiercely, and in an instant, the sky cleared again. The system announces that the monster wave has ended. Please sit down on the ground and cry. I haven't even gone on a date with anyone, and I almost died here already. Gu also just sat down and cursed. The system announces that you have successfully driven away all the monsters. You have passed the first challenge. Additional rewards will be given based on your contributions. The one who received the most reward is Lai Changxian. While the 4 members of Team L are exhausted and catching their breath, Lai Changxian didn't even sweat a drop. The 2 White Tiger elders looked over and assessed. Ho, 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 you've only run a little and you're already tired. What's wrong with young people these days? When we were young, we fought for 3 days straight without any issues. Seo, who has no scars or wounds, immediately turns around and retorts. What did you just say? You guys just stood there watching earlier. You couldn't do anything. Take it! Trang X throws a scroll to the elder who wraps his head with bandages, confused asking what this is. Trang X says this is a copy of the Holy Book, or something that Mir Aliano is trying to get. What is it? You've recovered it? How can I trust that this is the real thing? Take a picture and send it to Korea, then you'll know right away. That's right, because if you're lying, I can deal with you immediately. Rin appears, mocking him. So you used it here, huh? Is this how you get rid of those hopeless tales? Trangxian didn't answer him, only thinking that he had completed the decryption. The moment I pass through the Hell Temple curtain and absorb all its power. The words written in this copy are fake, copied and forged by Xin and his apostles. Even if White Tiger tries to decode it, it will take at least a few years, and even if successful, we won't gain anything. We will soon reach the first intermediate station. I can't let these useless ones hold us back any longer, Jin added. Where exactly is the Leviathan you intend to collect supposed to be? Beneath the boiling hell station, there is a place called the Pond of My Mind. That land is quite dangerous, Bu Yangyin, the dry ghost god, asked curiously. Why Chang X suddenly gave us something. Surely you won't chase us away just because you gave us what we wanted, right? Trungshi smiled and said, That's right. At this moment, the Desert Calm Express is arriving at the first fiery hell station. What? A voice of La Cithan echoed from inside the train compartment. Passengers who haven't boarded the train, please wait at the entrance. Lai Trangxian still stands on top of the train and speaks very clearly. Take it and leave. Don't dawdle around me anymore. Elder Hong Ku Nanta Hong immediately raised his staff. That kind of speech is really annoying. Li Trangxian and the 4 members of Team L remain emotionless. Hulao God Demon sneered, thinking he could withstand the weight of those words. As he finished speaking, he sent several white bandage-like ice attacks at the members of Team L. Gun grimaced as he was attacked. Huh, I didn't notice at all. Tahongak approaches Trangxian. What did you just say? Are you telling us to get lost? So, you could hear Ru. You said I was slow, but you still don't understand? That damn arrogant bastard! Tahongak angrily punches his fist. The system reports that the fallen tiger god is watching the fight between his 2 apostles and finds it very interesting. At this moment, Wu Haota also arrives. What's all the noise about? I just managed to get a little rest. Goliath, please stop causing trouble. Gu, this is our business. Huh. What are you talking about? I know you really want him to become your disciple, but this is our business. Li Trangseon couldn't ignore this pointless conversation. He was very annoyed about this disciple because if the clans found out, it would become a big problem. Of course, I'm also quite interested in that kid, but each thing at its own time. I won't interfere with you old men making a fuss about our inequality. That kid's hurt your pride, so go ahead and demand justice. Hong Kunan looked at him as if he were looking at a traitor. What? How could you? Wu Hao glanced at him and said, You're really hard of hearing, aren't you? That child will swallow you whole easily. So be careful then. If you keep stubbornly opposing that kid, I won't stop you. Both the dry skeleton demon and the red giant were stunned to see Wu Haota's attitude like the, "What?" Lai Trangseon started to show her disgust with her entire face. "I've been logged into this world for decades. Yet he tells me that the first-generation people will lose to a newcomer who's only been here half a year. How long do you all plan to just stand here and watch me? Is this a sample product to admire all the time? Your face is all scrunched up like a Chinese apple when you say that. Do you still remember the rules of the Elders' Council? Never tarnish the reputation of the White Tiger, and never allow the honor of the Elders' Council to be trampled on. As Vice Chairman of the Council, I will not overlook this rule being broken. This council was established to become an invincible claw. Once a claw is sharpened, it can no longer be used. I hope you two listen carefully to what I am saying." Amidst the chaos and tension, the system broadcasts a message. The train has arrived at the first stop.
Hell Station is boiling. Passengers, please disembark. The train will arrive at the next station within 24 hours.
Li Trangseon immediately jumped down and called his team to leave. Before departing, he still had one last message, hoping he wouldn't have to face those two again. The giant couldn't hold back anymore, clenched his fist and charged forward, finally speaking without stuttering. "You bastard, I will destroy you!" "No, Hongak," Liu Yin suddenly shouted. To Hongak was knocked back before he could touch Lai Trangseon, flying like a stuffed bear and crashing straight to the ground. Li Trangseon glanced at Yin and said, "This is the last warning if I see him again tomorrow. You will also die." At that moment, Kang Yu-chan ran out from somewhere and desperately called out to Elder Tae Hongak. "Thinking about it, you're here too, huh? I almost forgot." Kang Yu-chan tried to ask Trangseon to listen, but he was instantly knocked away by his emotionless punch and was thrown straight into the heart of a raging fire. Li Trangseon turned away without bothering to look at him and stormed into the hellish station. Henry held his head, whimpering, "So you're finally awake, huh?" He heard someone ask and turned around in confusion to see who it was, only to be met with the sight of his team members lying unconscious all over the train carriage. "Teacher, what has happened?" Murray, nearby, is in a state of panic. He is no longer here anymore. "Oh, goddess, where have you gone?" "The tyrant is the one who caused this. He is truly powerful, so powerful that even I am no match for him." He scowled and told his pupil, "Henry, from now on you must do this no matter what." The fire still blazed everywhere. Li Trangseon stood on a stone wall, watching the flowing lava and thinking that the rocky desert was actually not a desert at all. Actually, the dungeon is the corpse of Sotu, and that rocky desert is just his skin. His skin cracked open to form the ground, and the heat escapes from those cracks. Chang X then remembered the encounter with the Nameless King. So, how could monsters even survive there? He is the king of giants, the ruler of Muspelheim. Although he may not be as glorious as I am, he definitely deserves that throne, so it's no surprise that some life still thrives there. You could say entering that dungeon is like piercing through Sotu's muscles and following the blood flow in his veins. So where exactly is this Ragarin supposed to be? That place is a crucial armory holding Surtur and Muspelheim's treasures. Not to mention, it's where his powers are forged, so it can't be just an ordinary location. The heart there is Ragarin. If you follow the blood vessels upward, you'll find it. Even now, Changzhen can't believe this is true. Who would have thought that this gigantic dungeon is actually Steer's corpse? Even if he was a giant, his size would be too exaggerated. And I have to find Steer's heart in such a vast and peaceful place within 24 hours. While Chang X was still pondering, an unexpected event occurred. The attribute of the apocalyptic storm in the Saint Dual skill has been awakened. Trang Xian happily smiles, waiting here since the afternoon for this moment. Right now, the deity Murray is seeking has manifested and asked Chang X, "Who exactly are you?"
I have been observing you since I got stuck here because you have many mysterious aspects, like how you deciphered the secret sacred texts of Onin and your connection to that dark star. But what confuses me the most is something else entirely.
How come I can smell Itaka on you? Li Trangseon was startled. Itaka, why are you mentioning that name now? Itaka makes Trangzhen remember the old man who often appears in his memories. And this time he remembered the scene of him standing over the corpse of a giant dragon, with many swords and blades left behind on his back, his figure hazy in the clouds as he turned his head to look at Trangxian. Trangxian, from now on, you will be Catmos. Then he seemed to collapse. Trangxian hurriedly caught him as the old man said with tears in his eyes. Damn it, I told you already. I don't need that weird guy. You can't just take the clever kid and then thank him politely. Are you just going to pretend for once? Anyway, you have to take it in the end. Why do you keep doing things to provoke trouble? Even though I'm about to die, I still keep arguing and fighting back. Lai Trangson angrily swears. I get it now. Stop talking so much. You're bleeding all over. He fake smiles contentedly with his eyes closed. Ha ha. Isn't it just my luck? Only when I'm near death do you finally listen to me.
Oh, honestly, why did you have to die? Old man, remember this. From now on, you are CM, and you will take responsibility for caring for that child.
Oh, please don't say any more. If you're so worried about that girl, then go and be with her yourself.
Trang Xian's tears come and go, but her mouth is still stubborn. Old man, damn it.
I wish I had learned healing magic back then. I wish I had properly studied the ancient languages he taught me.
Then a small wound like this wouldn't happen.
He still tries to deny it. Please, I beg you, protect the girl. Maybe the girl is a bit arrogant, but in reality she is very fragile. Trang Xian went crazy when he left and felt it was unfair because the guardian spirit was supposed to protect the contract holder. The guardian spirit was supposed to grant power to the contract holder and ask them to pass on their teachings in return, but instead he wanted the contract holder to protect the guardian spirit.
Huh? What kind of guardian spirit is that?
And the girl that the old man asked you to protect.
A girl with green hair and a red cloak.
She said, I hate you. It's all your fault that CM died. Although you and Itaka despise and look down on each other, she and the silent white rider have become her star guardians. After inheriting the name CM, Trang Xian became her apostle. Although it was because Trang Xian could not ignore the final wish of the old man, they also cooperated because they shared a common goal, to eliminate all those responsible for the old man's death. Itaka is a shining star, and her star's light is an ultimate treasure believed to have the power to turn gods and stars into emperors, the brightest beings in the galaxy. Although the old man tried to protect her at the cost of his life, the gods and stars searching for Itaka's light continued their efforts, leading to a war that engulfed all of Acadia. The battle went on, and Itaka and Chang X grew closer, their relationship being best described as loving each other deeply but also hurting each other painfully. However, before leaving, she also said, Zhang, I love you. Please forgive me. And that was how the world took away Trang Xian's happiness once again. It's as if it believes he doesn't deserve to have such happiness. At this moment, the questions from the gods are conveyed through the system, bringing Trang Xian back from her memories. The hunting season, sacred body tilted its head, wondering why your gaze suddenly changed so much. The snake sacred body of the world was curious about what the strange star container had said. The mighty tiger saint frowns and says, something is not right. The dark centipede saint licks its lips while watching the divine power leak from you. Trang Xian silently breathes a sigh of relief. It seems the other gods didn't hear the girl's voice. Storm. If the Void Ruler doesn't hear the name Itaka, everything will become much more complicated, so it's also a relief to lighten the burden. Pooh, and how do you know that name? I didn't realize she was the strange one. She's my mother. Trang Xian was stunned. However, I despise her. Even though she created me, she is also the one responsible for my death. Trang Xian realizes that the girl who hates the storm is referring to Itaka, and everything is because of her that I am trapped here, losing my divine status and being treated like a slave, even after I die and when the divine court condemns me as guilty. Just because I am the daughter of the starry light, she never appears. Then I continued to fight against those whose starry light attracted them back to me. The more I tried to escape the storm hell, the more I hated my mother. Trang Xian was displeased to hear gossip about her lover, and turned to ask the girl who hates storms what exactly the Book of the Sacred Secret of On is. I don't know either. When I opened my eyes again, I was already trapped inside. But I know one thing. It is a very strong prison, a perfect world that no one can destroy. Because you have the scent of Itaka on you, at least you must have realized that, right? Chang X frowned. The truth is that because her power was too great to control, she split it into incarnations, calling them her daughters, and there are 7 sacred scrolls of An, and 7 daughters of Itaka in total. Could it be that all of On's secret sacred texts are actually seals created to imprison Itaka's 7 daughters? If so, the Void King is secretly collecting An's sacred texts to decipher their secrets and monopolize them. He has coveted Trang Xian's power throughout the time he worked for the Destiny number system, constantly pursuing the secret of An's 7th sacred book. After concluding that Litaka is the secret behind Chang X's power, he did this to obtain Litaka's star inside An's 7th sacred book and use it for evolution. Li Trang Xian gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Hu Kong Vuong, you crazy bastard. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the fallen Void King's holy system echoed, saying he couldn't understand why you were reacting like that. Chang X continued to be lost in thought. If the secret of An's sacred book is the divine weapon that seals Litaka's daughters, and if the countless calamities caused by the Tiger King are truly part of Litaka's star, then I can't believe I didn't realize this until now. There are too many things I still don't understand. First, I need to finish decoding the 4 holy scriptures. We must storm the ghost demon cave at all costs and check what's on the final level. One of the 5 traitors among the ghost demon cave's soul rulers could be Lataka's daughter. The king of the lake's disaster might even be the one imprisoning and manipulating Lataka's daughter, possibly connected to Anne. The Void King is gathering Lataka's daughters, while the other gods and stars of the Zero-Star constellation remain unaware. But if the Shadow Centipede is monitoring Wukong Vuong's suspicious actions, then surely the centipede will know exactly what he is after. I need to rebuild the demon cave according to plan and seal the Shadow Centipede. Then I can interrogate him to uncover all the details. But to do that, I need more strength. Although I can currently compete with most high-level Ran creatures like Eviten, I must find La Eviten. Trangxin told Jin to urgently activate the demon's lair and promised himself that no matter what, he would tear the Void King into 100 pieces. Back with the 3 elders, Wu Haota was complaining to his 2 friends that he had warned them to be careful, but they didn't listen, hoping that in the other world they would heed others' advice. Wu Haota kicks to finish Hongkumon completely in front of Ko Lao Thanma, then turns to tell Ma Suangma to take the paper Trung X gave you and go back. But why do you want to disobey Ta's order? That's not what I mean. We haven't confirmed whether that piece of paper is real or not. If it is real, don't worry. That bone mage is truly a cruel warlock, but also the most knowledgeable and skilled member of the Elder Council. If he says it's true, then it must be. Anyway, he has to go to the temple to verify the authenticity of the Holy Sacred Book, so I will go. But what about you? I still have some matters to attend to, so I will stay here. The Holy Sacred Book is very important. If you can't help, then get out quickly. That's right. Ha ha ha. Then everything will be fine. My Lord Wu will immediately send the Bone Demon away to avoid trouble. He also thought that the Bone Spirit had been blinded by greed and wouldn't last long, but the Spirit of the Lotus was different. He hopes you will become the key to breaking the chains binding them, and will keep an eye on you. Meanwhile, the members of Team L are crying out about the heat, craving water and ice cream. The system shows that there is a shop here with food, water, essential items, luxury goods, and weapons needed for the journey. Please note that the shop uses a separate currency, and the ship will depart after 23, 57, and 46 seconds. Xin was so hot that she begged Trangxian to turn on the air conditioner. Angry, Trangxian had to use the magic orb to create wind so they would stop complaining. The holy serpent body wrapping around the world seems displeased that its great teachings are being used in this way. As they walk, the team encounters Henry and Nicola's group. The Shin brothers, just feeling the cool breeze, immediately started complaining and mocking those people. Seeing the shop they were looking for right in front of them, Shin quickly changed his attitude and even said he wanted to buy ice cream for UIN. The shop owner is a smiling, red-skinned demon welcoming customers. UI was about to attack when the owner told him to put that down because this is a neutral zone and he is a pacifist. The system introduces him as the owner of Jerabu shop. Win reluctantly puts away the hot item, and he then smiles insincerely. You're clever, huh? You shouldn't let the shop owner lose his good impression, right? I ask in a friendly tone. What do you sell here? The system, on his behalf, will show you the list of items in the store. Item categories. Items priced 1 to 9 Heian, items priced 10 to 99 Heian. What are the 10 items priced at 100 million Heian that I can't access? Ubin said. That must be the currency used here. The system warned that this place uses a different type of currency. Let's see the items in the first category. Items priced from 1 to 9 Heian are half a bottle of water, 1.5 packs of almonds, 3 green apples, 2 half ice cream sticks. 9 million. Yuan silently thought this description was annoying. Just reading it didn't cost money. But the prices of items were sky high, and items over 100 million Baon included the Heavenly Sword, 130 million, the Thunder Seal, 290 million, Jatharis's Fairy Book, 450 million, the Forbidden Fruit, 100 billion, the Heavenly Bank, 200 trillion. After reading the price list, the 2 girls looked at each other in shock. Is this a shop or a money laundering place? But these items not only surprise humans, but also leave the gods stunned. The holy body, in this right season for hunting, opened its eyes in amazement. Wondering why these items were there, the serpent holy body wrapped around the world was very suspicious that this hot goblin was a scammer. So have you girls decided on what to buy yet? Zarabu asked. I want to buy some ice cream to see how it tastes. Normally 14 on, but since you're my first customer today, I'll give you a discount and sell it for 12 on. Do you accept other currencies? Just asking. No. So do you accept payment in kind? I have gold gemstones, gold bars, and a bunch of crafted items I'm not interested in. So at least tell me how to exchange money. If this girl doesn't have money, she should leave and not cause trouble in my shop. Seo is furious and really wants to stab him. He needs a hit to wake him up. At this moment, Li Changxian appears and orders everything on this list plus the item the girl wants to buy, and the shop owner immediately changes his attitude when he sees the fully written note. You really know how to spend money, a total of 160. Well done. How would you like to pay? We prefer cash. The manager has been quite strict lately, so I don't have any cash. What? The shop owner was stunned by his innocent reply, saying, I have no money. Just take credit. Honestly, I've never seen anyone go into debt with such a calm face. The store owner was also very shocked. What do you mean? Is there a problem with borrowing? Anger is about to reach its peak, but he remains as calm as ever. The shop owner shouts, Don't think I'm a goblin and treat me like an idiot. You bastards, I will put your names on the banned list. You won't be able to buy anything at any station. I was about to open Ragarin. If you're not interested, then forget it. We'll go to the next shop. Let's go, Heb. The shop owner suddenly changes his attitude and asks him to wait. Are you telling the truth? Are they really heading to the treasure of the ancient king's heart? If things don't go smoothly at the first station and we have to switch to the second, there's one thing that Trangxian can't overlook, the shop owners at each station. You want to gain their favor. I used to wonder why we had to do that, and the nameless king told me that they are the guards. Even after the last King Soter fell and a long time had passed since Muspelhem was destroyed, they still remained descendants of the scholars who worshipped the spirit of the last king and awaited his glory. There is a legend among the guards that the way to open the rain, the glory of the ancient giant race in the dungeon, can be considered as the remains of Soter. They guard his tomb, and their goal is to open the treasure of the ancient king's core buried underground. Could that be possible? Not exactly. As long as they exist in that dungeon, it means they are already dead. The souls of the scholars have long since descended into hell or been destroyed. Like all creatures in the dungeon, they merely repeat actions formed by remnants of leftover thoughts. But Ragarin is real, and so is their belief in that legend. If you fulfill the seller's wishes, it will be much easier to get what you want. Remember all these things, Trangxian said with a smile to the shopkeeper. If we can't settle the debt, we'll just go to another shop. Wait a moment. Jarabu is excited. Are you really going to open Ragarin? Are there any other Ragarin? Are you really heading to the treasure of the giant king's core? Is it true? How is that possible? Why should I tell you? Every life, you're doing this on purpose, right? Do you even know the basics of a transaction? And you're still asking for credit. I need to know if you can come back before making a decision. At this moment, an information window appears. The hidden mission is to conceal the king's lost legacy, a hidden type describing Death Star. A fire demon brings destruction. The one who is now almost forgotten kept his race's legacy in the vault of Ragarin at heart before closing his eyes. Those who believe the legend that their lost race can be revived after Ragarin is opened and have long searched for someone capable of opening it. Prove that you are qualified for this mission. Completion conditions. Failure conditions. Rewards. 1. Record the items owed. Yes, the mission to connect the legacy of the dead king. 2. Trang X chuckles contentedly. Did you hear what he said? Let's go, Harold. Heron, that demon again is haunting me. Herod appears with a droopy face like a spoiled bun and tells him to stop calling him during times like this. This place isn't even under his control. Is that so? If you find it troublesome, find another administrator to replace him. I understand. Is that okay now? Hero reluctantly keeps him in mind, secretly thinking that among all players he is considered a promising talent. Among the top, even without a guardian spirit, he still grows the fastest, with all 12 constellations very interested in him. We can't even report on him quickly due to the high demand. As the person in charge of Lai Chang MA, I also have more influence within the management office, so I can't let him collaborate with other administrators. If he is replaced, I won't accept it because the higher his position, the more I benefit, so I have to hold on tight to him. After thinking, Herod happily went to negotiate with Jarapu. So he's a talented individual protected by the management office and a third-rate seedling? Jarapu asked. Herod cheerfully said, yes, that's right. Then he looked at Trangxian and said, all right, I'll consider this an investment. The young lady can stay here while you come with me. Chong X handed Haben the ice cream and told her I won't be back until tomorrow. Meanwhile, he took on more missions from the boss to earn as many points as possible. Not only did he get the dungeon boost this time, but it would also be useful in the future. Haben was eating ice cream and wondering what he was thinking about, but her thoughts were immediately forgotten by the delicious taste of the ice cream. The spies outside the shop were also stunned when they saw this scene. They've never seen the boss or the store that guides players before. Could this be a special mission? Henry and Nihilus saw others doing what they couldn't and got furious. Now that he's gone, how are they supposed to take on the mission? Hold on a moment, everyone. I'm just busy handling some personal matters. If I can't take on the mission because Jarabu disappeared, I'll be in big trouble.
Damn it, what the hell is going on? In fact, having Jarabu personally guide a player means it's a very important hidden mission. If the mission is that big, he won't be able to handle it alone easily, and that will be the excuse for their group to intervene. This dungeon is located in French territory. Nicola won't let any foreigner do as they please. There's no doubt they've found the hidden fragment. Nicola wonders if he should follow them. The system is temporarily assigning Heron to oversee the fiery hell shop, and its appearance leaves the other players even more stunned. Especially when they realized Trangxian was connected to the administrator's office. Administrator Herod had scanned the locations of the nearby players. Herod grimaced and said, "I have no favoritism towards any of you, but I am already busy enough. Being forced to stay here is really quite troublesome for me. As an administrator, I will try to maintain neutrality and fairness. Even as an emotional being, I cannot be swayed by them. You all understand what I'm saying, right? Even if you warned them, greed often blinds people. So what if I add hatred into the mix? Still, Trang Shuyen believes they will all follow him. The power of the demon beast's path is tracking the footsteps of those targeting you. Jarabu is annoyed, and there are many flies following closely. Ignore them and keep going." The wounded tiger holy body snorted at the crowd and then lost track of their location. The sacred body of the hunting season wonders why you haven't dealt with them. The sacred body of the serpent wrapping around the world says, "You need to prepare another trap for them." Trang X thinks there's no need to deal with them right now. Once they step down here, they'll be busy trying to survive. Moreover, the Sinner King of Sinaruka will surely try to retrieve the mysterious fifth Bible, so I'll lure them to Ragaran, a place where players, gods, and even constellations cannot look and secretly deal with them. Zerabu finally led Trang X here. Standing before this iron gate, he sighed, "Every time I come here, it feels like the first time I've been here. I can never get used to it. You have discovered Styr's main artery. You found a hidden fragment. Your mana point has increased. Intense heat crashes down. Along with the energy of death itself, the blood of the giant fire brings destruction. The heat curse of the primordial turtle has been cast on you. The burning curse of the primordial turtle has been cast on you. The heat poison hits hard, and Trangxian can't help but marvel at how extraordinary his blood truly is." Jarapu said again, "Even though I managed to get this far, I can't get any closer." Trangxian thought that if he could reach Styr's blood vessels, he might be able to get to the heart where Ragaran resides. Anyway, the divine name of this giant is the giant fire that brings destruction. Even though he has been dead for a long time, who would think his blood still flows? Changxian remembered that the unknown king once told him that the guards couldn't get close, and that to reach the heart he had to dive deep into the boiling blood. But they were stopped from getting near that place.
But you are confident I can do it because someone is holding both the destruction fire and the darkness.
You are the only one capable of reaching Laeviton. The first destructive fire effect has been activated and has fiercely burned away all toxins. The detoxification is complete. The curse has disappeared. Now Trongsen takes out a fire-resistant gem. A mysterious gem that counteracts negative fire effects and limits its usage. A durable 300/300 hybrid tool that neutralizes toxins and provides heat resistance. Trang X with that gem now takes on the form of Wu Lin and says, "I'm leaving now." Jerapu was very surprised that Trang Xiang was unaffected at all. He looked at him with a knowing smile. The Yu Lin's containment title has been activated. Li Trangseon said nothing more and flew straight inside. "You have entered the aorta." The durability of this reflection. Fire. Gem is rapidly decreasing. The terrifying heat is disorienting you. You are feeling dizzy. You are in a state of panic. You are dazed. Warning. The immense heat is melting and destroying the fire. Please leave this area immediately. Warning, your body is under severe pressure. Leave this area. Your balancing skill has compensated for the deficiency. Trangsen exclaims, "I thought the apocalyptic storm would make this easier, but it seems not. In reality, I can't swim to the heart in this state. If I can't resist it, I just need to absorb it." Trangsen stops to change to a new move. The power of the Soul Master has been activated and is trying to absorb the remaining thoughts of the corpse. The failure level of the dead soul is too high. The failure level of the dead soul was too high. The Soul Master's power only targets the necessary thoughts. Trang finally erupts in anger but ultimately succeeds. The destructive thoughts of the giant fire bring about destruction. The first destructive fire effect is absorbing heat from the surroundings, drawing blood from the giant creature that is also absorbing blood. Chang is doing his best. He knows he must reach Ragaran's domain, but isn't La Eva the one who chose its master? How can you prove your skill? They say only a giant can help it escape. The nameless king said you must meet all the demands. He asked, "What do you think a giant is?" You must know that they are fierce and skilled creatures with a strong desire to conquer, enough to surpass many civilizations. They are also considered a superior species, but their numbers are extremely rare, so most stories about them are not passed down accurately. The stories are not passed down correctly. That's right. The battle at Muspelheim is much greater than the stories told. They are a form of soul. The world of Muspel was formed over millions of years through the primordial flame that appeared when the universe was created. Countless wills were born there, shaping their identities over time and becoming souls, followed by the giant race. Frost giants did not evolve from humanity's single-celled origins to possess intelligence. They are born with a will directly from the world. Therefore, giants are an essential part of Muspel. Their characteristics reflect the eternal fiery nature of Muspelheim. That is why the ancient beings possess greater power than anyone else. They have a very imposing form because it suits combat, not because it is necessary. Is the material okay if you become a giant? Even if you acquire the true traits of a giant, it won't cause any significant changes or hinder your collection of myths. In fact, it will allow you to create a unique myth that no one else can achieve. The veteran is a supreme being. To become a giant with a human body, you must gradually accept the sacrifice of the giant, with your body being reinforced bone by bone, slowly transforming into a new form. Every time you tear your flesh, your body will become superior, and your soul level will increase significantly. Trang Xuyen has followed all of these steps, and now the results are here. You have acquired the trait of the giant, and the mutation begins. The transformation process of the trait has begun. Transformation progress 1, 2, 3, 9, 10%. Chang is confident he can consume a large amount of Stair's blood and think using the power of the soul SUU. A new element has been added to UIN's annihilation fire. The level of soul power has increased. The hunting season Saint Body is pacing anxiously while watching you in pain. The primal evil dragon spirit sticks out its tongue, warning you that you're trying to attain a power beyond control. The hunting season spirit asks her mother while startled, "What are you trying to do?" The primal evil dragon spirit refuses to answer his daughter's immature question. The hunting spirit erupts in anger, asking why she acted that way. The serpent spirit coiled around the world realizes your true purpose and chuckles late. The hunting season spirit asks what you're doing, while the serpent spirit wrapped around the world sniffs. Tell her to ask someone else instead. The hunting season holy figure is annoyed. The Turu's entity is watching you more closely. The giant pestilence creature curses your actions as crazy, but cannot take its eyes off you. The spirit of the fierce tiger Sai happily declares that you are a member of that family. Li Trangseon's eye flashes with a fierce light. The divine body of the hunting season erupts in disappointment, wondering why everyone knows except her. Thunder roared as Lai Changson successfully transcended the tribulation. Yu Lin's destructive fire evolved into the annihilation fire of giants. Trang Xin grinned widely, his eyes flashing with lightning. Yu Lin's apocalyptic storm has evolved into a cataclysmic storm of the giant. The system repeatedly notifies that it wants to cut off the electronic circuit to finish it. The transformation process is at 31%. You have understood the characteristics of the giant and have developed a combative tendency. You have developed your fighting talent with the transformation process at 41.59%. It can be said that the demon form of the OIN concept and the reinforced bones are just the foundation to achieve Soder's power. And now is the official beginning. The assimilation phenomenon has occurred. Chang XN gazes at the towering mountains and the streams of golden lava. You can just barely catch a glimpse of So's body. From that pulse, Chang X found the heart in just a single note. Moreover, he also felt it growing bigger and bigger. The surrounding world is constantly changing, and he is now perceiving even the tiniest details of this world that he couldn't sense before. The boiling golden blood grows louder like a frying pan on a hot stove. Trang Xuyen has seen Ragaran's entrance. The snake eye skill has been activated to locate the target. The crimson heart reveals a dark hole in the middle. It seemed like everything they had struggled to find was right in front of them. But suddenly, the system announced you are experiencing an overload. Searching for clues. Just when it mattered most, I ran out of breath. What the hell is going on? Are you kidding? Not to mention the transformation process is much slower than expected. The transformation process has become extremely slow. The transformation progress is at 71.72%. Trang Sen thinks it was very difficult to establish her spiritual form. If she forces her body any harder, she might end up shattering it. With this pace, not to mention opening RAR, the transformation process into a race beyond humanity through metamorphosis will also fail. I have calculated this time needed for my transformation with Thanatos.
But even with a non-sacred relic and dark energy, my skin can't develop faster. I didn't expect that I would need more power for gigantification. After completing the transformation, I will gain great benefits, but the process is too slow. The system displays the current stats as follows. High Fang, 2,451/511 Apex 2,975/9,500. Warning, stamina below 50%, and magic power below 30%. A Trangxian doesn't know if he can do it with his current energy. Warning, the rate of physical and mana depletion is too fast. Please leave this area quickly. Trang X clenched his teeth. He couldn't just leave, but the pain was worsening, and if it kept up, he might be in danger. The transformation process had halted, and the outer skin was beginning to deform.
Trang xin gọi cổ ra, anh nghĩ rằng mình bị quả tại là vì giang lọt qua nhiều ra cung lục gia. Vậy thì nếu mình dùng năng lượng hắc ấm dễ cạch lột xác thành hai giải doan thì mình có thể biến dội thành công.
No more half measures. I will bet my life on this gamble, and the fire heart test Mephistopeles gave me is the fire heart. So if I can perfect the heart that helps me generate unlimited dark energy, my physical strength will increase. If I add dark energy as one of the traits of a giant, I'm not sure anymore. Failure means death, but if I succeed, I might perfect a body that normally requires conquering 3 dungeons to achieve here, instead of using the fire core as a support source to generate dark energy for the magic circuit. I will replace my heart with the fire core itself. As the core, I will also replace all the blood in my body with Sir blood and direct it towards the fire core. I also need to reorganize the magic circuit around the fire core. If I succeed, I will fully control Seer's attributes, turning the vampire's blood into my source of physical and magical power, and even harness dark energy as my attribute. Meanwhile, the girl who hates storms opened her eyes and wondered if this person was really just an ordinary human. Even if he had deciphered part of the sacred book of Ain or borrowed Mephistopeles' power, how could a human become a giant? Many humans have surpassed their innate limits through talent and achievement, but most of them want to become gods. No one wishes to become a giant. He is full of desire to become the flame of Muspelhem and Stir himself. It seems like he is acting for a grand purpose, but he is actually full of defiance. This person is very dangerous, truly insane. His burning madness to achieve success in anything he sets his mind to. A person who, even if they have to lose everything to achieve their goal, can give up everything without blinking an eye. He is like my mother. He reminds me of her. If one day I become useless, he will definitely abandon me. I have to escape from here. I must escape and return to my editor-in-chief. The Storm Girl launched something called a wind line, hoping the girl she entrusted could find it. At this moment, Trang Xian is reaching a new peak, the transformation accelerating, the fire core beginning to move, fueling the darkness. The flow of magic energy is increasing, and you have reached your limit. Trang X grits her teeth and charges forward. The first stage of the skin-shedding process is underway. Trang X now has burned through her outer layer. The fire core has become the heart of the magic circuit. You are going through the process of transforming your body. At this moment, Trang X only thinks that he has successfully become a giant. Once the harmony of the core is complete, the kiss of the heart has also been created. I have earned the right to become Mephistopest's disciple. Dark energy has merged with my magic. This is a huge change, but it's still not enough. The outer layer is gradually returning to Trang Xian's inner muscles. To fully stabilize herself, she needs to go through the second stage of her metamorphosis. I will use this first attempt as a stepping stone to keep moving forward. CM's clan members are cheering you on to strengthen your Blood Fog skill. Blood Fog is a cursed skill that afflicts enemies but blesses allies. CM shouted and radiated a bright aura. System notification, the second transformation process is complete. You have achieved metamorphosis. Trang Xuan smiled very contentedly. The first rebirth involved bone transformation, and the second rebirth involved skin transformation. This is reincarnation, so I have reached a completely new level. The system keeps notifying you that you have achieved the divinity of the fire giant, bringing destruction. The third divine attribute has been added to the Holy Mark skill. The attribute is now Infernal Fire. You have discovered the treasure of the fallen world, Muspelhem. You must be qualified to enter as Regarin is checking your eligibility. Do you have what it takes to enter? If you want to go in, you've come this far. Only a fool would turn back now. Asking questions is so funny. I'm about to enter Regarin. A light that seemed to burst forth like an explosion shone out. When Chang Zhen opened his eyes, he saw the one-eyed giants staring intently at him. The leader said, "Answer me. Are you the new heir of the deceased king? You have entered the hidden Regarin dungeon." Chang X feels an overwhelming wave of power emanating from these one-eyed giants.
The holy body of the hunting season feels completely overwhelmed by the majesty of these giants.
Trang X never expected to see all the dark shadows of Muspelheim here. These cosmic-level beings have transcended civilizations and planets, covering the entire universe. Cheng X feels that even if he is at his peak, he cannot guarantee victory against this terrifying power. I will ask you once more, are you the heir of the deceased king? You have a human soul, but you carry the scent of the deceased king. His eyes shine like a demon's lantern. That's why, even though we still have doubts, we let you come here. Who are you really? Chang X thinks, I heard Muspelheim no longer has gods or stars, yet a fire giant appears here. He must be very worried. Fragments of a decayed world. No matter how much they struggle, they remain useless beings without souls. Although the gods and stars hate them even more than humans, their power is overwhelming. Is this really a world that has fallen into decay? He remembered again the unnamed king who once said that Ragarin is the heart of Stair, and also the will of the remaining fire giants after the world fell into decline. So, of course, the test to prove your worth to obtain Laeva's name will be extremely difficult. He said that even one wrong answer would cause those Qiunan to trample you, right? Trangxion speaks. I am Li Changxion. The demon title of the spirit concept has been used to create a firestorm. Moreover, Laeva is not only a sacred relic, but also a legacy of the fire giants from Muspel, where ancient relics often present challenges to select the worthy owner. I have come here to find Laeva's name and challenge you all. Although I know it won't be easy, I am ready, so I will take the risk because life permits it. The one-eyed giant immediately replied, Your words are quite bold. Let's see if you have the strength to speak them. Everyone, clear the way.
A castle with a long road like the Great Wall appears. One-eyed giants stand aside to open a path. This is our fortress at the end of the road.
Go through it and come back here. If you can truly bring Laeva with the name you claim, we will accept you as one of us.
A brother and heir to the king. Changin knows that to obtain Laevaton, he must earn the recognition of the shadow figures in Muspelheim and prove he is worthy of becoming king, and Lai Chang X is fully prepared for this. You're here to welcome Trang Xuyen as a giant with a less than friendly smile. Usually people feel afraid when they have to go through that space. The person who came here before you is the same. Trang Xuyen was quite surprised that someone had also managed to pass through Sotu's blood. In the end, how did that person do it? Someone has been here before me? That's right. Maybe that person has already approached the 30th fortress. Chang X thinks that no matter how well prepared they are, the heat from Stir's blood will make everything very difficult. Surprisingly, besides you, there was another person who arrived here. Could it be a powerful character who entered the dungeon with you? Or maybe it's a player from another civilization who has passed through a different gate. I can't let an unknown take the chance to conquer Ragrin. You need to catch up to that person as quickly as possible, the gatekeeper giant continued speaking. You also know how to face this challenge, right? There are a total of 36 gates, and the further you go, the stronger the gatekeeper warriors become. You definitely won't be able to defeat our warriors, so of course we will fight under suitable unfavorable conditions. No need to worry. He also has the right disadvantage condition, which shows he's looking down on me. But Trang Xian couldn't think of a reason to refuse such a thing when conquering could become easier if he remembered it. Even though you have now become a giant through the transformation ritual, you shouldn't be too arrogant. If you want to defeat the giant warriors who have fought countless battles and slain many gods, and as for why, it won't be easy. Overcoming each fortress is simple. Either you defeat the giants to earn their respect, or open the gate to the next fortress based on your own evaluation. Simple, isn't it? Do you have any more questions? No. Good, you are very calm and focused. It would be great if all challenges were like you. Is that so? So now can you open the door for me? Of course, do your best. You have reached the first gate. The gatekeeper's weapon is a spear. He introduced himself as Gustav and asked for Trang X's name. Lai Chang Son. Is it Lai Trang X? You really do have a strange name. I hope your abilities are just as extraordinary. Li Xian assesses a stone incense stick, which is a high-level divine artifact, so direct confrontation is not advisable. Meanwhile, Gustav is still bragging. It's a pity that the strength of a true warrior lies in a strong body and powerful muscles. And you look too weak, like a single hit would shatter your bones and tear you apart. He said this while striking a pose, making Li Trangson start to see this guy as a joke. But in the end, everyone here is quite sturdy. Are the 35 guards at the gate you're about to face also like this? Gustav struck a pose and then smiled, raising his weapon and saying, I'm here to test your abilities, so to keep it fair, I will only use my right hand if you can make me use my left hand or move away from this spot, then you win. The Berserk mode has been activated, and the tiger's teeth have been unleashed. Trang Xian immediately charged forward. Gustav also quickly swung his hand to counter, criticizing as he fought. I haven't finished talking yet, it's truly shameful. That's strange. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to test my abilities? What do you mean?
If you want to test my abilities, it means you want to see this as a real battle. Do you think that while you're bragging like that, no one will attack you?
All right, you're right. Gustav was made even more excited by Trang Shuyen's words. Whether you use tricks or surprise attacks, losing is still losing. But that means I don't have to hold back against you. You said it yourself. I don't care how I win as long as I do. Nice talk, but my pride won't let me fight you with full strength, so I'll do it my way. It's up to you. Ha ha, this battle is really fun. I like it a lot. Trang Xian remembered hearing that their brains were all muscle, and it turns out it was true. It was during the meeting with the elders in the castle of the Nameless King. What?
You want to know how to easily defeat the giants of Muspelheim? Haha.
A person seeking to become the heir of the giant king by absorbing bloodline is also searching for the giant's weakness? That's truly amusing.
I'm just curious if they have any weaknesses at all.
What can I say about that?
I don't want to praise my enemies, but I have to admit they have no obvious weaknesses. They value honor and pride more than their own lives and are extremely skilled in combat.
If I had to point out a weakness, it would be that their minds are very simple. Their brains are just muscles, just like their bodies. They are very emotional and do whatever they want without thinking carefully. You said you used to be a hated god, right? Then it won't be difficult for you to gain the recognition of the fools at Muspelheim, since your nature is quite similar to theirs. Once you face them yourself, you'll understand what I mean. As the memory ends, Gustav is shouting in front of you. You smell just like us. You are clearly a human. How have you gained so much combat experience? The sacred body of this hunting season is attentively listening to the scholar's question. The fallen mighty tiger's sacred body and the Void King are also waiting for your answer. Trang X sneered and said, If you're so curious, why don't you defeat me, and I'll tell you then. Seeing his expression, you knew you had successfully sparked his interest, as Ord had said. The problem is how to beat him. He's too tough. Ha ha ha, are you trying to provoke me? I like you more and more. You have gained the goodwill of the first gatekeeper. Trang Xian thinks that the more he fights, the more his awakening as a giant progresses, and his mastery of the infernal fire increases.
Because I rely on it so much, I feel very satisfied. As soon as I attain the strength of a giant, I feel that the limitations I had as a human have been erased.
But controlling the special attributes of the Hellfire Giant is not easy. Its destructive power is terrifying, and it's hard to contain it to extend the sword because it strongly resists gathering together. Maybe it's because the Hellfire has become much stronger than expected after 2 transformations, and is mixed with dark energy. If I can maintain its form, I think I can push it to the limit. If I observe Gustav's movements, I might uncover some secrets, like the trajectory of the spear, its technique, and its shape. What should I do now? The Snake Eye skill is tracking the opponent's magic flow and beginning to understand the flow of the spear's energy.
Gustav is mocking you, It seems controlling this fire isn't so easy. Ha ha ha, that's understandable. After all, even we find it hard to control Muspel's fire.
The more skilled you are at controlling them, the more you are recognized as an excellent warrior. So, what do you think? Do you want me to teach you? Are you okay with you teaching me?
Even if I teach you, you won't understand easily, and it's not really a big secret anyway. It all comes down to muscles.
He's starting to pose again. Just look at these muscles, so powerful and beautiful. What can possibly stand up to these muscles? No matter how fierce the fire, it must bow before the power of these mighty muscles. Come on, what does Trang Shuyen expect from a muscle brain like you? You should focus on training your muscles. Actually, I have a type of muscle enhancer that's perfect for you. Trang Shuyen feels that his own mind is even more suitable. Luke Hua's nature is to spread and explode, so I probably don't need to deliberately control it, especially when mixed with unpredictable dark energy. If I try to control it intentionally, it might not work at all. Instead of forcing yourself to succeed, it's better to ask for advice. You have connected with the subconscious world.
A dark gaze is watching you. Do you have nothing to teach me?
If rumors that the Demon Lord's disciple was easily defeated by the human are spread, I don't think it would be good for you. Mephistopheles has taken a stance. Ho, you're really annoying. A blinding blue light and shards of broken glass. A man stepped out from there, looking no different from a thug with an arrogant gaze and a condescending attitude. Honestly, you keep bothering me over such trivial matters. The seasonal sacred body opens its mouth wide to hunt. The serpent holy body wrapped around the world seems confused by a familiar face. Chang X also feels like he has seen that face before. The fallen Void King Tiger God is feeling stunned. Chang X thinks of a benefactor father and feels like he has just been threatened.
Many gods are excited about the appearance of the demon lord, rumored not to originate from hell. Some are confirming the disciples brought by the demon lord. Oh, it's too noisy. The demon criticizes and snaps his fingers, and the notification channel is immediately activated. The communication line to the dungeon has been temporarily interrupted. The connection to the administrator's office has been cut off. Trang Sen was stunned, unable to believe that day had blocked the gaze of the gods. Why, and even with the intervention of the management office? His power is on a completely different level. Maybe I have fully awakened as a giant and my senses have become sharper, but I can clearly feel an immense pressure. Why say I made you pay attention to every detail? Wouldn't it be better than seeing your disciple in such a pitiful state?
Master, I was about to leave you if you couldn't absorb it in time, but since you've developed faster than I expected, I think you're worth my time to care about. I really don't understand why the great demon used to walk around with that skull face all the time.
This form is so handsome that I wouldn't use it for animals. It's definitely a beauty, but since it doesn't come with instructions, I just don't bother using it. The Demon King simply pointed up to the sky, energy lights swirling around. Look here, I won't explain it twice. Trang X watched, thinking that even though she wouldn't gain anything good from getting involved in this master-disciple relationship, seeing him not react when she called him master made her a bit annoyed. Darkness is a power that can turn everything into nothingness, a force that fills a world of void from the very beginning. The great demon gathers a dark sphere in his palm and says, "Are you trying to test your control over the slowly awakening darkness within you, with your limited power? That is impossible. Even I cannot do that. Darkness holds the power to turn back time to the very origin of everything. How can you turn the wheel of fate in a different direction, I wonder?" Trang Xian realizes it resembles hell to an extent he cannot control, turning the wheel of fate in the opposite direction from the past. Wasn't it Huang Tuyin who spun the small wheel of time backwards to bring him back to Earth? Does darkness have such power? The great demon still laughs so loudly, so darkness shouldn't be controlled but guided. It would be better if I showed you, instead of just talking. Lai Trangxian was brought to a scene where time was frozen. He is extremely surprised. The surrounding space and time, even the entire world, are frozen and completely bound by Mephistop Forest. Changxin finally understood why the eyes of the gods and the stars watching him were blocked. He not only cut off the connection but also froze the time of the entire universe, considered the Wheel of Time, making it impossible for them to find him. Is this the level that even the stars cannot reach? Even if it's the entire 12 zodiac signs? The state of the Demon Lord has surpassed anything Trangxian could imagine. The Demon Lord fiercely swung his hand and said, "This is the power of darkness." At this moment, Gustav suddenly disappeared. This is the dark space of the void, the emptiness outside our galaxy that Trangxian heard about. So darkness is what brings about the void and the end of the world. But how? Changzan just wants the potential and abilities that the darkness power brings. Could it be that you've touched something too dangerous to ignore? Lost in thought, Trangxian was startled when the demon asked if he had heard clearly. Even now, even if you go crazy, you won't be able to relive the scene you just saw. But now that you've seen me demonstrate, you probably also understand how to control that power. He is gradually disappearing into the darkness. I just showed you how darkness works. Now try to extract it and use it yourself. That will be the first step to mastering your rage. Then he left immediately. Trangxian also understood that what he needed to do now was to master the technique of channeling the power of darkness. Because Hung Tam is being shared with CM, you can control that energy more easily. So the only thing left for you to do is follow the instructions correctly. Panic imprisonment is important, but what matters more is the guidance, not control. Since he cannot contain the darkness, he will have to direct the flow in the way he desires. After achieving enlightenment, the first challenge is a pile of notifications from the gods, the hunting season. God is curious about what happened when the wave was cut off. The serpent god of the world narrows his eyes. The desperate tiger god asks about your conversation with the demon. Many gods are curious about the demon lord's motives, and some stars are cautious about his actions, deciding to watch you more carefully. The administrator's office issued an urgent statement to stop the chaos happening in the world, but none of this seems to concern Chang X. He is focused on defeating Gustav and passing through the gate. All the willpower is concentrated at the tip of the spear, and Chang X believes that if he cannot control hellfire because he sees it as a tool like the fang of an evil dragon. So now I think of hell as part of its body, which will naturally follow the flow of my mind. The spear is complete. A piercing spear pointed straight at Gustav. If I can't control it, it will keep spiraling and naturally form the shape of a spear. Gustav is utterly amazed. Are you twisting it into a spiral? What the hell is going on? Are you using our Samant fire magic? Trangxian didn't answer, but only thought, even if I could control hellfire at my best ability, there would still be limits. But if someone has mastered the fire of Muspelhem over a long period, they must have advanced beyond generations. So the best way to control Muspelhem's fire is to use giant martial arts. Changxian sneered. Gustav has shown me that Samatya was wrong. A giant spear with immense power pierces straight into him, and the fierce collision creates an explosion with blinding light. By the time everything was clear, Gustav had been pushed back and his weapon was broken. He angrily thought it was a disaster. He not only failed to use one hand without moving, but was also pushed further back, and his weapon was damaged. Despite his grimace, Trangxian calmly asked what the result was. Gustav, leaning on his weapon, loudly declared, "I, Gustav, the first gatekeeper of Ragaran, acknowledge the victory of challenger Li Changxian. You have won the battle against the first gatekeeper." Li Changxian said nothing more and just walked away. Gustav also looked at him with hope in his eyes, believing that with the skills and growth he had just shown, he could fulfill their long-standing wish. At this point, Henry and Nicola's group had also arrived at the gate leading into the Soder main vein area. Of course, they couldn't believe Trangxian had swum across this lava pool. Nicola frowned, thinking Li Changxian was a rookie soldier, barely a year into the game world, yet possessed the strength and skills of a high-level player. He must have a secret that no one else knows. And he realized that he was too careless for someone who was supposed to be discreet. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen anyone like that since arriving at this station. Griezmann with his iron mask is a bastard. No matter how much he repents, he's still just trash. Li Changxian must also be a demon. He's as cunning as that Griezmann guy. Not only do they often disappear at the same time as promised, but Li Changxian's abnormal development due to demonic magic also makes sense. They must have met and are discussing some plan on the other side of this sea of fire. A plan that will put everyone here in danger. As he was thinking, he heard Henry cautiously remind Mireille, who was wandering aimlessly. At the same time, Mireille heard the voice of the god she was seeking. "Please save me." Oh my god. An energy radiates from Mireille that resonates with the Storm Girl's wind magic. At this moment, Zarabu also sensed that something was about to happen. If the other shop owners were here, they would chase them out immediately, but he is different. He saw Li Changxian connect with Ragaran just now with his other eye that the old man dropped in the fire seat to monitor Stair's heart. There won't be anything wrong with holding a meeting of shop owners after such a long time, right? He's curious to see what the face of his other colleague will look like. Anyway, Li Changxian has opened up and claimed the heir of Stair. From now on, he will create a path for him full of flowers. Although it has gone through the apocalypse once, the remaining legacy of this world is still very great. You have won the battle against the second gatekeeper. The master skill of breaking authority has reached the highest level. You have gained a new trait, Sovereign Aura. You have acquired the rebirth technique of Muspel Bank Crayon, defeat the fifth gatekeeper. This person's weapon is a spear. The master gun skill has reached its highest level. You have won the battle against Gatekeeper 14. You have also won the battle against Gatekeeper 15. You have won the battle against Gatekeeper 16. You have won the battle against Gatekeeper 18. Defeated the Gatekeeper at position 19. Their weapon is a whip. My name is Hot Harris. Aren't you rushing too much? Challenger, we already know you are a true warrior. What we want is to defeat a warrior in their prime, not some puppets crying from exhaustion. I will give you plenty of time to rest. Trangxian doesn't need to rest because right now he's racing against someone else in the conquest of these gates. No, I will keep fighting. Are you claiming that you can easily beat me without needing to rest? How arrogant you are. Do you know what the feeling of excitement is? I don't want to lose that feeling. Are you saying you've achieved that in your battles? Then I will do my best too. Changzan is entering a frenzy, and he keeps telling himself not to lose focus while immersed in the feeling of crossing the line. Sion's elegant glass suddenly shot towards Gate 31. The Guardian there wields a bow. And here there is also another character present, Griezmann, who is still unknown. So it's you, huh? Trangxian was not too surprised that the person in front of him was him. What surprised him was that he was able to defeat a giant of such a superior race. I didn't expect we would meet here either. Trangxian can sense that the dark energy covering this place is a stream of demonic aura. Considering the level of purification and the amount of magic, Griezmann's true identity can only be one person, the leader of all evil and chaos. Demon King Griezmann. Lai is the one you should beware of in France. He is a legend who rose to the rank of Marquis after changing his path from a demon to a divine being. He knows a lot about demons, and many demons along with the Assassin Guild have been killed or destroyed by him. He can only be compared to someone like our guild leader, Hero Seung of the Heavenly Sword Sect.
He's very unpredictable, and that holy name. The Holy Throne, the first mage of Samaria, is watching you. Grisman the thief smirks coldly. What should I do now? I don't like my identity being exposed before I clear this place out properly. Do I have to kill him for catching me off guard? No. That won't do then, Gatekeeper 31 says. The ruined fortress is being restored. The battle with goalkeeper number 31 is about to begin. Goalkeeper number 31 says, "You played Simon Magus. You just succeeded in passing the 31st challenge. Hurry to the 32nd gate, or I will have to expel you from here, and you will have to come back another time." Humph. This just got beaten to death by me, and you're talking so much. I give up. Let's discuss the details later. I have many things to say. Turns out his name is Simon Magus, a demigod with the holy title of the first wizard of Samaria. He knew he would meet him again someday, but didn't expect it to be like this.
Why is he here? Does he also want Ragaran like I do?
Let's begin, the goalkeeper number 31 said as he shot an arrow.
Li Trangseon seems quite annoyed to be dominated by this guy here when she should be focusing on winning the battle.
You have gained the arrow rain skill.
You've reached the 32nd city gate and met Simon Magus here. Hey, you there. Why didn't you wait a bit?
What is there to say? Of course, but first you're looking for Regaran's heart, right? The treasure where Laeva is resting, right? So what?
Are you saying you haven't found it? Well, I don't have it. I want the 15 scrolls of Psalms in another room of the treasure vault. This is surprising. Someone managed to get here but doesn't want to take Laeva's name. To be precise, I want the scrolls they used to write the Psalms.
The Psalms are a treasure I have searched for across the world through the celestial millennium, since the beginning. It doesn't matter if you take the name Laeva or another treasure. Just leave the Psalms for me. I will do my best to help you if you need it. Let's cooperate. Tell me more. The mission description states that Ragaran has a total of 36 cities. But there is a room 37 hidden in the corner of the treasure vault that even its former lords and Muspelhem are unaware of. I think it would be hard for me to find it alone, so I want to cooperate. Trangxian seriously contemplates the existence of room 37, which even Thanatos doesn't know about. The item inside must be very valuable. The problem is that Simon Magus is the one making this offer. The Dark Wizard is unpredictable. The demon god has risen to the level of the demon king. Teaming up with him probably isn't good, but he has sparked my curiosity.
So, what are those hymns you're talking about? I'm not interested in people who like to hide information.
If I tell you, you won't have any choice but to join forces with me. I won't let you go if you learn this information. Even if I lose my holy name, I will destroy you. Have you ever heard of the first and last king of Jotun, Bisla? Trangxian still remembers when she heard that name, and the key of Saint Phaezo, which Changxian had taken from Besla's admirer, started trembling. But so what? You don't know anything, do you? Someone who has come all the way to Muspelheim's treasure vault and has never heard of the name Besla? So, how am I supposed to trust you? Yeah, but considering how you described this person with the title of Jotun Region King and the fact that this person is also the first and last King of Kings, I understand that this person is not ordinary. Tell me more. Before Muspelhem, Jotunhem, and Nilhem separated, Besla was the King of Kings, the God of Gods. She ruled over 3 regions and was one of the few entities in the galaxy capable of earning the title of Divine Monarch. The Holy Throne of the hunting season quickly asks a certain deity whether such an entity ever existed. The Serpent Holy Throne continues to silently observe the conversation with a complex gaze. I am trying to obtain the fragments of poetry believed to be imbued with her power. During the Age of Chaos, when the Milky Way was still being formed, in the chaos, some shards became their own territories. Muspelhem is the home of fire giants, Jotunhem is the home of ice giants, and Nepelhem is home to many monsters and other giants. But because these 3 regions come from fragments, they are considered incomplete. And to become complete, they forcibly merged with other worlds and civilizations, and then the 3 regions remained divided in rank, but united under a great entity? You mean Besla is correct, but even a great god cannot escape aging and death. Besla's death caused the influence of all 3 regions to weaken, and they were forced to continue existing in a corner of the galaxy. Of course, besides Niele, they have recovered what was lost and become a little stronger. The Holy Serpent Throne of the world frowned, seeming very displeased with the Demon King's explanation. The Holy Serpent King of the world has appeared more cheerful, but because of the Great War back then, Muspelhem faced the end of the world as you saw, and Jotunhem's whereabouts remain unknown. You can see the greatness of Besla in the prosperity and destruction of the 3 regions that depend on her fate. There is even an old saying that the magic inherited by the fallen hero father. The ancient god Asga also faced the apocalypse and came from Blah. You say Odin's magic originates from Blah. Trang Xian still knows that the ancient runes of magic he learned are from Odin, the god Asga. But do those runes come from Besla? Because there is only one king god who rules and unites the giants. I am trying to obtain the scrolls said to hold her power. Is that explanation enough? Trang X thinks he told me because he's confident he wouldn't be able to save himself if he tried to escape. But isn't this amount of information too much for him to willingly tell me? Simon Magus is said to have feared that when Apostle Peter was resurrected, just like his master, even though he's dead now. There are also other entities he considered evil long ago. I can understand why he needs Bizarre's ancient book too. He is contemplating escaping the danger so extreme that it would awaken a god and reach a transcendent level. That's really interesting. So the fact that the key to St. Theo is buried in Besla's tomb isn't just a coincidence. I'm so curious about her. Trang X can smile now. I understand your purpose, but why do you need me? Isn't it possible for you to pass through the remaining city gates on your own? This is the 24th time I've challenged this place. I've always tasted failure because I didn't meet two conditions. First, I am a half-god who cannot awaken as a giant. Isn't it true that those who are not giants cannot challenge Reborn from the start? Who do you think I am? I am the first mage of the great holy land of Samaria. I am capable of passing such easy challenges anytime, but I cannot reach the center because I am not a complete giant. The second reason is the final goalkeeper, the three-headed Sinara. The nameless king also warned Trang Xian about this final opponent. You might be able to defeat the other guardians with your skills, but be prepared for the battle against the last goalkeeper. She has a special talent thanks to her three heads that allows her to see many of her opponent's fates. Simon Magus also said I know more about her than anyone else. I can be proud that I know how to beat her to some extent, and you must have your own way too. Because you have somehow become an elder, I think I've said enough. So, if that's the case, how did you get here? Regarn's only possession is at the first station. Hey, I used the teleportation gate and I honestly don't want to form a team anymore. The team has been formed, and you successfully passed through Gate 33. You have successfully passed through Gate 34. The effects of the unarmed master have been reinforced. You have reached the 36th city gate, Ragarian's heart. The three-headed goalkeeper said, I see a very familiar face, but the other name is new. I can smell stir. He must be the kid others have mentioned. Now I will predict the fate of those who challenge before the final trial begins. Predicting their destiny. Trang Xian remembered the warning not to let goalkeeper number 36 see him and to avoid being seen twice. He immediately released a burst of energy. The goalkeeper number 36 said, Strange. I don't understand why you are missing a stage in the cycle of life and death, which both gods and humans possess. Yonda. I'm with. I cannot see your aging stage. Do you know how many times your soul has died? The power of Kalokagatia is trembling for no apparent reason. Trang Xian also reflects on the other times she has died, as she mentioned. Shinmara's three faces are believed to reveal three fates. The left side sees the past, the middle sees the present, and the right side sees the future. Every mortal has a soul accumulating karma as it moves through reincarnation. The only way to escape that cycle is to reach the peak, attain immortality or some divine nature. But since she cannot see her old age, does that mean she has seen her past lives? No, it must be something different. Could Sinara have seen her current life? The fact that she abandoned her life in the name of the sunset of the gods? To be precise, it must be something beyond this. But what could it be? Simon Magus was channeling his energy upward. What are you looking at when I am right here? Today, I will return all the shame I have endured, cut off the right head so she cannot see the future. Even the first holy mage of Samaria declared the demon realm. Mara sighed. Honestly, what a useless action. Your failure was predicted long ago. At this moment, a great fire erupts beside them. Simon Magus sighed. I suspected it all along, but I never expected you to be a true fire giant. The second level of the Inferno has been activated, and the Hell of 2 lights is fully upgraded to the Hell of 3 lights. Trang Xian rushes forward like the wind, engulfed in raging flames. At this moment, Trang Xian no longer resembles a half-transformed being, but a true fire giant. The title of the ghostly spirit has become the Great Ghostly Spirit. Li Trang Xian smiles triumphantly.